Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
People all over the world. Ambition. Lee Sundeo fell into deep thought, and Guan did not give his opinion. After all, both options have advantages and disadvantages for the people. If we are complacent with the status quo, there will be crises in the future. If we are not complacent with the status quo, it will make the current and future generations more miserable. Guan is kind enough to protect all sentient beings on the mainland, but he will not worry about the lives of people all over the world every day. Anyway, when asked about world affairs, it was enough for Guan to give him options. It was Lee Sundeo's decision to choose, and he did not bear the responsibility for the cause and effect. Lee Sundeo was lost in thought. Guan did not interrupt and looked outside the courtyard. Lucien, who was instructing people to practice, looked at Guan from time to time. When their eyes met, Guan could see that he was very excited. Guan was suspicious, but he was not in a hurry and would talk to Lee Sundeo later. Normally, he doesn't need to spend a lot of time practicing, so his pace of life is very slow. There is no need to rush for most things. He can handle everything slowly and slowly. Lee Sundeo did not remain immersed in his own world. He came back to his senses and started chatting with Guan about Li Ya. Li Ya is the link between the two of them. When talking about him, the two of them talk even more. Half an hour later, Lee Sundeo suddenly said, Lucien has been talking about you. He came back from overseas specifically to find you, but I have to take him with him. He wants to see you, but he is afraid of you. What's going on? Guan pretended to be surprised and asked, why does he want to see me? And why is he afraid of me? It shouldn't be. Do I have a bad attitude towards him? As he spoke, he looked at Lucien strangely, and Lucien immediately smiled at him. Lee Sundeo stared at Guan and said meaningfully, Guan, what is our relationship? Do we need to hide it? Guan's face changed from gloomy to bright, and he took a deep breath and said, to be honest, I do have a connection behind my back. If I tell it, I will be punished and those who know will die. After speaking, he raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Lee Sundeo immediately narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, don't talk about it anymore. There was a storm in his heart. This guy. He thought about it carefully and felt enlightened again. Fudeo Sword Master only appeared after Guan joined Taixuan Sect, and Fudeo Sword Master's initial range of activities was very close to Guan. He thought about Li Ya's rapid growth in strength over the years, and he still couldn't figure it out. Now I understand. It turns out that it was Guan who asked Fudeo Sword Master to take care of Li Ya. Lee Sundeo looked at Guan with intense eyes, which made Guan very uncomfortable. No need to guess, Guan knew what Lee Sundeo wanted to do. He didn't point it out. If Lee Sundeo wanted to use the name of Sword Master Fudeo to do something, he wouldn't mind patting Lee Sundeo on the shoulder. It depends on whether Lee Sundeo is measured. Go find Lucien. I have nothing else to do here. Lee Sundeo waved his hand and smiled. Guan stood up, raised his hand to salute him, and then walked out of the courtyard. Seeing that he was discharged from the hospital, Lucien immediately came up to him and pulled Guan towards the corner of Tianya Valley. Why is it so mysterious? Guan asked. Lucien whispered, there are good things, and I will never let you down. Nice one. Guan became interested and followed Lucien away. Lucien took Guan into a cave. This is Lucien's cave. He used to practice in Tianya Valley for fear of being seen by others, so he built a cave of his own. The restrictions here are very advanced. After entering the cave, Lucien activated the restriction, putting the cave into isolation. Guan looked at him and said angrily, so mysterious? Do we still have to hide it from His Majesty? Of course you have to hide it. If you let him know, he will definitely go crazy. Lucien replied, with excitement on his face. He pulled Guan into the deepest cave. He came to the stone table and took out a stone slab with irregular edges, like a large fragment. At first glance, there was nothing special about this stone slab and there were no words on the surface. And no runes. When he put the slate down, Guan suddenly saw something and his eyes became strange. This stone slab actually contains the destiny of heaven. Moreover, it is purer and more disturbing than the Tianzong inheritance and the Tiandao inheritance obtained by Anhao. Its destiny exudes an indescribable sense of oppression. Even though Guan, a Taoist Zizai immortal, felt this heavenly destiny, he also instinctively felt fear and a little desire. He wants to possess this destiny of heaven. As soon as this emotion was born, Guan felt even more fearful. There's something wrong with this thing? Guan looked at Lucien and asked, what is this? He couldn't deduce the cause and effect of this stone? This shows that the background of this stone tablet is stronger than that of Daozang's Isaaxian. Thinking of this, Guan wished that Lucien could take this thing away and stay away from him. What the hell? Want to harm him? Lucien showed an excited smile and said, this is the inheritance I received by chance. You may not believe it when I tell you, but it is the inheritance of immortal gods. The real immortal gods cannot be compared to the immortal dynasty or the holy court. Immortal inheritance? Guan frowned. Neither Luhan nor Longzhan had come into contact with real immortals and gods in the long years, but they had encountered many beings who claimed to be immortals and gods. This also led Guan to always think that the so-called gods were just more powerful beings. Lucian continued, the inheritance here only looks at talent, not cultivation. I failed. I think you can try. Why me? There are so many geniuses. Guan asked hesitantly. Lucian glared at him and said angrily, there are many geniuses, but you are the only genius who has a good relationship with me. I won't give it to Anhao. You have great talent, but you can restrain your competitiveness and live in seclusion. Therefore, I think it is better for you to become a fairy, at least you will not threaten me, and you are really good to the friends around you. Although Guan was very curious, he always felt that this thing was dangerous, so he said, in fact, His Majesty is also very talented. After hearing this, Lucian's eyes lit up and he said, did you see it too? I thought I was the only one who knew. Yeah, but don't tell him I know. Ha ha ha, don't worry, he thought he was hidden deep enough, but he didn't know that you were the deepest one. Think about it and you will understand why Fudeo Sword Master has been staying in Taixuan Sect. It must be to cultivate you. Then Anhao claims to be Fudeo Sword Master. He is a disciple of Deo Sword Master, but he is gone and Fudeo Sword Master is still there, which means he is just taking advantage of you. Lucian smiled and said that he really thought Guan was stronger than Anhao. He had fought against both of them, and Guan had given him the greatest sense of oppression and psychological shadow. He even thinks that Guan is the #1 genius in the world. After hearing this, Guan fell into silence, staring at the stone slab. Etc. Should we use lifespan to simulate this? Guan thought it was feasible, but it was too dangerous to directly touch the stone slab. His mind moved and he immediately started simulating. Simulating inheritance requires 1 million years of life. Do you want to continue? So much? Guan hesitated, but looking at the stone slab, he was really moved. That's it? Splurge once? While Lucian was still talking eloquently, Guan chose to continue. Then, his consciousness came to a pale space. Everything was white, and grass appeared under his feet first, expanding rapidly, and mountains appeared in the distance in all directions. The heaven and earth are vast and the sky is magnificent. Guan looked forward and saw a dazzling light group appearing on the mountains. It was extremely huge, bigger than any mountain in the world. There is a majestic figure in the light group, 100,000 feet tall. Judging from the figure, he is wearing armor and holding a magic weapon, exuding a vast aura that dominates the world. Guan felt threatened at the first sight of the other party. He couldn't help but think of the Black Emperor that Luhan met and the God Emperor of Annihilation that Longzhan met. The momentum is approaching. What is their state? Since all spirits have seen the way of heaven, why don't they kneel down? A majestic voice sounded. Guan did not kneel down. It was just a simulation anyway. He asked, what kind of inheritance is this? This is the inheritance of the immortal position of heaven. If you want to gain my approval, you have to defeat me. Victory? Guan was surprised. If Lucian faced this guy, he would definitely have no chance of winning, and he wouldn't even have the will to fight. Wait, Lucian said that this inheritance only depends on talent. Could it be that facing different inheritors, this guy's cultivation will be different? Lucian failed and faced an existence that was 1 level higher than himself. What he is facing now is an existence that is 1 level higher than Dea Zhang's Isaaxian. No wonder it made him feel dangerous, but it didn't make him despair. What is the immortal position of Heavenly Deo? Guan asked. There was no answer. Guan asked other questions, but unfortunately, no matter how he asked, there was no answer. That's it? Then let's have a fight and see if he has the strength to pass the inheritance test. In the cave, Lucian waved to Guan, and Guan's eyes suddenly became clear. What are you thinking about? I asked you several times, but you didn't say anything. Lucian said dissatisfied. Guan smiled and said, it's nothing. I was wondering if there are really gods in the world. He passed the test. I have to say that guy is really powerful. Guan tried his best and had to use dozens of moves to completely kill him. However, even if he won, Guan still did not understand the origin of the Heavenly Deo immortal position. But one thing is certain, the inheritance of the stone slab can see through his true cultivation. If there are immortal forces behind him, the immortal forces will definitely be able to understand his true strength through this stone slab. The last thing Guan wants to happen is for someone to see through his true cultivation level. Forget it, I can't accept it, but don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Guan shook his head. Lucian's eyes widened and he said, this is the inheritance of the immortal gods. If you succeed in the inheritance, you will soar into the sky. Guan said, I only believe in the magic power that I have cultivated myself, rather than relying on others to share it. In that case, others will definitely control the freedom of life and death. Lucian frowned after hearing this. He had to admit that what Guan said made sense. After Guan said it, the excitement in his heart began to recede. He looked at the slate on the table and said in a low voice, that makes sense. Maybe it's a good thing that it didn't pass the inheritance. You can keep it and accept the inheritance when you are strong enough. Guan stared at Lucian and said seriously, he was afraid that Lucian would give up his biggest opportunity. At present, the heavenly immortal position is stronger than the Holy Court, the immortal dynasty and even the realm of annihilation. As immortal, if Lucian misses it, it will be almost impossible to find a stronger opportunity in the future. Lucian is not like him, who can become stronger by stealing lifespan. Lucien raised his eyebrows and said, "What do you mean? You think I can't rely on myself?" "No, at least not beyond this inheritance." Fart. Lucien was furious, and a terrifying momentum was like a volcano erupting, alarming the entire Tianya Valley. Guan suddenly raised his hand and put it on his shoulder, instantly dispelling his momentum. Lucien's eyes widened. He knew that Guan was definitely stronger than him, but he was suddenly suppressed and unable to move. At this moment, he recalled the duel between the two hundreds of years ago. This moment is exactly the same as that moment. Guan looked at him calmly and asked, "Can you keep this stone slab now?" Lucien couldn't answer. He couldn't open his mouth. "Blink if you agree." Hearing Guan's words, Lucien blinked crazily. Guan stopped his hand, and Lucien was immediately relieved and began to breathe heavily. He looked at Guan in fear. He had learned from Li Sundao that Guan was younger than him. How could he have cultivated to such an extent? Compared with Guan, he is a waste. Guan smiled and said, "Hurry up and put it away. When I become an immortal in the future, if I can't catch up with you or get into trouble, you will be my backer." When Lucien heard this, the embarrassment on his face was replaced by a look of pride. He patted his chest and said, "That's natural. I'm not as good as you now, but sooner or later I will surpass you. I will protect you from now on." Although Guan didn't treat him too well and always threatened him, but wasn't this a kind of care? He took the initiative to provoke Guan before, but Guan didn't care. If someone else treated him like this, he would not be merciful. Moreover, Guan was able to return such an important inheritance to him. Such a person deserves his respect. Lucien put away the stone slab, and Guan put his arm around his shoulders and walked towards the entrance of the cave. "By the way, your father misses you very much. When can you go back and see him?" That old immortal guy. If I go back to see him, I won't be able to help but kill him." "Nonsense, blood is thicker than water, and he has not tortured or abused you. He will kill you for whatever reason. If you really want to kill him, with your cultivation level, can he be your opponent? He is hundreds of years old, how can he follow you? Like a child. You don't understand." "Of course I don't understand. I have no father or mother. Then I envy you. Hey, brat, are you looking for a fight? Hurry back to Taixuan to see your father. He treats me well and always talks about you. My ears are almost calloused. If you go, I will teach you a magical power. It will definitely take your strength to the next level." "Really? Guan, never tell lies." The two of them walked out of the cave while chatting like this. Back in the valley, Guan became an ordinary nascent soul monk again, while Lucien continued to control the arrogance of Tianjiao. A month later, Liu Badian came to see Guan. He was very happy and took Guan to drink because Lucien came to see him. Although the father and son are still not happy, at least their relationship is beginning to get closer. He learned from Lucien that it was Guan who asked Lucien to see him, which moved him very much. This kid is always impatient when faced with his nagging, but he can remember things in his heart, which is worthy of his love. Liu Badian looked at Guan with doting eyes, as if he was looking at another son. Guan didn't refuse anyone who came, and he happened to want to drink. Perhaps this is because with greater ability comes greater responsibility. Not only does he have to save the world, but he also has to help people with household chores. "I am really lucky to have me in the world of immortality." Guan was moved by himself, and then he had a drinking battle with Liu Badian, and finally Liu Badian was defeated. The wine they drank was high-grade spiritual wine. It didn't matter if Guan showed off his strength appropriately. Liu Badian was not considered a strong person in Taixuan Sect anyway. While Liu Badian was drunk, Guan went downstairs. Just as he came downstairs, Ji Xiao walked out of the house, looked at him and said, "Come in." Guan shook his head and said, "No, you are not strong enough. Practice again." Last time, in order to teach Ji Xiao a lesson, Guan played Go with her for half an hour in her room, killing her until she lost all her armor. This also made her unconvinced, and now she will think about the chess moves when practicing. You'll know if it's enough in the next set. Hehe. Guan was too lazy to pay attention to her and continued walking away. Ji Xiao looked at his back and took a deep breath. Thinking of the price after losing the game last time, she felt itchy with hatred. The two of them made an agreement before playing chess. If she wins, Guan will work hard to practice in the future. If Guan wins, he will pinch her face. Just pinch, this guy really dares to use force? She looked at Guan's back, feeling confused. Why is this guy so good at chess? She finally understood why the nine-finger god could not maintain the composure of the immortal realm when facing Guan. After Guan walked for a while, he jumped up and flew towards the outer city. "It's been a long time since I visited the city. Today, by the way, I will strengthen the sword intent on the sky-patching platform." There are too many people who have understood his sword intention, which has caused his sword intention to be weakened. Recently, there are even magical immortals who have come to understand his sword intention. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years have passed. This day, deep under the sea, the palace of hidden spirits. Guan was lying on a chair in the open space, holding the secret of Taixuan in his hand. The deep-sea dragon carp is practicing next to him, practicing the heaven and earth universe innate skill. This skill has been promoted, but it is not good if it is too complicated, and his disciples all practice this skill. How can he let the deep-sea dragon carp be treated better than them? Even if we talk about the monsters under his command, Tian Yaoer is the most important. The deep-sea dragon carp opened its eyes. It flew to Guan and asked cautiously, Master, I seem to be able to transform. What do you think I should look like? Guan turned over, facing away from it, and said, whatever you want. He doesn't care if a male demon transforms, even if he doesn't transform. The deep-sea dragon carp caught the picture in Taixuan Mi's biography. It was thoughtful, then turned and left. 2 hours later, Guan left. When he returned again, it was already half a month later. As soon as he came back, he was stunned. He saw a beautiful figure at the door of Qianling Palace, and in a trance, he seemed to see the naked devil on the other side. But this guy is no succubus at all. The deep-sea dragon carp turned to look at Guan, with a moving smile on his charming face. His long hair reached his waist, and his skin was as white as snow. He twisted his body and walked towards Guan. Guan immediately threw a robe and hit him. Put it on quickly. Guan wanted to scold him. He was like a man turning into a daughter. What a trick he was doing. So disgusting. The deep-sea dragon carp heard the dissatisfaction in his tone and quickly put on his clothes. He seemed to have done something wrong and looked at Guan at a loss. His beautiful face was full of grievances. Third update. After struggling for a while, Guan looked at the deep-sea dragon carp dressed in white, still feeling awkward. The deep-sea dragon carp his hair and felt like a woman disguised as a man, because he had already transformed and could no longer change his transformed appearance, so he could only do this. The more Guan looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. Wait, isn't this the woman Guan met in the legend of Taixuan? Guan said, don't pretend to be a girl anymore. There is no need to please me. I don't like this. The deep-sea dragon carp nodded quickly, but he was confused in his heart. If he didn't like it, why would he read such a book? Guan saw that he was really wronged, so he began to teach him how to practice magic. Hearing about the practice of magic, the deep-sea dragon carp suddenly became excited, swept away his grievances, and at the same time realized something in his heart. Although the transformation of the deep-sea dragon and carp is absurd, it does not affect Guan's life. He has already raised 3 banshees. No matter what the deep-sea dragon and carp transform into, they are not interesting to him. After staying in Qianling Palace for half a day, Guan went to Tianhuang Mountain. Today, he can pick a batch of high-level medicinal herbs in the outer cave, which should give him tens of millions of years of life. There is no distinction between day and night in the cave outside the world. After picking the herbs, Guan began to guide the 3 girls of Tianyao in their cultivation. Many years have passed, and Tianyao's cultivation has reached the 9th level of the mysterious heart realm, and is about to reach the Mahayana realm. Her natural talent is outstanding, and with Guan giving her a large amount of high-end medicinal herbs, her cultivation has naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Tianqing and Tianbai's qualifications are not as good as hers, and they have just broken through to the fusion realm. Their cultivation speed is already very fast, at least faster than that of monsters. Monsters' cultivation speed is not as good as that of human monks. Monsters have the advantage of living longer, but under Guan's care, the 3 monsters' cultivation speed is comparable to that of top human geniuses. After half an hour of sparring, the 3 demons' demon power was exhausted. Their demonic power is considered strong in the same realm, but they have always tried their best to face Guan. Seeing them lying on the ground, covered in sweat, Guan was suspended in the air and began to point out their shortcomings. After a while, the 3 demons came over and started asking about the situation outside. Immortal Lord Kaiuxi had attacked before, and their words and pressure were still fresh in their memories. They were curious about how the outside world was evolving. Now the Immortal Dynasty is fighting fiercely with the Holy Court. Not long ago, I heard that an immortal spirit moved a sea area with one hand, and billions of living beings were in his hands. He held the ocean and fought against the great monks of the Holy Court. It was earth-shattering. Guan randomly picked something to talk about, and the 3 demons listened attentively. What he said was what really happened. As time went by, the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court suffered more and more casualties, which also caused the hatred between the 2 sides to become deeper and deeper. If this continues, the 2 sides will inevitably break out into a decisive battle that will sweep the entire world. Guan made some calculations, and he was afraid that the world would be shattered by the earthquake. However, there were many variables, and he could not deduce all the options of Zixian, let alone the holy heaven in the tribulation of reincarnation. It's unclear who wins and who loses yet. Guan is not too worried. The Taixuan continent where he is located has not been greatly affected. For him, this is enough. Listening to the changes in the outside world, Tianyao was fascinated, but she did not propose to go out to explore. Her strength was not enough, she was just curious. Seeing that they were very interested, Guan said a few more things. It can make their fighting spirit to cultivate immortality stronger, and Guan is naturally happy to see it. The snow is falling, it's the end of the year. Lujijia's deadline has arrived. Guan and Lujijia were sitting on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the Xian Valley. Senior brother, 600 years ago, did you ever think that Xian Valley could have such a grand occasion? Lujijia asked with a smile, stroking his beard, and many distant images appeared in his eyes, from blurry to clear. From here, we can see that there are disciples in the mountains and forests outside Xian Valley, there are captive monsters, and there are bright red forests of various colors. The area of Xian Valley is full of prosperity for more than 10 miles. Guan replied, actually, I feel that there is not much difference between now and before, because some people are still there, to be precise, you are still there. The only old friend left in Xiangu was Lujia. After Lujia passed away, Xiangu became a new chapter for Guan, at least not that important in his heart. Lujia turned to look at Guan, feeling that his senior brother's profile looked so young, as if the years had not left any mark on him. Senior brother, do you still remember Sohan? Lujia suddenly asked. Guan glanced at him and said, how could I forget that there is no other disciple who has taken a more wrong path than him? Mentioning Sohan, Guan felt even more emotional. The brothers chatted about Sohan, and Guan began to understand the Sohan in Lujijia's mouth. The flying snow is getting bigger and bigger, and the snow mist gradually rises around Sungu, constantly swallowing up the sight of mortals. Lujijia's head lowered lower and lower, and his voice became weaker. Zhang Shi stood in front of the wooden fence of the park, looking at Lujia on the cliff, his eyes full of reluctance. Lujia had already talked to him last night, and he knew that Lujia was going back today. Although the two of them were considered brothers in Yaoga, in Zhang Shi's heart, Lujia was his second father. Zhang Shi felt extremely uncomfortable, holding the wooden railing tightly with both hands. An Shengtian walked out of the woods and was about to say hello to Zhang Shi when he noticed his expression, so An Shengtian followed his gaze. An Shengtian was silent after seeing the figures of Lujia and Guan. He also had a good impression of Lujia. Lujia took good care of him on weekdays, but he felt uncomfortable when he thought of Lujijia's imminent death. He even thought of his father and grandfather. The entire Xian Valley was filled with a sad and depressing atmosphere. All the disciples had guessed this incident. They did not dare to discuss it and could only bury themselves in their own affairs. Until dusk, Guan carried Lujia down the mountain, and the disciples gathered together, all looking at Guan in silence. Afterwards, Guan began to bury Lujia, and all the disciples in the valley stood guard together. After the tombstone was erected, the disciples knelt down and worshipped Lujia together. Under nightfall, the snow on Guan's attic suddenly slid down, crushing a weed beside the steps. 40 years later, early summer. In the outer gate of the city, the 700-year-old Guan and the 702-year-old Wu Ju were drinking in the inn. Wu Ju had just entered the Sungzin state and was in a very good mood. He kept talking about his breakthrough experience. With the help of Taixuan, he broke through easily. You don't know how terrifying the disaster was that day. If it hadn't been for the help of the sect, I would have been wiped out in ashes. For this, the sect consumed countless spiritual stones, and my own spiritual energy pills were also drained. Wu Ju's eyebrows were beaming. Hearing this, Guan exclaimed from time to time. Sungzin state, a little slow? And this is the speed of Wu Ju's cultivation after he was focused on training after he was freed from the unjust case. Guan feels that there is still a big gap between Wu Ju and Li Sundao, Lu Xian, and Li Ya, and the maximum lifespan of these three people is not as good as his. For a long time, Wu Ju put down his wine bowl and asked with a smile, what about you? How have you been these past years? Have you encountered any difficulties? Guan did not hide anything and told the story of Lujijia's death. Since Lujijia's death, he spent less and less time in Xian Valley. Yalan and Zhen Qin were struggling outside. To him, Xiangu was all his juniors. When getting along with each other, the disciples were inevitably reserved, which made him feel that staying there was boring. Wu Ju fell into silence after hearing this. He couldn't help but think that if Guan died, he would be so sad. He stared at Guan and said, Brother Gu, you have to practice hard. Considering your age and cultivation level, you are not without hope of nirvana. Guan rolled his eyes at him and said angrily, it makes you look like you have reached nirvana. Hey, is it difficult to reach nirvana with my qualifications? What if you run into trouble again in the future? I can still find a way inside Taixuan Sect, but who can help you outside? Guan shook his head and said, these words made Wu Ju embarrassed. He couldn't persuade Guan, so he could only pour wine. If you dare to mess with me, little brat, I must get you drunk today. Wu Ju thought so in his heart. Then, he asked the waiter to serve the most expensive spiritual wine in the store. 2 hours later, Guan placed the drunk Wu Ju in the guest room, while he went downstairs and continued to wander around on the blood prison monarch. Master, what does that wine taste like? Can it make you drunk even in the Xian state of mind? The great sage of blood prison asked curiously. When he was in the lower realm, he had never been drunk since he entered the path of cultivating immortals, so he felt strange about this. We can go to the restaurant to order some spiritual wine from overseas. Guan replied casually, looking towards the street ahead. Every year, many new tricks appear in the outer city, which also shows that the influence of Taixuan is constantly expanding. Since the Sheng family was dealt with, Taixuan has developed faster, and more forces are trading with Taixuan, especially after the battle where Fudeo Sword Master suppressed Kayuxi Immortal Lord. Such a situation pushed to the top. Along the way, Guan greeted people from time to time, and the smile on his face never stopped. While walking, Guan suddenly saw someone. He immediately said hello, Zhang Kaiying, why are you here? He naturally knew why Zhang Kaiying came, but he had to pretend not to know. Zhang Kaiying was wearing a red dress and a veil, and she had just walked out of an attic. She looked at Guan, her eyes turned into 2 crescent moons as she smiled. She walked up to the Blood Hell Sage and said with a smile, I said I came to see you, do you believe me? If you don't believe it, I don't live here. Guan shook his head. Seeing that Zhang Kaiying was already at the 8th level of the fusion realm, Guan was very satisfied. Zhang Kaiying had a maximum lifespan of more than 5,000 years and would definitely be able to achieve nirvana. In other words, she can stay with him for tens of thousands of years. Although many old friends have passed away, there are still many old friends alive in this world, which makes Guan not feel too lonely. He turned over and walked side by side with Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang did not hide the purpose of her trip. Several disciples of the Taixuan Sect had conflicts with the Taixuan disciples, and were eventually arrested by the Taixuan disciples. She came to ask for help. However, things are a bit troublesome. Taixuan said that the person who arrested the disciples of the Taixuan Sect was the Ji family, and it was because of a deadly feud, so it was not easy for them to intervene. Guan said nonchalantly, "It's a trivial matter. I'm quite capable when it comes to connections. I saved the drunk guy just now, thanks to Blood of the Stars for the reward of 5,000 starting coins, and Deo my heart like fire for the reward of 500 starting coins. Really? Then I'll wait for you to help me." Zhang Qiang looked at Guan and said with a smile. Guan glanced at her and said, "Wait a minute, isn't your real purpose aimed at the Ji family again?" Zhang Qiang hummed, "People are coming and going, aren't you afraid of being heard by Ji's family?" There were indeed many people walking on the street, but there were also many people who spoke more arrogantly than Guan, so he was not afraid at all. "Who dares to wear my little shoes in Taixuanmen?" Guan pretended to be arrogant, and then he showed a smile and greeted the person walking in front. Looking at the graceful Guan, Zhang Qiang wanted to laugh. After Guan's acquaintance left, Zhang Qiang joked, "Speaking of which, I heard that Sect Master Lu wants to train you to be the next Sect Master. I thought he was joking before, but now it seems that you really have something to offer." Guan shook his head and said, "Forget it, he hasn't mentioned this matter for many years. Ever since the overseas monks integrated in, Liu Badian rarely mentioned the position of the sect leader. It was not that he was reluctant to part with it, but that he was increasingly unable to help himself. The sect leader's power was being diluted, and let Guan be the sect leader will only bring trouble to Guan. Who told you not to practice hard?" Zhang Qiang said angrily. She had noticed Guan's extraordinary talent more than 600 years ago. Unfortunately, no matter how much she tried to persuade him, this boy just focused on the medicine garden and idled away every day. He loved reading books and refused to practice hard. What do you know? This is also a kind of cultivation. Sooner or later you will understand that chi cultivation is the stupidest way. Then I'll wait and see. Don't pretend to have forgotten what I said then. You know a lot about women. I can't help it. Many of my connections are based on my face. The more women I meet, the more I understand. I really want to seal you in a coffin for the rest of your life." The two of them were chatting and shopping. Zhang Qiang's mind quickly drifted away. It was true that she came to ask for someone, but it was not her main purpose. This time, she came to see Swordmaster Fudeo. Night falls, in the woods outside Taixuanmen. Zhang Qiang stood under the tree, frowning. The breeze blew her robe, but she didn't feel cold at all. She felt very uneasy. Hundreds of years ago, Fudeo Swordmaster gave her the power to control the Epiphyllum Demon Mother, and she used it to found the Flower Judging Sect. From being lonely and helpless to becoming a giant in the world of immortality, without Fudeo Swordmaster, she would not be where she is today. How could she not be nervous about Fudeo Swordmaster? The reason why she was most nervous was that she didn't know why Fudeo Jianzhen was helping her. She was born in a demon sect, but she doesn't believe in absolutely perfect people. Even though Fudeo Swordmaster has a name of justice, he also has another side. She has envisioned many possibilities and is also imagining ways to deal with them. Click. There was the sound of leaves being trampled not far away, and she was so startled that she turned her head and saw a shadow walking out of the darkness. Kinkaya Pavilion's demonic shadow magic? Zhang Qiang immediately saluted Fudeo Swordmaster. "What's the matter?" Fudeo Swordmaster asked, his voice hoarse. Zhang Qiang remembered this voice, which had sounded when the immortal Lord Kaiaxi came. She took a deep breath and immediately revealed the reason for her visit. Epiphyllum Ghost Mother was caught. His accompanying disciples were possessed by the other party's soul thought, and returned all the way back to the Flower Judging Sect. When they faced Zhang Qiang, the soul thought appeared. The opponent came from the Soul Jeweling Demon Palace and wanted to use the Epiphyllum Demon Mother to force the Flower Judging Sect to become a disciple. Its effectiveness. Before Zhang Qiang agreed, he made a request first. Taixuan Sect must send 10,000 monks under 1,000 years old to Guling Demon Palace every year. That soul thought also severely damaged the senior officials of Taixuan Sect in front of Zhang Qiang, and then walked away in an extremely arrogant manner. Zhang Qiang really had no choice but to come and visit Fudeo Swordmaster. The Taixuan Sect is a righteous sect. How can it do such a harmful thing for overseas demons? Zhang Qiang said in a deep voice. Seeing her serious look, Guan wanted to laugh. Really good at pretending. Guan turned around, left a few words and walked into the darkness. "I understand, they will not come to trouble you again. As for the night-blooming Epiphyllum Ghost Mother, she will come back on her own." Hearing this, Zhang Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Fudeo Swordmaster's back, gritted her teeth and asked, "Senior, why did you choose me?" After asking this question, the dark clouds hanging over her heart finally dissipated. Some things have to be faced. After witnessing the magical power of Fudeo Swordmaster to suppress Kaiaxi Immortal Lord, she felt that she would never be able to surpass Fudeo Swordmaster in this life, so there was no need to wait. Guan did not look back and continued to move forward, his voice drifting towards her. "I am helping you because of my disciple's request. As for his identity, you don't have to worry. Didn't you call him the only person you care about in the world? As soon as the words fell, Guan disappeared into thin air. He knew that Zhang Qiang was always worried about this, so he took this opportunity to calm her worries. When Zhang Qiang heard this, her beautiful eyes widened and she froze on the spot. After a while, she suddenly laughed out loud and said softly, "You really have connections in Taixuan Sect." She didn't care that Guan deliberately concealed the matter. After all, her life had changed because of Guan. She owed it to him. Who did she have to complain? She was more surprised. With the guidance of Fudeo Sword Master, Guan will definitely surpass her in the future. Now think about what Guan said. Qi cultivation is the stupidest way. Perhaps it is true. Fudeo Sword Master taught him a more advanced cultivation method. Zhang Qiang looked up and saw that the bright moon emerging from the gaps in the leaves was so beautiful, just like her mood. On the other side, Guan returned to the attic of the third medicine valley, and the original body and the clone were exchanged. Ji Xiao downstairs did not notice at all, and it was impossible for the Sun Moon Underworld Emperor to see through. Guan picked up the fortune-telling pen on the table. Before Zhang Qiang came, he had deduced that the Guling Demon Palace was an out-and-out demonic force, and its owner was the reincarnation of the demon who had awakened his memory. The reason why he chose Taixuan continent was because he wanted to investigate the Fudeo Sword Master. Prepare for the future demon invasion of Tianling Heaven and Earth. Everyone in the Juling Demon Palace is guilty of heinous crimes. Killing them is considered as eliminating harm for all sentient beings. Guan began to wave his pen in the air and wrote the words Guling Demon Palace, and then used the mantra of longevity to determine their life and death. Anyone who has the luck of the Spirit Demon Palace will be destroyed. The palace owner of the Juling Demon Palace is a magical spirit fairy. Further down the line, his power is similar to that of the Xingai group cult, and the number of people is far less than that of the Xingai group cult. When Guan placed the fortune-telling pen on the table, prompts popped up in front of his eyes. You successfully captured the 709-year lifespan of the Yinji Genren, 7th level of Sangxian realm. You successfully captured Lin Gexuan's, 2nd floor of Wonderland, 2171-year lifespan. You successfully captured the 624-year lifespan of Yingfu, 8th level of Nirvana realm. Guan looked at these prompts with a blank expression. The demon palace that made Zhang Qiang despair was as unworthy of mention as the ashes on the table in front of him. However, as the reminders increased, Guan felt a special kind of luck approaching him. He felt intimate with this kind of luck and instinctively wanted to accept it, but he restrained himself. This is heaven's reward for him. He will get this kind of luck if he kills those who have committed serious crimes. To be precise, this is not luck, but it is just as invisible and intangible as luck. Merit? Guan suddenly realized something. The theory of merit has long been heard in the human world. It turns out that it is not groundless. People are doing it, and God is indeed watching. Different from the Great Cold Demon Sect, the sins of the Soul Guling Demon Palace are more serious. The Great Cold Demon Sect can rely on the luck of the Holy Court to wash away most of the sins, but the Soul Guling Demon Palace does not rely on the Holy Court and can act recklessly and commit sins that are rare in this world. The heavenly merit obtained by destroying the Demon Palace of Souls is so huge that as long as Guan accepts it in his heart, he will pounce on him. Guan did not accept the merits of heaven, and decided to keep his distance from heaven. Eventually, all prompts fall. He gained nearly 700 million years of life in one breath. It's better to earn more life by killing animals? At this moment, Guan even had the urge to destroy the world of evil, but he thought of Long Zhan's fate and held back. No matter how he convinced himself, he was acting for his own selfish reasons. The more people he killed, the greater the impact, so he couldn't mess around. Guan brought up the attribute panel and saw that his lifespan had reached more than 2.9 billion years, and his Taoist mind calmed down. If you save for a few more years, you will be able to break through. The years are worry-free, but he must keep the pace of getting stronger to avoid the arrival of an unstoppable powerful enemy. The moon sets and the sun rises. At noon the next day, Ji Xiao came to see Guan. The disciples of the Taixuan Sect have been released. Ji Xiao stared at Guan and said. Guan put down the book in his hand, raised his head and said with a smile, "Thank you. What is the relationship between the leader of Taixuan Sect and you?" After hearing her inquiry, Guan did not hide anything and roughly recounted the process of getting to know Zhang Qiang. She helped me a lot in my early days of cultivating immortality. Without her guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today. Guan said seriously. Ji Xiao asked, "What about other than that?" Guan asked in surprise, "Besides what? What else do you want to ask?" Ji Xiao was about to say something, but her eyes changed, and she continued, "Forget it, I have a destiny in this life, and I will not live forever. If you have so many women who treat you well, even if I return to my true self, I will feel at ease in this life. What you said is true. You are who you are, and your soul remains unchanged. Don't worry." Guan comforted her. Ji Xiao shook her head and said, "You don't understand this feeling." After that, she turned and left. Guan looked at her and couldn't help but think of the third lady in her previous life. Suddenly he felt a little regretful. Perhaps due to his childhood experience, he has some unexplainable feelings for the third lady, including gratitude and perhaps affection. Maybe Ji Xiao was right, at least in this life she and the third lady seem to be two people. After all, he and the third lady have not seen each other for the last time. Maybe the third lady didn't even think of him before she died. Guan shook his head and cursed himself for being pretentious. He picked up Qing Xiao's travel notes and began to cultivate his mind. It must be Xian Tianyi, whose free and easy writing style influenced Guan, and helped Guan reduce the meaningless sorrow in his heart many times. The dead are gone, cherish the living and life must go on. Guan thought this way and was soon attracted by a story about an isolated island. End of chapter. I'm ready to leave, thank you for your help. Outside Sunge, Zhang Qiang looked at Guan and said seriously. In the mountain forest not far away, several Taixuan Sect disciples were recuperating from their injuries, waiting for Zhang Qiang. Guan waved his hand and said, if you want to thank me, just thank Ji Xiao. Zhang Qiang knew Ji Xiao, and she also knew that this Ji Xiao was not the Ji Xiao she knew. She didn't think about Ji Xiao, but thought about Fudeo Sword Master's words. She asked softly, you have helped me so much behind my back, how can you keep silent? Guan understood what she was talking about. He blinked and said, so what? Will it make you appreciate me more? That's so boring. Just develop the Taixuan Sect well. Your life will be long, and you can expect thousands of years to come. You and I can still have a good time over wine. Hearing this, Zhang Qiang smiled and said, then you have to live for thousands of years. I will try my best. Hearing Guan's words, Zhang Qiang smiled, then turned and left. Guan watched her leave without feeling melancholy as he bid farewell to an old friend, because he knew that he and Zhang Qiang would have many chances to meet each other, and the Taixuan Sect was not far away in his eyes. Some distances are not measured by steps, but by the rolling dust that drives destiny. Even if some people will still live, at a certain moment, Guan will feel that this separation is forever. When Zhang Qiang and others left with their swords, Guan couldn't help but stretch. I still have to face a new life. I am feeling depressed at the age of 700. What will I do when I am 1,000,000, 10,000, or even hundreds of millions years old? Guan thought silently in his heart, with a smile on his face. Birth, old age, illness, and death cannot stop you, so why bother with persistence? Cherishing the fate of a lifetime is enough. Guan turned around and walked into Sunge, thinking of Xiaochuan at the same time. Why hasn't this brat been reincarnated yet? For others, Guan only wants fate for a lifetime, but for Xiaochuan, he is even more greedy. 5 years later, Taixuan Sect, in a courtyard. Zhang Qiang sat across from the Epiphyllum Ghost Mother. After listening to the Epiphyllum Ghost Mother's words, Zhang Qiang looked strange and asked, are you sure it was 5 years ago? That's right, it was very quiet that night, and no one came to see me until dawn. I went out to take a look, and found that all the people in the demon palace were dead. They died very strangely. There were no signs of fighting, as if they had been beaten. Soul, not a single demon in the whole palace is alive, but those of us who are imprisoned are still alive. Epiphyllum Ghost Mother recalled that scene with a look of fear on her face. Zhang Qiang was secretly frightened. She knew that Fudeo Sword Master was very strong, but hearing the description from Epiphyllum Ghost Mother, it was still very scary. She took a deep breath and revealed her plan to seek help from Sword Master Fudeo. After hearing this, Epiphyllum Ghost Mother relaxed. She said with a fanatical look on her face, the most correct decision in my life is to seek refuge with Fudeo Sword Master. Zhang Qiang looked at her and said secretly, you will regret it. This time she asked Fudeo Sword Master to take action, and she was repaying the night-blooming Epiphyllum Ghost Mother for her help over the years. But the Epiphyllum Ghost Mother is hated by Zhen Qin. In terms of relationship, Zhen Qin can be regarded as the disciple of Fudeo Sword Master. No matter how you look at it, the Epiphyllum Ghost Mother will face death sooner or later. Fudeo Sword Master obviously didn't care about Epiphyllum Ghost Mother either. The destruction of the soul-juiling demon palace is also an opportunity for us. I found a lot of good things there, which can help Taixuan Sect take off. Epiphyllum Demon Mother suddenly said excitedly. Zhang Qiang's eyes lit up, and the two began to discuss taking over the soul-juiling demon palace. In the Holy Court, in the magnificent hall, the Holy Prime Minister sat on his throne and listened to the reports of the officials in the hall. Behind him, Shengtian's throne exuded a faint golden light, as if there was a figure sitting on it. Nowadays, the scope of our control over the world is shortening. Even within the scope of our control, sects and dynasties have been destroyed one after another. It is impossible to investigate the truth. An old man said in a vicissitudes of tone. The Holy Minister said, in extraordinary times, there is no need to use force to investigate. The Holy Court's goal is the immortal dynasty. Destroying the immortal dynasty and regaining control of the world will be easy. It just makes all living beings feel how dark the years are without the protection of the Holy Court. The Holy Court he has been in power for too long, and he has been born in peace and does not know the horror of the dark years. His words were recognized by many people in the palace, because immortal ancestor Yuangsu blessed all people in the world and opened up reincarnations, which led to a better reputation of the immortal dynasty. This can be seen from the growth gap in luck between the two sides. The hearts of all living beings are approaching the immortal dynasty. A man wearing a battle armor stood up and said, the top priority is to cultivate a free immortal, a holy figure, and gather the power of the whole court to help you soar in cultivation. As soon as this statement came out, many people immediately followed and even begged for the holy image. Sheng Xiang is already at the 9th level of the true immortal realm of divine mind, and is only one step away from being a free immortal. Why is it the holy appearance and not the holy spirit? Someone questioned, causing the hall to fall into silence. The holy minister glanced at him, but was not angry, but asked, "Is there anyone else who has different opinions?" The holy court monks in the hall looked at each other, and no one said a word. Boom! A thunderbolt struck out of thin air and landed on the person who had just retorted, instantly turning him into ashes. The holy prime minister stood up and said, "Since you all hope that I will become the immortal of freedom, then prepare a plan. I will gather the luck of the holy court to become the immortal of freedom, and let the people of the holy court see the process of me overcoming the tribulation, which can be regarded as a growth experience." The faces of many people in the palace became ugly. Even though they were afraid of the holy prime minister and did not dare to refute, how could they not feel angry when they saw the holy prime minister killing courtiers at will? Finally, with someone taking the lead, everyone began to worship the holy image for the people of the holy court. The saint looked up and saw a starry sky appearing on the top of the sky. That guy should be coming back. When he comes back, it will be my chance to make a breakthrough and let the common people witness the power of gods. The saint murmured to himself. Other side. Taixuan Sungu. Guan was reading in the woods, sitting and practicing with an Xian. He looked at Shengtian who was practicing his sword not far away. Near Shengtian, Zhangxi stared at him closely. "How do you choose to use a knife? It doesn't feel powerful enough." An Xian muttered, looking at Guan. Guan opened the page and said, "Everyone has his own choice, just follow him." "Master, tell me, what weapon is suitable for me? Aren't you practicing sword practice? I feel that the sword is not suitable for me. I like a magical weapon like the pen in your hand, which is more innovative. Then think about it slowly and don't ask me about this kind of thing." Guan said perfunctorily, and he stood up and put Qing Xia's travel notes in his arms. An Xian stood up and said resentfully, "How could I have imagined this? I practice all the time according to your instructions. Please help me think about it." Guan did not answer, but looked up. The sky was blue, and a white light flashed across quickly. Someone is here again. It seems that there will be more chaos later. Guan thought in his heart. That white light just now was clearly a free immortal? Third update? A minute late, still counting yesterday's update. It didn't start today, master. What are you looking at? An Xian asked curiously. She looked up and saw nothing in the sky. She wouldn't think that Guan was just looking casually. He must have seen something. Guan looked away and chuckled. Another powerful guy has come to the world. How awesome. I can't stop his awesomeness today. After listening to an Xian, he was thoughtful. Guan looked at Shengtian. Perhaps there were too many peerless geniuses around him, and Shengtian's qualifications seemed mediocre in his eyes. But it's okay. Guan took him in because he just wanted to help him and didn't ask for anything. The younger generations have their own lives. He just needs to help. It is none of his business what path the younger generations take. Guan withdrew his gaze, turned around and walked towards the valley, and an Xian quickly followed. Zhangxi turned around and looked anxious. He already knew that Guan was Fudeo Sword Master. Fudeo Sword Master had a disciple who was a legend of Taixuan Sect. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between Shengtian and Hao. Zhangxi had also heard about Hao's deeds and knew how exaggerated Hao's speed was. Hao was able to achieve such exaggerated speed because of Guan's personal guidance, but Shengtian did not receive such treatment. Guan had watched Shengtian practice so many times, but he just watched, which made Zhangxi anxious. If the foundation is not laid well, the gap with those peerless geniuses will only become wider in the future. "Master, how about my sword skills?" Shengtian suddenly turned to Zhangxi and asked in an excited tone. Zhangxi said perfunctorily, "You still have to practice." After saying that, he walked away. Shengtian looked confused. Why did he feel that his master was in a bad mood? On the other side, Guan brought an Xian to Renjian Peak, where he taught an Xian how to practice. Guan spared no effort in cultivating an Xian, who was his precious disciple. He is really ready to train an Xian to surpass Hao and Yangjian. At present, an Xian's talent is indeed far inferior to those two, but Guan has the resources and can preach for him, so there is still hope to erase the talent gap. Hao and Yangjian did not have the guidance of Daozang Zaizaxian. 2 hours later, Guan walked down the mountain path, while an Xian stayed on the top of the mountain. As Renjian Peak changed the threshold for recruiting disciples, Dingtian Peak also had many disciples under the Nirvana realm. Along the way, Guan would smile and nod when greeting disciples. Unlike Taixuan Sect, which was changing with each passing day, Dingtian Peak had not changed much. Compared with many years ago, even the flowers and plants on the road had not changed much. For a long time, Guan arrived at the bottom of Dingtian Peak. The further down he went, the more and more disciples became denser, and the noise became louder. When he came here, no disciple knew Guan, so no one said hello. Guan came all the way to a medicine garden. He turned around and saw a woman sprinkling spiritual water in the garden. It was Zhu Shi who swallowed the UNTI in the early days. Zuxi recently encountered difficulties. He offended a disciple of Dingtian Peak and was suppressed there for nearly 10 years. In the past 10 years, Zuxi behaved very honestly, which made the disciple gradually forget about her. Zhu Shi, who was spraying water, felt something and looked up, and then saw Guan looking at him. She pretended to be embarrassed and asked timidly, "Senior, is something wrong? Really good at pretending? This guy seems to be only at the 5th level of nascent soul realm. In fact, he has devoured the spiritual power of a fusion realm monk and even destroyed his soul." The strength of the Taixuan was far beyond that of any physique in the world, even in Hao and Yangjian were far inferior to her. Zuxi's strength cannot be measured by superficial realm. In a sense, she is very similar to Guan. She can swallow spiritual power and mana, while Guan can take away lifespan. It's okay, I just happened to be passing by. Why are you the only one in this medicine garden? Guan asked with a smile. His gentle expression relieved Zuxi's nervousness. Zuxi replied, the owner of the garden went out to visit Taoist friends and I don't know when he will return. When he comes back, I can leave. Guan waved to Zuxi. Zuxi hesitated for a moment, but walked out of the medicine garden. She came to Guan, and they were 5 steps apart. She asked nervously, Senior, what do you need me to do? Guan raised his right hand and pinched it with his fingers. 5 secret books appeared in his hand, unfolding in a fan shape, revealing their respective titles. Meeting is fate. If you meet my eyes, pick a book. Guan calculated that if he continued, Zuxi would sooner or later become hostile to Renjian Peak. In any case, he was also the master of Dingtian Peak and should do something for Renjian Peak, and he was looking forward to Zuxi's future. Zhu Shi glanced at it with a strange expression. The innate power of heaven and earth, the step of stepping on the path of time, the vitality of Tao Gang, the innate reincarnation power, the universe in the palm of your hand. They all look great, but they are unreliable. There are no peerless secrets engraved on books. The immortal Cultivation Sect uses jade slips and can be read with spiritual consciousness. Guan was not in a hurry and left it to her to choose. If she doesn't like it, forget it. Guan didn't have to use this method to resolve potential grievances. If Zuxi really dared to cause trouble at Dingtian Peak, he could suppress it with just a flip of his hand. Can Taixu swallow the Yuan body to swallow the great magic power of Hunyuan to refine the virtual body? Although Zuxi felt that it was unreliable, he thought about it again. He would not suffer any loss if he chose one, and if he refused, would this person become angry? After so many years of cultivating immortality, Zuxi has encountered all kinds of troubles and has already had the experience to deal with them. Zuxi took out a secret book and thanked Guan. Step on the path of time? Guan looked at her deeply, then smiled, turned and left. Zuxi didn't expect him to leave like this. She watched Guan's figure disappear at the corner of the mountain road before she returned to the garden. She did not continue to sprinkle water, but sat in front of the wooden table and began to read the steps. It didn't take long for her face to become serious, and her hands holding the secret book were even trembling. This magical power. Zuxi looked up and could no longer feel Guan's breath. But she remembered Guan's face and felt very complicated. After reading the secret book, she was sure that this magical power was real and extremely powerful. The other party did not trick her, which made her have to think wildly. Why does the other party fall in love with her? It's definitely not something that pleases her eyes. Did the other party see through her physique? Although Zuxi didn't know where her physique came from, she knew that once word of this physique spread, she would be a public enemy to the whole world. No, we have to leave the human peak? Zuxi thought to himself, his eyes becoming firm. A few days later, the third medicine valley, in the attic. Guan was chatting with Shenzhen, and his mind was locked on Zhu Shi. He didn't expect that his kind act would scare Zhu Shi away, which made him even more curious about Zhu Shi. This woman is too cautious, almost like another him. He was not angry, but looked forward to Zuxi's future even more. It was easier to survive with such a temper. I dream less and less now. Do you think I have lost my talent? Shenzhen said worriedly. When her body was taken over by the demon bender, her consciousness was in a dream, so she didn't even know that the demon bender existed, let alone that the demon bender was dead. Guan smiled and said, the dream you had before was already exaggerated. It is equivalent to enlightenment. How can you always realize it? What you have to do now is to summarize what you have realized in the past and settle down your Taoist heart. Sooner or later, there will be another time. You know Wu decide. He began to talk about Wuju's enlightenment. He did not mention the ultimate lifespan, but Wuju did realize it several times. Shenzhen didn't expect that martial artist to have such experience, no wonder he could rise suddenly. Huh? Think about it this way, why do people related to you always encounter all kinds of adventures? Shenzhen asked suddenly. Guan raised his eyebrows and said, could it be my fault? Why don't you kneel down and thank me? When Shenzhen heard this, he couldn't help rolling his eyes and said angrily, how is it possible that you are worthy? I just think there is some coincidence. Maybe we people have something in common. Maybe it's luck. A great monk came to Taixuan before. I went to listen to the sermon, and he talked about luck. Guan did not go to listen to the sermon at that time because the other party was just a Sangxian. But now when he heard what Shenzhen said, he listened very seriously. People with great luck can always turn danger into safety and break limits. At the same time, they will also attract each other. It sounds like luck can indeed be used as the reason. After Shenzhen chatted with Guan, the worries in her heart dissipated. She felt that Guan was right and there was no need to think too much. She had already gained enough before. As long as she maintains a normal mind, sooner or later she will be able to gain enlightenment through music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I am a human god. All living beings who speak my god's name and have pious beliefs can be protected by my divine power. A loud and majestic voice sounded, shocking the whole world and interrupting Shenzhen's speech. After hearing this, Shenzhen showed a look of astonishment. Guan looked at her and asked, what's wrong? Shenzhen took a deep breath and said, when I was writing before, I thought of the name God on earth, and even came up with a scene. After I drew it, it somehow disappeared. When Guan heard this, he knew that it was destroyed by Demon Bianen, for fear of alarming the gods on earth. That human is also at the 9th level of the immortal realm? He does not have the luck of the Holy Court, but he has a complicated cause and effect with the Holy Court. This time, there is a high probability that the Holy Court invited him. How about I draw it for you again? Shenzhen said, stood up and went to get paper and pen. Wait a minute, the other person has already come to the world, do you still dare to draw it? Aren't you afraid that he will suddenly appear in front of us later? Guan stared at her and asked angrily. When Shenzhen heard this, he thought it made sense, and then chose to sit down. He claims to be a god, could he be a real immortal god? Shenzhen asked curiously. Before the war between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court began, everyone thought they were immortal gods. However, with the chaos in the world, all living beings were disillusioned with them and thought they were just a powerful force. Guan shook his head and said, how do I know? Shenzhen opened his eyes wide and said, if you can write the romance of the gods, Journey to the West, and the romance of the Three Kingdoms, you must have been touched by an immortal in your dream. You must know more than me. She always believed that those 3 books were not fabricated and must be some period of immortal history. Not just her, there are many people in the world who think so. This is why Panin is always remembered. The cry of the human alarmed all living beings in the world, but there was not much reaction in Taixuan Sect. Speeches like this have appeared several times before. In addition, Taixuan continent has not been affected by the chaos in the world. Most of the monks heard the words of the human god, but they were just curious and did not believe it. All living beings in Taixuan continent have their own beliefs, and that is Fudeo Swordmaster. Are the human gods as powerful as Fudeo Swordmaster? Shenzhen also expressed this meaning and was quite disdainful of the gods on earth. When I drew him, and I drew Fudeo Swordmaster's magical powers, I feel that Fudeo Swordmaster is stronger, really. Shenzhen said seriously. Guan said helplessly, no matter what, the other party can dominate the world, and his cultivation is beyond our imagination, so we should not discuss it less. Shenzhen glared at Guan and said, look at how cowardly you are, what are you afraid of? He dares to come to support Deo Swordmaster's territory. Fudeo Swordmaster only protects the common people, he doesn't care about personal grudges. With the cultivation level of the one who has seen it, it is impossible for an existence like a human to come for a certain person. Swordmaster Fudeo will definitely not give him a chance. It sounds like you know Fudeo Swordmaster best. Nonsense, I must know better than you. Seeing Shenzhen's vow, Guan found that he couldn't defeat her, as if no one knew the Fudeo Swordmaster better than her. Guan was too lazy to argue with her, so he changed the subject and talked about other things, while turning his spiritual thoughts towards the human god. The human opened a dojo on a straight and majestic mountain peak, and accepted 100 flying immortals from heaven and earth as land immortals, seemingly preparing to promote the divine way. These 100 flying immortals from heaven and earth come from different sects and are found one by the gods on earth. It is worth mentioning that Baizia from Human Peak is also there. If not for Baizia's invitation, Guan would not have joined the Human Peak. However, ever since Guan revealed his stronger strength, the relationship between the two has become estranged, and Baizia intentionally stayed away from him. Guan didn't know what his mentality was. All he could do was follow his wishes and become a land immortal under the gods on earth. In Baizia's view, this was the greatest opportunity in his life. However, after Guan's deduction, this road is full of dangers, and the gods on earth will confront the immortal dynasty. Half an hour later, Shenzhen left. Guan continued to deduce Baizia's fate to increase his understanding of cause and effect. Although the shouts of the human gods had no impact on the Taixuan continent, all sentient beings overseas were thinking about it, especially those who were suffering deeply. As if they were grasping life-saving straws, they began to kneel down and worship the sky, praying for the protection of the human gods. In the following years, the divine way of human gods grew rapidly, and Guan could see that his luck was growing rapidly. When the luck of the human reaches a point where it can compete with the immortal dynasty, he will launch an offensive against the immortal dynasty. Time flies, 20 years pass quickly. Behind mountains, Guan, wearing a mask, was sitting on the eaves with his legs crossed, very leisurely. He called up his properties panel to check. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 725/3, 169, 008, 271. Physique, Hunyuan refining virtual body. Cultivation, Tao Zhang is perfect in the fairyland. 3.1 billion years of life. I don't know if it's enough to break through. Guan thought happily, he suddenly wanted to play a game of reincarnation life. Through reincarnation and evolution, he can also increase his understanding of cause and effect and destiny. He has not used it for many years and has been tolerant. In recent years, he has been paying attention to the gods on earth. He can detect the strong cause and effect of reincarnation on the gods on earth, which means that the gods on earth have experienced many reincarnations. This shows that reincarnation is also a kind of practice for great monks. Guan can also reincarnate, and it is a risk-free reincarnation. But when he thought of Lu Kaixian and Longqing, Guan was afraid that the reality would be reflected. He thought about it and felt that he had too many concerns. No matter how many variables occur, as long as his own strength is getting stronger, He shouldn't have so many burdens, so what if he has more descendants? If he encounters them, he can help him. If he creates sins, then he can suppress them. As for the emergence of more powerful enemies, no matter how he chooses, he will help him on the road to immortality. Enemies will just keep coming. Everything is based on the main road. Bring it on. After Guan convinced himself, his eyes under the mask became excited. Open a plate? You spend 10 million years of life to start a reincarnation evolution. Start connecting the avenue rules. Start looking for the world of reincarnation. You have the following choices, choose one. 1. Heavenly Spirit and Great Heaven and Earth. 2. Taixuan Great Heaven and Earth. 3. The Dark World. What are these 3 options? Guan frowned and found that there was no refresh option, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. The Great World of Taixuan was the Great World where Luhan was located. Luhan also passed the level and was eventually killed by Emperor Taixuan in the River of Destiny. Not to mention the Dark World, where Chu Lu and Xiao Shengtian were, they all died in the hands of Emperor Taixuan. These 2 choices will most likely have to face Emperor Black Xian again. Guan felt unhappy when he thought of Emperor Taixuan. The God Emperor of Annihilation suppressed the Dragon War, and at least he was eliminating harm for the common people. What about the Black Emperor? This guy has a personal vendetta, and he is using his high level to bully a low-level person. No, you can't be hostile to him, you have to treat him with a normal heart. Guan adjusted his mentality and looked at the first option. Heavenly Spirit and Great Heaven and Earth? What would happen if he chose Tianling Deishandi? In the Tianling Great World, he did not panic. After all, no one in this great world could threaten him for the time being. Give it a try. You choose to reincarnate into the great world of heaven and spirit. Since the rules of this world cannot cover up your talent, you will retain the ability to steal life, but you will not be able to turn on phased functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born into the Yen tribe of the ancient continent and were named Ji by your father. When you were 3 years old, you crushed a rabbit to death, taking away 6 years of your life, and your destiny took a turning point. When you were 7 years old, your energy and blood reached the level of a wild and ferocious beast, and you were named the first divine son of the tribe. When you were 12 years old, you defeated all the Yen tribes and were invincible, and was named the first warrior of the Yen tribe by Yanziu. Looking at the previous prompt, Guan's expression became strange. Tribe? The Flame Clan? He calculated with his fingers that there was no Yen tribe in Tianling Great World, which meant that this life cycle was not at the same time point as his. He continued to look down. When I was 15 years old, an old man came to the Yen tribe. He called himself a land immortal. He knew 5,000 Huiwen before and 5,000 Huiwen later. He knew you at first glance and wanted to tell your fortune. Do you accept it? Is this an NPC that you must encounter at the beginning of reincarnation evolution? Guan silently chose no. You refused him to tell your fortune. However, he did not give up. Instead, he forcibly told your fortune. As a result, his blood attacked your heart and he died suddenly on the spot. When you were 18, you left the Yen tribe alone in order to become stronger. At the age of 20, you condense your soul and your strength can shake the gods. When you were 21 years old, you met the injured dragon girl at the beach. The dragon girl was dying and begging you to save her. Do you choose to save her? No help? You chose not to save dragon girl. After being rejected by you, dragon girl became disheartened and died soon. Her clan brother Qinglong jumped out from the bottom of the sea. Seeing this scene, he suspected that you killed Dragon Girl, so he took action against you. After a fierce battle, you tore the blue dragon into pieces. Guan suddenly regretted it. How can the trouble be greater if we don't save it? At the age of 22, you were hunted by a large number of soldiers and crabs. You were trapped on an island and fell into a desperate situation. You evolved your lifespan and improved your physical training. After several days of fighting, you broke out of the siege. Condensing Sungzin. The mysterious state of mind at the age of 22? How many lives has this guy killed? Guan couldn't see the specific things that happened every year, but judging from the extremely fast growth rate, this guy must be very murderous. In the years that followed, Ji was constantly entangled by the Jinghai Dragon Palace where the dragon girl came from. He killed enemies along the way, slaying dragons and monsters. He grew up astonishingly every year, which made Guan tremble with fear. It's too easy to break. After waiting until he was 40, Guan finally had the opportunity to choose. At the age of 40, you entered the immortal path and forced your way into the Jingshen Dragon Palace and massacred you. He carried the head of the Dragon Prince and came to the Jingshen Dragon King. The seriously injured Jingshen Dragon King knelt down and begged you for forgiveness. Do you choose to let go? The shocking Dragon King. Since they have all reached this point, it is natural to eradicate the weeds. Moreover, the grudge between Ji and Jingshen Dragon Palace is really not to blame on him. Who made Jingshen Dragon Palace insist on thinking that Ji killed Longnu, which led to the growing hatred. Guan chose no. You kill the Jingshen Dragon King, and you start practicing and healing in the Jingshen Dragon Palace. At the age of 50, you learned the strongest inheritance of the Jingshen Dragon Palace, the Jingshen Tongtian record. At the age of 51, you came to Falling Star Continent and made friends with a monk. He invited you to join the Human Peak. Do you choose to join? Human Peak? Finally something looks familiar. Guan immediately chose to join. You joined the Human Peak. You alarmed the senior management of the Human Peak during the assessment. The master of the human peak wants to accept you as his disciple. Do you choose to accept it? Accept. You worship Master Baikidao, the master of Renjian Peak, as your teacher, and you begin to practice with great concentration. When you were 60 years old, Lord Baikida took you to the 10,000 Religions Conference, and you represented the human world peak in the battle. You continued to kill powerful enemies in the 10,000 Religions Conference, and your murderous behavior alarmed all sects. At the age of 61, you won the first place in the 10,000 Religions Conference and were canonized as the heavenly killing star by the immortals. When you were 62 years old, you left the human peak alone to experience. As soon as you went to sea, you were surrounded and suppressed. You wiped out all the enemies. At the age of 63, you forced your way into Hokihia and caught the real culprit behind the plan to encircle you. Hokihia threatened you. If you dared to kill that person, Hokihio would fight you to death. Do you choose to give up? What a ruthless god of death. I feel even more powerful than Longshan. The key is that his strength is not unbridled, but directed at his enemies. Guan felt that even if he gave up, Hokihia wouldn't be able to let him go, so what if he didn't fight to the death? In other circumstances, he might have lowered his head, but Gigi forced his way into the Hoki Sea cliff instead of sneaking in secretly, which shows that Gigi has the strength to fight his way out. No, you ignored the threat of Hokihia and turned the man into a blood mist. Hokihia launched a siege on you. Instead of running away, you chose to fight. After a battle, you killed Hokihia and the morale collapsed. No one dared to do so anymore. Take action on you, and you walk away in the fearful eyes of the remaining monks on the Hoki Sea cliff. Thanks to the fresh meat wonton for the reward of 500 starting coins. I drank some wine tonight and was a little confused. It's time for 2 updates. So fierce. After Guan saw Ji's performance, he sincerely admired him. It had to be said that Ji had exerted his lifespan evolution ability to the extreme. He accumulated lifespan crazily, evolved crazily, and even evolved in battle. He was simply crazy. And no matter what choice this guy makes, as long as the other party dares to take action against him, he will never show mercy. Guan was looking forward to Gigi even more, but he didn't know whether Gigi was born in the past or the future. At the age of 65, your understanding of the record of shocking gods and heavens will reach a higher level, and your soul will transform. At the age of 67, you broke into the cave of the ancient immortal. After some hardships, you won the inheritance of the ancient holy court. You received the inheritance of heaven and received the destiny of heaven. Do you choose to accept it? Ancient holy court? These 4 words made Guan think a lot. However, the holy court has existed for countless years, and we still have to see if the holy court is safe in the time and space where Ji is located. As for destiny, I cannot accept it. No, you refuse to accept the inheritance of heaven. You put this inheritance back to its original place and wait for the next destined person to arrive. At the age of 68, when you were about to leave the cave of the ancient immortal, you suddenly encountered the dead soul of a certain holy in the ancient holy court. The holy saw that you were destined and wanted to teach you a magical power. Do you choose to accept it? Holy Spirit? Guan's expression became strange. He hesitated for a moment and chose to accept. You accept the inheritance of the holy god Yangjian, and you learn the 36 spears of destroying heaven and destroying Dao. Yangjian? Guan could now completely confirm that in the extremely distant future, the Holy Spirit was in the realm of true spiritual consciousness. After Yangjian reached this realm, he died again. How many years would it be? There is no name collision, because the 36 spears of Jutian destroy Dao were taught to Yangjian by the mysterious ghost king stealing the 5 elements, and Guan was still watching at the time. If Yangjian will die, doesn't it mean that the holy court will also die? As Guan was thinking, the prompts in front of him kept popping up, quickly attracting his attention. After learning the 36 spears of Jutian Dao, Ji continued to conquer the world. In the next 50 years, he became famous in Falling Star Continent, and then continued to the next continent. Fighting, and wandering through caves, this is Ji's life. He is not tainted with emotions. Unlike the previous reincarnation, even if Guan helped them refuse, he would be tainted with emotions. At the age of 800, he reached the fairyland of freedom, which shocked the past and the present. At the age of 1123, you defeated Delusion, the strongest man in the world. During the battle, you realized your own Taoism and created the ultimate way of fighting. When you were 1150 years old, you proclaimed yourself a supreme saint, shocking the past and the present, and you began to practice in seclusion. When you are 1200 years old, you step into the long river of time and go to the past to pursue your opponent. When you are 1300 years old, you come to the post-ancient era and start a new battle. Travel to the past? Guan felt strange in his heart. The subsequent experience was still a battle. Every time Guan had a choice, the enemy threatened him or begged for forgiveness. In the end, it took Ji 200 years to sweep through the great world of Tianling in the post-ancient period, seize the destiny of heaven and earth, and his cultivation skyrocketed. However, he did not surpass the 9th level of immortality. His lifespan and evolution were all used to improve his skills and magical powers. After that, he stepped into the long river of time again, heading to a longer past. Medieval times? Be invincible vertically and horizontally, and seize the luck of heaven and earth again? Keep crossing? In the early days of Dao, it was still about conquering the world. In the ancient times, Ji maintained its absolute strength, fighting all the way through the past, and still impacting the more distant eras. He came to the beginning of time. When you were 3,236 years old, you met the great disciple of Taixuan Sect. You took the initiative to ask for a fight and defeated the opponent forcefully. You did not kill the opponent and let him go. When you were 3,237 years old, the master of Taixuan Sect came and wanted to compete with you. In the end, Taixuan intent could not withstand your punch, and the master of Taixuan Sect suffered a disastrous defeat. At the age of 3,238, a river of condensed sword energy falls from the sky, blocking your way. The ancient founder of the Taixuan Sect appears, and his sword intention shakes the heaven and earth. You engage in a shocking battle. In the end, you rely on the ultimate fighting method to break up the opponent's sword intent. Therefore, the battle is too fierce and the opponent is about to die. For some reason, you feel a rare hesitation in your heart. Do you choose to save the opponent? Taixuan Sect. The word Taixuan also made Guan feel hesitant. He thought about it and chose to save the other party. You chose to save Li Ya, the founder of the Taixuan Sect. You sacrificed your true energy and successfully saved Li Ya. As a result, Li Ya gained a trace of the fighting spirit of Ji Dao tactics. You said goodbye to him, and he asked you name. You can only say one word. Good guy, Li Ya? No wonder Guan and Ji would hesitate. Judging from the prompts, Li Ya has already reached the level of immortal free, so how many years will it take? This life cycle is projected too far. Wait, will Ji fight all the way to his era? When Guan thought about this situation, he felt uncomfortable all over. Ji's journey is still going on. There are many free immortals in the Taixuan period. Guan also saw the names of Li Sundao and the great sage of Blood Hell, all of whom were defeated by Ji. Among them, Li Sundao tried his best to win over Ji and was even willing to betroth his daughter to him. He was extremely rejected. Along the way, some of the proudest women in heaven expressed their true feelings to Xiangji, but unfortunately, Guan helped Ji refuse. Be a pure warrior and cultivator? When you were 3,700 years old, you defeated Lucian, the strongest man in the world, and won the destiny of heaven and earth. Your ultimate fighting method reached a new level. When you were 3,800 years old, you returned to the river of time. You were attacked by a mysterious entity, seriously injured, and fell back to your era. A mysterious existence? Guan's head tightened. Although Ji had already caught up with Luhan, it would be a pity to die after only living for more than 3,000 years. The following tips are all about healing. Ji hid in an isolated island to recuperate, and it lasted 1,000 years. Guan felt that his lifespan must be very long, but he didn't know why he refused to transcend the 9th level of immortality. Ji may appear to be strong, but in fact he is cautious in his heart and only does things he is sure of. After arriving in the immortal realm, Ji has been fighting to increase the intensity of Taoism. His strength in the immortal realm has reached a level that spans ancient and modern times. Guan is curious about how strong he is now and whether he can defeat Guan in the immortal realm. After the reincarnation evolution is over, he can simulate the lifespan. Hit yourself? Guan found it interesting and was full of expectations. In the years that followed, Ji began to explore the universe after recovering from his injuries. Judging from the hints, the universe at this time was very vast and the forces were complex, far more exciting than the period when Guan was there. When you were 5,306 years old, you unexpectedly met Fairy Yuquan. You had a great conversation. She invited you to go to the 9 Netherworld to discuss Taoism. Do you choose to accept it? 9 Netherworld? It sounds dangerous. Guan chose no. You refuse to accept Fairy Yuquan's invitation. Fairy Yuquan is very sorry to say goodbye to you. You look at her back, erase the throbbing in your heart, break up the cause and effect with her, and travel the universe alone. When you were 5,400 years old, you entered the Kanglan immortal realm. You were attacked by heavenly demons. You killed tens of thousands of heavenly demons and formed a grudge with the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, you gained the respect of all living beings in the Kanglan immortal realm. When you were 5,402 years old, you were named the immortal war god by the Lord of Kanglan immortal territory. At the age of 5,413, you entered the ancient Jedi of Kanglan immortal domain. You were attacked by the undead of the war court. You wiped out all the undead of the war court in the land. You came to the Dao palace of Kanglan immortal king. When you were 5,414 years old, you realized the Kanglan immortal technique and triggered the heavenly Dao immortal examination. You defeated the immortal god in the examination. Do you choose to accept the heavenly Dao immortal position? Immortal position of heaven? I didn't expect that Ji also had an inheritance similar to Lucian, so it was expected that Ji could pass the inheritance. Guan immediately chose no. What if the gods knew that he could take away his lifespan? You refused to accept the immortal position of heaven, and the immortal gods were furious, claiming that you had offended the power of heaven, and they would definitely capture you within 100 years. Simply sick. Guan was suddenly glad that he had not taken the inheritance test before. If he had tried it, he would have been in big trouble. At the age of 5,480, you evolved through your lifespan, condensed the fruits of the Tao, and became the Dao Zhang Zi Xian. When you were 5,485 years old, a group of immortals and gods came to the universe and began to hunt you down. You fought against tens of thousands of immortals and gods alone, and it was difficult to resist. When you were 5,486 years old, you came to the boundary of the universe, encountered the heavenly spirit god who guarded the gate, and was killed by the heavenly spirit god with an axe. Your death will disappear. End of reincarnation. As the last prompt fell, Guan immediately disappeared from the eaves, moved to an isolated island on the ocean, and quickly opened the lifespan barrier. He meditated and began to receive extremely life memories. Although Gigi only lived for more than 5,000 years, his experience was no less than that of Luhan and Longshan, and was even more exciting. Through Ji's eyes, Guan saw the environment in which the Yen tribe lived. The world was vaster, the spiritual energy was more abundant, and the rabbits Gigi killed when he was young were as big as a hill. Ji, who has shown extraordinary strength since childhood, is the treasure of the entire tribe, and everyone loves him. Before he left the Yen tribe, he had suffered almost no hardship. He had been hunting all year round and had accumulated a lot of lifespan. After that, Guan saw the dragon girl whose life was hanging by a thread. She had an outstanding appearance and an expression that made me feel pity for her. If it were him, if he really faced this situation, he might not be able to help but rescue her. However, Jingshen Dragon Palace acts in a domineering manner, and no matter what choice it makes, it may lead to hostility. The feud between Ji and the Jingshen Dragon Palace lasted for many years. Guan discovered that Ji fought almost every day. At his rate, his lifespan would increase at an extremely fast rate. He was immersed in Ji's memory. From Ji's actions and words, he could feel the difference between Ji and other previous lives. Ji has a kind of arrogance that radiates from his bones. This kind of arrogance is only directed at strong enemies. When facing the weak, he can show his gentle side. Guan also saw the soul of Yangjian. Although his temperament was very different from the Yangjian Guan knew, it was indeed Yangjian. There is also Li Ya. In the Taixuan period, Li Ya had grey hair and a very powerful demeanor. His Taikang swordsmanship was almost as good as that of Guan now. Thank you. I just ask for a reward of 2,000 starting coins from Dehuayuan. Guan was immersed in his memories, feeling his soul-stirring experience. At the same time, Guan's understanding of the Ji Dao's tactics became deeper and deeper. He said it was a battle method, but it was actually the Tao of the Ji. He concentrated all his skills, magical powers, spells, etc. into the Ji Dao. Within the combat method, a set of combat systems of its own are formed. Through this memory, Guan can confirm that the Taixuan period is extremely far away from the present, and it is probably difficult to measure it in millions or tens of millions of years. Taixuan period, Taigu period, Huanggu period, Daoku period, medieval period, post-ancient period, Tianyuan period. There are countless years between each period. In the Taixuan period, we can still see Li Ya, Li Sundao, and Lu Xian, but in the later Taipei period, there are no legends about them. Yangjian did not survive the Taixuan period. Guan thought a lot, but he didn't feel that the future had been decided, nor did he worry about the old friends who did not appear in Ji's life. He experiences more of life. Ji Zedong's fighting power in the same realm is extremely terrifying. Apart from fighting, he spends all his time practicing. Judging from the rapid growth of his Ji Dao tactics, he has devoted most of his life to the Ji Dao tactics. After Guan passed down all his memories, he felt that the ultimate fighting method might be stronger than all the methods he currently mastered. This guy didn't drift off when he reached the fairyland of freedom. Instead, he felt strong uneasiness. This is why he chose to use the long river of time to fight and become stronger. The river of time is different from the river of fate. It can travel through the past and the future. The reason why I choose the past is because I feel that the existence of the past has already passed away, and I don't feel so guilty when I kill. In fact, Ji did not kill indiscriminately, and even appreciated his opponents. Because he let many opponents escape, his lifespan was not as long as Guan expected. They are all warlike people, but they have a clear conscience throughout their lives. They never kill innocent creatures or people who have no hatred. At most, they will not save them. Thinking about Ji's battles, Guan felt that in terms of fighting talent, Ji was stronger. It could even be said that Guan had never seen anyone stronger than Ji. If he had not been chased by immortals and gods, his upper limit would be unimaginable. After entering the Daokuo realm, Ji's fighting talent was obviously stronger. None of the 10,000 immortals were lower than him, and all of them had amazing magical powers. Each one of them brought Ji a sense of oppression that was beyond his previous life. Every opponent. But even so, Ji Leng was able to fight his way out of 10,000 powerful enemies whose realm was higher than his own. As for the heavenly spirit god we met at the end, that guy was indeed terrifying, obviously many levels higher than him. Guan opened his eyes. Instead of returning to the Bahai Mountains immediately, he had another idea. He wants to fight Ji? Although Ji is him, he just wants to compete with his other self. Ji's aura was so strong that even if he died in front of the heavenly spirit god, he had no fear at that time. Just do it? Guan's mind moved. Simulating fighting with Ji requires 1 million years of life. Do you want to continue? Continue? Guan's eyes flashed, and his consciousness fell into the simulation. They are all day as Zizi Xian, but Guan is still in the state of perfection. Guan likes the way of high level to fight low level, but it doesn't mean that he has no requirements for his own fighting ability. This battle lasted for several hours, until dark. Guan opened his eyes and frowned. He actually lost? He can't beat Ji. Ji's Ji-Dao fighting method is really too strong. Any fighting method he uses, Ji can find a way to break it in a very short time. Guan was a little depressed. He had never tried so hard before, but unfortunately he still failed. Losing to himself was nothing, but he felt a little fed up. You have to study the ultimate fighting method later? Guan stood up. He looked towards the mountains of Bahai and saw Master Xian Miao practicing. He was not worried about why he disappeared. Seeing this, he decided to return to Taixuan first. He disappeared into thin air. An incense stick of time later, Guan was sitting in the attic of the third medicine valley. He reviewed the previous battles and kept reviewing them to find a way to defeat Ji. His magic power is more tyrannical than Ji's, but it's obvious that Ji's lifespan invested in Ji's fighting methods far exceeds his investment in Tao's methods. Moreover, Ji's fighting talent is indeed exaggerated. The whole process is full of oppression and has no flaws. This sitting is from night to morning. He only woke up when the sound of the disciples practicing came from the window. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Still being extremely influenced, why do you attach so much importance to the desire to win or lose? Isn't he pursuing a high realm and seeking a low realm? When Ji reached the Tianyuan period, he couldn't imagine how terrifying he was at that time. Ji was definitely not worth mentioning in his eyes. Guan found that reincarnation evolution would absorb the characters and characteristics during evolution. Fortunately, what he absorbed were all the advantages. At least he did not inherit the brutality of Longshan. I have a goal in the future. Guan silently thought that he wanted to understand the ultimate fighting method, and at the same time he thought of Longshan's magical power. The Dharma of the Heavenly Dragon reincarnation? This magical power can condense the body of the previous life and fight with oneself. This magical power is very suitable for life cycle. Guan finally discovered that his reincarnations were all fighting lunatics. If the number of them increased, the Heavenly Dragon reincarnation would become stronger. In a certain sense, the more reincarnations there are, the stronger the Dharma of Heavenly Dragon reincarnation is. The Jui, condensed from the Tianlong reincarnation Dafa, retains the original will to fight, but has no independent thinking and can only fight, not be a clone. Thinking about the future, Guan raised his hand and saw thousands of past lives standing behind him. How spectacular! Longzhan's self-created magical powers are the same as the Ji-Dao tactics, and their upper limit is immeasurable. Guan took a deep breath and no longer insisted on winning or losing. It doesn't matter if you fail, then keep getting stronger. It's time to curb your arrogance and laziness. Guan stood up and went downstairs, preparing to practice with his disciples. As soon as he came downstairs, Ji Xiao also came out and said she wanted to practice with him, but he didn't refuse. During the subsequent practice sessions, Guan could feel Ji Xiao observing him. After merging Ji's life memories, Guan's temperament has changed to some extent. He can't let himself be exactly the same as before merging memories. He's not afraid of Ji Xiao seeing through it. It's fine if he doesn't admit it anyway. What can she do? After the practice ended, Ji Xiao invited Guan to stay in her house for a while, but Guan did not refuse. After entering the house, the two sat across from each other at the table. Ji Xiao stared at Guan and said, "You have some reincarnation aura in you. Where were you yesterday?" Guan replied, "Go and save the world. What happened? Then can you see through who I was in my previous life? Is the little reincarnation Taoist comparable to Shangji? Speaking of which, Ji has also been to the yin and yang realm of later generations, sweeping away all the strong men in the yin and yang realm, and even having the yin and yang realm erect an emperor monument for him. I can't see clearly. I suddenly suspect that you are actually the same as me. We are all powerful reincarnation bodies." Ji Xiao said with a smile on her face. Guan raised his eyebrows and said, "How is that possible? I didn't get the memory of my past life. I didn't even dream about anything. That's because your reincarnation and karma are still dormant, and your cultivation speed is too slow." Ji Xiao smiled, and suddenly thought of something. Her brows furrowed again. If Guan is like her, isn't the future already determined? The two of them will eventually become the memories of others, and everything about them will belong to themselves, not to the real people who have lived. Thinking of this, Ji Xiao looked at Guan differently. At this moment, she felt the power of fate. Did fate lead her to meet Guan? Guan saw that she was feeling a little depressed, so he changed the subject and asked, "Guess who was stronger in our previous lives?" Ji Xiao's soul is the Emperor of Samsara, and the two of them are one body. Even Guan cannot separate her from the body of the Emperor of Samsara. If she only had memories and no soul, then she would not be the real herself. This is an unsolvable problem, and only time can heal the dissatisfaction. Of course I am stronger. From the perspective of reincarnation and cause and effect, my number of reincarnations is far greater than yours. For an existence in that realm, the number of reincarnations represents the level of Taoism. Ji Xiao said matter-of-factly, which made Guan want to laugh. The Emperor of Samsara has not even survived the tribulation of reincarnation, so how can he compare with his previous life? Let alone Ji Helongshan, Samsara Dao Emperor might not even be able to defeat Lu Han. The two continued to chat, and Ji Xiao began to talk about the battle in her dream, which was a battle between the Samsara Dao Emperor and a powerful enemy. Guan was very excited when he heard this. Of course, the emotions were just fake, and Ji Xiao had to be given face. While chatting with Ji Xiao, Guan was also thinking more. He felt that he could incorporate Ji's cultivation methods into his teachings to his disciples, which might make them stronger. Start with peace of mind. No one can have the ultimate fighting talent, but if an Xian can have 1/10,000th of the fighting attainments, he can also sweep through the same realm. It's a pity that Ji never met Anhao in his life, and he doesn't know where Anhao will go in the future. From the current point of view, Anhao is far from comparable to Ji, but the two grew up in different environments, and their future has not yet been determined. Late at night, Qianling Palace. Guan was instructing the deep-sea dragon carp on how to practice. After its transformation, the deep-sea dragon carp was wearing white clothes. He tied his black hair on his head, which made him look more feminine. He originally wanted to teach the deep-sea dragon carp a lesson, but found that such a deep-sea dragon carp was quite pleasing to the eye, so he resisted the thought of criticizing. Deep-sea dragon carp was very happy to be taught by Guan personally. He spoke very gently, even gentler than an Xian and Yelan, so Guan couldn't help but look at him more sometimes. After Guan finished teaching, he lay on the chair and started reading. The deep-sea dragon carp was practicing footwork on the side and asked at the same time, "Master, I have also read the book you gave me. Do you think I will have a chance to transform into a dragon in the future?" The reason why he is called Longli is because he carries the blood of the ancient true dragon. From the bottom of his heart, he yearned for the form of the ancient true dragon. Guan flipped through Qing Xia's travel notes and replied casually, "Practice hard, and you will have a chance to do whatever you want and become in the future." After hearing this, the deep-sea dragon and carp were greatly encouraged and became more energetic in their cultivation. Above the vast ocean, the clouds and mists below, just like a fairyland. A giant peak towering into the clouds stands on the ocean, with fairy birds circling. On the top of the mountain, there is a huge golden mirror, which is spinning and sweeping the light in all directions. Under the golden mirror is a spacious and bright dojo with a floor made of white jade. Tens of thousands of people are meditating here. They are all in the realm of heaven and earth. The vast majority of people were practicing with their eyes closed. A few people looked to the front. There was a stalwart figure meditating in front of the golden mirror. He was hundreds of feet tall just sitting there. God on earth? He was wearing a black Taoist robe, holding a fly whisk in his hand, and his long, half-white hair was tied back by jade hairpins. His face looked weathered, as if he had been tempered by years. Just by meditating here, he exuded the boundless aura of Taoism. "Master Divine, now that the world is in chaos, when will Shinto and I come down to save the world?" An old man suddenly asked. As soon as he said this, everyone opened their eyes and looked at the human god. Even Baizia from Human World Peak opened his eyes and looked. They worshipped the human gods not only to pursue stronger power, but also to have their own ambitions. In their view, the immortal dynasty and the holy court only care about their own power and do not put the common people in the most important position. These two forces are not worthy of being the masters of the heaven and earth. They need to rely on third-party forces to save the world, and the gods on earth are the founding. Shinto is hope. Before they entered Shinto, they had already felt the power of Shinto. This was a force that surpassed immortal Dao, at least that's what they thought. Relying on Shinto luck, their strength is increasing day by day. Although they have only joined not long ago, many people are already eager to take action. The human did not open his eyes and said leisurely, "The time is not mature enough. What we want to save is the whole world, not some living beings. If we act now, we may be able to accumulate merit, but it will not be enough to shake the immortal dynasty and the holy court. Wait for us. If you are strong enough, you can defeat the immortal dynasty in one go, swallow up the holy court, and restore peace to the world in a short time. That will be a good thing for all living beings." His words received nods of approval from many people. A female monk asked, "Master Divine, in your eyes, does Shengtian pose a greater threat, or does Yang Immortal Emperor pose a greater threat?" Zi's Xian may not be able to decide who belongs to the world. After all, Emperor Yang Xian cannot break the holy court, but they all know that if they want to defeat the immortal dynasty and the holy court, they must defeat Emperor Yang Xian and Shengtian. The gods on earth will definitely have a shocking decisive battle with them. Hearing this, the human slowly opened his eyes. He looked into the distance, his eyes became profound, and said meaningfully, "In addition to the two of them, there are stronger threats in this world, and there are more than one. Now is an unprecedented chaotic world. The evolution of the world in the future is far beyond your imagination. What you have seen so far is just a sign, and the real catastrophe has not yet come. The world is collapsing, yin and yang are in chaos, immortals are not immortals, humans and ghosts coexist. You will see what the darkest years are." After hearing the words of the human god, the expressions of the flying immortals of heaven and earth changed drastically, and they began to whisper to each other. Baizia also frowned, his eyes full of worry. What exactly will happen in the future? 3 years later, in a forest, Guan was sitting on a tree reading a book. The great sage of Blood Hell was lying under the tree, watching an Xian practice, his eyes full of curiosity. "Master, what exactly is she practicing? It feels different from the previous techniques and magical powers, but it also contains those mysteries." The great sage of Blood Prison couldn't help but raise his head and asked. Guan said casually, "That's my way." In the past 3 years, he had mastered the ultimate fighting method, and even injected his own understanding into it, and then he began to teach it to an Xian. However, even if they have the same attainments in Ji Dao tactics, Guan and Ji still have different strengths and fighting styles. he has to admit that Ji is the most suitable for Ji-Dao tactics. With the same attainments, Ji can exert stronger power. This has to do with will and nature. Since the simulated battle 3 years ago, Guan has not simulated it again. He feels that it is not enough for the time being. This is fine. If you take another self as your goal, you will have something to look forward to in life. Tao. The great sage of Blood Prison was thoughtful. The woods soon fell into silence. The great sage of Blood Prison was in a daze for a while. He looked up and found that an Xian had stopped. She stood there, not knowing what she was thinking. Master, she. The great sage of Blood Prison raised his head and asked cautiously. Guan opened the page and replied, it's just enlightenment, don't worry about it. Just enlightenment? The great sage of Blood Prison is not the stupid young man he once was. He already knows what enlightenment means. This is a rare opportunity in life. He looked at an Xian enviously, filled with expectation. Sure enough, following the master, it is not difficult to gain enlightenment and change one's bloodline. It's a pity for Yangjian. If he can come down and continue to stay, his growth rate will only get faster and faster. The boy was short-sighted and thought he had learned all his master's skills. However, he did not know that his master's behavior was profound and unpredictable. The great sage of Blood Prison looked at an Xian and found that an Xian had an aura on his body. This momentum made him instinctively afraid. This girl grows up so fast. She smiles and smiles on weekdays. Once she starts practicing, she becomes even more powerful than Yangjian. The great sage of Blood Prison was secretly shocked. He thought carefully, when did an Xian develop such a momentum? He couldn't think of a specific time. He couldn't help but look at Guan on the tree again, his eyes full of admiration. Such a weak woman can be cultivated to this extent. If I were to cultivate this saint, how strong would this saint be? The great sage of Blood Prison secretly vowed to become the strongest being under Guan in the future. Time passes quickly. As dusk approached, Anan suddenly woke up. Her eyes widened, she gasped for air, and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why does enlightenment feel like a nightmare? The Blood Hell Sage asked with a sour tone. He also wants to achieve enlightenment, just like that fat rat. He suspected that the reason why Fat Rat grew so fast was because he kept enlightening while sleeping. An Xian tried to calm down her emotions. She turned to look at Guan and said, Master, I just saw a figure. Just after she finished speaking, she suddenly froze. The arrogant and invincible figure in her mind overlapped with Guan on the tree. What figure? Guan asked casually, without looking at an Xian. An Xian smiled and said, it's nothing. Thank you Master for teaching me. Master, what kind of magical skill is this? It's so amazing. Guan did not hide anything and replied, this is the ultimate way of fighting. You can't mention it to anyone, including Hauer. Even if you use it in the future, you can't tell the name. Why? An Xian asked confused. The Blood Hell Monarch is also very curious. Guan's face was expressionless, staring at the book in his hand, and said, because this method was born in the future, a long time in the future. As soon as these words came out, an Xian and the great sage of Blood Prison were stunned, and their thoughts fell into infinite reverie. Third update, much later in the future, an Xian and the Blood Hell Sage were shocked by Guan's words. They had no doubts in their hearts, only infinite yearning. Guan can obtain Taoism from the future. How high is his Taoism? An Xian thought for a while and couldn't help but ask, Master, you can see the future, what is that future like? How long can I live in the future? The great sage of Blood Prison also looked at Guan. He also wanted to ask, who cannot be curious about his future? Guan replied casually, the future is not fixed. If you know it, the future will change. After hearing this, an Xian refused to give up and asked, then is our fate good or bad? Guan glanced at her and said, follow me, can you be bad? A smile broke out on an Xian's face, and he began to flatter Guan. The great sage of Blood Prison was also very excited and secretly admired Guan. He also had to learn from his master's way of speaking. He was so domineering. Keep practicing and go back later. Guan continued to read and ordered. Elatedly, an Xian turned around and began to review his previous enlightenment. Through the enlightenment of Ji-Dao tactics, an Xian's maximum lifespan has been slightly increased, but not by much. The limit lifespans of an Xian, Yalan, and Zhen Qin are all increasing very slowly. Guan can only try his best to help them reach nirvana as soon as possible before things can turn around. Now they mainly rely on the innate reincarnation skill and Guan's elixir to stay alive. The only thing that makes Guan happy is that they have a high morale to practice and have not given up on practice. Night falls. Guan fell from the tree, and he began to teach an Xian how to practice. It wasn't until the early morning of the next day that they went to Tianya Valley. After picking herbs in Tianya Valley, they returned to Xian Valley. No matter what he practices, picking herbs and accumulating lifespan are Guan's top priority. No matter what he does, he can't delay this matter. Recently, Guan was thinking about another thing. Where will I go for my next breakthrough? It feels like a breakthrough in the realm of nirvana will sooner or later cause huge trouble for the heavenly spirit world. Guan was still very stressed when he thought about the immortals he faced. You have to go somewhere far away to break through. This universe is still very vast. After all, there are other big worlds hidden, which may bring trouble to other big worlds, but there is nothing you can do. If you have to sacrifice, then sacrifice other worlds and save the big world where you are. 2 years later, the 730-year-old Guan was a guest at the mansion of the branch sect. He sat with Yalan and watched Zhenqin telling about the thrilling fights in the previous years. The girl danced and stepped on the stool from time to time. Her emotions it evolves with the ups and downs of events. Guan was very supportive. Not only did he listen carefully, he also showed different emotions. Yalan didn't interrupt. She smiled and watched Zhenqin bragging to Guan. The spring breeze blew through the courtyard. She felt that life like this couldn't be better. The people she cares about are still there. Isn't this the luckiest thing in life? After Zhenqin finished speaking, she sat down and put her hands on the table. She looked at Guan and asked, Master, is the Shinto that has been rumored recently true or false? That human speaks in such a loud voice, but after so many years, there was no movement, but rumors were spreading. Rumors of Shinto have spread into Taixuan Sect. It is said that if you believe in Shinto, you can gain divine power and survive the coming darkest years. It is magical. Guan also heard this kind of remarks in the Third Medicine Valley, but he didn't take it to heart. The future will be even more chaotic. The divine way of human gods is just one stream of the world, and it is difficult to determine the future of the world. The words of the human are too loud. In fact, he is just a chess piece of the Holy Court. Since he is a chess piece, how can he compare with the Holy Court? There will be more free immortals appearing in the future. When Guan made a breakthrough before, 2 free immortals had sneaked into the vortex of reincarnation. It was not clear what they were going to do. Who can know whether it is true or false? But I heard that overseas is very chaotic. If Shinto can save people in trouble, even if it is false, I am willing to believe that it is true. Guan replied that he was telling the truth. In his opinion, strength and weakness are not the key to the immortal gods. Since the immortal gods are immortal gods, they should focus on saving the common people. Whether in the past life or in this life, the legends about immortals and gods are all righteous and good. This shows that the meaning of immortals and gods is not the fantasy of mortals, but that the immortals have conveyed this idea. Since it has been conveyed, this is the meaning given to itself by the gods. Zhenqin nodded and said, That's right. What's the difference between an immortal who doesn't help sentient beings and an immortal dynasty or a holy court? The world does not need another immortal dynasty or holy court. Yalan said, These things are too far away from us, why should we think too much? Why not think about how to reach nirvana? When Zhenqin heard this, she grimaced and said, Nirvana, can we have hope? Although she is already a great monk in the realm of crossing the void, she still feels that the realm of nirvana is out of reach. She couldn't even imagine how those people reached nirvana. Of course, if you have hope, it will always come true. I think you can do it. Guan said with a smile. Both women's cultivation has reached the realm of crossing the void. They had released their cultivation 100 years ago, and their ultimate lifespan exceeds 1,200 years. Yalan looked at Guan, her eyes falling on Guan's forehead. Guan's superficial cultivation level was still at the nascent soul realm, but she and Zhenqin both knew that he must have a stronger cultivation level. After all, the innate reincarnation skill was passed down to them by Guan. Over the years, Guan's image and temperament have become stronger and stronger, and he never looks like a mediocre person. Master, if you release your cultivation, can you rush to nirvana in one breath? Zhenqin asked curiously. Guan said, Nirvana realm? You're looking down on me. I can rush directly to the 9th level of the immortal realm. Master, how many drinks have you had? Do you think I'm bragging? Then aren't you more powerful than Yang Immortal Emperor? Let's go 50-50. What do you mean? It's a 50% chance of winning. Pfft. Zhenqin was amused by Guan, and she also bragged. Yalan looked at them with a smile. She didn't think too much of Guan. After all, she and Guan grew up together. Who in the immortal realm is not a 1,000-year-old old monster? It is said that Emperor Yangxian lived for an unknown number of years, and the age gap was there. But Yalan thought of the Fudeo sword master behind Guan. He might have a 50% chance of winning against Yang Immortal Emperor. Guan was bragging like this. He probably asked Sword Master Fudeo before and got such an answer. The three of them chatted for a long time. Guan saw that the conversation was almost finished and stood up to leave. Yalan persuaded him to stay, but unfortunately Guan still wanted to visit the branch, so he declined. Guan left Yamanchen alone and wandered around the city. Compared with Taixuanmen, the order of the branch sect seems to be more messy. There are many stalls on the street, selling practical things. The disciples who come to the branch sect all want to experience the land of demons. Many of the disciples who came and went were injured. With the chaos in the world, many monsters and ghosts have sneaked into Taixuan continent. They also came for survival. Guan did not stop them. Moreover, their arrival can also help the human monks become stronger. Of course, they are also more dangerous. Anyway, each depends on their strength. Powerful monsters not only bring competitiveness, but also their own monster treasures, which can provide monks with more resources. Nowadays, Guan doesn't know how to hunt. Just picking herbs is enough to increase his lifespan quickly. While walking, Guan saw someone. Zhangxi, the being who carries the cause and effect of reincarnation, is a free immortal who is going through the tribulation of reincarnation. He also knows the Emperor of Reincarnation very well, and his identity is obviously not simple. Guan even suspected that he was the reincarnation of Shengtian. Guan went up to him, stopped Zhangxi, and asked hesitantly, "Brother Zhang." Zhangxi also recognized Guan. He was deeply impressed by the Valley Master who invented Go. He smiled and said, "Gu Taoist friend, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to still remember me." Guan saw that his cultivation had not changed much compared to his maximum lifespan, so he said enthusiastically, "It's been a long time indeed. Let's go and find a loft to chat." Zhangxi didn't understand why Guan was so enthusiastic. After all, the two of them just chatted for a few words, but he didn't refuse. The two of them walked towards the inn talking and laughing. After one stick of incense, Guan sat opposite Zhangxi. Seeing that he was done with the politeness, he picked up the wine bottle, poured wine for Zhangxi, and asked with a smile, "Why did fellow Taoist come to divide the sect?" Zhangxi replied, "I am investigating an enemy. He is anonymous and may be hiding in Taixuan. When Guan heard this, he frowned and asked, "Do you need my help?" Zhang Shixiao asked, "Don't you ask about our hatred? What if I am sorry for him? If that's the case, he doesn't need to remain anonymous. Taixuan is the righteous sect. If he joins Taixuan will uphold justice for him." Guan said seriously. Zhang Shi shook his head and laughed. This person really trusted Taixuan. "Thank you for your kindness. I can do it on my own. I can't cause trouble to others, let alone innocent people." As Zhang Shi spoke, he stared at Guan's forehead and asked, "Brother Gu, do you understand the golden pattern on your forehead?" Guan touched his forehead and said, "I heard a friend from the immortal dynasty say that these are Tao marks, something that can only be produced by enlightenment." Zhang Shi smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to know that this is indeed a Tao pattern produced by enlightenment, and it is not a Dao pattern that can be produced by ordinary enlightenment." He looked at Guan and said thoughtfully, "You should have a big background in your previous life." When Guan heard this, his eyes widened and he asked in surprise, "Previous life?" "Yes, you must have been the top powerful person in the world in your previous life, but I can't tell who it is for the time being," Zhang Shi said, looking at Guan with a profound look. "Hooked?" Guan frowned and asked, "Then what should I do? Does my reincarnation have some mission?" Zhang Shi shook his head and said, "Don't think too much. Your mission is to live this life carefully and let you know about your past life. It is also to make you live more confidently." His affection for Guan grew. After Guan learned about his past life, he didn't think about how powerful he was, but thought about the purpose of his reincarnation. "Isn't this a kind of understanding?" Guan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's good. I'm used to living a quiet life, and I'm really afraid of being suddenly given a certain mission." End of chapter. Then what do you want to do in this life? Zhang Shi looked at Guan curiously. He has been reincarnated for many lives, and in order to pursue each life to be different, this also caused him to be a little confused in this life, not knowing what to work hard for. He has been a savior, that all living beings believe in, a demon who destroys the world, and immortal. After reincarnation too many times, he became confused. This is why he awakened his memory in advance and was looking for direction. Guan replied, "Nurture flowers, plant grass, chat and play chess with friends and disciples every day. If I can do this for the rest of my life, I will be satisfied." Zhang Shi asked in surprise, "What is your pursuit of immortality?" Hearing this, Guan looked at him in confusion and asked, "Isn't cultivating immortality just to satisfy the life you want? I already have it, so why should I pursue immortality? I am cultivating immortality now, not to become stronger, but to live a better life. For a long time, let yourself enjoy more of this life." Zhang Shi's face changed slightly, and he carefully considered Guan's words. Who is more important, life or cultivating immortality? He knew very well how difficult it was to live forever. Many people seemed to have lived for thousands of years, but they spent their whole lives working hard to cultivate immortality. The total number of truly happy times may not be more than that of ordinary people. At the same time, Guan provided him with an idea. Reincarnation is not necessarily about what kind of person you want to be, it can also be about experiencing life in different ways. Zhang Shi looked at Guan again and felt that he had a transcendental aura that even some free immortals did not have. This kind of temperament, coupled with the impact of Guan's ideas on Zhang Shi, suddenly made Guan's image in Zhang Shi's heart extraordinary. Zhang Shi looked at Guan differently, and he began to ask Guan what fun he had in life. Guan didn't hide anything and talked endlessly. What he said were very ordinary things, but when they came out of his mouth, they had a special meaning. Even the fight between the Bull Demon King and the White Spirit Rat made Zhang Shi laugh. In the subsequent chats, Guan was almost always talking, while Zhang Shi was listening carefully. While Guan was telling the story, he was also deducing Zhang Shi's cause and effect. The more he communicates with Zhang Shi, the more causes and effects he can deduce, allowing him to peer into Zhang Shi's past. He saw many images. Zhang Shi didn't know that he was being plotted by Guan. In fact, he was also plotting against Guan. For a long time, after Guan finished speaking, Zhang Shi said with emotion, "There is meaning in the ordinary. No, everything has meaning in its existence. If you cultivate immortality and pursue Taoism and nature, you should really feel everything in the world." Guan took advantage of the situation and asked, "You know that I have a past life, does that mean you have one too? After all, both of them are in the nascent soul realm?" Zhang Shi nodded and said, "Yes, I also had a past life." A male monk at the next table couldn't help but roll his eyes and wink at the female monk opposite. Guan and Zhangxi were so good at bragging that the more they listened, the more curious they became, wanting to hear how they could brag. Guan asked, "Why are we reincarnated? According to you, we should be very strong. Are we injured?" "No, on the contrary, we are here to hit a higher realm. This is the calamity of reincarnation. In the cycle of reincarnation, we shape our own way. When we realize perfection, we can transcend the 9th level of immortality and embark on the true path of cultivation." Zhangxi he replied without deliberately lowering his voice, and he was not afraid of being heard by others. Guan asked curiously, "How many times do you have to go through the tribulation of reincarnation?" "It varies from person to person. There is no limit to the tribulation of reincarnation. I once met a person who was also going through the tribulation of reincarnation, but he seemed to have transcended the 9th level of immortality long ago." As Zhangxi spoke, a figure appeared in front of his eyes, with a strange look in his eyes. After hearing this, Guan became interested. "Does the Dao fruit realm also need to continue to undergo samsara tribulations?" Zhangxi continued, "To be honest, the enemy I am looking for is also using the tribulation of reincarnation to hide his identity. He is probably here to investigate Fudao Sword Master." Hearing him mention the Fudao Sword Master, the disciples around him began to lose control. "Are you serious? This tone is too crazy. Fudao Sword Master is also someone you can address directly. It's a joke. You don't really think that you have reached the 9th level of immortality, do you? Ha ha ha, it's really a devilish obstacle." Seeing more and more people making noises from all directions, Guan said helplessly, "Let's talk in another place." Zhangxi nodded. Guan stood up to pay the bill, and then left the inn with Zhangxi, but the laughter in the inn continued for a long time. The two of them walked on the busy street and continued to talk about the tribulation of reincarnation. Guan was very curious about the catastrophe of reincarnation, and Zhangxi did not hide it. The rules of reincarnation are difficult to determine. Sometimes it goes to the past, sometimes it goes to the future, and it may go to other worlds, but one thing is that no matter where it is, reincarnation will not meet the original deity. There is a law that governs it. Practitioners in the tribulation of reincarnation. There was a look of reminiscence on Zhangxi's face. Guan couldn't help but ask, "What will happen if the samsara robbers meet other samsara robbers?" "Then it depends on personal choice. Even if we fight, it will not affect the catastrophe of reincarnation. But I prefer to communicate with others, just like now. It is a pity that you have not awakened the memory of me, otherwise we can communicate more." Zhangxi smiled, paused, and said, "Reincarnation is like this crowd. It seems chaotic, but it is also orderly, with a starting point and an end point. Even if we encounter people along the way, they will eventually reach their respective endpoints." "Then do you still have memories of your past life?" "Of course, I am the consciousness of the deity now, but I can't mobilize the power of the deity." After hearing Zhangxi's words, Guan pretended to be brave and asked, "Then what can I ask you?" "That's not okay, it will bring you a lot of trouble." Zhangxi immediately refused. "Big trouble? Can you still be a holy heaven?" Guan joked in his heart that even if it was Shengtian, he would not be afraid. "Did you meet anyone who impressed you deeply during the tribulation of reincarnation?" "I'm talking about those who are also going through the tribulation of reincarnation," Guan asked, changing the subject. Zhangxi was quite surprised that he could talk to him so much. He didn't think Zhangxi was stupid. It was obvious that Zhangxi was very confident and was not afraid of getting into trouble if he said this. "It does exist, both in the past and in the future. Let me mention one person from each," Zhangxi said thoughtfully. The two of them did not stop, and their figures seemed to be submerged by the sea of people at any time. "In the past, I met a being named Emperor Han. He was born with great luck, and everything in the world seemed to be paving the way for him. When I met him, he was already number 1 in the world. This is incredible. Reincarnation, his body can also reach the 9th level of immortality, and he is only one step away from ending the tribulation of reincarnation." When Zhangxi mentioned Han Emperor, his face was full of admiration. Guan asked, "What do you mean by just one step? Did he fail?" "Yes, he failed. I watched him fall and be wiped out by a powerful being that I couldn't understand. I was also warned by that being, which was a pair of eyes that peered into the universe." Zhangxi's face showed fear. Color. After hearing this, Guan thought that the mysterious giant eye he saw during his previous breakthrough was deep in the universe. Could it be the same being? Guan couldn't help but think of the Tianling god who killed Sheiji, and he suspected that those eyes were the Tianling god. Currently, Tianling Shen is definitely the strongest person he knows. He guards the edge of the universe and is extremely tyrannical. In subsequent reincarnations, I never saw that powerful existence again, perhaps because my reincarnation body was not strong enough, but I will meet a reincarnation body in the future, and he is even more incredible. His incredibleness lies in his it actually spans the long river of time in reincarnation. He comes from a very distant future. We don't belong to the same period, but we met wonderfully. His courage is definitely the strongest person I have ever seen. This courage has nothing to do with cultivation, but a kind of fighting spirit, as if nothing can suppress his fighting spirit." Zhangxi's eyes were intense, and Guan's expression became strange. Wouldn't it be extreme? Guan thought about it carefully and couldn't think of whether he had met Zhangxi in a short period of time. Zhangxi knows what he looked like in his previous life. "What's his name?" Guan couldn't help but ask. Zhang Shi showed a smile on his face and said, he only has one word, his name is Ji. He has defeated all the strong men in the world in every era of the Tianling Great World. He has pursued fighting all his life. I am ashamed to say that I have never fought with him. He didn't even know me, I just watched him face the heroes of the world from a distance. Even though he was against the whole world, he still won. I will never forget that scene. If there is really the strongest person, I think he can become the strongest person. With his ability and fighting spirit, he will definitely be able to surpass the 9th level of immortality and hit a higher realm. It's really great. Guan was secretly proud that he was the one who could surprise Zhang Shi in reincarnation, which felt pretty good. He asked, you don't know his ending? I don't know. After he single-handedly swept through the world's strongest men, he left through the air and continued his journey. However, from the current point of view, his journey has not reached our era. Perhaps his true form was born in the future, so I'm quite looking forward to meeting him in the future and having a serious battle with him. Speaking of this, Zhang Shi clenched his fists and his eyes showed fighting spirit, which was completely different from the elegant him. Guan wants to say that you can't win. At this moment, a voice came from the front, revealing the catastrophe of reincarnation. Are you not afraid of suffering the backlash of reincarnation? Guan looked intently and saw a monk approaching. He had a handsome face and was wearing simple monk robes. His eyes were very sharp, like two knives staring at Zhang Shi. After Zhang Shi saw him, his expression did not change, but he stared at him and said, if you are not afraid, why should I be afraid? The two of them were confronting each other. Although they didn't show any momentum, they still caused people passing by to look at them in confusion. Guan asked in a low voice, who is he? It can't be you. Well, he is the enemy I am looking for. He does not belong to the heaven and earth. He comes from outside the world. Zhang Shi replied. The monk then said, we are all in reincarnation, why bother dividing the heavens into the inner world and the outer world? You don't think you can stop me in the reincarnation, do you? Then are you afraid of Fudeo Sword Master? Zhang Shi stared at the monk and asked coldly. Jade Chan, 3rd level of the Divine Realm 762/1500/1600. Guan used life detection on the monk, but unfortunately, he couldn't see anything useful. However, he could feel that the monk named Yu Chan had the karma of the devil. The free immortals of Tianling Great World can be reincarnated into other great worlds, so naturally outsiders will be reincarnated here. Guan was curious about the grudge between Yuchen and Zhang Shi. From the current point of view, they are not two mysterious free immortals who sneaked into the vortex of reincarnation. Fudeo Sword Master? What are you afraid of? I have no enmity with him. I am not here for him. Zi Zaixian and Zi Zaixian should not easily become enemies, right? While Yuchen spoke, her eyes were still so sharp. Zhang Shi replied, it is true that we should not make enemies easily, but when we meet those who steal the Tao, we should not conspire against each other if we have different Tao. Although the two people were not at a high level, their eyes met each other when they spoke, which made Guan feel the conflict between the two Taoist thoughts. After all, the origin of their souls is the immortal of freedom, and reincarnation only temporarily suppresses their strength. Guan pretended to cough and said, you two, why don't we talk somewhere else? He could see that Yu Chan and Zhang Shi actually didn't want to take action. They only talked but didn't do anything, obviously because they were afraid of Fudeo Sword Master. Zhang Shi said coldly, go outside. Yuchen's expression was also cold. He said leave and the two of them immediately turned around. Just as Guan was about to follow, Zhang Shi turned around and said, this is a grudge between me and him. You don't have to get involved. It's okay. We are all reincarnators. If you have anything to say, please say it. Guan answered, then passed Zhang Shi, followed Yu Chan's footsteps, and began to be polite with him. Yu Chan is not a person who cannot communicate. He will also answer Guan's questions. Zhang Shi followed behind, frowning. After half a stick of incense, the three of them came to the woods outside the branch sect. Zhang Shi and Yu Chan were facing each other with stern expressions. When they came here, they no longer restrained their murderous intent. They are all reincarnation bodies. No matter who dies, they are not really dead, and the hatred will not dissipate. Why don't we sit down and have a chat and exchange experiences? Guan took the initiative to say. Yuchen looked at Guan, smiled, and asked, I wonder what your name is. Guan replied, I haven't awakened the memory of my past life yet. It's easy for the immortal to be above all living beings and travel around the universe. In addition, they have lived for tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years, and they have heard of each other's names to some extent. No one is unknown. The true identity of Fudeo Sword Master must also be very famous, at least that's what Yuchen thought. Zhang Shi said. He and the forces behind him use the swallowing of heaven and earth and Taoism as their cultivation methods, so their stance must be hostile to us, so there is no need to communicate. When Guan heard Zhang Shi's words, he pretended to look at Yu Chan in surprise, and Yu Chan sneered. In the daylight, his smile was so scary and terrifying. The road of the Great Road is the road of struggle. Isn't the reason why you and I have spiritual wisdom just for fighting? This is the way of heaven. Yu Chan smiled contemptuously. He raised his right hand, golden flames surged out of his palm, and a small tower condensed in the flames. Zhang Shi also raised his hand, and red dragon energy rose up from the soles of his feet, surrounding him, and finally all the dragon heads were staring at Yu Chan. The wind in the woods also stopped. Guan was even more curious about the origins of the two of them. Although Zhangxi was a member of the Tianling Great World, he seemed to have nothing to do with the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty, while Yu Chan came from the realm of Nirvana, and the Taoist thief sounded the same as Zhan Ting. Not a good thing. Guan had no intention of taking action because he had already calculated what would happen to the two of them next. Yuchen and Zhangxi faced each other for tat, and their momentum became stronger and stronger. After a while, Yuchen sneered, "It seems that your reincarnation has reached a bottleneck." Zhangxi said expressionlessly, "It seems that you also came with some kind of mission, so you can't die easily. What a show. Don't dare to fight, yet you still do so many tricks." Yuchen followed and said, "All living beings in this world have forgotten you. This is the era of Yang Immortal Emperor and Shengtian. You can overcome the disaster with peace of mind and pursue your path. Why go against the will of heaven? You actually understand the general trend of heaven." Zhangxi said calmly, "I really can't control too much, but you don't want to harm the creatures on this continent. Haha, with Fudeo Sword Master here, would I be so stupid?" Yuchen said disdainfully, then he looked at Guan and said, "Gu Daio, if you awaken your memory, you can join us in the demon world. I can even help you win a demon city. To the devil world?" It turns out that he is in the same group as Mo Biangan. Guan kills the demons on the other side, and is destined not to be associated with the demon world. However, in the memory of the other side of the demon world has been torn apart. How could Yu Chan recruit people in the name of the demon world? Do the forces behind Yu Chan want to reunite with the demon world? No wonder the future trend of Tianling Great World is becoming more and more complicated, and there are so many causes and effects involved. Not to mention the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court, there are also the Heavenly Demon and the War Court, and now they have appeared in the demon realm. I just want peace in this life. When I die, you can tell me." Guan replied. Yu Chan was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh, feeling that Guan was such a wonderful person. Zhangxi also smiled. As long as Guan could refuse, he would be satisfied. Yuchen looked at Zhangxi again and said, "That's it. When the catastrophe comes and the order of the world is cleansed, if you haven't completed the catastrophe of reincarnation, you will be destroyed along with the heaven and earth, and there will not be much time left for you." As soon as the words fell, Yuchen disappeared out of thin air. After hearing this, Zhangxi murmured to himself, "Sure enough, his target is the Holy Court." Guan couldn't help but ask, "What does he mean, the heaven and earth will be destroyed?" Zhangxi looked at him and said, "Because he calculated the catastrophe of the heaven and earth, which is a necessary process for the evolution of heaven and earth. The road is also when the rules of heaven and earth are weakest. At that time, all living beings in the heaven and earth will be affected, and the immortals who have passed through the samsara will return. If another immortal from outside the world comes, the world may indeed be destroyed." Guan asked, "How far is that day?" "That's unknown." Zhangxi dropped these words and walked towards the woods. Guan asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to try your life, but not in Taixuan. Zhangxi said without looking back. Guan watched him leave, watching the red dragon energy dissipate from his body. Reincarnation is an insurmountable barrier for mortals, but for the great monks, reincarnation seems to be a kind of chance and good fortune. Guan watched his figure disappear, then turned and left. Late at night, Shenzhen was painting in her cave. She was writing with her right hand and rolling up her sleeves with her left hand. Her pretty face was frowning, as if she was in trouble. Her right hand holding the pen was shaking, and she could not finish writing. After struggling for a long time, she suddenly put down her pen and let out a long breath, as if a burden had been lifted off her whole body. "Why can't I draw the city in my dream?" Shenzhen murmured to himself. I don't know when she started to find it difficult to draw the scenes she dreamed and thought about. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. "Because your moral conduct is not enough." A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing Shenzhen to look up in shock. "I saw a figure walking out of the cave wall, and it was Yu Chan." Shenzhen stood up straight, with a frosty face, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Breaking into other people's caves without permission is a serious crime." Yu Chan looked at Shenzhen and said with a smile, "It seems that you have not fully recovered your memory, but you have her karma aura, which is unmistakable. In this case, I am here to help you. I need your power, the other side of the devil." He walked towards Shenzhen step by step. Shenzhen had never heard of Mo Biangan, but the other party's behavior was full of provocation in her eyes. How dare a person in the transformation realm dare to cause trouble for her? She immediately grabbed the xylophone next to her and plucked the strings. As soon as the piercing sound of the piano sounded, a wave of sound visible to the naked eye rushed towards Yu Chan. Yu Chan's monk's robe stirred violently, his eyes condensed, and he uttered one word, "Ding." A burst of golden light burst out from his eyes, turned into a golden word, and hit Shenzhen at an extremely fast speed, making her unable to move. Shenzhen's eyes widened with disbelief. She was in the void-crossing realm, yet she was easily immobilized. The corners of Yu Chen's lips raised, and she said, "Your temperament is exactly the same as that of Demon Bianin. You are worthy of the reincarnation body she chose." Seeing him getting closer, Shenzhen said in a deep voice, "I'm not a demon on the other side. If you dare to mess around in Taixuan Sect, do you want to die?" She was anxious. Why didn't the great monks in the Third Medicine Valley come? She was not thinking of Guan, but of the great monks who loved to play chess in the Third Medicine Valley. The third Medicine Valley was less than 200 miles away from her cave. She always thought that her cave was very safe, but she never expected that such a thing would happen. I'm not messing around. I will also give Taixuanmen a great opportunity. Yu Chan smiled and said. He came to Shenzhen and raised his right hand, trying to grab Shenzhen's head. Shenzhen's pupils were trembling and he was extremely flustered. Sudden, a hand pressed her shoulder from behind, frightening her heart. She glanced subconsciously and looked behind her with her peripheral vision. The hand on her shoulder pulled her back, and she fell back uncontrollably. She saw a figure out of the corner of her eye. The man had an extremely handsome face, and the golden patterns on his forehead were lifelike. At this moment, Shenzhen seemed to be seeing an immortal king in the sky. It's Guan? Shenzhen was in a daze for a moment, then woke up. Guan pulled Shenzhen behind him and then looked at Yuchen. It's you, what do you want to do? Now it was Yuchen's turn to frown. He didn't understand how Guan came in at all. This son is also the reincarnation of immortal Zizi. If you want to stop him, that would be bad. Yu Chan looked at Guan with cold eyes, no longer as gentle as this afternoon. Forcing a female disciple into her cave late at night is not what a monk would do, Guan said expressionlessly. He also lacked the enthusiasm of the afternoon. Yuchen narrowed her eyes and asked, do you know each other? Shenzhen felt a warm current flow from Guan's palm into her shoulders, and then her body returned to freedom, and she relaxed. She quickly said, Guan, this person's cultivation is not simple, so he cannot be careless. She was shocked. Guan could help her easily break the seal that she couldn't break free from? Thank you. I just ask for a reward of 500 starting coins from De Huayuan. After hearing Shenzhen's words, Guan did not answer. He stared at Yu Chan with extremely indifferent eyes. Yuchen knew from his eyes how tough he was, and it seemed impossible to get past him and take Shenzhen away. Yuchen sighed and said, we had such a pleasant chat, but I didn't expect you to still block my way. Also, if you can walk with him, how could you be on the same path as me? I was confused. He took a step back. After hearing this, Shenzhen was curious, did these two people know each other? And listening to what the other party meant, he wanted to win over Guan. This is quite normal. Guan has such a strange charm that he can always make friends with all kinds of monsters and monsters. He can even form lasting friendships with great monks. I just don't know who this person is and why he wants to win over Guan. Just when she was thinking wildly, Yuchen raised her right hand, golden flames surged in her palm, and the small tower appeared again. The first time he saw the small tower, Shenzhen felt a little frightened. Danger? She subconsciously looked at Guan and saw that there was no fear on his face, and her heart gradually calmed down. Although she didn't understand Guan's confidence, she subconsciously believed it. Guan's eyes also fell on the small tower, but there was a reminder in front of him. Hostility from Yu Chan. As soon as it is triggered, I hate it to the core. It's worthy of being from the devil's world. Guan sighed, why bother? Why bother? Yu Chan seemed to have heard a big joke. The small tower in his hand burst out with bright golden light. His expression became ferocious and he roared in a low voice, who do you think you are following? Guan suddenly waved his sleeves, and strong winds rose from the ground, instantly scattering Yu Chan's body and even the monk's clothes turned into ashes. The small golden tower fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. The cave quickly fell into silence. Shenzhen seemed to have been hit by the immobilizing spell again, and stood there blankly, unable to regain consciousness for a long time. You successfully captured the 85-year lifespan of Jade Chan, third level of the divine realm. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Guan felt regretful. Although he is the reincarnation of immortal Zizi, the lifespan of this physical body is pitifully short. Guan turned his head, looked at Shenzhen, and asked with a smile, aren't you very courageous on weekdays? You are not afraid of the sky or the earth. Why are you so scared tonight? I really want to draw it for you to take a look at yourself. Shenzhen came back to his senses and couldn't help but ask, what kind of cultivation level do you have? Guan raised his chin slightly, looked at her, and said with a smile, when you are strong enough, you will know my cultivation level. Shenzhen wanted to continue talking, but the small golden tower on the ground suddenly burst out with golden light, causing the environment in the cave to suddenly change. They seemed to suddenly be in the starry sky of the universe, and they were standing on a meteorite. Shenzhen was shocked, turned around subconsciously, and looked up. This was her first time in the universe, but she had dreamed of such a scene before. Guan was not surprised and looked calmly into the deep space of the universe. The small golden tower is rising, located deep in the universe. The windows on the tower are opened, and the golden flames are pouring out, like a stream turning into an ocean, magical and unstoppable. When Shenzhen noticed this scene, the golden flames quickly condensed into a giant face, bigger than the sky and the earth, looking down at them. Yu Chan's face? But the momentum is completely different? Especially his eyes, filled with majestic glare, making it impossible to see clearly. In front of Yu Chan's giant face, Guan and Shenzhen were smaller than dust. This is a greater shock than the one brought by immortal Kayuxi, because she is not in heaven and earth now, but in the boundless universe. In the vast universe, Yu Chan's face still occupies most of her field of vision. How can she not feel shocked? She subconsciously approached Guan and grabbed Guan's sleeve. Guan looked at her and smiled. What are you afraid of? I'm still by your side. Looking at his smile, Shenzhen felt an indescribable complex feeling in his heart, including fear, despair, curiosity, and expectation. Who are you anyway? Shenzhen stared at Guan and asked. No matter how stupid she was, she understood that Guan was by no means as simple as the master of the Medicine Valley. No wonder the door owner always runs to him. Etc. Could it be that he? Shenzhen had a ridiculous guess in her heart, which made her eyes widen. You are not reincarnated. Yachen's voice sounded, her tone full of fear. Guan looked at him again and said with a smile, my magical power is pretty good, I can fake it with the real one, but can you escape my Wezishan? As he spoke, he raised his right hand. Yu Chan seemed to feel something, his eyes opened wide, and the terrifying power gathered in his eyes. Guan's right hand suddenly accelerated, and he seemed to be grabbing for the stars. When he stopped his hand, he clenched his right hand into a fist. The stars in the universe disappeared, and Shenzhen only felt a blur in front of her eyes. When her vision recovered, she had returned to her cave. Guan stretched and said, it's late at night, it's time to go to bed. He stepped towards the cave gate. Shenzhen took a step forward and asked, what happened to him? He will not come back again. I hope you and I know what happened tonight. Guan dropped these words and disappeared around the corner of the cave. Shenzhen stood there, recalling what she had seen and heard before. She felt like she was in a dream. Has my soul traveled to other worlds? Shenzhen murmured to himself, and she followed him to the table and sat down. She raised her hand and took the wine bottle from the air, but her hand was shaking. In the third Medicine Valley, Guan was sitting in the attic, holding the small golden tower in his right hand. The previous movements in Shenzhen's cave were deliberately isolated by him, and even the Emperor of the Sun, Moon, and Underworld did not feel any movement or abnormality. The divine mind true immortal is very strong, but it is nothing in front of immortal Zi, and in the eyes of immortal Daozang Zi, he is no different from an ordinary spirit. Guan is using his spiritual thoughts to search Yu Chen's soul, and Yu Chen himself is in the tower. Just as he guessed, Yachen and the existence behind him wanted to re-establish themselves in the demon world. He had invited the demon world many times, but was rejected. Until hundreds of years ago, his reincarnation body felt the cause and effect of the demon world, and he felt to the hope of winning over the devil. Yu Chen's reincarnation calamity has reached the final step, which is why he can maintain the memory of his previous life. The closer you are to successfully overcoming the tribulation, the more memories your reincarnation body has of past lives. Zhang Xi was just one step away. Ji Xiao estimates that there is still some distance to go. The greater the number of reincarnations, the stronger the control the deity has over the reincarnation body. However, in the early stages of reincarnation, it is like reincarnation, and the memory of the previous life cannot be restored until death. The current demon realm is very strong, with more than 10 free immortals. The leader is the demon emperor, whose cultivation is unfathomable. Even Yu Chan doesn't know how high his Taoism is. There are many goals in the demonic realm, and Tianling Daishandi is just one of their goals. They wander deep in the realm of annihilation. Guan withdrew his spiritual thoughts and clenched his right hand. The golden sand floated out from between his fingers and turned into ashes. This golden little tower is also an immortal treasure. It took Yu Chen millions of years to build it. It is stronger than the immortal treasure held by the Holy Court because it has never been separated from its master. You successfully captured the 2,580,928-year lifespan of the Cicada Demon Lord, 9th floor of the Free Fairy Land. A line of prompts popped up in front of his eyes, which did not surprise Guan. It seems that the tribulation of reincarnation will temporarily stop the life of the deity, and going through the tribulation of reincarnation is not consuming the life of the deity. Just as Guan was thinking about it, the golden sand in front of him condensed again to form the small golden tower. This tower is called the Wuji Tower of Heaven and Earth, and it can create a realm, which is the starry sky that Guan and his 2 men entered previously. In the domain, its master can suppress the enemy and even create infinite illusions to paralyze the enemy. Guan looked at the Wuji Tower of Heaven and Earth, the corner of his mouth raised, and he began to erase all the cause and effect in the Wuji Tower of Heaven and Earth. This process was also difficult for Xizaxian, but it was an easy task for him now. The moon sets and the sun rises. Early in the morning, the Heaven and Earth Wuji Pagoda no longer had any karma to reach the demon world. It was like a piece of white paper, but this white paper was heavy and contained infinite power. Guan hung the palm-sized Heaven and Earth Wuji Pagoda on his belt and made it an ornament together with Qingtian Peak. After doing all this, he stood up and went downstairs to practice. Near noon, Shenzhen came to see Guan and happened to watch Guan and Longqing playing chess. Longqing went out with Shenzinzi to practice for a while and then came back. He practiced even harder and began to study chess. Like the 9-finger Divine Lord, he felt that there was a great way between black and white. Even his master Shenzinzi did not refute this speculation. Guan used the 7-star mirror as a fan and shook it slightly. Shenzhen came to the crowd, looked at his appearance, and wanted to scold him. Just thinking about last night, her mood became complicated again. Facing Guan's mysterious and terrifying powerful methods, she instinctively felt awe in her heart and could no longer look at him the way she had before. Guan turned to look at Shenzhen and gave her a provocative look, as if to say, "Do you dare to play the next game?" Shenzhen glared at Guan and muttered in his heart, "How can I beat you? No wonder others can't beat you." The breeze blew by, ruffling the hair around Shenzhen's ears. She looked at Guan quietly, feeling that he was so far away and beyond the reach of time, yet he was so real, like the moon reflected in the mirror. The world is vast, but there is such a great monk hidden beside her. She couldn't understand why Guan wanted to hide his cultivation, but she began to look back on Guan's life. Looking back now, every move and everything Guan did seemed to have a hidden truth. What is his world like? Shenzhen thought foolishly. A leaf flew up behind her. As it flew into the sky, it quickly turned yellow, and finally fell to the ground, turning into the color of grass. Leaves rise and fall, year after year, and 10 years have passed. Late autumn. Guan stood up and left the chess table. The person playing chess with him was a white-haired old man, looking at the chessboard in pain. Guan walked towards his attic, his eyes looking towards the sky. It's time to break through. Guan thought silently, the corners of his mouth rising involuntarily. What kind of state will it be like if Tao Zhang is above the immortal? He walked all the way to the attic, and Ji Xiao just opened the door and walked out. I have something to do and I have to leave Yaoge. We'll talk about it when I get back. Guan said first, then quickly went upstairs. Ji Xiao stood in front of the attic, looking up at the second-floor window. She was curious, where was Guan going? She waited for a while, and Guan went downstairs again. She immediately stopped Guan and asked, let's agree first that you must follow me when you come back. Guan looked at her, nodded and said, okay, I want to see the results of your practice over the years. Seeing that he agreed, Ji Xiao smiled and moved to the side. Guan raised his hand, rubbed her head, and left quickly. Ji Xiao turned around and watched him leave. She raised her hand and touched her head, her thoughts drifting back to her childhood. He hadn't touched her head for a long time. Time flies so fast. Ji Xiao murmured to herself, her tone revealing her reluctance. Other side. When Guan came to Xian Valley, he did not leave immediately, but went to see in Shengtian and Zhangxi practicing. The master and the apprentice liked to practice in the woods. Now Zhangxi has nothing to teach in Shengtian. They mostly discuss cultivation together and help each other. Seeing Guan's arrival, the master and apprentice were very excited, which made Guan murmur in his heart. Have you been too indifferent to them? Guan already knew what they were thinking, but he was too lazy to teach them and let them sharpen their minds. Guan raised his right hand, and 5 secret books appeared in his hand, asking them to choose one each. The master and the disciple were not stupid, they chose different secret books, namely the Heaven and Earth Qinkan Xiantian Gong and Dao Gang Yuan Qi. Guan encouraged him a few words, then turned and left. The master and apprentice held the secret book, their hearts surging. They looked at each other, and both had a pleasant feeling that their future was about to be bright. Practice well, don't let master down, and don't even think about going out in the future. It is our lifelong duty to protect Xian Valley. Zhangxi warned seriously. Shengtian nodded, he thought so too. From now on, he only goes down the mountain for revenge. When revenge is avenged, he will come back to repay his favor. Thousands or 10,000 years are nothing if they practice with Fudeo Sword Master. As long as they live, no matter how long they practice under Fudeo Sword Master's knees, it will not end. After leaving Sungu, Guan walked towards the distance. His eyes looked toward the whirlpool of reincarnation in the sky. He decided to go to the vortex of reincarnation to practice. He had already sent clones to sneak in. The vortex of reincarnation was not another world. In addition to the rich rules of reincarnation, it was more like a transmission channel that could lead to thousands of heavens and earth. This is also the reason why Ogawa did not appear again after entering. He was reincarnated in other worlds. Guan thought about it for many years, but still felt that it was too dangerous to break through the realm of nirvana. If the heavenly spirit god was alerted, would the heavenly spirit god conduct a blanket search, or invite more mysterious gods and goddesses? Although he didn't know where the immortals who were chasing him came from, Guan was wary of the forces behind them and didn't want to disturb them. Guan was thinking as he strolled forward. He seemed to be traveling around the mountains and rivers, and he was not walking very fast. An hour later, Guan walked out of Tianling heaven and earth. There seemed to be an invisible staircase under his feet, and he climbed to the sky step by step. Along the way, there was a battle between the divine immortals, and the battlefield covered the sky. Guan walked between the 2 divine immortals, and the divine immortals could not spy on his existence. Their mana passed through Guan and was unable to cause any harm, or even suffered any hindrance. Guan looked down at the world as he walked up. The starry sky is above his head. From here, there are fighting scenes everywhere in the world. The Taixuan continent is like a drop in the ocean, which also makes the entire world look like there is no pure land. The battle between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court will last for who knows how many years. In addition to them, there are countless sects and dynasties taking this opportunity to fight and plunder resources. In the dark, there is a violent aura that envelops the world of Tianling. When Guan was about to reach the vortex of reincarnation, he withdrew his gaze and looked up. The whirlpool of reincarnation formed by immortal ancestor Yuangsu became stronger. A steady stream of dead souls are flying towards the whirlpool of reincarnation. Their soul states are equally mysterious and cannot be seen or touched by living creatures. Guan did not stop and soon entered the whirlpool of reincarnation. After entering the vortex of reincarnation, he came into the darkness and could not see the souls of the dead. He could only feel the aura of cause and effect, reincarnation, fate, soul, and other avenues from all directions. They were entangled with each other, making the rules of the avenue here seem chaotic. Guan had experienced this journey through his clone before, so he was not curious. Keep going? After walking a long way, Guan saw a few stars appearing in front of him. Taking another step, the number of stars increased dramatically. Those starlights represent heaven and earth. There are great heavens and earth like Tianling Great Heaven and Earth, and there are also lower realms like Blood Hell Great Sage and Lulingjun come from. Guan needs huge spiritual energy, so he naturally has to go to the big world. There was no end to this road, so he did not keep choosing. After seeing a world that was not inferior to the Tianling world, he walked directly and quickened his pace. Soon, Guan walked out of the darkness and came to the starry sky in the universe. After stepping out of reincarnation, his vision still stayed on the cause and effect of reincarnation. He saw a steady stream of souls flying towards the vast world ahead. As soon as they approached the light layer of heaven and earth on the surface of the world, these souls disappeared out of thin air. Reincarnation? This scene is quite beautiful. Guan thought so. He turned around and walked towards the depths of the void. This vast world is still surrounded by the realm of nirvana, but it is extremely far away from the heavenly spirit heaven and earth. Even Guan's spiritual thoughts cannot see the heavenly spirit heaven and earth from here. He seemed to be in another universe. After half a stick of incense, Guan was meditating on a broken continent. This continent was floating in the realm of annihilation. It was as big as the Taixuan continent, but there were no flowers, grass, or life, and everything seemed dead. He activated the lifespan barrier. He did not break through it immediately, but looked into the distance. No luck. When I first arrived, I saw Xiaxian fighting. Guan was attracted by their fight and watched the battle with relish. These two free immortals are not as strong as the demon lord Shenchan, but they are free immortals after all, and their movements are extremely loud, causing the spiritual energy of the avenue to surge. Watched it for a while. Guan turned his head and looked in the other direction, his expression becoming strange. He saw a human-like skull suspended in the depths of darkness, watching the battle from a distance just like him. This skull exudes an ominous aura. This is the first time Guan has felt such an aura. He has never encountered such an aura even in reincarnation. What kind of breath is this? Guan frowned, wanting to know more clearly. This aura made him want to destroy the opponent immediately. This was an unreasonable hostility. Under Guan's gaze, the skull began to move forward, and it entered a strange state. Guan judged that Xiaxian could no longer detect its existence. Could it be that it wants to attack the two immortals? Third update, Guan watched the skull move forward. Because it was too far away, he could not use life detection and could only follow it with his spiritual mind. The two free immortals were still fighting fiercely and did not notice the greater danger approaching. Guan could feel that this skull did not reach the realm of Daozang Xiaxian, but it was more dangerous than Xiaxian. He didn't know what kind of magical power it exerted that made Xiaxian unable to detect it. Time continues to pass. Less than half an hour later, when the two free immortals were in a stalemate with their magic power, the skull suddenly appeared and became extremely huge. It swallowed the two free immortals in one mouthful, then turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the depths of darkness. The void of the universe became silent. The battle just now seemed as if it had never happened. Although Guan was surprised, he had no intention of tracking the skull. It just happened that it appeared just now, and now it breaks through, and the movement caused can still make it take the blame. Guan brought up the properties panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 740/3, 329, 223, 602. Physique, Hunyuan refining virtual body. Cultivation, Taozang is perfect in the fairyland. 3.3 billion years of life. It's not difficult to break through a big realm. With a smile on Guan's face, let's improve his physique first. He directly invested 100 million years of life into the physique, and prompts continued to appear. In the end, the promotion was not successful. Guan immediately spent another 100 million years on his lifespan, and the Hunyuan refining virtual body was successfully promoted to the Hunyuan Dao golden body. The spiritual energy of the avenue suddenly surged toward him, and the life consumption number displayed on the lifespan barrier began to beat crazily. Guan closed his eyes and began to immerse himself in the creation of the Hunyuan Dao golden body. The golden lines on his forehead were surrounded by golden flames, and his skin began to glow with golden light. His whole person exuded an indescribable divinity. The Hunyuan Dao golden body can make flesh and blood comparable to the power of rules, is compatible with the Dao, and can perfectly withstand the baptism of all Dao rules, which means that Guan can study any kind of Dao in the future. Not only that, the Hunyuan Dao golden body can also bring transformation to mana, and the soul will also be tempered by the Dao. This is an incredibly beautiful process, without any pain. This realm of annihilation also changed. The aura of the avenue surged, the rules of the avenue trembled, and the scope of the influence became wider and wider. The creatures hidden in the realm of annihilation emerged one after another, some fled everywhere, and some were investigating the cause. In front of Guan, a black dragon with 9 dragon heads soared past. The continent under Guan was only half the size of the dragon's head. This was a continent comparable in size to Taixuan continent, which showed how exaggerated the dragon's size was. No living being has discovered Guan's existence, and no one has seen through the powerful ability of the lifespan barrier. More than half an hour later, Guan opened his eyes and began to devote his life to the eternal great infinite power. With a lifespan of 100 million years, the eternal infinite power will be promoted to the infinite power of the avenue, reaching the state of perfection. Another half an hour passed, and Guan began to improve his Taoxiang Shen Nian Gong. This was a key method for him to hide his cultivation and must be improved simultaneously. In the same 100 million years, the Taixuan Sect Gong was promoted to the Great Thousand Sungsa Gong, the state of integration. Next is the improvement of the steps of time and the void body of the extreme way. The step of time and time is the only movement he has studied and has combat significance. The void body of the ultimate way can prevent causal deduction and hide the true identity, which is equally important. Invest 100 million years of life respectively. Step by step through the years, you will be promoted to the eternal step of heaven, reaching the state of perfection. The ultimate way of transforming into a virtual body is promoted to a formless and formless-free body, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. After all his inheritance was over, he called up the attribute panel to check that he still had more than 2.7 billion years of life left, of which the lifespan consumed by the lifespan barrier had exceeded 80 million years. He has no intention of improving the supernatural powers and secret skills of Longshan, Luhan, Ji, etc. from previous lives, because these special skills are the creation of his previous life, and they are of extremely high grade, and he wants to understand his own way. After much thought, Guan invested another 100 million years of life into Daogang's vitality. This was his body protection method and should also be helpful in overcoming the tribulation. In the end, Daogang's vitality was promoted to the guardian spirit, and he entered the realm of the palace. The realm of nirvana has been completely in chaos. Countless spiritual thoughts and consciousnesses have swept through it, and there are many forces wandering around. With Guan as the center, there are living creatures in all directions. Even the vast world in the distance has many creatures flying out to inspect the situation. The extraction of the spiritual energy of the Great Avenue has affected the rules of the world. Panic is spreading. After Guan passed on the memory of the Dao protector Divine Yuan, he was surrounded by a white halo of golden light. This white halo suddenly shrank and merged into his body, combining with the golden body of Hunyuan Dao, as if there was a layer of flowing light on his skin. Diffusion, flowing through every inch of the body surface. His skin was restored to its original state, but his overall aura was far greater than before, as if he were the supreme who controlled all things. His eyes were indifferent, showing a sense of oppression that looked down upon the common people. Guan brought up the attribute panel and saw that he still had more than 2.5 billion years of life left, so he began to adjust his mood. Next comes the most important moment. Break through the realm. 100 million years to go? You have been cultivating Qi for 5 million years. You used your great attainments in the Great Dao Infinite Gong to forcefully attack Xianyuan Zizai Fairyland and begin to transcend the tribulation. You did not survive the great tribulation of reincarnation, Sungsu, and the heavenly Dao, and the tribulation failed. You have been cultivating Qi for 10 million years. You used your great attainments of the Infinite Dao Gong to forcefully attack Xianyuan Zizai Fairyland and begin to transcend the tribulation. You did not survive the great tribulation of reincarnation, Sungsu, and the heavenly Dao, and the tribulation failed. A catastrophe occurs once every 5 million years? It's really cruel. The last time it happened was only once every 2 million years. Guan just sighed a little in his heart. In fact, he had been mentally prepared for it. As long as the breakthrough is successful, no matter how much life you spend in the middle, it is just a number. In the end, a lifespan of 100 million years did not bring success, and he failed 20 times. He continues to invest his life. 100 million after another 100 million was invested, Guan's face was expressionless, as if there was no trouble at all. After failing to live for a billion years, he opened his mouth slightly. There are still 1.6 billion years left to live. Don't panic. Guan continued to invest in units of 100 million years, and his expression became solemn as a result. 500 million years later, it's the 600 million years? Finally, Guan saw that the number of words in the prompt suddenly lengthened. You have been cultivating Qi for 45 million years. You used your great attainments in the Great Dao Infinite Gong to forcefully attack Xianyuan Zizai Fairyland and begin to transcend the tribulation. You survived the great tribulation of reincarnation, Sungsu, and the Dao of heaven. You succeeded in transcending the tribulation, and your cultivation level broke through to Xianyuan Zizai Fairyland early stage. You have been cultivating Qi for 100 million years, and your cultivation has improved. 55 million years will not allow you to improve your small realm. Guan felt the aura of the Great Avenue vibrating again, and he continued to invest his life. Strive to reach perfection in one breath. In the end, it took him more than 600 million years of life to finally break through to the perfect state of Xianyuan Zizaixian. Guan looked at the lifespan consumption rate of the lifespan barrier, and his heart settled down. The remaining 400 million years of life should not be drained out. He closed his eyes and lost himself in his own creation. There were rolling flames coming from the void in the distance, and there were great monks fighting. The changes in the Nirvana realm have been going on for some time. Not knowing the truth, the various forces became increasingly uneasy and suspicious of each other, and friction began to arise. The continent beneath Guan began to tremble, as if it was about to break. As time went by, there were more and more fighting figures, and 2 people even came to fight in the sky above the mainland. They each held magic weapons, fighting like gods, and the battle was fierce. They didn't know that there was a terrifying existence that surpassed the immortal of freedom below and was breaking through. Guan's Dao fruit began to transform, adding Xianyuan Dao patterns, and the immortality mantra, the natal magical power born from the Dao fruit, also began to strengthen, blending with more rules of the Dao and the rules of heaven and earth, making the immortality mantra reach a wider range, and deeper. When Guan's cultivation level reached Immortal Queen Xianyuan Zizai, endless memories poured into his mind, including his past, future, and even other illusory fates. When faced with a certain life choice, each of his choices will produce different fate lines, and these fate lines will continue to branch out in the future. Only the path he really takes is his reality, and the others are illusions. But it can also be deduced to happen. If the cultivation level is strong enough, it can even make it come true. If you want it to come true, you have to create the same world. Xianyuan Zizaixian is the process of understanding destiny. You can see all the destiny that can happen in the first half of your life, and you can also see the future direction of these destiny, so that you can walk more firmly in the future. All living beings were in various forms, ebbing and flowing, and Guan saw the destruction of the heaven and earth. That huge continent will be crushed into powder at some point. Not only the great heaven and earth, but all the great heaven and earth will go to annihilation. Just like living things, they will one day die. The destruction of the heavenly spirit world is irreversible, because this is the evolution process of heavenly Dao and Dao. Unless Guan can surpass them, but if so, the eternal heavenly spirit heaven and earth will bring variables to other universes. Guan saw that after he forcibly protected the heaven and earth of Tianling, Taixuan and Taixuan dynasty became the masters of heaven and earth. They became the next holy court and immortal dynasty. They were high above and ruled all living beings. They went to the outer world and plundered everywhere. Eventually, they become the new hegemon and the enemy of all living beings. In the dark, everything has its destiny, it's just the alternation of old and new. Immortal cultivators can calculate heaven and earth and nature, but they cannot calculate everyone's heart. Any person, any intelligent being can become a variable, and one variable will give rise to countless variables, just like what is said in the Tao Te Ching. Tao gives birth to 1, gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. This is true of everything. From the present point of view, many things are the same as from the future point of view. Some roles are always played by others. Reaching Xianyuan Zizaixian, in addition to becoming stronger, is also pursuing one's own position. Guan used this to sort out his Taoist mind. If he could see through his destiny, how should he treat those who are closely related to him? Emotions tie him down, and should he be by emotions? It is said to follow the original intention, but what is the original intention? As long as you live one more day in this world, your heart will accept other things, and your feelings will be built up the day after tomorrow. Renew, Xianyuan is immortal. What is Xianyuan and what is freedom? Guan seemed to be surrounded by countless scenes, which collided with his will from time to time. There were pictures of the past and pictures of the future, becoming more and more chaotic and violent. I don't know how much time has passed. He opened his eyes suddenly, and his consciousness came to a vast and bright starry sky, and there were no longer those intricate scenes in front of him. His world seemed to suddenly become quiet. His eyes became clear again, and figures walked out of him one after another, walked up to him, and turned to look at him. There are 5 figures in total. They are Chu Lu, Xiao Shengtian, Long Zhan, Lu Han, and Ji. His 5 reincarnations? Guan looked at them, his eyes gradually becoming firm. Behind the 5 reincarnated bodies, figures came one after another from the depths of the starry sky. Guan could not see through their identities, but he could feel that they were also his reincarnated bodies. When he actually starts reincarnation, these reincarnations will get their own identities. The reason why they appeared meant that Guan had not yet severed his desire for reincarnation. Their clothes were different, but their bodies looked similar to Guan's. Every time they took a step, their bodies would move forward a large distance and quickly approach Guan. Hundreds, thousands, 10,000, the number continued to increase, and soon, the starry sky in front of Guan was filled with densely packed figures. Guan was still sitting in meditation, looking at the reincarnated body in front of him, his expression unchanged. He was looking at the reincarnated bodies, and all the reincarnated bodies were looking at him, as if he was facing his own heart. At this moment, Guan's Taoist heart gradually became clear. It's not that the original mind is the original mind, nor is what you acquire later in life an obstacle. What he is thinking at the moment is his original intention, and any time he acts in accordance with his own wishes, it is his original intention. As long as there is no conflict between his heart and his principles, that's what he should do. Even if something ends badly, so what? All he can pursue is his own life. He can only help others, but he cannot control the will of others. Even if the ending is destruction, isn't it also a gain to have a period of time that makes him feel happy before destruction? Regardless of cause and effect, what Guan needs to think about more is his own pursuit. Immortality? It's too empty? Since practicing so far, Guan has come to understand more and more the truth that there is no end to the Tao. How high must one reach to achieve immortality? If we encounter a stronger being, can we maintain immortality? Guan looked back at all his memories, including memories of reincarnation. His eyes gradually glowed. Boom! The entire universe collapsed, and Guan's consciousness returned to reality. He was still meditating on the broken continent, with the lifespan barrier guarding him. Xianyuan is in the early stage of the fairyland. The breakthroughs continue. Guan's insight into the avenue becomes clearer, and he has a deeper sense of cause and effect, fate, and reincarnation. These are just the transformations of his life essence. In terms of strength, his magic power far exceeds that of Daozang Zizai Fairyland. While the spiritual energy of the Great Avenue was still pouring into his body, Guan began to peek into the universe. His mind can see farther away. He first saw a giant gate in the depths of the universe. That giant gate was very similar to the land of Ji's fall. The heavenly spirit god who killed Ji was guarding such a giant gate. Realm Gate. The heavenly spirit god once revealed the name of this gate when he was killing him. He also said that anyone who approaches the gate is violating the laws of heaven and should be destroyed physically and spiritually. Could it be that every universe has a gate? Guan saw no one under the boundary gate, and the silence was eerie. His instinct told him that if he got close to the boundary gate, he would be in trouble. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the big world in the other direction. His spiritual thoughts took in all the sentient beings in the world and even the communication between them. This great world is called Taixuan Great World, and there are 3 immortals in it. This is also a world that is in chaos. Changes outside the sky have caused internal turmoil in Taixuan heaven and earth, and all sects are working hard to appease all living beings. Guan secretly felt guilty, but he had no way to move his position now and could only continue to wait. He had to break through, and he could only blame Taixuan Deishandi for his bad luck. Guan suddenly thought of something. He raised his right hand, and the magic power condensed into seeds in his palm. He sprinkled them towards the great world of Taixuan. The seeds in his hand disappeared into thin air as soon as they flew out. Just think of it as my compensation, Guan thought in his heart. As he took action, he looked at Taixuan Great World again and found that the future of Taixuan Great World had changed. The destiny of heaven and earth keeps branching out, some branches are shattered, and the remaining branches continue to expand and bloom. Guan even saw that Taixuan heaven and earth would collide with Tianling heaven and earth in the future, although it was in the very distant future. Sure enough, any variables bring blessings and disasters. Guan just sighed in his heart and had no regrets. Even without him, Taixuan Deishandi will encounter changes in the future. What are variables? That is the power that cannot be restrained by the rules of this world. Everything from outside the world may become variables. Time continued to pass, and Guan's mana continued to increase. He did not ignore the lifespan barrier. His lifespan number jumped quickly, but the number of digits did not shorten rapidly. Half an hour later, Guan's magic power finally increased to the level of Xianyuan Zizi Fairyland perfection, and he still had more than 100 million years left to live. He stood up and twisted his neck. His whole body flashed with golden light, which was psychedelic and mysterious. It was the light of Hunyuan Dao's golden body. He disappeared on the spot, got directly into the whirlpool of reincarnation, and then walked towards the Tianling Great World. Taking one step into the whirlpool of reincarnation, one step out, and one more step, he had arrived near Taixuan Gate. This is the eternal step of heaven? The great world of Taixuan and the great world of Tianling are so far apart. Even for immortal Zizi, it is a difficult place to reach. Even though there is a whirlpool of reincarnation is so vast. How many people can find their way home in a short time? Guan felt the scent of flowers and plants in the mountains and forests, and a smile appeared on his face. This place still made him feel comfortable. It is now approaching noon, and just one night has passed. Guan has surpassed Daozang Zizai Immortal and reached the higher Xianyuan Zizai Immortal. And in the Tianling Great World, in this universe, he has never seen Daozang Zizaixian. Of course, the heavenly spirit god guarding the realm gate does not count. Guan looked up and could already see the figure of Tianling god. The fact that Tianling god can live to the extreme is enough to show how powerful he is. In the eyes of Union cultivators, doesn't he represent immortality and immortality? Guan did not look at Tianlingshan for fear of being noticed by the other party. It is still very dangerous to fight against Tianling god with his strength. What's more, he has no enmity with Tianling god, so why bother? In the Tianling Great World, he already has the confidence to deal with everything. You don't need to be so cautious next time, but you still have to hide something. Guan can let people know that he is Fudeo Sword Master, but he cannot let people know how strong he is. What he is fighting for is not the strength of the moment, but the future of thousands of generations. No matter how the heaven and earth change, how the sun, moon, and stars move, he will always witness the evolution of everything. He will live longer than heaven and earth, longer than the Great Road. He will be the representative of eternity. He wants to enjoy immortal solitude. The corner of Guan's mouth raised, and he touched the flowers and plants along the way with his right hand. After being brushed by his fingers, the flowers and plants all glowed with life and swayed slightly, as if they were about to turn into essence. An hour later, Guan walked into Xian Valley leisurely. In the valley, there are disciples weeding, some sowing seeds, and some practicing magic. It is like a small sect, very popular. Seeing Guan coming back, the disciples immediately greeted him. After spending a stick of incense in Xian Valley, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley. The Third Medicine Valley is the center of his life now, and Xian Valley's position in his heart is no longer so important. As soon as he arrived at the Third Medicine Valley, a figure appeared in front of Guan out of thin air. It's Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao was about to speak when her eyes suddenly froze. She looked at Guan and frowned. Guan's clothes were the same as yesterday, but his temperament had changed so much that Ji Xiao was stunned. Let's go play chess, go to your house, or go to the dojo, Guan asked with a smile. The so-called dojo is a chess-playing area, where dozens of chess tables are placed, and people come to play chess every day. Ji Xiao retracted her thoughts and said, let's go to the dojo. I also want to experience life well recently. Guan heard what she meant, but didn't say anything more and immediately took her to the dojo. Last night Ji Xiao couldn't help but ask. She turned to look at Guan, feeling full of confusion. Guan looked ahead and said with a smile, I went to practice last night and gained some insights. It seems that your understanding is not small. That's right, don't look at who I am, Guan said with a proud smile. Ji Xiao felt that his smile deserved a beating, but as he smiled like this, she felt that her relationship with Guan had been restored again, and the previous sense of distance was gone. Ji Xiao looked at Guan and said, you don't know how to hide your cultivation, do you? Although Guan's cultivation level has not increased, if you think about it carefully, his temperament has been changing. This is definitely not an illusion. You guessed it right. In fact, I am very strong now. Even if you awaken, you may not be my opponent. Patriarch Bodhi actually wrote about me. Guan glanced at her and said seriously. Ji Xiao couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. There were people at the chess table in the dojo, but when they saw Guan arriving, 2 disciples took the initiative to give up their seats. The other monks playing chess were attracted by Guan. As Guan and Ji Xiao sat down, many people immediately gathered around them. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord also came. He looked at Guan with a strange expression. He also felt that Guan's temperament had changed greatly. Who is this kid? Isn't it related to Fudeo Sword Master? The Nine-Finger Divine Lord has never been able to figure out why Guan was able to defeat him. He suddenly came up with a bold idea. Could it be that Fudeo Sword Master was instructing Guan to play chess? It's possible, right? That's it. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked at Guan with anger in his eyes. This boy has no martial ethics? Guan asked Ji Xiao to make the first move, but Ji Xiao was not polite. 7 steps later, Guan felt Ji Xiao mobilizing the power of the innate Taoist talisman. She really came prepared. The Nine-Finger God looked at Ji Xiao in surprise, secretly shocked. What kind of power is this? End of chapter. The innate Taoist talismans continued to pour out the power belonging to the reincarnation Taoist emperor, making Ji Xiao's consciousness quickly become stronger. Both Ji Xiao and the Nine-Finger Divine Lord understood that Go was about the power of calculation. It was for this reason that Guan, who was at a low level, could always beat them, which made them feel unwilling. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord felt Ji Xiao's aura quickly becoming stronger, and was secretly frightened. More and more great monks were attracted, including Shen Xinzi and Longqing. Guan and Ji Xiao attacked so quickly and with so much murderous intent that the people around them didn't dare to take a breath. A figure appeared next to Ji Xiao out of thin air. It was the Emperor of the Sun and the Moon. He looked at the chessboard, frowned, and hesitated to speak. An Xian and Yu Yingying also came and watched the chess game among the crowd. No matter how low his cultivation level is, he can still feel Ji Xiao's growing aura. Yu Yingying looked at Ji Xiao and was secretly surprised. She had always been curious about Ji Xiao's origin, but she only heard that Ji Xiao came from the Ji family. Ji Xiao is definitely the most mysterious being in the Third Medicine Valley. She is always in retreat and only has a good relationship with Guan. An Xian is also curious about Ji Xiao's strength. She knows that Ji Xiao is very strong. Guan also said that she has talent that is no less than an Hao. How can she not be curious? As Ji Xiao's momentum continued to rise, thunderclouds surged from the sky, surging violently, making the world quickly darken, and the sound of thunder echoed. The disciples in the valley looked up one after another, and they were shocked and shocked. Even the disciples in other cities of Taixuan Sect and Yao Valley were attracted by the vision. What's going on? Is anyone going to survive the tribulation? It seems to be the movement coming from the dojo. If you feel it carefully, there is an aura that is getting stronger quickly. Indeed, there are many people running over. Let's go take a look too. What are you afraid of? In Taixuan Sect, you don't have to be afraid if the sky falls. The disciples in the valley were discussing among themselves, and many disciples rushed towards the dojo to see what happened. Guan pinched Bai Zi'ai, looked at Ji Xiao, and asked, do you want to do this? Once the power of the innate Taoist talisman is used too much, it will be expelled by the rules of reincarnation. Guan can see that Ji Xiao's lifespan is declining. Ji Xiao raised her eyes and looked at him and said, I have to defeat you once so that I have no regrets. It's good to fight on the chessboard. Guan stared at her and smiled, even so, I will not admit defeat. I have never really lost in my life. Even if I lose, I can only lose to myself. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord couldn't help but said, you are really good at pretending. People who don't know better think you are Fudeo Sword Master. Guan glanced at him and said, how dare my defeated general dare to bark? I will torture you later. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't know how to refute. The other spectators thought it was funny, but they did not dare to offend the Nine-Finger God. Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming looked at Guan's chess moves, and his expression became increasingly weird. He had no idea of stopping Ji Xiao. As far as he was concerned, he was working for the Emperor of Samsara, not Ji Xiao. He wished that Ji Xiao could recover as the reincarnation emperor as soon as possible. The two continued to play chess. Ji Xiao's chess style was fierce and she frequently made killer moves, but she could always be defused by Guan. The surrounding spectators were secretly shocked. They also liked playing chess and each had their own way of studying it. They could see how high Ji Xiao's chess skills were. Every offensive move and layout surprised them. But just like this, Guan can always neutralize every move of Ji Xiao. His moves are not as strong as Ji Xiao's, but they give people an unbreakable momentum. Boom! A bolt of thunder appeared under the thundercloud, and the sound of thunder startled many people. Ji Xiao looked at the chessboard with a cold expression. Her eyes were full of oppression, and the momentum of her moves was still increasing. Guan, on the other hand, looked calm and played chess at an unhurried pace. Time passes quickly. The further back, Ji Xiao's falling speed became slower and slower. With the power of the innate Taoist talisman, her calculation speed is getting faster and faster, but no matter how fast she speeds up, she can't reverse the offensive. This situation makes her pressure increase with each move, and she even feels invincible. The feeling of peace. Ji Xiao raised her eyes to look at Guan and saw that he kept a smile on his face, which was incompatible with the people around him. The onlookers frowned and were extremely nervous. On the contrary, he seemed calm and relaxed while playing chess. The more confident he became, the less confident Ji Xiao felt. Are you really going to force me out? Ji Xiao frowned, a look of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Guan suddenly made a move, his voice was loud, and he said, "It's over here, you lose." Ji Xiao's brows furrowed even more tightly. Just as she was about to speak, Guan raised his hand and moved the chess pot in front of him. Without waiting for Ji Xiao's reaction, Guan waved his right hand, and the chess pieces from the two chess jars flew out, and the black and white chess pieces landed on the chessboard one after another. Everyone was stunned and didn't understand what he was doing. Ji Xiao looked at the chessboard, and her expression quickly changed. The expressions of the Nine-Finger Divine Lord and the Sun Moon Underworld Emperor also became strange. The black and white stones kept falling, and the chess pieces flew up. Judging from the chess moves of the black stones, there was no difference from Ji Xiao's own moves. After 10 breaths, no more pieces fall, and the situation on the chessboard has been resolved, with white winning. Others also understood. Is Guan deducing Ji Xiao's chess strategy? They are all immortal cultivators with extraordinary memories. When they look back on their previous moves, the higher their cultivation level, the faster their expressions change. They looked at Guan with incredible eyes. Can this be calculated? Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming had the highest level of cultivation. He compared it secretly. Guan simulated Ji Xiao's chess moves very well, but it would not be so easy for him to win. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked at Guan and opened his mouth, but in the end nothing could be said. Guan looked at the Nine-Finger Divine Lord and asked with a smile, "Want a plate?" The Nine-Finger Divine Lord had a serious expression on his face and said, "Forget it, let's try another day. You played very well today and gave me a lot of inspiration. I have to understand it well." Guanul was delighted, the senior's tone was very good. He looked at Ji Xiao and asked with a smile, "What? You can't afford to lose, can you?" Ji Xiao took a deep breath, looked at Guan and said, "I lost." The innate Taoist talisman in her body began to calm down, and her aura also dissipated. She stood up and walked aside. Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming took the opportunity to sit down and said, "Let's have a plate." Guan looked at him and asked, "Can you get off?" "Why not? I've been here several times before." Sun Moon Ming Emperor glared at Guan and said angrily, feeling that this kid was too arrogant. Ji Xiao came to Guan's side, her eyes were complicated and she didn't know what she was thinking. Zhi Shenzhen had met Emperor Sun, Moon, and Underworld once, and always felt that this person's cultivation was unfathomable. He became interested and wanted to see if Emperor Sun, Moon, and Underworld could defeat Guan. Faced with the request of Emperor Sun, Moon, and Underworld to fight, Guan would naturally not refuse. The two soon started fighting. Others continued to watch. Half an hour later, Guan stood up. Under Ji Xiao's shocked gaze, he looked down at Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming and said, "Go is not as simple as you think." The surrounding disciples immediately cheered. Although they did not know the identity of the Sun Moon Ming Emperor, they definitely supported Guan in the Third Medicine Valley. Zhi Shenzhen, Shenzinzi and several immortal monks looked at the chessboard, and it was difficult to regain their composure for a long time. Emperor Sun Moon Ming was trembling all over, his face full of disbelief. How is it possible? Emperor Sun Moon Ming murmured to himself, he couldn't believe he would lose. Seeing Guan turn around, he immediately stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Stop, who are you? You are not Guan." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Guan, even Shenzinzi and Zhi Shenzhen. Longqing couldn't help but said, "What do you mean? You can't beat my master, so you are so embarrassed that you become angry." Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming stared closely at Guan's back and said, "My cultivation is above the 4th level of the immortal world. Why do you think he can beat me? The chess moves I can calculate are beyond imagination. Above the 4th heaven of immortality? Above the flying immortals in heaven and earth?" Even the Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Shenzinzi were frightened, and looked at the Sun Moon Underworld Emperor with fear. Guan turned sideways, looked at Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming, and said, "The 4th level of immortality? Why don't you just say that you are a true immortal with divine thoughts?" Emperor Sun Moon Ming's face changed drastically, and Ji Xiao's expression also changed. She looked at Guan and felt that he was so strange. Guan stared at Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming and said, "Since you know that I am stronger than you, how dare you talk to me like this when you are hiding in my residence?" His tone was indifferent, but it exuded a great sense of oppression. For the first time, the disciples discovered that their master was so scary. However, none of them had heard of the word Shen Nian True Immortal. Even Zhi Shenjun and Shen Xinzi were wondering what the realm of Shen Nian True Immortal was. Emperor Sun Moon Ming's face became extremely ugly. Facing Guan's eyes, his heart was beating wildly, and he felt more nervous than breaking into the holy court. "You are." Sun Moon Ming Emperor gritted his teeth and said, but Fudeo Sword Master could not say the words. Guan turned around, smiled at Ji Xiao and said, "Let's go back to the house to chat." Ji Xiao nodded subconsciously and then followed him away. Emperor Sun, Moon, and Underworld stood there, watching them leave. The others looked at each other, confused. Long Qing came to Shen Xinzi and asked in a low voice, "Master, what is the realm of a true immortal with divine thoughts?" Shen Xinzi did not answer. He also wanted to know the answer to this question. Anyway, he knew very well that the true immortal of divine mind was above the flying immortal of heaven and earth, and Guan was probably stronger than the true immortal of divine mind. Otherwise, how could he scare Emperor Sun, Moon, and Underworld into such a state? And Xian was the only one who wasn't surprised, she was only excited. She also wanted to show her holiness in front of people like her master, which made her more motivated to cultivate immortality. She immediately turned around and left, preparing to practice hard. On the way to the attic, Ji Xiao looked at Guan, with 1,000 things she wanted to say in her heart. "Have you awakened your past life memory?" Ji Xiao couldn't help but ask. She had guessed before that it might be the reincarnation of immortal Zizai, and now she is even more sure of it. Otherwise, how could Guan suppress Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming? As for whether Guan might be Fudeo Sword Master, she thought it was unlikely. The Fudeo Sword Lord takes action more than once, and the reincarnation person will be expelled by the rules of reincarnation if he uses his power. Thanks to book friend 201902122224907590 for the reward of 5,000 starting coins. Awakening past life memories? You can say that. Guan looked at Ji Xiao and replied with a smile, he indeed had a lot of past life memories. After hearing this, Ji Xiao's eyes became complicated. She could feel that the reason why Guan ended the chess game early was because he was afraid that she would consume too much vitality. Therefore, Guan was forced to expose his cultivation, and she felt mixed emotions. Surprise, accident, unwillingness, worry, regret, etc. Many emotions filled her heart. Guan saw through her thoughts, shrugged and said with a smile, "Don't be unconvinced, it's not like I won't follow you in the future, you still have a chance." "I'm afraid I don't have that much time," Ji Xiao whispered. Guan turned to look at her and asked, "What do you want to do in the remaining time?" Ji Xiao is the Emperor of Samsara, and the Emperor of Samsara is Ji Xiao, but her memory is different, which causes her to have short-term emotions. Guan can transfer Ji Xiao's memory of this life to another person, but doing so cannot separate Ji Xiao from the reincarnation Taoist Emperor, because there is only one soul. Moreover, memories and experiences can affect personality, but nature is determined by birth. Ji Xiao also understands this truth, so she has never wanted to get rid of the reincarnation Taoist Emperor. The reason why she is uneasy is because she cannot imagine how her will return to her original self after this life is over, because when she recalls the memories of her previous life, she cannot feel your emotions at that time. "What do you want to do?" "I really have to think about it." Ji Xiao was thoughtful. Guan didn't offer any advice and let her think about it on her own. The two returned to the house, and in the dojo, Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming disappeared. Onlookers gathered one after another and began to review the chess game just now. Shen Xinzi looked at Guan's attic from a distance, took a deep breath and said, "Your master is not simple." Long Qing on the side couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this sentence. "You said it, I'm not blind either." Long Qing's heart was equally complicated. He has a close relationship with Guan and has always regarded Guan as his father, but in his heart, the Son of God is stronger. In order to practice with Shen Xinzi, he spent a lot of time with Shen Xinzi, which also led to him spending less and less time with Guan. But in the previous scene, Guan's momentum even surpassed that of the mysterious monk. That is a more powerful existence than the fourth level of immortality. In other words, Guan is probably stronger than his master Shen Xinzi? Long Qing suddenly felt ridiculous, even a little unacceptable. If that was the case, why didn't he practice with Guan from the beginning? Long Qing looked at an Xian who was walking away in the distance, and he suddenly felt that an Xian might know something. Gotta ask? How could it be that the person closest to him was hiding such a level of cultivation? The conflict between Guan and Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming spread in the following days, and the words Shen Nian True Immortal were also remembered by some people. 3 days later, Liu Baitian and Ji Hantian came to see Gu and received them and asked them to sit down while he poured tea. "I heard that there is an existence in Yaogu whose cultivation is above the 4th level of immortality? Is it true? And he is suppressed by you?" Liu Baitian couldn't help but ask, his expression nervous. When he heard this, his first reaction was disbelief, but when his subordinates claimed to have seen it with their own eyes, he had to take it seriously. There is currently no great monk from the 4th level of Immortal Dao in Taixuan Sect, not counting Fudeo Sword Master, and no one knows his cultivation level. Now not only are there more flying immortals from heaven and earth, but Guan, whom he is most optimistic about, can actually suppress such a being? How is that possible? Liu Beidian felt it was ridiculous, and even suspected that he had gone crazy while practicing Qigong and was trapped in an illusion. Ji Hantian's mood was similar to his. Guan was born as a servant of the Ji family. Even if he had a great adventure, he would not be so strong. Since you already know, why do you come to ask me? Guan casually replied that when he became Xianyuan Zaizaxian, he decided that he no longer needed to pretend like before, as long as he did not reveal his true strength. Even the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court would not have thought that Fudeo Sword Master could surpass Zaizaxian and be 2 levels higher. The strongest Shengtian is still attacking Daozang Zaizaxian. After hearing Guan's words, Liu Beidian and Ji Hantian's eyes widened, and they looked at each other subconsciously. Ji Hantian glanced at Liu Beidian. Liu Beidian hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Immediately afterwards, Ji Hantian suddenly stood up and raised his palm to hit Guan, who had his back turned to him. But as soon as he took out his palm, his whole body was frozen and unable to move. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and look stunned. Guan turned around and walked towards Ji Hantian with 2 cups of tea. When their eyes met, Ji Hantian's eyes were full of disbelief. When Guan came to him, he felt an extremely terrifying aura, as if Guan's momentum could crush him. Next time, even if I don't take action, you will die. Guan stared at Ji Hantian and said expressionlessly. Ji Hantian broke out in cold sweat after hearing this. Liu Beidian quickly stood up and said, he just wants to test you and has no intention of harming you. He was also frightened and looked at Guan with fear in his eyes. With this momentum, he is definitely an immortal being? It is no exaggeration to say that Liu Beidian has never felt such a powerful momentum in his life. As for the terrifying existences such as Fudeo Sword Master and Kayakxi Immortal Lord, their momentum is facing the heaven and earth, far away from Liu Beidian. This time it is face-to-face feelings. Guan calmed down his momentum and placed 2 cups of tea on the table. He sat down on his own, then lay on the back of the chair, looked at Liu Beidian and the other 2, and asked, now that it's confirmed, what are you going to do next? His tone was casual and did not exude overwhelming momentum, but it brought Liu Beidian and the 2 almost suffocating pressure. They never thought that this kid could have such courage. At the same time, they were thinking about Guan's words and could not judge Guan's attitude. Is Guan hiding his strength, or does he not mind hiding it? Should they help Guan deal with the aftermath? Guan was not in a hurry and waited for them to think. Seeing that Guan didn't urge them, the pressure on the 2 of them doubled, and their foreheads even began to sweat. Liu Beidian raised his eyes and looked at Guan, feeling a little dazed. Guan, whom he had tried his best to take care of and favor over the years, turned out to be so powerful. Something suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that Guan was very strong from the beginning? The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Ever since he met Guan, he had never seen Guan panic. This kid seemed not to be afraid of any difficulties or obstacles. Pursuing an ordinary life may be because he is strong enough and has experienced all the wonderful things in the world. Could it be that he is Fudeo Sword Master? Liu Beidian himself was startled as soon as this thought came out. He raised his eyes to look at Guan, and met Guan's half-smiling gaze. Liu Beidian broke into a cold sweat. He thought of his actions over the years and Guan's opinions. Many things finally connected together. No wonder he said he would never be able to reach the fusion realm in this life. It turns out that he doesn't look down on the combined realm at all. Ji Hantian didn't think too much, he was just confused about why Guan was so strong. Guan was a servant of their Ji family. He had investigated Guan a long time ago and determined Guan's true identity. Could it be that this Guan is no longer the Guan he knew, but has been replaced by a great monk? This is the only possibility? How could a junior who is over 700 years old be so strong? That and how may not have entered nirvana to this day. Liu Beidian took a deep breath and said, we will not reveal your cultivation level, nor will we disturb your life. Ji Hantian came back to his senses and agreed. He no longer had the same high profile as before, and looked frightened when facing Guan. Guangzhen thought it would be okay if you talked, but it would be nice if you could be quieter. He said, let's drink tea. This tea is a tea that I have treasured for a long time. The 2 of them nodded quickly and started serving tea, but their hands were shaking. After a while, the 2 of them walked out of the attic, and Guan also came out to see them off. Longqing, who was chatting with the Blood Hell Monarch, turned around and saw the sect master and deputy sect master nodding and bowing to his master, which made him frown. Guan watched the 2 people leave, then looked at Longqing and smiled. Before Longqing could speak, he went back to the house and closed the door with a bang. Longqing opened his mouth, and he also saw that the master was deliberately avoiding him. Also, when he remembered that he had boasted in front of his master about how strong the second master was, he became ashamed. Other side, Liu Beidian and Ji Hantian were walking on the clouds, and they were communicating in low voices. What should we do in the future? Ji Hantian asked, with a complicated look on his face. He really didn't know what to do with Guan. He would definitely not be able to use Guan as his subordinate in the future. Given their previous relationship, it was hard for him to please Guan directly. Liu Beidian looked at the horizon and replied, pretend not to know this, and treat people who have a good relationship with him in the future. After all, he works hard for Taixuanmen, and people who can have a good relationship with him must also have a problem with Taixuanmen. Taixuan cannot let them not receive the treatment they deserve if they neglect their efforts. Ji Hantian's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he had to admire Liu Beitian. There is indeed a gap between the sect master and the deputy sect master. In the days that followed, the rumors about the Third Medicine Valley were suppressed, but in the hearts of the disciples in the valley, Guan was already a mysterious monk. Therefore, they worked harder to win Guan's favor. Time flies. It's autumn time. Yalan and Zhen Qin came to see Guan, and the two women went upstairs and entered the house. Master, we are already the elders of the branch elders hall. Now in the branch sect, we can be said to be inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. Zhen Qin said excitedly. Although this matter has been decided for several months, she gets excited every time she mentions it. Guan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, so powerful. Yalan stared at Guan and asked, this matter must have something to do with you. No matter how great our contribution is, it is almost impossible to enter the elder hall with our cultivation level. When Zhen Qin heard this, she couldn't help but look at Guan. She originally thought that Guan would be humble or deny it, but she didn't expect that Guan replied, maybe someone wants to please me. Hearing this, Zhen Qin's eyes widened and she asked in astonishment, who can give you 2 seats in the Presbyterian hall to please you? Guan said proudly, to be honest, I am very strong now. It is no exaggeration to say that I can beat all the invincible opponents of Taixuan Sect, and you will be able to walk sideways in the future. End of chapter. Really or not, can you still beat Fudeo Sword Master? Zhen Qin was happy and asked teasingly along with Guan's words. Guan raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and said, my punch has tens of thousands of years of skill, can he support Deo Sword Master to withstand it? Bah, don't talk nonsense, be careful if his old man hears it. Zhen Qin suddenly became anxious. After saying this, she stood up, bowed to the window, clasped her hands, and apologized for Guan. Guan wanted to laugh, but he didn't stop him and smiled at Zhen Qin's performance. Yalan is not afraid. She has always felt that Guan has a relationship with Fudeo Sword Master. For Guan to say this means that his relationship with Fudeo Sword Master is very good, so good that he can even joke about his crimes. This makes her very happy. The better the relationship between senior brother and Fudeo Sword Master, the safer he will be in the future. Zhen Qin apologized for a long time, and at Guan's urging, she took her seat again. Guan asked them about their situation in the Presbyterian Church, and the two did not hide anything. When they first joined the Presbyterian Church, they suffered a lot of rejection, and some even publicly humiliated them. However, early the next morning, those people visited them and apologized to them. After that, the Presbyterian Church's attitude towards them changed, and everyone treated them well. Yalan took this opportunity to increase her power. Unexpectedly, the Elders' Hall not only did not suppress them, but also made way for them. So, Yalan thought that there must be someone behind this to help them. After thinking about it, they could only think of Guan as a person who could achieve such a level. In Taixuan Sect, there are quite a few women who are more outstanding in appearance and higher in cultivation than them. There are no great immortal monks who like them, so it is easy to filter out the answers. From now on, you can work in the elder position with peace of mind. Don't be too stressed. If you encounter something that is difficult to solve, just come to me. Guan said seriously that he would never have said such words before. It was not because he had become stronger, but because Ji Xiao's incident made him realize that the time left for those around him was not long. He has a lifespan of hundreds of millions of years, or even more, but unlike others, 100 years are fleeting, so how many 100 years are there in his life? The world is in chaos, and maybe the people he cares about may be suffering inadvertently. Why doesn't he reveal his bright spot? Yalan responded, don't worry, we will find you. Zhen Qin also nodded. They talked about interesting things about the branching of the sect again. Guan listened carefully, and occasionally he would be amused and laugh from the bottom of his heart. As evening approached, Zhen Qin left, while Yalan had to stay one night before leaving. At night, Yalan looked at Guan who was reading a book and asked casually, brother, what do you think of Miss Ji? Guan stared at the Qingxia travel notes in his hand and asked, why do you ask so suddenly? The atmosphere downstairs became unnatural again. Ji Xiao was eavesdropping again. Actually, I feel that you two are a good match. With her talent, she did not enjoy fame and fortune, but stayed in the Medicine Valley. Obviously for you? Yalan said softly, her eyes fixed on Guan, as if she was observing his expression changes. Guan replied, I know. When Yalan heard this, her eyes changed slightly. Guan raised his eyes and looked at her and said, she stayed here for my reasons, but there are also other reasons. There are more important things in life, especially for those who are cultivating immortals, right? After hearing this, Yalan had a smile on her face and said, yes, when I was several decades old, all I thought about was you and love. Now I have more pursuits. I care more about names than some names. You and I are still alive and can still accompany each other. She paused and said, actually, I mentioned her because I hope that senior brother you can seriously consider her love. I am destined to not be able to stay with senior brother forever. Don't stick to the old relationship all the time. It is best to constantly establish new relationships, no matter what the relationship is. This will at least make you less lonely in the future. Being favored by Fudeo Sword Master, coupled with her innate reincarnation skills, Yalan believed that Guan could live for a long time. She was destined to be just a passerby in his life. Rather than possessing her, she hoped that Guan could live a happy life in the future. In her opinion, her senior brother deserves all the good things in the world. Guan looked at her, but instead of comforting her, he asked with a smile, "What's wrong with being alone? The scary thing is being alone all the time. Don't worry, your senior brother and I have a lot of friends, and when have you ever seen me depressed? As for Ji Xiao, she can't stay with me for long either. Don't think about how long you can stay with me, but think about how long I can stay with you and what you will do with me." Yelan subconsciously wanted to ask Ji Xiao what was wrong, but then she thought about it. What could she do if even Guan and Ji Xiao couldn't solve the problem? There is no need to ruin senior brother's mood. Yes, it's a blessing for a mortal like me to have a relationship with my senior brother. Yelan covered her mouth and said with a smile. It seemed like she was joking, but she was actually telling the truth. Without Guan, not only would she not have the status and power she has today, but she would probably have died hundreds of years ago. The longer she lives now, the more she will miss Guan's kindness, at least that's what she thinks. Guan glared at her and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can fate be divided into high and low? Meeting you is also my blessing." Yeah. Yian's eyes narrowed with laughter, looking very touching. Guan raised his hand and placed it on the table, palm facing up. Yelan was stunned, then stretched out her hand, and Guan took her hand. "Practice hard, don't think that you will have nothing. I will accompany you to cultivate immortality. If you can't reach the fairyland in this life, I will find you in the next life. Even if you forget me, it is enough for me to remember you." Guan stared at Yian's eyes turned serious and he said seriously. Yian's eyes widened. This was the first time she heard Guan say such words. "Senior brother," Yelan said emotionally, looking at Guan with tender eyes. Guan took out a book and said, "This is the book I wrote recently. Let's take a look." Yian's eyes fell on the cover of the book, and she saw 3 words. A dream of red mansions. Time came to the end of autumn. On this day, Guan rode the blood prison Monkey King down the teleportation array, followed by an Xian. A figure suddenly rushed over and stopped the Blood Hell Monarch. It was Longqing. He looked at Guan angrily, with grievance still hidden in his eyes. Guan was riding on the back of the great sage of blood prison. His eyes were lazy and he said, "What do you want?" An Xian looked at Longqing and felt it was funny, but she held it back. In the past, she might have spoken up for Longqing, but she had also experienced Longqing's taunting and felt that this boy's temperament really needed to be polished. "Look how honest and Shengtian from Sungu is." Facing Guan's gaze, Longqing opened his mouth, not knowing how to express his feelings. The great sage of blood prison would not spoil him, and said, "Don't block the way. Someone has already taught you how to practice. Do you want the master to teach you too?" Longqing's face turned red and he was at a loss. After all, he is a child he raised. Guan did not embarrass him, but said, "Actually, you have a starting point that others don't have. It can even be said that you are already very strong, but you haven't discovered it yet. It's better to become stronger than blindly. What you should do more is to calm down and understand yourself." Shen Xinzi in the distance was eavesdropping. Hearing these words, he was thoughtful. He had long discovered that Longqing was not simple. Without a trace of spiritual power, Longqing's body, energy, and blood increased rapidly. In terms of spiritual power, Longqing was a waste. But in terms of the growth rate of his true strength, Longqing was definitely rare in the world of genius. Could it be that Longqing really hid a power that even he couldn't detect? After Longqing heard Guan's words, he was stunned and couldn't tell whether what Guan said was true or false. An Xian and the great sage of blood hell both looked at Longqing in surprise. They did not think that Guan would tell lies. "Do I really still have potential?" Longqing couldn't help but ask, with a look of nervousness and expectation on his face. Guan turned over, walked to Longqing, and put his right hand on Longqing's shoulder. In an instant, Longqing's expression changed drastically and his body began to tremble. "How do you feel?" Guan asked. Longqing gritted his teeth and said, "It hurts a little." Not only did it hurt a little, he felt like his body was about to fall apart, but he couldn't show his timidity in front of his master. He was confused and didn't know what the master was going to do. Test him? A smile appeared on Guan's face. As soon as he smiled, Longqing's face instantly turned pale, his body trembled more violently, and even his lips were trembling. A heavy cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At this moment, he felt that his body no longer belonged to him. He even felt that his body was rotten. He lost consciousness, his mind went blank, and he had no ideas. An Xian saw that something was wrong with him and took 2 steps forward, but she still held back her concern. How could the master hurt Longqing? Guan stopped his hand, and Longqing immediately collapsed on the ground, like a puddle of mud. He subconsciously looked up at Guan, his eyes full of fear. The disciples passing by looked at him with curiosity or confusion. They thought Guan was teaching Longqing a lesson and they didn't know what Longqing had committed. Guan looked down at Longqing and asked, "What did you feel just now?" Longqing gasped for air and raised his head with difficulty. He said with a scared look on his face, "I feel like I'm about to die. But you're not dead." Guan stared at him with an indifferent look, which made him feel fear and lower his head subconsciously. The person who was a Mahayana monk just now was already reduced to ashes. Guan dropped these words and walked past Longqing. Longqing's eyes widened and he turned to look at Guan's back with an expression of disbelief. An Xian and the Blood Hell Monkey King were equally stunned. For an Xian, the Mahayana realm was still far away, while the Blood Hell Monkey King itself was a Mahayana realm. This kid Longqing is already more powerful than the Mahayana realm? They all felt absurd in their hearts. Shen Xinzi appeared in front of Longqing out of thin air. He squatted down and began to examine Longqing's body. A look of shock soon appeared on his face. Impossible. Shen Xinzi murmured to himself, feeling as if his worldview had collapsed. Longqing didn't know what his master was thinking, but Guan's words echoed in his mind. If it were the Mahayana realm, it would have been wiped out. He thought back to the terrifying feeling just now, and suddenly felt that it didn't seem so scary. At the same time, Guan's image in his heart was infinitely higher. End of chapter. After being told about his potential by Guan, Longqing no longer practiced physical fitness. He began to calm down and feel his own heritage. Shen Xinzi had no objection to this. Shen Xinzi felt that he was not qualified to teach Longqing. He seemed calm but was confused in his heart. After staying in the Third Medicine Valley for hundreds of years, he has seen nothing and learned nothing. Autumn passes and winter comes. Snow fell from the sky, plunging the world into white. After the morning exercises that day, Guan stood in front of the wooden fence to admire the color of the snow. The white snow fell on him, turning into mist and surrounding him. His eyes were fixed on the park, but his thoughts were in the sky. An abnormality occurs in the vortex of reincarnation? After Guan made a breakthrough, the rules of reincarnation in the vortex of reincarnation kept changing. He couldn't tell whether it was because of himself or if he just happened to run into it. Most likely, it's because he shuttles back and forth in the vortex of reincarnation, causing riots in one universe, which then affects the vortex of reincarnation. He is not worried. No matter how big the abnormality appears in the whirlpool of reincarnation, it will hardly threaten Xianyuan's Isaaxian. He speculated that existences from other universes would descend on the Great Heaven and Earth. For Great Heaven and Earth, this would undoubtedly be a disaster. Just as he was thinking about it, Angzhen came to him. She talked about Longqing. This boy had been sitting in the Xianqing tree for a month. She was afraid that he would become crazy. It doesn't matter, it only takes so much time, sometimes it's good to think more about it. Guan casually said that Longqing was born in the Nirvana realm, but his cultivation was sealed by him. Now Longqing seems to be getting stronger quickly, but in fact he is just regaining his original strength. After an Xian heard this, he couldn't help but ask, Master, how high is his potential? How about following me to my senior brother and junior brother? Guan replied, in terms of innate qualifications, he is stronger, but your senior brother's understanding is better than him. From Guan's point of view, what is truly terrifying about An Hao is his understanding. Not only is he fast in cultivation, but his cultivation of magic and magical powers is also unbelievable. He was imprisoned by the Immortal Dynasty, but his cultivation was not delayed at all, and he was not far from Nirvana. He even calculated what kind of commotion An Hao would make in the Immortal Dynasty after reaching Nirvana, and he was looking forward to it. So powerful. An Xian asked in astonishment with his eyes widened. She had always sympathized with Longqing until Guan revealed Longqing's potential. If you can't cultivate your spiritual power, what does it matter no matter how strong your spiritual power is? Then why did he? An Xian asked cautiously. Guan glanced at her and chuckled, you are right, I am training him on purpose. Really? An Angzhen knew that Guan was proficient in sealing methods. The Blood Hell Monarch was an example. The majestic Mahayana realm was suppressed like this, and others could not see Guan's sealing methods at all. She was immediately relieved and laughed, this kid is crazy enough now. If there are no restrictions, he may indeed be able to make big mistakes. Guan looked up and saw that the vortex of reincarnation had changed and was expanding rapidly. When an Xian was still lamenting Longqing's temperament, figures flew out of the whirlpool of reincarnation, all of them humanoid, but with devilish, ghostly, and demonic auras. They quickly lined up and turned their gaze towards Tianling Heaven and Earth. The cultivation level is very high. Although there is no free immortal, the worst cultivation level is Deoxyxian. Guan could feel the immortal coming from the whirlpool of reincarnation. He couldn't help but speculate on the general trend of the world, and various scenes of the future came into his eyes. He saw some bad images. Is it fate? Guan was thinking in his mind, and echoed an Xian's words, chatting with her about Longqing. For a long time, he bowed in peace and left without disturbing Guan again. Guan continued to gaze out into the sky. He saw that the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty sent a large number of monks to investigate. The three forces are fighting against each other under the outer light layer. There is no collision for the time being, and they will have to test for a while. Guan turned around and flew towards the outer gate city. He is preparing to release the immortal version of Dream of Red Mansions. After the romance of the Three Kingdoms, many people in the immortal world are looking forward to Pan An's masterpiece. For Guan, writing books is no longer for profit. He is more about sharing and remembering, spreading the works of the previous life on Earth to the world of immortality, so that all living beings can remember him for him. An hour later, Guan was respectfully seen off by the disciples of the library and left. He did not leave the city immediately, but chose to continue wandering. Shopping is also his hobby. Observing the cause and effect of passers-by can also enhance his understanding of cause and effect and destiny. As always, Guan always meets someone he knows. Although his mentality has changed, his attitude towards others has not changed. He is still friendly and enthusiastic. Slowly, Guan came to the area around the sky-building platform. He looked from a distance and saw many people gathered around the sky-breaking axe. There was even a flying immortal on the stage. That person hid his cultivation and looked very ordinary, at least in the sky-building platform. Can't attract attention. Zhou Yujian stood guard next to the sky-breaking axe, his posture upright. This guy had been doing this for 10 years. Although he did not bring any benefit to Guan, his pious and persistent attitude moved Guan. In any case, the stronger Zhou Yujian becomes, the more powerful it is to set off the power of Fudeo Sword Master. Guan walked onto the skymending platform, walked through the sea of people, and walked towards the sky-breaking axe. Even on the skymending platform, Guan could still meet acquaintances and exchange some pleasantries. By the time he arrived in front of the sky-breaking axe, half a stick of incense had passed. When Zhou Yujian saw Guan, a smile appeared on his stern face. He took the initiative to greet Guan and asked, "Why are you here today?" Guan replied, "I went to the library." Zhou Yujian's eyes lit up and he asked, "Is it a new book?" He knew that Guan was the author of the Romance of the Gods, and he was a loyal reader of Pannon. He read the Romance of the Gods the most, but he also liked the subsequent Journey to the West and the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Guan didn't hide anything and nodded in response, which made Zhou Yujian very excited. At this time, the monk who was trying to pull off the sky axe failed. He let go, took 3 steps back, and said with emotion, "The inheritance of Fudeo Sword Master is indeed not good. Even I, a wandering immortal, cannot succeed." Yuxian? There was a commotion in the crowd, and someone complained in a low voice, "Can this inheritance really be obtained?" As soon as he said this, he was criticized by those around him. "Can't you feel the sword intent of Fudeo Sword Master on the stage?" That's right, even if you can't get the inheritance from Fudeo Sword Master, at least you can feel his sword intention. This is already a great favor. Fudeo Sword Master is so powerful, but if his inheritance is acquired within hundreds of years, it will not be beautiful. It means we haven't waited for the destined one yet. I really look forward to that day coming. When the time comes, the movement caused by the sky-breaking axe will definitely be earth-shattering. Guan listened to the discussions of the people around him and reflected to himself, was he too harsh? No matter how talented you are, if you want to pull out the sky-breaking axe, you must at least reach the level of Zi Xian. Because of the appearance of Emperor Sun, Moon, and Underworld, Guan quietly strengthened the magic power in the sky-breaking axe. No one without the free immortal could shake the sky-breaking axe. He originally wanted to wait until he was destined to fall in love with him, but for now, it was still difficult to meet someone he was destined to meet. Forget it, it doesn't matter if no one gets it. The inheritance is based on 10,000 years or millions of years. It will be a legend and has more foundation. You want to try too? Zhou Yujian asked Guan. While they were talking, another person stepped forward and held the handle of the sky-breaking axe. Like the previous people, they could not shake the sky-breaking axe no matter how hard they tried. The vast majority of people come to Mending Tiantai just to feel the power of Fudeo Sword Master. Even if they fail, they have no regrets, so most of the losers are very excited when they leave. Forget it, I would like to ask, what are you pursuing after staying here for so long? Guan looked at Zhou Yujian and asked, with a smile on his face, as if he was chatting. After hearing this, Zhou Yujian shook his head and said, "What can I pursue? If I can still understand the art of swordsmanship by staying here, I am already satisfied." Kendo. Guan thought, then cupped his hands and turned to leave. When Zhou Yujian saw Guan leaving like this, he felt confused and was about to speak. Boom! A majestic sword intent rose up from his feet, flooding his entire body, rolling up his robe, violently agitating, as if it was about to explode at any moment. Zhou Yujian's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were full of surprise. His eyes followed Guan, who had his back turned to him. There was an uproar around him, and everyone looked at him in shock, except Guan, who turned his back to him and left without looking back. Guan didn't seem to hear any movement and was out of tune with the people around him, as if he was in another space. Could it be? Zhou Yujian's eyes widened. As soon as Guan asked him, he got the sword intention of Swordmaster Fudeo. This couldn't be a coincidence. At this moment, Zhou Yujian felt a familiar sword intent from Guan. The sword intention of Fudeo Swordmaster? And it's far more powerful than him. It can only be. Zhou Yujian was shocked and excited at the same time. He was not angry at being deceived by his juniors, but was pleasantly surprised. Because he likes the romance of the gods, he has always had a beautiful fantasy about Pannon. When he learned that Guan was Pannon, he was still sad for a long time. Now that Pannon is the Fudeo Sword Master, why isn't he excited? He didn't believe that Guan was a descendant who was hundreds of years old. He must be an old monster in disguise. When he thought about the good attitude he had towards Guan over the years, his heart surged. Perhaps, he would have the opportunity to become his master, Fudeo Sword Master. Seeing Guan running against the crowd, Zhou Yujian only had infinite longing in his heart. He is so capable, but he is willing to practice here. What kind of detached mentality is this? The monks from all directions marveled at Zhou Yujian's creation. The vast sword intent of Fudeo Sword Master was only aimed at Zhou Yujian, which was obviously a reward for him. More and more Taixuan Sect monks showed up, appearing out of thin air on the sky-building platform. When they saw Zhou Yujian enveloped in sword intent, they were all surprised. No matter who gets the guidance of Fudeo Sword Master, they are the precious property of Taixuan Sect. As a community of interests, how can they not be happy? Rumble. A suppressed roar came from the sky, causing all beings in the world to raise their heads, but the monks on the sky-building platform did not pay attention. They thought it was the sword intention of Sword Master Fudeo that caused the strange phenomenon. Guan, who was walking in the crowd, stopped, looked up, and raised his eyebrows. Is this a power from the past? Guan thought curiously in his heart as his spiritual thoughts passed through the sky and peered into the whirlpool of reincarnation outside. There is a powerful existence coming that can directly threaten the safety of Tianling world? People are outside, so I can only do 2 updates today. Sorry, I'll go to bed early after reading this. While the monks on the heaven building platform were still marveling at Zhou Yujian's creation, Taixuan Sect noticed something was wrong, because the pressure that enveloped the world was getting stronger and stronger. The snow all over the sky is getting thinner, as if the winter is about to end. In the third medicine valley, Shen Xinzi, who was sitting under the tree, looked up, frowning, and began to calculate with his fingers. Ji Xiao walked out of the house and looked up at the snow-white sky. A majestic figure was reflected in her eyes. Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming appeared beside her out of thin air, with a solemn look on his face, saying, "The breath of the immortal king." Ji Xiao turned to look at him and asked, "What is the immortal king?" She recovered a lot of memories from her past life, but there were always gaps. Because of this, she was able to maintain her will in this life. The immortal kings are free immortals who combine the fate of heaven and earth. They have gone through reincarnations, and their magic power is so powerful that it is immeasurable. The Sun Moon Ming Emperor raised his head and said solemnly. He then said, "There is something wrong with this immortal king's aura, there is a strong aura of death." "What do you mean?" Ji Xiao asked with a frown. "I don't know, but I can be sure that a great disaster is coming." Emperor Sun Moon Ming took a deep breath and said, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. After hearing this, Ji Xiao moved her eyes to the sky again, watching the vision in the sky. The flying snow melts, the clouds and mists billow, the sky gradually becomes darker, and the oppressive atmosphere between heaven and earth continues to increase, making more and more creatures feel uneasy. Guan looked at it for a while, then walked towards the edge of the patchwork platform. Zhou Yujian was still being tempered by Fudeo Sword Master's sword intent, and his thoughts were gradually drawn into a state of enlightenment, forgetting about external objects. When Guan came down from the sky-building platform, the disciples in the outer gate city finally noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. At the same time, outside the sky, figures were kneeling and worshipping in the void. They were facing the whirlpool of reincarnation. The vortex of reincarnation had become larger than before. In the darkness at the center of the vortex, there was a stalwart figure looming with light. In front of this figure, all the powerful figures under the whirlpool of reincarnation seemed nothing more than this. The faces of the monks who came from the immortal dynasty and the holy court changed drastically when they saw the figure in the whirlpool of reincarnation. What's that? What a terrifying aura. How high is his cultivation level? Everyone, be careful, that figure is neither human nor demon, it must be evil. Could they be demons? But why don't they come from the realm of annihilation? Why do I feel that this figure is familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere. The creatures from the two forces were discussing. They were holding their own magic weapons and were ready. The figures kneeling under the vortex of reincarnation all raised their heads, staring closely at the figures in the vortex. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm. Suddenly, an immortal spirit from the immortal dynasty suddenly shouted, "The first immortal king." As soon as these words came out, the immortal dynasty was in an uproar. The immortals were shocked and looked at the whirlpool of reincarnation with disbelief. In the holy court, there were a few powerful monks who had heard of the name of the first immortal king, and their faces also showed horror. All heavenly positions returned to the sanctuary. A majestic voice sounded in the void. After hearing the words, the holy court monks turned and left one after another. In less than 3 breaths, all the holy court monks returned to the Tianling heaven and earth. When the fairies saw this, they became excited one after another. Is it really the first immortal king? He is still alive. It turns out that Yuangsu immortal ancestor created reincarnation to welcome the first immortal king. No, don't you think there's something wrong with his aura? That is the first immortal king. No matter what he becomes, he will be the eternal immortal king of our immortal dynasty. How many years have passed since the birth of the Holy Court, and the immortal dynasty has not given birth to an immortal king who truly rules the world. The fairies sounded very excited, and only a few looked worried. At this moment, the first immortal king in the vortex of reincarnation began to move. He slowly walked out of the darkness, and a terrifying aura like a prehistoric demon poured out of the vortex of reincarnation, like a river bursting its banks, unstoppable. All the fairies in the void were speechless and could only stare at him in confusion. In the holy court, a magnificent hall. The holy image stood in front of the holy chair, looking up at the starry sky, his brows furrowed and his eyes gloomy. There are dozens of figures standing in the hall, all of them are the second-grade heavenly rank of the holy court, the holy god. Everyone is a true immortal with divine thoughts. One of the old women wearing a white light feather robe said, "The arrival of the holy sign, the first immortal king, must be directed at us. No matter why he is resurrected, we must have a strategy to deal with it." The other holy gods followed suit. Although they looked calm and composed, their words were clearly filled with fear of the first immortal king. Together with the first immortal king, there are already 3 free immortals in the immortal dynasty. In terms of top strength, the Holy Court is completely inferior to the Immortal Dynasty. How can they not panic? In these years, although the Holy Court has defended the Immortal Dynasty's offensive, people with a discerning eye can see that the Holy Court cannot turn things around and defeat the Immortal Dynasty in a short period of time. Now that the Immortal King has appeared again, it is foreseeable what will happen next. The Holy Prime Minister said with a cold face, "You can also mention any coping strategies." Hearing this, the Holy Spirits immediately became quiet. Facing the Immortal, any strategy is meaningless. Only the Immortal can fight against the Immortal. A Holy stared at the Holy Image and asked, "When will you start to break through?" Sheng Xiang has been preparing to break through to the Immortal of Freedom, but this matter cannot be rushed, and sufficient preparations must be made. Moreover, this tribulation is a narrow escape for Sheng Xiang, so he naturally does not dare to rush through the tribulation. The saint looked at him and said, "If it weren't for some people's shirk, I might have successfully overcome the tribulation and contributed to the Holy Court. I don't know why some people hold their luck tightly, or they are in retreat, unable to. If you act rashly, you may have just released it and cannot take it back immediately." He wants to use the luck of the entire Holy Court to make a breakthrough, but after the luck is bound to a person, it cannot be easily withdrawn. If the luck is lost, the mind will be restless, and the fate is unknown. This matter cannot be forced, and must be discussed with the Holy Court. Extract part of the luck to prevent the Holy Court from collapsing. Moreover, the Holy Court is still fighting against the Immortal Dynasty. Faced with the Holy Image's questioning, the Holy God turned pale and remained silent. Another Holy God said, "It's too late for the Holy Sign to break through now. What we need is a free immortal who can immediately go into battle." An old man holding a wooden staff stroked his beard and asked, "You mean Fudeo Sword Master?" The hall fell into silence, and the Holy Gods then looked at the Holy Image, which made the Holy Image frown. The Holy Prime Minister secretly cursed. Fudeo Sword Master was so easy to talk to, he would have joined the Holy Court a long time ago. After knowing that Fudeo Sword Master might have the cultivation level of a free immortal, Sheng Xiang was happy and grateful, but also fearful in his heart. Who cannot think too much about a free immortal who refuses to reveal his true identity? I'll update one chapter first, and there will be 2 chapters tonight. Just got home. When the saint was hesitating, the first immortal king stepped out of the whirlpool of reincarnation and showed his image in front of the immortals. The first immortal king was tall and tall, his robes were shabby, and only strips of cloth were left on his upper body, which were slightly floating. His long hair was scattered on his shoulders, and he exuded a wild and ferocious aura. The strips of grey hair were fluttering like long wild rivers, like dragons stirring the river, twisting the surrounding spiritual energy of the avenue, creating a visual impact to the naked eye. He seemed to come from eternity, and seemed to have come from the source of the long river of time. He came to the heaven and earth with an aura that made all living beings depressed. The fairies looked at him with awe and anticipation. The figures below the whirlpool of reincarnation exude an aura similar to that of the first immortal king, dead and cold. When they saw the first immortal king, they were not shocked, only excited. They seemed to know what was going to happen next, and they were ready to participate. Call. The first immortal king opened his mouth slightly and exhaled a scorching wave of air. His eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and his pupils gradually regained their vitality. His eyes first fell on the reincarnated figures below, and then moved towards the many fairies in the distance. Facing his gaze, the fairies were still afraid, and some even retreated subconsciously. Different from the first immortal king they imagined, this first immortal king exuded a dangerous aura, which made people feel weird and terrifying. Now, the first immortal king spoke, his voice hoarse, making the void outside the sky even more depressing. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and roared angrily. This roar was so earth-shattering that all the creatures in the Tianling Great World heard it. Even Tianyao, Tianxing, Tianbei, and the deep-sea dragon carp hiding in Nianshu Cave Mansion were frightened. They all had the feeling of being suddenly awakened from a dream. The roar of the first immortal king was not a simple sound transmission, but a kind of soul impact. After hearing his roar, all living beings felt fear and could not calm down. The creatures on the land even saw the afterimage of the immortal king appearing in the sky, like a mirage. His huge roaring figure was full of oppression, making all living beings tremble with fear. At this moment, Guan was standing on the street of the outer gate city. The monks around him were all looking up at the sky with fear on their faces. In front of Guan, Disya, the son of the demon emperor, was also looking at the sky, his brows furrowed. "What is that?" Disya muttered to himself. Guan sighed. "It seems like another big trouble is coming." It was a rare meeting between the two of them, and they had just exchanged a few words when the roar of the first immortal king interrupted them. When the land of monsters invaded the land of humans, Disya, the son of the demon emperor, secretly came to Taixuanmen and stayed there for hundreds of years. Now he has become one of the top leaders of Taixuanmen, helping human monks to establish contact with monsters. At first, he and Guan had a pleasant chat, but later as the gap in status between the two grew wider, they gradually drifted apart. Disya took a deep breath and said, "Yes." He then lowered his head, looked at Guan, smiled, and said, "You don't have to be afraid. Today's Taixuanmen is definitely the safest place in the world." Guan nodded and chatted with him. Perhaps because of the appearance of the first immortal king, Disya was rarely patient and began to tell how powerful Taixuan Sect was now. At the same time, beyond the sky, In front of the vortex of reincarnation, the first immortal king was hanging. He no longer roared, his arms drooped naturally, and he suddenly looked towards the immortal dynasty. Being suddenly stared at by him, the fairies were all frightened to the point of trembling. The first immortal king showed a ferocious smile, and his eyes condensed. In an instant, the entire void was filled with countless eyes of different sizes. If you look closely, they are all the eyes of the first immortal king. Every fairy has a thrilling feeling of being stared at by countless enemies. Before they can escape, the eyes in the void burst open. The faces of the fairies change drastically. They are unable to speak, let alone escape. Their souls are not affected by it. He flew out of his body in a controlled manner and flew towards those eyes. This scene was extremely strange, making the powerful beings in the heavenly spirit world who were spying on it with their spiritual thoughts and consciousness tremble with fear. The immortal dynasty did not send anyone to support them and allowed these immortals to have their souls taken away. Soon, all those souls were absorbed by the eyes of the first immortal king. The first immortal king then closed his eyes, and the eyes all over the void suddenly disappeared. The first immortal king opened his eyes again, the bloodshot eyes disappeared, the death energy on his body dissipated a lot, and he became more alive. He smiled again and blew into the bodies of the fairies. Thousands of fairies instantly turned into ashes. Welcome the immortal king back from Swanyu. A mysterious man flying out of the vortex of reincarnation raised his head and shouted loudly. As soon as he spoke, other reincarnated figures repeated his words, and the name of the immortal king echoed in the universe. The first immortal king raised his right hand, the heaven and earth trembled slightly, the sea of clouds rolled, a certain ocean suddenly exploded, and the waves hit the sky. A mysterious black object like a mountain jumped out from the bottom of the sea, washed away the sea of clouds, and quickly flew towards the first immortal king. Boom! The right hand of the first immortal king caught the flying object. It turned out to be a black broadsword. The blade was 10,000 feet long, like a mountain ridge. Mysterious lines were carved on the surface. The blade was thick and seemed to have no sharp edge. It was completely black and devoid of any arrogance. Looking towards Tianling heaven and earth from here, in the direction from which the black sword flew, a big hole was spreading in the sea of clouds, and a crack appeared vaguely in the blue ocean below the big hole, which was expanding. The first immortal king's eyes fell on the black sword in his hand, and he murmured to himself, I haven't held your hand for a long time. I really miss the days of fighting side by side with you. He raised the black sword and waved it gently. The energy he stirred shook the light layer outside the sky and caused the samsara vortex behind him to twist and fluctuate. This scene made the reincarnated figures even more excited, and they kept shouting the name of the immortal king. The noise outside was extremely loud, but there was deathly silence inside the heaven and earth. All living beings in the world seemed afraid of disturbing them. No one dared to come out, let alone shout. The first immortal king raised his black sword high and completely released his momentum. That's the aura of standing at the top of the 9 heavens of immortality. Emperor Yang Xian has never shown such momentum. The young immortal emperor who was far away in the immortal dynasty was standing on the golden palace looking up at this scene. The ancient immortal emperor appeared beside him out of thin air, his face ashen. Is this also arranged by you? Ancient immortal emperor asked in a deep voice. Young immortal emperor had no expression on his face and asked, will I resurrect another emperor of the immortal dynasty to replace me? After hearing this, the ancient immortal emperor frowned and asked in surprise, who could that be? Young immortal emperor said quietly, it seems that immortal ancestor Yuangsu opened up reincarnation for another reason. Perhaps this was the plan of the first immortal king. The war between the immortal dynasty and the holy court caused chaos in the heavens. It may not be impossible for him to be resurrected. After hearing this, the ancient immortal emperor showed worry in his eyes. The momentum of the first immortal king was so strong that it frightened him, the immortal capital of freedom. How could he not be worried? The most important thing is that after the resurrection of the first immortal king, the first one to suffer was not the holy court, but the immortal spirits of their immortal dynasty. This was a very dangerous signal. Could it be that the holy court is scheming? It shouldn't be. Why do they do it to such an extent? The ancient immortal emperor said to himself. Emperor Yang Xian didn't answer. There was no worry in his eyes, but more of a fighting spirit. Ever since he sat on the throne of the Lord of the Immortal Dynasty, people in the court often compared him with previous immortal emperors, and the first immortal king who founded the Immortal Dynasty was naturally an insurmountable existence for him. He had imagined more than once that if he and the first immortal king lived in the same era, who would have the last laugh? He is full of confidence in himself. Even when facing Shengtian, who has been invincible for many years, he is still confident because he is far younger than Shengtian. Even though the first immortal king is now very powerful, young immortal emperor is not afraid and has fighting spirit burning in his heart. Other side. In the holy court, the saints who were discussing countermeasures were shocked. The first immortal king actually destroyed those immortal spirits? What's going on? A holy looked at the holy image and couldn't help but ask, did you arrange it? The holy minister looked at the sky, shook his head slightly, and said, it has nothing to do with me. I'm afraid there will be another change. After hearing this, the holy gods were even more confused. They were not surprised, but felt uneasy. Who is behind all this? In front of the whirlpool of reincarnation, after King Shixian felt the power of the black sword, his left hand touched the top of his head. There's one thing missing. The first immortal king murmured to himself, and his eyes followed the Tianling great world. His eyes were fixed, the corners of his mouth raised, and then disappeared out of thin air. Taixuanmen, inside the outer gate city. Gu Anzhen listened with great interest. Judging from the information obtained from Disye's mouth, Taixuan Sect had indeed become powerful and had even spread a huge network of relationships overseas. All of this cannot be bypassed by one person. Fudeo Sword Master? For the sake of Fudeo Sword Master, overseas forces all showed great enthusiasm when faced with Taixuan Sect's initiative to make friends. Especially after Fudeo Sword Master took action, this enthusiasm went to a higher level. Disye was about to talk about the battle on Golden Scorpion Island that took place last year. In that battle, Taixuan Sect established a considerable reputation, proving that even if Fudeo Sword Master did not take action, they were still very powerful. Boom! A figure fell from the sky and hit the street behind Guan. The gravel flew up, the surrounding monks were thrown away, and Guan's robes were blown away. Disye's pupils suddenly dilated, and he immediately appeared behind Guan to protect him. But the next second, he regretted it, because he saw clearly the true face of the person who came. It is the first immortal king? The roaring figure of the first immortal king still remained in the sky. The monks around him subconsciously looked up and then looked at the first immortal king. Wow! The monks receded like the tide, and some even jumped up and flew into the distance. Disye was frozen in place, his legs seemed to be filled with lead and could not move. He was also very scared, but somehow he did not run away. The only sound in his ears was his own heartbeat. The first immortal king stared at Guan expressionlessly. In front of him, Disye and Guan were so short, and there was a huge gap in their aura. Junior, do you know the origin of the crown you wear? Upon hearing the first immortal king's inquiry, Guan turned to look at him, then pointed to his immortal king's crown and asked, "Is this crown yours?" The corners of the immortal king's mouth rose and he said, "Yes, it belongs to me. This treasure is the most precious treasure of the immortal way that I forged when I entered the 9th level of the immortal way. It is called the immortal king's crown. It can swallow the blood and blood of living beings and reserve mana. The 9th level of immortality. Immortal treasure?" When Disye heard this, he was almost frightened to death. His face was covered with a heavy cold sweat. With such an existence, he has no power to resist. Not only him, but the entire Taixuan Sect may be in danger of destruction. He even complained to Guan, "How could you pick up a tiara of such origin?" He had felt puzzled before. Guan's immortal crown had many grooves, which could obviously be used to install jewelry, but this guy didn't do that, so it turned out that it couldn't fit in. Guan looked at the first immortal king and asked, "So, do you want to go back?" There were monks watching nervously from all directions. Although the first immortal king was terrifying, this was Taixuan Sect, and many disciples were responsible for guarding the sect. Hearing Guan's words, they cursed in their hearts, "Is this kid crazy? How dare you provoke this terrifying existence?" The first immortal king narrowed his eyes and looked Guan up and down. "The first immortal king is hostile to you and wants to crush you to ashes. Should you use life detection on him?" Guan took advantage of the situation and chose to investigate. The first immortal king, 9th floor of Free Fairyland 0/0/0. All zeros? Not a living thing. Guan felt regretful in his heart. In front of him, the first immortal king was not as valuable as a chi training monk. The first immortal king took a step forward and came to Disye. He was so frightened that Disye's pupils trembled, his whole body trembled, and he fell into shadow. The first immortal king looked down at Disye and said coldly, "Mortal, do you want to block my way?" One after another figures appeared in the distance, all of them were great monks from the Taixuan Sect. The 9-Finger Divine Lord and Shenzinzi also came. They looked at the first immortal king and all felt frightened. What a terrible smell. Where does this person come from? Disye was completely different from his usual self. He was so embarrassed at the moment. He really wanted to speak, but he couldn't muster the energy to even beg for mercy. Not just him, the Taixuan Sect monks from all directions were all silent and did not dare to act rashly. Being able to choose not to escape was already their greatest courage. "Kneel down." The first immortal king's eyes flashed, and he shouted in a deep voice, which was like the sound of a thunderstorm, making everyone tremble with fear. Disye was so frightened that his face turned pale, his legs became weak, and he suddenly collapsed. But just when his knees were about to touch the ground, a hand grabbed his arm from behind and pulled him up. "It's Guan." Guan pulled Disye while looking at the first immortal king. The 9-Finger God Lord standing on the eaves in the distance was secretly shocked. Who is this kid? The previous confrontation between Guan and Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming was still fresh in his memory, which also made him curious about Guan, but he didn't dare to ask. Disye felt inexplicably relieved when he was caught by Guan. He turned back to look at Guan and wanted to speak, but when he saw Guan's stern face, he couldn't say anything. He was shocked by Guan's expression. He couldn't help but feel awe in his heart. The first immortal king looked at Guan, with a strange look in his eyes. He raised the black sword in his hand and raised it above his head with one hand, as if he wanted to chop Guan. "Be careful." A Taixuan Sect disciple shouted loudly. He was once a disciple of the 3rd Medicine Valley and had always been very grateful to Guan. When he saw Guan in danger, he instinctively warned him. This is the only thing he can do. Guan tilted his head slightly, stared at the first immortal king, and said, "I will give you a chance to strike, just one strike." When the first immortal king heard this, chills shot out from his eyes. He turned his wrist and slashed with his sword. "Disye, who was half kneeling, looked up. His pupils were covered by black swords, and his face was full of despair. Boom! Cut it off with one knife? The black sword was instantly annihilated, turning the first immortal king into flying ashes. It crushed the surrounding buildings with terrifying force, and the dark clouds in the sky were even dispersed. Guan stood there, his expression unchanged, but his hair and robes kept fluttering, burning like a raging flame. Thanks to Qin Chen for the reward of 500 starting coins. I originally wanted to write 2 more chapters, but after finishing the previous update, I fell asleep as soon as I lay down on the sofa. I almost frightened myself to death when I woke up. I didn't have time for 2 more chapters, but I will write more of this chapter and try my best to keep it up. As the first immortal king was wiped out, the whole world seemed to suddenly become quiet. The Taixuan Sect monks all looked at Guan dumbfounded, their eyes full of shock. Disye in front of Guan was even dumbfounded and his body froze. Juzi Shenjun and Shengxinzi were also dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. Guan's face was expressionless and he felt a little regretful. Can such a powerful immortal Zi not be able to break his protective divine essence? He really didn't fight back just now. The first immortal king was suppressed by his own power and the guardian spirit, and he was annihilated with his body and soul. Unfortunately, the first immortal king was not a living creature, so Guan did not gain lifespan. More and more figures appeared out of thin air, all of them were great monks from Taixuan Sect. They all frowned when they looked at the street where Guan was. The powerful aura of the first immortal king was still filling the air, and they looked at the mess on the street. They couldn't help but fantasize about what happened just now. Guan raised his right hand, and a trace of black energy appeared out of thin air and penetrated into the palm of his hand. He held it in his sleeve without anyone seeing clearly what it was. He looked down at Disye and asked, "Brother D, are you okay?" Disye came back to his senses. With Guan's help, he stood up tremblingly. He looked at Guan with a look of awe in his eyes. "You." Disye's lips trembled, wanting to ask Guan's identity, but he was afraid of offending him. "Fudeo Sword Master." Someone in the distance exclaimed, and as soon as these words came out, the calm was immediately broken, and the noises started one after another, quickly building up to a roaring momentum. Disye also guessed this. The first immortal king claimed to be a cultivator of the 9th level of immortality, and could kill those of the 9th level of immortality. Who else in the Taixuan Sect besides Fudeo Sword Master was there? He turned out to be Fudeo Sword Master. Disye looked at Guan with a gentle smile and couldn't calm down. Looking back on his interactions with Guan over the years, he was both ashamed and afraid. Fortunately, he did not look down on Guan before, and at least he was not rude when the two of them communicated. Guan couldn't hear what he was thinking, but he could probably guess it. Guan only found this interesting and did not feel like it was a slap in the face. He likes to socialize with others and he never asks for too much. If others smile at him, it is already good, so there is no need to ask for too much. Is he Fudeo Sword Master? No, maybe Fudeo Sword Master protected him. That's right. I didn't see him take action just now. It must have been Fudeo Sword Master's action. That man is Guan, the owner of the Third Medicine Valley. He invented Go, chess, and backgammon. I know him, and he is indeed not Fudeo Sword Master. I have known him for hundreds of years. He treats people very well. Perhaps he has also met the anonymous Fudeo Sword Master, so Fudeo Sword Master came to help him. I don't know if the guy just now is dead. More and more disciples began to talk, and the trend suddenly changed. As Guan's acquaintances spoke up, many people thought that it was Fudeo Sword Master who protected Guan, rather than him being Fudeo Sword Master. Of course, some people still think that Guan is Fudeo Sword Master because he is too calm when facing the first immortal king. Even if he is not the Fudeo Sword Master, he must have a close relationship with the Fudeo Sword Master, otherwise he cannot be so confident. Liu Baidian, Ji Hantian, Gu Zong and other senior officials also appeared one after another. After seeing Guan, Liu Baidian breathed a sigh of relief. He gave Ji Hantian instructions and then appeared next to Guan. "Let's talk in another place," Liu Baidian whispered. He glanced at Disye, his eyes full of strange colors. Guan nodded slightly, then followed Liu Baidian and left. Disye looked at Guan's back and was about to speak when two figures appeared in front of him out of thin air. "Come with us," one of them said coldly. The oppression of the immortal realm enveloped Disye, making him unable to refuse. The street was quickly blocked, the onlookers were dispersed, the visions and residual clouds in the sky gradually disappeared, and the white snow continued to fall. Meteors appeared on the horizon. They were figures emerging from the whirlpool of reincarnation. They were descending on the heavenly spirit world. "It's over? What happened?" The ancient immortal emperor looked into the distance and asked with a frown. He and Yang immortal emperor were still the only ones in the hall. Emperor Yang Xian also felt the aura of the first immortal king suddenly stop, and he mused, "It is probably the Fudeo Sword Master who took action." Emperor Yang Xian will not forget the place where the first immortal king came. That is a place that brings shame to the immortal dynasty. A powerful immortal spirit was killed by Fudeo Sword Master, but the immortal dynasty did not dare to take revenge. This situation naturally made the immortal dynasty internally very dissatisfied with the senior officials and the Yang immortal emperor. Although Yang Xian emperor was afraid of Fudeo Sword Master, he did not expect that Fudeo Sword Master could make Shixian King disappear in a very short time. Taixing continent. What happened there? Emperor Yang Xian suddenly wanted to take a trip. At this moment, not only him, but also the holy minister of the holy court wanted to visit Taixuan Sect. The immortal king was so strong at that time. It was impossible for him to restrain his momentum as soon as he landed. It was most likely that he was suppressed. Fudeo Sword Master, who are you, and what is the purpose of hiding your identity? The holy prime minister sat on his holy chair and thought with a faint look in his eyes. The holy gods in the temple were also discussing this matter. The aura of the first immortal king disappeared too quickly, and no matter what the outcome was, they would be uneasy. Half an hour later, Guan leisurely returned to the third Medicine Valley. As soon as he returned, he was surrounded by a large group of disciples. What happened in the outer gate city spread quickly, and the names of Guan and Fudeo Sword Master were widely circulated. However, there were different opinions. Anyway, one thing is certain, that is, this Guan is most likely related to Fudeo Sword Master. The disciples had heard before that Master's cultivation was not simple, and now they heard about it. How could they not be excited? Facing their questioning, Guan said helplessly, "To be honest, I am Fudeo Sword Master. I have always been getting along with you as an ordinary Medicine Valley Master, but in exchange, you don't respect me enough." This time it was an accident. As soon as this statement came out, the disciples immediately exclaimed. Yu Yingying in the crowd couldn't help but hum, "You really know how to pretend." She also murmured in her heart. Shen Xinzi wanted to kill her before, but suddenly stopped killing her. Could it be related to Guan? Is Guan really the Fudeo Sword Master? It shouldn't be. She heard Xian Tianyi talk about his growth experience, and now he is only over 700 years old. How could he be the Fudeo Sword Master at such an age? Because Guan's tone was too frivolous, she couldn't help but think wildly. Not only her, but other disciples also felt this way. They always felt that Guan was joking. Guan didn't explain much, letting them guess whether it was true or false, which was quite interesting to leave some suspense in life. It is worth mentioning that Liu Beitian had previously promised him that he would find a way to help him suppress the matter. Liu Beitian thought that Guan took action to protect Taixuanmen. Of course, there are more reasons hidden in his heart. He was afraid that Fudeo Sword Master's true identity would be exposed, which was also the thought of the core executives of Taixuan Sect. It would not be good if other forces knew the true identity of Fudeo Sword Master. They were not afraid that something would happen to Fudeo Sword Master, but they were afraid that Fudeo Sword Master would be lured away. Holy Court is the best example. Guan got rid of the entanglement of his disciples and came to his attic, but was blocked by Ji Xiao. "Did you cause the previous commotion?" Ji Xiao asked. Guan shook his head and said, "A guy fell from the sky and wanted to my crown. Just as he was about to chop me, he suddenly disappeared." As he spoke, he slapped his chest with his hand, looking scared. Ji Xiao was thoughtful. For some reason, Guan's description made her feel familiar. Seeing that she was distracted, Guan stopped talking and came to the door alone. When Guan closed the door, Ji Xiao was awakened. She turned to look at the door on the second floor, her eyes full of disbelief. "Is it the Dao Gang of heaven and earth? Even if it is, you want to destroy such an existence." Ji Xiao's heart was filled with shock, and Guan became extremely mysterious in her heart. As time went by, what happened in the outer gate city spread quickly. Even if Taixuanmen tried hard to suppress it, it could not be stopped. All the forces in the world heard the name. Guan? After Guan returned to the house, he picked up Qing Xia's travel notes. He could feel that all the followers of the first immortal king were coming to the world and were about to bring disaster to the world, but he had no idea of taking action. Because this disaster can temporarily suspend the war between the immortal dynasty and the holy court, which is a good thing. The war between the immortal dynasty and the holy court affected more creatures. Moreover, with Guan's current insight into cause and effect, he can see more distant catastrophes. No matter how he takes action, the catastrophes of the heavenly spirit and the great world will not disappear forever. There is life and death, blessings and misfortunes. This is the law of evolution of all things. After the first immortal king was annihilated, the winter snow became heavier and heavier. In the days that followed, more and more people came to the third Medicine Valley to play chess and visit, all wanting to see Guan did not meet strangers. He still wandered around his various medicine valleys and harvested herbs. When he went to Nianshu Cave Mansion, the three daughters of Tianyao asked about the roar of Shixian King. He simply comforted them with a few words and began to guide them in their cultivation. The days are quite busy. In addition to picking herbs, Guan also has to teach Tianyao, Tianqing, Tianbai, and an Xian. In addition, he also has to take time to cultivate himself. A blink of an eye. The Spring Festival is coming. On the early morning of the Spring Festival, Guan went to the inner gate city, drank with Wuju at the inn, and listened to a storyteller describing overseas affairs. The Qin Immortal Lord is said to be an unparalleled power tens of millions of years ago. He was resurrected from reincarnation and needed to swallow the souls of tens of thousands of immortal cultivators in order to reshape his body. The storyteller's tone was full of emotional excitement, and both Guan and Wuju were attracted by his words. Wuju turned around, looked at Guan, and asked curiously, "What is your relationship with Sword Master Fudeo?" Guan glanced at him and said, "I am Fudeo Sword Master." "What is the relationship, you ask? How is it possible? I've watched you grow from the Foundation Establishment realm to today. If you were the Fudeo Sword Master, then I would be the Yang Immortal Emperor." Wuju glared. Guan followed his gaze to the entrance of the corridor and saw someone going upstairs. Yang Immortal Emperor, first floor of Free Fairy Land 6,908,50,000,000/100,000,000. Thanks to Shi Kailan for the reward of 500 starting coins. The 6 million-year-old Xizaxian? 50 million years of life. Ultimate lifespan of 100 million years? He is worthy of being the current leader of the Immortal Dynasty? Guan looked at Emperor Yang Immortal and sighed in his heart. This series of numbers showed the power of Emperor Yang Immortal. Wu Ju was still saying that he was Yang Immortal Emperor, and did not notice the real Yang Immortal Emperor approaching. Emperor Yang Immortal is wearing a purple robe and has a handsome face. Even if he is not wearing the Immortal Emperor's golden robe and imperial crown, his whole person exudes a transcendent temperament, especially his eyes, which are piercing and arrogant. The arrogance cultivated over millions of years will remain fresh in people's minds at a glance. Emperor Yang Xian didn't look around the second floor, his eyes were directly fixed on Guan. He walked towards Guan and came to Wu Ju's side. Hearing Wu Ju mention the words Yang Xian Emperor, he didn't care. He looked at Guan, raised his hand and saluted, and said, "Fellow Taoist, can I sit down and talk to you?" Guan glanced at him, nodded slightly, and Emperor Yang Xian sat down. Wu Ju looked at Yang Xian Emperor and could feel that he was extremely popular. "Do you know each other?" Wu Ju asked curiously. He knew that Guan was good at making friends. He had Guan's friends all over Taixuan Sect. This was what he admired most about Guan. Before he showed his talent, he didn't have any friends. Guan replied, "I don't know each other, but meeting each other is fate, isn't it?" After hearing this, Emperor Yang Xian smiled and nodded in agreement. Guan waved his right hand, and a jar of wine jumped up and landed gently in front of Yang Immortal Emperor. "Drink this jar of wine and see if you want to make friends with us," Guan said casually. Immortal Lord Qiu Shi came to trouble him before. Even if it was not arranged by Emperor Yang, as the leader of the Immortal Dynasty, Emperor Yang could not escape the causal relationship. Emperor Yang Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Of course he doesn't know how to drink, but Guan means to suppress him. Face to face with Guan, he could only feel that Guan was at the nascent soul realm, and he couldn't see any flaws. If Guan is really the Fudeo sword master, there is no doubt that there is a huge gap in their cultivation. He hesitated for a moment, then opened the mouth of the wine jar, lifted it up, and started drinking heavily. Wu Ju looked at Guan and Emperor Yang Xian suspiciously. This was the first time he saw Guan in trouble. Who is this person? Could it be a descendant of a certain family who had offended Guan? Emperor Yang Xian drank quickly. After he put down the wine jar, Guan picked up a new wine jar and started drinking alone. Seeing this scene, the unhappiness in Yang Xian Emperor's heart instantly dissipated, and a smile appeared on his face. It is better to dissolve enemies than to make enemies. He has no direct hatred with Swordmaster Fudeo. Immortal Lord Kaiuxi himself is good at making opinions. Although he lost face because of this matter, Swordmaster Fudeo is powerful enough to make him lose some face. Although he is very proud and thinks that his talent is unparalleled in the world, he is only a few million years old. A powerful person like Fudeo Swordmaster must have lived for tens of millions of years, or even 10,000 years, so he should be regarded as a descendant of his predecessors. A face. After Guan finished drinking, he put down the wine jar and began to chat with Emperor Yang Xian. The two of them had a tacit understanding and did not reveal each other's true identities. It was as if they were really close and wanted to understand each other. Wu Ju also joined in, and under Guan's deliberate guidance, they talked about Emperor Yang Xian again. Wu Ju admired Emperor Yang Immortal very much. Emperor Yang Immortal survived the tribulation and was intervened by the Holy Court. In this case, Emperor Yang Immortal did not swallow his anger, but took advantage of it to start a war. Maybe it was calculated, but it was also upright. He just like Yang Immortal Emperor's arrogance. For some reason, Guan felt like he was being scolded. "Little bastard, who are you calling unfair?" Emperor Yang Xian smiled happily and felt that Wu Ju became more and more pleasing to his eyes. After the three of them got to know each other, Guan sighed, "I feel like we were born in the wrong era. Why do we feel that our generation is always in trouble?" Wu Ju nodded. He felt the same way. Emperor Yang Xian said, "Every generation is like this. They only remember suffering, but life is like this, and there are constant hardships." He thought that Fudeo Swordmaster was pointing at him and he had to explain. The Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court fought, and the world was in chaos. It seemed like a catastrophe, but in fact, before that, there were constant frictions between the two forces. For the great religions in the world, it might have been peaceful before, but for all living beings, every 100 years, there are all kinds of tribulations. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer, and the battles of immortal monks will also bring disasters to mortals. Isn't the reason why we cultivate immortality is to resist the tribulations that come one after another? Emperor Yang Xian said seriously, and his meaning was very clear. The battle between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court affected the world structure. For all living beings, it was just that the promoters behind the disaster were different. All living beings suffer, this is the normal state of the world. Wu Ju thought it was reasonable, and he sighed, "I don't know how many years it will take for this disaster to occur. I always feel that it will be difficult to end in 100 or 1,000 years. That's natural, because this world is too vast, far beyond your imagination. It took millions of years for the first immortal king of the immortal dynasty to unify the world, and the Holy Court rose up, swept across the world, and defeated the immortal dynasty. For 3 million years, the battle between heaven and earth has been impossible for mortals to observe. Emperor Yangxian nodded. These words made Wu Ju look at him in surprise. This person seems to understand very well. Where does he come from? Guan suddenly asked, do you think that if the immortal dynasty and the Holy Court confront each other, will both lose and usher in a new ruling force in the world? Emperor Yang Immortal's face suddenly became unnatural, and he looked at Guan with a somewhat complicated look. Wu Ju frowned and said, you can't, right? Are there any other sects in the world that can compare with them? Not now. What about 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1 million years from now? Guan shook his head. He paused and then continued, and I heard that there are always powerful beings coming from outside the world, and there are even demons reincarnating in the human world. Will they prepare their own power? Wu Ju frowned. He felt that Guan's words made sense. Emperor Yangxian's expression returned to normal. It turned out that Sword Master Fudeo was reminding him that there was a threat from outside. He was really worried that Sword Master Fudeo would support Taixuan. In fact, Guan didn't need to say it, he had been worried in his heart. The first immortal king was the best example. Although he was the soul of the immortal dynasty, he was completely unaware of it. He even felt that there was an unknown black hand in the immortal dynasty controlling the wind and rain. He couldn't help but think back to the fairies who supported him in starting the war, and they all felt suspicious. The voice of the storyteller kept coming, but the conversation between the three did not attract the attention of others, because there were many people bragging in the inn. However, after drinking for less than half an hour, a new customer arrived. He recognized Guan's identity and talked to him enthusiastically. Since the battle when the first immortal king invaded, many people knew that Guan had a close relationship with Fudeo Sword Master. Emperor Yangxian watched Guan interact with those low-level mortals, and suddenly realized something. This man is frighteningly strong, but he can put aside his stature and get along with ordinary people, and he makes it impossible for ordinary people to see the clues. His Taoism is unfathomable. Of course, he doesn't think this method is very good, because he believes in the strong. If you are not strong enough, you should become the foil of the strong. An hour later, Guan and the others left the inn. Guan invited Emperor Yang to go to the Third Medicine Valley to celebrate the Spring Festival. Emperor Yang did not refuse and he also wanted to continue chatting with Guan. The two of them went all the way back to the Third Medicine Valley. As soon as he arrived, Yangxian Emperor's eyes became subtle. Divine thoughts are really immortal? The breath of reincarnation. There are also mortals with strong qi and blood but no spiritual power at all. He even saw 2 reincarnated demons? Something is wrong with this Medicine Valley? The Third Medicine Valley was decorated with lanterns and decorations. Even Ji Xiao and Sun Moonming Emperor rarely practiced, but played chess with their disciples everywhere. Emperor Sun Moonming turned to look at Guan. When he saw Emperor Yang Immortal, his pupils suddenly shrank. He subconsciously wanted to escape from this place, but when he thought of Guan's power, he felt relieved. If Guan can tolerate him, then there is no need for him to be afraid here. No matter how crazy Yangxian Emperor is, he dares to attack Fudeo Sword Master. That day, the Shixian King's momentum was so powerful, but he was still wiped out in front of Fudeo Sword Master. From that day on, Guan was the strongest person in the world of Tianling in the heart of Sun Moonming Emperor. He even suspected that Guan was Shengtian. Besides Shengtian, who else in Tianling heaven and earth can be so powerful? The Emperor of the Sun, Moon, and Underworld withdrew his gaze and continued to play chess with the 9-fingered Divine Lord, which made the 9-fingered Divine Lord look gloomy and undecided. As Guan walked into the Medicine Valley, he introduced the situation of the Third Medicine Valley to Emperor Yangxian. Emperor Yangxian became interested in the Third Medicine Valley. Later, Guan asked Longqing to help entertain Emperor Yangxian, and he had to go back to the house to see Shenzhen. Shenzhen is looking through his bookcase again? Ever since Longqing knew that Guan was very strong, he attached great importance to Guan's orders. This was his chance to show off. He was very enthusiastic about Emperor Yangxian, and Emperor Yangxian was also very interested in him. For some reason, Yang Immortal Emperor felt that Longqing felt familiar, as if he had seen him before. He guessed that Longqing had met him in his previous life. However, this is the territory of Sword Master Fudeo. Longqing calls him master, and Emperor Yangxian will not mess around. Until dusk, all the disciples gathered in the attic area. Some were sitting and drinking, some were standing and arming each other, and some were competing in martial arts to add to the fun and keep the atmosphere high. Emperor Yangxian's attention was on Guan. He saw that Guan was surrounded by Shenzhen, Zhenqin, Yelan, Ji Xiao, and an Xian. Shenzhen and Zhenqin happened to be sitting on both sides of Guan, facing each other for tat. Zhenqin was both quickly put your feet on the table. This gave Emperor Yangxian a deeper understanding of Fudeo Sword Master. This person is truly a great hermit. Yelan watched Zhenqin bickering with Shenzhen on her behalf, with a smile on her face. She didn't think Zhenqin did the right thing, she just thought the atmosphere was very good. Unlike in the branch sect, no one here respected her, making her feel like she had returned to the Xian Valley 700 years ago. As time goes by, how can it not be considered wonderful if there are still people who can help her recall her original intention? Ji Xiao kept staring at Guan, and Guan could understand the displeasure in her eyes. What can he do? Everyone insisted on coming to the Third Medicine Valley to celebrate the festival with him, and there was no way they could stop him? It would be better for Zhang Qiang to wait for him in Beijing Dongtian. How good would it be to get along with him in private? If there are too many people, things can easily go wrong. After the festival, Guan came to Xian Valley alone. He was not afraid of Ying Immortal Emperor causing trouble in the Third Medicine Valley. As long as Ying Immortal Emperor dared to think wrong, he could make Ying Immortal Emperor disappear in an instant, or even wipe out Ying Immortal Emperor. All the causes and effects made all sentient beings forget Ying Immortal Emperor. Xingtian and Zhang Shi were very excited when they saw Gu and wanted to go through the motions, but he didn't expect them to be so excited. As a result, Guan asked the two of them to show their recent achievements in practice, and then gave them pointers one by one, which surprised the two of them. After struggling for an hour, Guan finally entered the Bajing cave. He walked out of the cave and saw from a distance that the king tree was so huge. Under the tree, there was a woman in green who was swinging on a swing. It's Zhang Qiang? Her feet were bare, she had no jewelry on her hands, and even her long hair was spread casually. She looked innocent, without the temperament of the former Qinkaio Pavilion demon cultivator. She turned around and saw Guan approaching. She couldn't help but snorted. When Guan came closer, Zhang Qiang couldn't help but hum, "Where were you happy last night?" Guan did not spoil her and said angrily, "What do you want from me? You are the leader of the Huhua Sect. I heard that the Huhua Sect will also celebrate the Spring Festival. You are not in charge of the overall situation. What's the point of hosting? After raising so many people, I should take a rest." Zhang Qiang hummed, and she stood up and stepped on the grass with her feet. She rolled her eyes and suddenly raised her right foot, trying to rub the grass clippings on her foot against Guan, but he dodged her. "I heard that you call yourself Fudeo Sword Master." Zhang Qiang stared at Guan, her eyes shining. She was caught off guard just now, and was dodged by Guan. This kid is really not simple. Guan kept his distance from her and asked, "Yes, what's wrong?" Zhang Qiang naturally didn't believe it. After all, Fudeo Sword Master personally told her that Guan was his apprentice, so she only felt that their master-disciple relationship was really good. It seems that Fudeo Sword Master is about to do something. "If I push you to the front, you have to be careful. Even if you have his support behind you, it is hard to guard against hidden attacks. Don't be too impulsive when interacting with others," Zhang Qiang warned. Guan said helplessly, "Please, do I still need you to teach me in this regard? Who was kicked out of the Taixuan dynasty in the first place?" Zhang Qiang suddenly became unhappy and started chasing Guan, but she couldn't catch up. She became serious and chased Guan at full speed, but Guan continued to dodge. After chasing after him, Zhang Qiang fell into a mysterious state. Guan turned into shadows in her eyes. His figure and footwork seemed to be so agile, which fascinated her. I don't know how much time has passed. Zhang Qiang suddenly woke up. She was standing under the king tree, while Guan was refining elixirs in front. She took a deep breath and asked, "What was that just now?" "Once you master a certain footwork, you will be invincible," Guan replied casually without looking back. What he taught was the Eternal Liangtian Dao step, which was an advanced version of the Eternal Liangtian Dao step. Apart from him, no other person had learned it. When dealing with Yalan and Zhen Qin, Guan can only let them pursue cultivation as much as possible and wait for nirvana before practicing other Taoist methods. Zhang Qiang is different. Her ultimate lifespan is more than 5,000 years. She will reach nirvana sooner or later. She can practice magical powers in advance without delaying her cultivation. "What's your name?" Zhang Qiang asked curiously. Such exquisite footwork must be the inheritance of Fudeo Sword Master. Guan glanced at her and said, "Don't spread the word about Eternal Heaven's debut. It will cause big trouble, and it will be big trouble outside the world." When Zhang Qiang heard this, she was both nervous and excited. She excitedly rushed towards Guan. She hugged Guan and wanted to kiss him on the face, but Guan blocked her with her palm. As a result, she kissed his palm, making his palm itchy. "I didn't hurt you in vain, don't worry, I will definitely practice it," Zhang Qiang said happily. Guan pushed her away and said, "Why don't you practice quickly? If you want to practice this magical power, I'm afraid it will take thousands or 10,000 years to be difficult to achieve." Zhang Qiang didn't believe it, so she immediately got up and started practicing. Guan turned his attention to the alchemy furnace again. The flames under the alchemy furnace swayed, burned, and then extinguished, and then continued to burn, reincarnating again and again. Time flies. Guan sat in front of the alchemy furnace again, lit the fire, and turned to look. Zhang Qiang's figure kept moving around, like a white streak, making it difficult to catch her whereabouts. She suddenly appeared next to Guan, touching her forehead with her right hand, then fell down, hugged Guan's upper body with both hands, and rested her head on his shoulder. "Why can't I get started after practicing for hundreds of years?" Zhang Qiang said painfully. It has been 100 years since she obtained the Eternal Liangtian debut. She has been practicing diligently over the years but cannot find the right way, so she came to Guan to ask about this matter. She demonstrated it just now, and with her cultivation in Sungzin realm, she couldn't even take 20 steps. Guan still leaned against her and said, "I have told you before that this magical power is not that simple. The fact that you have taken so many steps has proven that you are very diligent." Zhang Qiang sighed, listlessly. After resting for a while, she talked about world affairs again. The reincarnated figures brought by the first immortal king are wreaking havoc all over the world. They have a unified name, Xuanyu Undead. 100 years have passed, and the Xuanyu Undead have not only not been annihilated, but have grown stronger, and even established the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty. In addition to the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty, there is also a sect called the Heavenly Demon Sect in the human world. It is said that all of this sect is the reincarnation of the Heavenly Demon. When the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court were fighting, they allocated their remaining efforts to deal with the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty and the Heavenly Demon Sect. Not only did they fail, but they suffered repeated defeats, which greatly increased the latter's reputation. Now, the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court have begun to cease war one after another. Their spearheads are directed at the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty and the Heavenly Demon Sect. There are changes in the world. Taixuan continent has not been affected, but the sects on the mainland want to take this opportunity to compete for resources. Outside, Fudeo Sword Master will not protect them, and overseas forces will not pamper them. Taixuan Sect is one of them. It has been expanding all year round. Last year, it encountered a demon from the Heavenly Demon Sect and killed tens of thousands of its disciples. This incident made the entire Taixuan Sect furious, but the disparity in strength between the enemy and ourselves made them dare not take revenge. Zhang Qiang told Guan not to ask for help, but to talk about the situation outside, and Guan had no intention of taking action. Over the years, the Xuanyu Undead have continued to emerge from the whirlpool of reincarnation, increasing the strength of the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty. There must be a big cause and effect behind this. I don't know if the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court are really reconciled. They'd better work together to expel these two forces, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Zhang Qiang said with a worried look. While Guan was refining the elixir, he replied, "It's okay, I'll go talk to Emperor Yang." Zhang Qiang was stunned and asked, "Are you talking about the Lord of the Immortal Dynasty?" "Yeah, what's wrong? Bragging makes you look like someone else. You think I can't? Even if you have Fudeo Sword Master as your master, he is far away in the Immortal Dynasty. Oh, how about I take you to meet him today and ask him personally?" Guan rolled his eyes at Zhang Qiang and said in a mocking tone. He actually looked down upon him? He is no longer the servant of the Ji family back then, he must show his strength to this woman. Third update. Guan took Zhang Qiang to the Third Medicine Valley. They went all the way to the dojo. Along the way, Zhang Qiang looked around, very curious about the current Third Medicine Valley. Since the news of Guan's relationship with Fudeo Sword Master spread, more and more people have come to the Third Medicine Valley. Taixuan Sect has also expanded the Third Medicine Valley and continuously increased the number of disciples in the valley. Today, the number of disciples in the Medicine Valley already more than 4,000. At first glance, the Third Medicine Valley looks like a sect. Zhang Qiang felt that there were many monks with stronger auras than hers, which made her even more curious about Guan's current status. Guan came up behind an old disciple, patted him on the shoulder and asked him to leave. When the old disciple saw it was him, he was immediately relieved. He immediately stood up, saluted, and then left quickly. Guan sat down, looked at Yang Immortal Emperor across from him, and asked, "You've been here for 100 years and you still haven't come back." Zhang Qiang stood next to Guan and looked at Emperor Yang with a strange expression. Isn't this the leader of the Immortal Dynasty that Guan mentioned? Although Yang Immortal Emperor hides his cultivation, his demeanor makes people feel extraordinary when looking at him. Emperor Yang Immortal looked at Guan and asked with a smile, "What are you going to do when you go back?" "It's good to study the great Dao here. He has stayed in the Third Medicine Valley for 100 years. At first, he was curious about why Fudeo Sword Master was willing to hide in such a small place. Gradually, he was attracted by the life here. The disciples work, practice, and have emotions. Everything about them symbolizes the laws of heaven and earth. Everything in this Medicine Valley seems to contain some kind of Taoist meaning." The reason why he felt this way was not because of his illusion, but because Guan's Dao fruit was affecting everything around him. The so-called Tao fruit is actually a kind of Tao, which is the result of living beings pursuing the Tao. Even if Guan hides his cultivation, his Xianyuan free immortal demeanor is still there, and the Xianyuan Dao fruit will affect everything around him. This is also the reason why the disciples of Yao Valley are practicing faster and faster. Geniuses emerge almost every year. These geniuses may not be outstanding in today's Taixuan Sect, but 700 or 800 years ago, they would definitely have made the Taixuan Sect famous and become a key cultivator of the Taixuan Sect. Guan is also aware of his impact on the surrounding environment. He has no control over it, so he can only pretend not to know, which is considered as taking care of the people around him. Now that the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty and the Heavenly Demon Sect have emerged, they pose a considerable threat to the Immortal Dynasty, the Holy Court and even the entire world. Guan said, and after speaking, he glanced at Zhang Qiang. "Aren't you quite capable of speaking? Why don't you say anything now?" Zhang Qiang was dubious and didn't speak rashly. Moreover, she didn't want to talk to Yang Immortal Emperor in the first place. She was just looking for a topic to talk about world affairs with Guan. Emperor Yangxian replied, "The world is in chaos and it is normal for things to change. Let them make trouble." He looked at Guan Lizi, his eyes changing slightly. He was almost winning this game, but when Guan made a move, the situation changed. Although it was not a resurrection, it made him feel dangerous. It seems that the Immortal Dynasty does not shoulder the mission of all sentient beings in the world, but rather pursues the victory of the general trend. Guan chuckled softly. Emperor Yang Immortal heard the implication of his words, and he did not evade, but said, in different periods, the goals pursued will be different. Whether it is the immortal dynasty or the Holy Court, to rise in the first place, it must have won the hearts of the people and shouldered the responsibility of protecting the mission of the common people. But when you unify the world and become the common master of the world, you will become the common enemy of those living beings who are in suffering. There is no force in this world that can satisfy all living beings. From my perspective, what the immortal dynasty is pursuing should be other things, such as the orthodoxy of the heavenly spirit and the great world. Guan remembered that the immortal spirits of the immortal dynasty once said that the Holy Court was established by extraterrestrial beings. For the immortal dynasty, no matter how well the Holy Court did, they still wanted to overthrow it. This was related to the honor and disgrace of the immortal dynasty. Some things are more important than peace. After hearing this, Guan made no comment. Different positions naturally lead to different perspectives on things. Now that Yang Immortal Emperor is aware of the chaos in the outside world, that's enough. In Guan's eyes, both the immortal dynasty and the Holy Court will be destroyed. He can see far, far into the future, and everything will eventually be settled, including the Taixuan Sect where he currently lives. Guan has no idea of letting Taixuan Sect exist forever. One day, when his old friends leave one after another, Taixuan Sect will no longer be so important to him. Without Taixuan Sect, he could continue to develop in other places, and he didn't panic at all. The more he understands cause and effect and destiny, the fewer things will burden Guan. Of course, Guan does not resist this change of mentality. People should not be tied down by too many emotions and unnecessary worries when they are alive. Zhang Qiang was also thinking about Emperor Yangxian's words. She was curious about what Emperor Yangxian meant by the orthodoxy of heaven and earth. Guan didn't wait long. This game of chess could not be saved. He was just playing it for fun. He stood up and took Zhang Qiang away. Emperor Yangxian looked thoughtfully at Guan's few moves. A gust of breeze swept into the medicine valley, blowing up the leaves and rolling them into the sky. As spring turns to summer, the temperature between heaven and earth begins to rise. On this day, Guan rode the Blood Prison Monkey King and brought an Xian to Sungxian Island. The island owner of Sungxian Island, Sun Hanfan, personally greeted him, and soon, Hu Xiaojian also came. With Guan's support, Hu Xiaojian is now a monk in the Void Realm. After many years, even though the relationship has become very familiar, he still can't hide his excitement and joy when facing Guan, making it difficult for Guan to judge whether this is acting. Guan asked Hu Xiaojian to take an Xian and the great sage of Blood Prison out for a walk, while he discussed matters alone with Sun Hanfan. After they left, Sun Hanfan said, Master, demon cultivators from the Heavenly Demon Sect have frequently visited Sungxian Island recently. I feel like something is going to happen. In this world, only places like Taixuan continent that have the protection of the most powerful are relatively safe. Although Sungxian Island has a good foundation, it will inevitably be remembered. Guan calculated that there would be a disaster on Sungxian Island, so he chose to come. It doesn't matter, you can manage it with peace of mind. No one will disturb Sungxian Island. Guan answered softly while holding the teacup and blowing hot air. Hearing this, Sun Hanfan smiled. He was a disciple of Human Peak and was arranged by Guan to take care of Sungxian Island. Guan treated him well and the benefits he gained every year were not small. He really valued Sun now. Immortal Island, I don't want anything to happen to Sun Immortal Island. Later, Sun Hanfan brought up other things, basically about entanglements or power struggles on the island. Guan listened most of the time. If Sun Hanfan asked him what to do, he would not reserve his opinion. After Sun Hanfan finished speaking, Guan waved his hand for him to leave. After Sun Hanfan left, Guan was still sitting. He looked at the blue sky outside the lobby and looked at the other side of the world. He is looking at an old friend? The remaining clouds hung like rags on the sky, and figures exuding demonic aura were suspended in the air. Among them was a person with the strongest demonic aura. There was also a huge red fireball suspended behind his head, and a crimson chain wrapped around his waist, like a snake surging. Move. Their eyes all fell on a broken island below, where the woods had fallen, the soil was turned up, and there were holes. Li Ya, dressed in black, stood on the rubble, holding a sword in his right hand and holding the mysterious city in his left hand, while the magical fairy stood on his shoulders. Zhao Suihe, is this all you can do? If you want to capture me, it's not enough. Li Ya mocked loudly, with a cold look on his brows. Zhao Suihe stood in front of the red fireball. He played with the chains around him with his right hand, his expression indifferent. He looked down at Li Ya and said, Li Ya, how long can you persist with the power of the mystical city? Join the demonic sect. The Holy Court is not suitable for you. You should feel the fatigue of the Holy Court. The Holy Court without the Holy Heaven is so chaotic and they have no energy to cultivate you. Li Ya frowned slightly after hearing this. It has been many years since he attained the Holy Court Heaven, but he has indeed not gained much. Not long ago, his heavenly destiny was taken away, making it difficult for him to meditate during his cultivation. He could only go out and wander around to relax his mind. Zhao Suihe raised his right hand, pointed to the sky, and said, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect has not yet come to this world in person. When he comes, this world will definitely be changed. There is not much time left for you, so don't leave early. Holy Court, you will only be annihilated along with the Holy Court. Li Ya was upset when he heard this and couldn't help but said, what? Is it possible that living with your head down and being humble is better than death? When Zhao Suihe heard this, a sharp look flashed in his eyes. Li Ya said no more. He threw the mysterious city upwards. The mysterious city quickly grew in size and enveloped the entire island. Black fog appeared in the city, and ghosts appeared one after another. There was even a tall figure holding an axe. Standing up, in an instant, the momentum of the heavenly demon sect was crushed. The mysterious fairy stood on Li Ya's shoulder, howling and calling, as if provoking the enemy. Zhao Suihe snorted coldly, put his right hand in front of his mouth, and began to recite a spell. As his spell sounded, his own mana began to flow out and penetrated into the red fireball behind his head. As a result, the red fireball burst into flames, and wriggling black spots appeared on the surface, which was very strange. When the army of ghosts and ghosts rushed out of the mysterious city, a cold eye suddenly opened in the red fireball. The whole world seemed to be frozen, and everything fell into stillness. While Guan was sipping tea, he observed that there was something in this heavenly demon sect that could actually draw on the power of the Nirvana realm. He secretly passed on his magic power to the magical spirits. The stronger the magical spirits, the stronger the magical city, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. He had long seen that there were some powerful beings in the realm of annihilation that were ready to move, spying on the heaven and earth. These guys only dared to pry and did not dare to easily step into the Tianling world, which made Guan disappointed with them. The heavenly demon sect relies on the power in the realm of annihilation, while the Xuanyu divine dynasty relies on the power in the vortex of reincarnation. These two forces are still in the process of testing, whether they are afraid of him or Shengtian. Guan is looking forward to their arrival. If they mess with him, they will reap the benefits of life. Time passes quickly. After 2 hours of fierce fighting, Li Ya broke out of the siege and finally survived the disaster. However, Guan calculated that Li Ya would be involved in the whirlpool of grudges and would last for many years. Senior brother Li, be prepared, you will not have an easy time in the next 1,000 years. Guan murmured to himself, and he stood up and walked out of the hall. Thank you for not forgetting your original intention. Tell Yi rewards 1,766 starting coins. The autumn wind blows into Sungu. Guan sat on a branch and looked down at the sparring in the forest. Zhang Shi and An Shengtian were competing in boxing, kicking, and body skills. The master and apprentice were fighting back and forth. Zhang Shi has a maximum lifespan of 4,800 years, while An Shengtian has a maximum lifespan of 5,000 years. In terms of qualifications, there is not much difference between the two. After practicing for many years, An Shengtian has grown up, and in terms of boxing and kicking skills alone, he can fight on par with Zhang Shi. However, their sparring was not interesting enough in Guan's eyes. Although Guan was looking at them, he was actually focused on Li Ya. Since his last escape, Li Ya has been hunted by the heavenly demon clan. Fortunately, there is no particularly powerful being targeting him at the moment, and the strongest person chasing him has only just wandered into the fairyland. Now Li Ya is in a fight. The vast majority of believers in the heavenly demon sect are the reincarnations of heavenly demons and have awakened their true souls, but there are also some who are infiltrated by heavenly demons themselves. Those who can descend from heavenly demons are almost all those with cultivation levels above the 4th level of the immortal path. After years of fierce fighting with the immortal dynasty, the Holy Court's control over Tianwei was getting weaker and weaker. Guan raised his eyes and saw that there were always figures entering and leaving the Tianling Great World, and no one dared to stop them. Under such circumstances, the heavenly demon sect rose rapidly, and they were sweeping the world like a prairie fire. Guan's Sungxian Island will also be affected in the future. Watching Li Ya engaged in a fierce battle, Guan's thoughts drifted to the future. He would choose the right time to harvest the demonic sect. Guan will not blindly become a savior, but if it threatens him or the people he cares about, he will not show mercy. He is reclusive, but he does not do nothing. Guan looked at Li Ya for a while, then looked at An Hao. An Hao is about to reach Nirvana, but he is still imprisoned. When Yang Immortal Emperor returns, he will be released. After Nirvana, An Hao will be born and start the journey of being a genius. Compared with Li Ya, An Hao will go smoothly and continue his past style. Guan looked at other old friends again. As he looked, he suddenly thought of Xiaochuan and Yang Jian. Both of them had entered the whirlpool of reincarnation, but there was no news so far. Guan could not feel the destruction seal on Xiaoquan's soul, which meant that Xiaochuan far away from him. For a long time, Zhang Shi came under the tree, raised his head and asked, "Master, how did we perform just now?" And Shengtian also came over and looked at Guan expectantly. Guan withdrew his spiritual thoughts, looked at them, and mused, "Actually, you are growing very fast and are considered geniuses. You don't have to be too nervous. There is no need to prove anything to me. No matter you are strong or weak, as long as you don't if you abandon me, I will certainly not abandon you." Both the master and the apprentice were good at everything, but they would be nervous every time they saw him, and they couldn't wait to show off themselves, which made him uncomfortable. When An Shengtian heard this, he smiled. Zhang Shi also breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike An Xian and Longqing, they were able to hook up with Guan entirely through begging, so they couldn't be free in front of Guan no matter what. They always respected Guan in their hearts. Guan then said, "After a while, I will arrange for a disciple to compete with you. Then you two masters and disciples will deal with him together, and it will also give you more experience." Hearing this, Shengtian's eyes lit up and he asked, "Are you a disciple of the Third Medicine Valley?" Of course, they have heard of the Third Medicine Valley, but they have never been there. Even if there is a teleportation array in the Xian Valley, disciples from the two medicine valleys cannot use it to communicate. This is a rule set by Guan, and anyone who violates it will be punished. Expelled from Medicine Valley. Well, unlike other disciples, he is my direct disciple just like you. This boy is very militant, so don't be careless. Guan responded, and as he spoke, he fell down from the tree. When Zhang Shi and others heard this, they became nervous again. Guan said helplessly, "Don't be nervous. Even if you lose, it's normal. I just want you to enhance your actual combat experience." The two looked at each other and then smiled, but the smile was so forced. Guan felt bored and shook his head, then turned and left. The two of them wanted to follow but he refused. Continue to practice. There are more and more disasters in the world. Maybe one day it will affect Xian Valley. Then you will be needed to protect Xian Valley. Hearing Guan's words, the two stopped, and their fighting spirit was immediately ignited. They don't believe there will be a crisis in Xian Valley. This is obviously Guan's test for them. Guan went all the way back to the Third Medicine Valley. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, Guan was stopped by someone. "I'm on the lower road, Changjing. I want to chat with the Valley Master. I wonder if the Valley Master can." A middle-aged man stood in front of Guan, bowing and saluting with a respectful gesture. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Guan. "Luxiangxia is not qualified." Guan bypassed Lu Changjing and walked towards his attic. Luxiangxia is Lu Changjing's sect, a major sect on the sea. Guan knew about it because he saw it through Lu Changjing's cause and effect. The strongest person in Luxian Gorge has reached the wonderful magic realm, and is indeed not qualified in his eyes. When Lu Changjing heard Guan's words, his face instantly turned red. He turned around and wanted to speak, but looking at Guan's back, he didn't dare to get angry, and he didn't know how to stay. The fact that the other party can directly mention Luxian Gorge shows that he really doesn't take Luxian Gorge seriously. Is he Fudeo Sword Master, or is he a disciple of Fudeo Sword Master? Lu Changjing thought with a frown. Although it was a pity to be rejected, his heart surged when he thought that the other party might be Fudeo Sword Master. Fudeo Sword Master is comparable to Yangxian Emperor? Lu Changjing took a deep breath, turned around and prepared to go to the main city of Taixuan Sect. As soon as he turned around, a figure stopped him. He looked intently and frowned subconsciously. "I have some connections with Luxian Gorge, please take me there." Emperor Yangxian looked at Lu Changjing indifferently and said. Lu Changjing was shocked by Yang Immortal Emperor's courage, and he asked cautiously, "Dare you ask my friend? Yang Immortal Emperor, have you ever heard of it?" "What?" Lu Changjing's face changed drastically, with a frightened expression on his face. The disciples passing by nearby heard the words Yangxian Emperor and turned around subconsciously to see that Yangxian Emperor waved his sleeves and disappeared out of thin air with Lu Changjing. In the distance, Shen Xinzi, who was meditating under a tree, frowned and his eyes were full of horror. That person turned out to be Emperor Yangxian, the leader of the Immortal Dynasty? In the past 100 years, he had played many games of chess with Emperor Yangxian. He had thought that Emperor Yangxian was unfathomable before, but he didn't expect it to be so big. Even Yang Immortal Emperor will come to the Third Medicine Valley to stay temporarily for 100 years. What kind of mythical characters will appear in the future? Shen Xinzi turned to look in the direction of Guan, feeling that Guan's back was so majestic, as if he could hold it even if the sky fell. 30 years later, Taixuan's branch sect, Ya Mansion. Guan and Yalan were drinking tea in the courtyard. The fragrance of the tea was overflowing, attracting several spiritual birds to land on the branches. It was rare that Zhen Qin was not around, so Guan and Yalan both enjoyed the current atmosphere. Yalan supported her chin with one hand. She looked at Guan and asked with a smile, "Su Ji from your Third Medicine Valley has become very famous in the past 2 years, and it has spread to the branch section. That boy's talent is indeed outstanding, and he has benefited the Third Medicine Valley." Guan said with a smile. Su Ji only became a disciple of the Third Medicine Valley for 5 years. Guan did not teach him alone. He was treated the same as other disciples. This also led to Su Ji not having much sense of belonging to the Third Medicine Valley. He just became the Third Medicine Valley disciple. 3 Medicine Valley is the springboard for cultivating immortality. Su Ji was not too enthusiastic about Fudeo Sword Master. Guan even heard him telling other disciples in private that sooner or later he would surpass Fudeo Sword Master on his own. Yalan smiled and said, "In recent years, more and more geniuses have emerged from the Third Medicine Valley, and all of your disciples have appeared under me." She looked at Guan with admiration in her eyes. Regardless of the fact that Guan was a disciple of Fudeo Sword Master, she had always admired Guan's own abilities. Ever since she was a child, it seemed that there was nothing that her senior brother could not do. "Then I have to trouble you to take care of them more," Guan said with a smile, and then picked up a piece of pastry on the table. This was made by Yalan himself. Although the taste was not very delicious, his heart was the most important. Yalan asked curiously, "Is Su Ji considered your most outstanding disciple?" Su Ji, who has a lifespan of 9,000 years, is so talented that Yalan also wants to recruit him. Guan shook his head and said, "How is that possible? My most powerful disciple is making a breakthrough." "Oh, what realm did you break through?" "Nirvana." "Nirvana? How is it possible? Don't be kidding me." This disciple is much older than you. That's not true. He is 34 years younger than me. I don't believe in the nirvana state of being over 800 years old. You're teasing me again. Yelan stared and said, she had never heard of anyone being able to achieve nirvana before they were 1,000 years old. Guan smiled and didn't explain much. He was talking about Hao, who was going through a tribulation, and there was an immortal dynasty fairy spirit looting formation beside him. Even Yang Immortal Emperor personally watched him go through the tribulation. Rumble. Thunder came from the sky. Yelan looked up and saw billowing clouds coming quickly, threatening to roll into the sky. Yelan couldn't help but jokingly asked, isn't this a strange phenomenon caused by your disciple's breakthrough? Guan then raised his eyes and said, of course not, but this is indeed the movement caused by the breakthrough. The holy aspect is breaking through. Attack Xizaxian? Guan felt that something good had happened. As this vision broke out, many powerful beings quickly flew to the holy court. The Immortal Dynasty, the Swanyu Divine Dynasty, and the Heavenly Demon Sect will definitely not allow the Holy Prime Minister to survive the calamity with peace of mind. Guan secretly deduced it, and sure enough, there were changes in the future. Xizaxian can change the fortune of heaven and earth? When Yelan heard Guan's words, curiosity appeared in her eyes. What kind of state can lead to such a breakthrough? At this moment, Guan saw a powerful aura coming from the depths of the universe. A meteorite surrounded by demonic energy is rushing out of the realm of annihilation with an unstoppable force, heading towards the Tianling Great World. This kind of momentum should be the cultivation level of the 9th level of Xizai Fairyland. Guan didn't pay much attention at first, because the number of immortals who have come to Tianling Great World in recent years has exceeded 5 fingers. But he suddenly felt a familiar breath. This breath is the God Emperor of Annihilation. Guan has the memory of Long Zhan, and he still remembers the aura of the God Emperor of Annihilation. This aura does belong to the God of Annihilation, but it is not as powerful as Long Zhan's memory. Recommend a new book. If you are interested, you can collect it. The holy aspect breaks through and the God Emperor of Annihilation arrives. Guan once again deduced the general trend of the world and found that the future had become blurry and many things could not be calculated clearly. The most important thing is that Guan doesn't know the purpose of the God Emperor of Annihilation coming to Tianling World. Long Zhan was very far away from his time. Even the battle court founded by Long Zhan had become an ancient legend. The God Emperor of Annihilation would only be stronger than he was then. How could he not be afraid? Even if this God Emperor of Annihilation is just the aura of the Immortal of Freedom, Guan still believes that his true form is an extremely troublesome existence. Under Guan's gaze, the meteorite containing the aura of the God Emperor of Annihilation quickly approached the Tianling Great World. The powerful existences in the Tianling Great World were also disturbed by the God Emperor of Annihilation, and they all used their spiritual thoughts and consciousness to explore, but no one dared to stop the God Emperor of Annihilation. In the holy domain of the Holy Court, the vast sky thunder covered thousands of miles of the sky. The holy image, who was in the midst of the thunder disaster, looked up with a look of fear in his eyes. He knew that he would cause trouble by overcoming the tribulation, but he didn't expect that he would provoke such a powerful being. The aura of the God Emperor of Annihilation reminded him of the former immortal king. He secretly cursed God for being unfair. At this point, he could only grit his teeth and break through. Once the catastrophe begins, there is no way out, either death or success in overcoming the tribulation. He relied on the luck of the Holy Court to break through. He could not afford to lose, because if he failed, the entire Holy Court would suffer heavy losses. Luck connected every living being in the Holy Court. Circle after circle of large formations guarded the holy image, dazzling with brilliance, exuding vast and endless pressure, competing with the power of heaven, causing the rules of heaven and earth to chaos, which also caused natural disasters in the mountains, rivers, and oceans around the holy court. Under the gaze of the saint, a meteor streaked across the sky, and even the thunder in the sky could not cover up the arrogance of the meteor. At this moment, not only the saint saw the meteor, but also the great monks and monsters from all forces in the world. Inside Ye Mansion, Yelan also saw the meteor streaking across the sky. For some reason, her heart palpitated inexplicably when she saw the shooting star. She couldn't help but look at Guan and asked, "Did you see the shooting star just now?" Guan nodded and said, "Did you make a wish?" Yelan rolled her eyes at him, with a look of sadness on her brows, and said, "At that moment just now, I was inexplicably afraid. Could it be that another evil spirit from outside the world had come?" Guan laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? Taixuan has encountered another disaster? Anyway, I feel that it has always been peaceful. The danger is overseas. You can't think like this. You can't always put your hope in others. Sword Master Fudeo will always leave." Yelan shook his head. Guan comforted him, "I am Fudeo Sword Master, don't worry." After hearing this, Yelan immediately became happy and said, "Really? Can Senior teach me magical powers? It's not impossible. You can say something nice. Want to hear something nice?" Yelan smiled charmingly at Guan, then stood up and walked towards him. Guan quickly raised his hand and said, "I was joking. I take it seriously." Rumble. The meteorite surrounded by blazing flames broke away from the sea of clouds and hit the mountains and rivers with a terrifying momentum. It instantly crushed the mountains and woods thousands of miles away. A strong light burst out and billowing dust flew up. It was like a huge dust wall pushing into the distance, destroying everything along the way. The sky shook and the earth shook, as if it were the end of the world. As the impact spread to the horizon, a terrifying wave of flames emerged from the bombing center, seeming to break through the sky. This force from outside the world is ravaging everything on the earth, showing no mercy and being extremely cruel. I don't know how much time has passed. The roar between heaven and earth disappeared, but the rolling dust and mist on the ground was still churning, but it lost the previous momentum. A figure stepped out of the dust and mist. He was wearing a black robe, and black scales were shining under the robe. He wore a ferocious helmet on his head, with two knife-like horns pointed upward. There was no face under the helmet, and it was pitch black, as dead as a black hole. Every time he took a step, the gravel beneath his feet turned into powder, and lava patterns appeared on the surface, which was very scary. He stopped and looked up. It was still dark under the helmet and there were no eyes. He didn't know what he was looking at or what he was feeling. He moved his left foot to the side, and the dust between the sky and the earth was suddenly dispersed, revealing the devastation of the earth, which was shocking. He was in a huge pit with a diameter of more than 100 miles. Outside the pit, the ground was covered with rubble. Cracks in the ground, desolate and desolate. Not only the dust on the ground, but also the sky suddenly became clear. The God Emperor of Annihilation turned his head and looked into the distance. He looked at the time for a few breaths, then turned around and walked away. With one step, he moved thousands of miles away. This land is boundless and vast. He took 5 steps in a row and still did not reach the edge of the continent. He came to a cliff, and the place was still trembling. Following his gaze, he saw that a city was collapsing below the cliff, and the mortals were wailing and crying, and it was extremely miserable. The God Emperor of Annihilation was silent for a while, then suddenly waved his sleeves, and the earth returned to calm. Pieces of gravel and wooden pillars rose up and flew into the distance. After doing all this, he disappeared on the cliff. The cries under the cliff suddenly stopped, and the whole world became silent. In the evening, Guan walked into the third Medicine Valley. He watched the God Emperor of Annihilation traveling on the other side of the world, and could not understand the purpose of the God Emperor of Annihilation for the time being. The God Emperor of Annihilation did not go towards the Holy Court, which meant that he was not attracted by the heavenly tribulation of the holy appearance. He was more like looking for something. Maybe it's not a coincidence, he is afraid that the holy image's tribulation will affect what he wants. As soon as Guan walked into the Medicine Valley, Long Qing walked over quickly and looked at him with a flattering look on his face, greeting him with greetings. Go away. If you can't understand it clearly, it means the time is not right and your mentality is still not stable enough. Guan glared at Long Qing and said so. Many people in Taixuan Sect believe that Guan is the disciple of Fudeo Sword Master, but many disciples in the Third Medicine Valley believe that Guan is Fudeo Sword Master, including Long Qing. Long Qing also made a definite guess from Shen Xinzi, who now respects Guan extremely and behaves like a junior. Then it takes a long time to wait? Why do I have to wait? Long Qing asked angrily. Guan suddenly thought of something. The God Emperor of Annihilation is not here to find Long Qing, right? Very possible, Guan said with a straight face. You already know that you have a special constitution. Couldn't you guess that you might be responsible for a big cause and effect? If you don't calm down, you will be in big trouble, and even I can't protect you. You and even the whole world may be buried with you. His tone was so serious that Long Qing was stunned. Long Qing thought along Guan's words, and couldn't help but feel uneasy and panic in his heart. The reason why he is like this is that Guan is using his Taoism to influence his emotions. This kid must be scared. When Guan was not absolutely sure, he did not dare to let Long Qing reveal his true identity. The cause and effect of the Long clan is too great, and it is very likely that it will attract the God Emperor of Annihilation and the current war court. Long Qing's expression changed from gloomy to bright. Guan did not continue to scare him, but passed him by. After walking a few steps, Angzan came and said that there was a fight between disciples and he needed to deal with it. When Guan heard the name of the fighter, he understood why an Xian had to find him. 2 geniuses? They are among the most talented in the valley, and even before they start training, they are already being recruited by great monks and aristocratic families. Geniuses are like this. Most of them tend to be conceited. Conflicts will inevitably arise when meeting conceited people. Guan followed an Xian. He didn't feel a headache, and his thoughts were still on the God Emperor of Annihilation. The setting sun is like blood, but it is not sad and beautiful hanging over the Third Medicine Valley. It is still full of life. The Holy Xiang's tribulation eventually led to a great war. The Immortal Dynasty, the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty, the Heavenly Demon Sect, and a few forces with enmity against the Holy Court all besieged the Holy Court. The battle was so spectacular that Guan couldn't help but watch it. Although the process was dangerous and there were countless casualties, the Holy Court still survived this disaster. In the end, the Holy Xiang achieved a breakthrough and even had a battle with Yang Immortal Emperor. Although Shang Xiang was a civil servant, his fighting ability was very strong. He was able to compete with Emperor Yang Immortal, which surprised Guan. Emperor Yang Xian did not entangle, otherwise he might not be able to kill the Holy Xiang by joining forces with the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty and the Zizai Immortal of the Heavenly Demon Sect. This war is in the past, but it also lays the foundation for greater troubles in the future. In this way, the heaven and earth ushered in a brief period of peace. 8 years passed quickly. On this day, Guan brought an Xian and the great sage of Blood Prison to Tianya Valley. Lu Xian came back and made a special trip to see Guan. Guan finished picking the herbs before going to see Lucien. Lucien pulled him into his cave, and after opening the cave's restrictions, he asked nervously, "Are you the Fudeo sword master?" End of chapter. Facing Lucien's inquiry, Guan raised his eyebrows and said, "Has the news reached your ears?" Lucien crossed his arms on his chest and said with a proud smile, "That's natural. That's really slow." What? Lucien's smile froze and he didn't know what to say. If it were anyone else, he would have just kicked him, but facing Guan, what could he do? Bear with it? Guan thought his expression was very interesting, so he pretended to be mysterious and said, "Yes, I am Fudeo sword master, but many people don't believe it now and think that I am Fudeo sword master's apprentice. Please don't tell anyone about this. Heaven knows and earth knows that you know and I know." When Lucien heard this, he suddenly became excited. He trembled all over and asked cautiously, "Really? Why do you let me know?" Guan's eyes became deep and he said, "Although you are not my opponent, in my eyes, you are the only person who can threaten me in terms of talent. And how can't do it? He is too smooth and will fall sooner or later, only those who can survive are considered strong." Lucien was completely moved. He clenched his fists tightly and warm blood surged in his chest. Guan was very satisfied with his reaction. It only took a few words to win people over, so why not? Immediately, Guan walked to the side of the stone table and sat down. Lucien came to his senses and quickly followed. Lucien sat opposite Guan and asked nervously, "Are you a talented person, a powerful reincarnation, or are you hiding your age?" Guan looked at him and said, "When you reach the realm of immortality, you will understand a stage called reincarnation." Reincarnation? Lucien Guang was fascinated by this name. Guan asked, "You came to me just to confirm this, right?" He could figure out Lucien's purpose, but he wanted to hear Lucien's words even more. Lucien took a deep breath and said, "Xuanyu Divine Dynasty invited me to join, and recently I have been considering leaving His Majesty. From what you see, is Xuanyu Divine Dynasty a good place to go?" Regarding the estrangement between Lucien and Li Sundeo, Guan also knew that as Li Sundeo became stronger and stronger, like Guan, he began to release his true nature, and Li Sundeo became more and more domineering, which put increasing pressure on those around him. Guan replied, "If you just use it as a stepping stone, it is indeed a good place to go, but if you want to stay in the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty forever, it will disappear with them." Lucien's eyes widened and he asked, "Will the Xuanyu Dynasty be destroyed?" Guan smiled and said, "To be precise, all the forces in this world will be wiped out, and the old forces will be turned into dust, including Taixuan and Taixuan Dynasty." Why? Because heaven and earth have their own evolution, and the way of heaven has its own destiny. Then all my efforts now are meaningless. Lucien's face was pale, and he was completely lost. Guan shook his head and said meaningfully, "There will always be people who survive, but think about it. All the forces in the world have disappeared, and 99% of all living things have turned into Lois. If you survive and survive for a while, you will be there. What will be the status of this world?" Lucien's face was filled with joy, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He even ignored how to live to the end. He was excited just thinking about himself becoming one of the supreme beings in the world. The way he looked at Guan changed, his eyes were full of admiration. What kind of cultivation level can we see the outcome of the general trend of heaven and earth? He did not question Guan's words, because he had also heard some legends about the evolution of the world. Since ancient times, there have been many dangers of annihilation sweeping the entire world. Judging from the current situation, the world is still far from destruction, at least he can't see any signs. Sure enough, Fudeo Sword Master is the most powerful, and Yang Immortal Emperor cannot compare with him at all. Lucien became excited and began to ask questions. Guan did not disclose the fortune of heaven and earth, but he could reveal some insignificant information, which could be regarded as taking care of his son for Lu Baitian. Less than half an hour later, Guan walked out of the cave accompanied by Lucien. Luo Hun looked at Lucien's respectful look and felt funny. This Lucien has an arrogant temperament and has never been so respectful to His Majesty. I don't know what kind of ability Guan has to make a genius like Lucien surrender. Luo Hun looked at him from afar, then stepped forward to meet him. "Guan, where are the books?" Luo Hun came to Guan and asked. Guan casually took out Dream of Red Mansions, handed it to him, and said, "Kingxiyu remembers that after a while, the author went out and made a breakthrough." Luo Hun's old face turned red and said, "Young Heroes Travels, I just like Dream of Red Mansions." Lucien asked curiously, "What kind of book is Kingxia Travels?" He knew about Dream of Red Mansions. Because he was interested in Guan, he read all the books written by Guan. An Xian walked over and heard their conversation, and couldn't help but look at Luo Hun with strange eyes. Luo Hun was extremely embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. When Guan left Tianya Valley with an Xian and the Blood Hell Sage, an Xian began to slander Luo Hun, saying that he didn't expect that senior Luo Hun would read such a book. Guan looked ahead, feeling dissatisfied. "You stinky girl, how dare you accuse Sang and Hui? When I teach her to practice later, I have to make her suffer a little." In the mountains and fields, the breeze blows. An Hao, dressed as a knight, strolled along the mountain road. He raised his hands, the scabbard passed through his arms and pressed on his shoulders. His head was tilted back, with a casual expression. After achieving nirvana, he completely lost his youthfulness, and his whole person exuded an inscrutable temperament, showing the demeanor of a Taoist master. Call. A gust of mountain wind blew from the front, blowing in Hao's hair, and his half-closed eyes suddenly opened. He looked towards the top of the hillside ahead, where a burly figure stood, his black robe fluttering in the wind. The God Emperor of Annihilation. And Hao found that he couldn't see the other party's true appearance clearly. This meant that the other party had extremely high cultivation level, or that he might have a treasure on his body. He thinks the reason is probably the former. And Hao has been traveling around for many years and has seen too many strong people, but no one is as mysterious and powerful as the person in front of him. He was not afraid and continued walking. The God Emperor of Annihilation stood on the hillside, motionless. When An Hao passed by him, he suddenly said, "Your destiny is not simple. You are destined not to belong to this world." An Hao stopped and did not turn his head. Instead, he looked at the mountains in the distance and asked, "Oh, which world do I belong to?" "You can go to the higher heaven and earth when you surpass the 9th level of the immortal Dao." "Really? May I ask where you are from?" An Hao was not surprised, and his tone remained calm. The God Emperor of Annihilation turned around, and An Hao followed suit. The two faced each other, only 5 steps away. Looking at the darkness under the helmet of the God Emperor of Annihilation, An Hao felt wary, but not afraid. Before Nirvana, An Hao had often faced existences whose realms were far beyond his own. No matter where he was never afraid. He had already taken life and death lightly. A purple vortex suddenly appeared under the helmet of the God Emperor of Annihilation. An Hao subconsciously looked at it, his eyes changed accordingly, and he lost his energy. End of chapter. An Hao had a dream. He dreamed that he was sitting on an extremely majestic chair, with a unicorn crawling at his feet, and a real dragon tumbling next to his hands. Below him was the bright starry sky, with figures exuding powerful momentum, suspended below him like stairs. The feeling was extremely wonderful. He had a feeling of being in control of everything, and he even felt a kind of loneliness. Immersed in this feeling, he forgot about time. I don't know how long it had passed, but a bright golden light suddenly burst out from the depths of the universe below, heading towards him, and all the powerful figures along the way were turned into ashes. The golden light shone on An Hao's face, making him feel so hot, even a little hot. An Hao opened his eyes suddenly, gasping for air, sweating profusely, and his pupils were still trembling. What caught his eyes was the dusk sky. He glanced subconsciously and saw the figure of the God Emperor of Annihilation. The God Emperor of Annihilation stood aside, looking up at the sky, wondering what he was thinking. An Hao sat up, and just as he was about to stand up, the God Emperor of Annihilation pressed his fingers on his forehead, making him unable to move. At this moment, An Hao felt that his mana, energy, and blood had all solidified, and he felt very uncomfortable. After reaching the Nirvana realm, he felt that he was so powerful and had the confidence to deal with everything. But at this moment, he seemed to have returned to the mortal realm and felt his own insignificance again. He looked up at the God Emperor of Annihilation, and the shock in his eyes quickly turned into a look of reluctance. "Your eyes are very similar to his. You have the same destiny, but you are still far from him." The God Emperor of Annihilation looked down at An Hao and said quietly. An Hao gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is he?" "His name cannot be mentioned. This vast world cannot bear its cause and effect. If it is mentioned, this great world will turn into nothingness in an instant." An Hao's eyes widened at the words of the God Emperor of Annihilation. This was the first time he heard such power. Neither Yangxian Emperor nor Shengtian can do this. After traveling through so much of the world, it's rare to meet someone with such great destiny as you. I'll give you a magical power. Let's see how high you can reach in the future. As the God Emperor of Annihilation said, his index finger burst out with demonic energy and penetrated into An Hao's forehead. An Hao couldn't move and was extremely nervous. As the demonic energy entered his body, he didn't feel any discomfort, but the more this happened, the more uneasy he became. The God Emperor of Annihilation stopped his hand and said, "What you saw before was the memory of that existence. Remember that feeling. That is the power that you should give everything to chase." As soon as the words fell, the God Emperor of Annihilation disappeared out of thin air. An Hao then lost his restraints and regained his freedom. He stood up quickly. He could no longer sense the aura of the God Emperor of Annihilation, leaving no trace behind, as if everything he had encountered before was an illusion. Who is he? An Hao frowned and subconsciously touched his forehead. He always felt that he was in big trouble. At the same time, Guan, who was far away in the third medicine valley, withdrew his gaze. When the God Emperor of Annihilation approached An Hao, he began to pay attention. This God Emperor of Annihilation is only a free-spirited immortal. If he dares to kill An Hao, Guan can kill him faster. But in his opinion, the God Emperor of Annihilation seems to want to bring trouble to An Hao. Go to chance. After the God Emperor of Annihilation left, Guan looked at An Hao's fate and found that his future had changed. An Hao was already on the path of being a genius before. After receiving the inheritance from the God Emperor of Annihilation, An Hao became even more powerful, making Guan seem to see Longzhan and Lu Han, so he could barely overpower him. Where did the God Emperor of Annihilation come from? Where is the higher heaven and earth? Guan looked up and saw that beyond the sky was the universe. The universe was surrounded by the realm of annihilation. The entire universe seemed infinite. No matter which direction he looked, there was no end in sight. His eyes couldn't help but fall on the gate guarded by the heavenly spirit god. Maybe if you want to go outside the universe, you have to pass through that door. But if you approach the realm gate, you will be killed by the heavenly spirit god. The heavenly spirit god is a terrifying existence that can easily kill Daezang Xizaxian. Guan thought again about the immortal gods he met. It seemed that there were more terrifying and vast existences above the immortal realm. Master, the sect leader is here to find you. A disciple ran to Guan and whispered. Guan, who was in front of the wooden fence, looked away, nodded towards his disciple, and then walked towards his attic. Back inside the house, Guan saw Liu Beitian. As soon as Liu Beitian saw him, he immediately stood up to greet him. How many times have I told you, you don't have to be so outspoken and make yourself so angry? Guan complained. Liu Beitian watched him walk all the way. After he sat down, Liu Beitian said, I was ignorant before. Now that I know your true identity, I must have the proper etiquette. Guan's expression remained unchanged, but he was satisfied in his heart. Lao Lu was still sensible and could figure out people's hearts. Guan asked him to sit down and asked him why he came. Your disciple Su Ji had a conflict with the Fang family. This matter was a misunderstanding. I have asked the Fang family to let him go and tried my best to ease the relationship between the two parties. However, Su Ji is still very dissatisfied. Liu Beitian said. As he spoke, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. Because of the previous martial arts incident, Liu Beitian did not dare to be careless again. Su Ji's talent is so outstanding, there may be Guan's guidance behind it, and he must handle it carefully. After hearing this, Guan said casually, if you are dissatisfied, just be dissatisfied. Taixuan Sect cannot tolerate him. Liu Beitian thought about the implication of Guan's words and said, he is still young after all, and his talent is indeed rare. It makes me feel like I saw An Hao back then. When he mentioned An Hao, he thought of an Xian, and his expression became strange. When many things were connected in series, he felt so absurd. At the same time, he was curious about how An Hao would feel if he knew all this. An Hao didn't know who his master was, he only knew that his master was transformed into Fudeo Sword Master. Are there few geniuses in the world today? Anyway, just treat him normally and don't need to consider me. He is just a passerby in the Third Medicine Valley and has not really become my disciple. Guan said nonchalantly. After Liu Beitian heard this, he became more interested in Su Ji. Without the guidance of Fudeo Sword Master, Su Ji could still show such talent. Such a genius must be carefully cultivated. The point is to win over him and become his strength. Liu Beitian saw that Guan was really not interested in Su Ji, so he started talking about other things, hoping that Guan could give guidance on the future development of Taixuan Sect. A full hour passed before Liu Beitian left. Guan personally escorted him downstairs. Before parting, the two of them kept saluting each other, causing the disciples not far away to talk about it. Guan looked at Liu Beitian's leaving figure and found that Liu Beitian's cause and effect had also changed. Kill and rob? He immediately calculated Liu Beitian's fate and his expression became strange. Because of his words today, Liu Beitian will face disaster. Liu Beitian will die because of Su Ji. The third update according to Guan's calculation, Liu Beitian would focus on cultivating Su Ji in the future and train him as the next head of the sect. He would even betroth the daughter of the head of the Liu family to Su Ji as his own. Su Ji did not disappoint Liu Beitian. His growth rate was not inferior to An Hao, and he also targeted An Hao. 500 years later, An Hao returned. Su Ji challenged An Hao over his own abilities. Even though An Hao suppressed his cultivation, he easily defeated him. After that, his temperament changed drastically and he became paranoid. He practiced harder and even regarded becoming stronger as the most important thing. He even plotted against Liu Beitian's fate-defying magical skill, and finally succeeded in persuading Liu Beitian to teach him the skill. After passing on his skills, Liu Beitian became a and returned to the Liu family. As a result, the Liu family was attacked by Su Ji's enemies, and Liu Beitian died in the chaos. Although Guan could see the future, he did not panic because he calculated that it would be a situation where he would not intervene. To deduce cause and effect, only by putting yourself aside can you calculate more accurately. This is also the reason why many people who know destiny refuse to join the world. Because they cannot predict what choices they will make in the future, so they try not to change the world. Fortune. Guan was not dissatisfied with Su Ji because of this, he was more emotional about the fate of the two of them. Liu Beitian chose Su Ji and brought disaster to himself. This was not because Su Ji wanted to harm him. It could only be said that it was fate that played a trick on people. One thought becomes a devil, one thought becomes an immortal, but who knows whether one's thoughts are right or wrong. Guan murmured to himself, feeling sincerely. The Blood Hell Sage lying downstairs looked up and pondered what his master had said. Could it be that Liu Beitian is going to become a demon? That's great. The great sage of Blood Prison did not have the slightest fondness for Liu Beitian. Knowing that something might happen to Liu Beitian, he would only rejoice in his misfortune, and even hoped that Liu Beitian would disappoint Guan. Guan looked at it for a while, then turned and walked into the house. As darkness falls, the lights of the Third Medicine Valley light up one after another, showing off the fireworks of the world. 20 years later, in the Third Medicine Valley, the sun was shining brightly, and birds were hovering over the Medicine Valley. The figures of disciples practicing could be seen everywhere, and there were Taixuan Sect disciples flying by on demonic birds in the horizon. Guan was lying under the xianqing tree with his hands on the back of his head. He was checking his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 899/1, 393, 608, 114. Physique, Hunyuan Deo Golden Body. Cultivation, Xianyuan is perfect in the fairyland. It has a lifespan of almost 1.4 billion years, and is almost 900 years old. Guan looked at his age and sighed in his heart. He was already so old without realizing it. But his mentality is still very young, and he can still chat with some young disciples. The white spirit rat, as fat as a buffalo, came over and rubbed his waist with its head, looking like it was trying to please him. Guan ignored it, and it walked around to Guan and whispered, "Master." It spit out a childlike voice, unable to distinguish between male and female. Last year, the white spirit rat was just able to speak human words. Its growth also made the Third Medicine Valley lively. Almost every disciple who entered the valley was bullied by it. Its presence in the Third Medicine Valley was extremely strong. The disciples they kept a distance from it. After all, it was Master's pet. If it bullied it, they couldn't fight back. "If you fart, hurry up," Guan said impatiently. He got angry just looking at the white spirit rat. This guy has been begging him to raise a group of rabbit monsters recently, and they must be female, which makes him feel very shameless. How could he raise such a demon pet with such an immortal spirit? Guan then thought about the 3 daughters of Tianyao and the deep-sea dragon carp, and they seemed to be a little abnormal. On the contrary, the great sage of Blood Hell is very down-to-earth. "Well, from now on we will focus on cultivating the Blood Hell monarch. Master, I had a dream before, and I dreamed that I was practicing. I still remember that it was a set of boxing techniques. Can you take a look?" The white spirit rat said softly, its eyes full of excitement. Because it was too fat, it did not have the cunning look of a rat demon, but looked very stupid. Guan sat up and said, "I want to see what boxing techniques you can master." The white spirit mouse meditates under the xianqing tree all year round and eats the best natural and earthly treasures. Its maximum lifespan has been increasing. In a sense, this is also a talent. Even if you stay under the xianqing tree, not everyone can increase your maximum lifespan. The white spirit rat immediately jumped aside, and then it stood up, supporting its body on its 2 fat hind legs. Under Guan's gaze, Bai Lingshu began to punch. This guy started punching, and the blows were blowing with wind, causing the nearby disciples to turn around and look at him. Guan's expression was strange. Bai Lingshu's boxing skills were not very powerful, and there were obvious traces of imitating Longqing, but boxing with a mountain of meat was very strange. Call it funny, but its body is quite rhythmic, and every punch is precise. After the white spirit rat finished a set of punches, it turned to look at Guan with a look of anticipation on its face. Guan pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Not bad, I can challenge Qinger." When Bai Lingshu heard this, he was immediately elated and said goodbye to Guan immediately. "It's going to challenge Longqing?" After sending away the white spirit rat, Guan continued to lie down and enjoy his leisure time. It's quite fun to do nothing but lie down. But this peaceful life will soon be broken. The God Emperor of Annihilation who travels around the world has arrived at Taixuan Sect. Judging from his pace, sooner or later he will enter the Third Medicine Valley. The God Emperor of Annihilation would transform into a monk whenever he went to a crowded place, and it was the same when he came to Taixuan Sect. He had thousands of faces, and no one could remember his transformed face. Time continues to pass. An hour later, a figure walked into the Third Medicine Valley. This was a man in blue with an ordinary face and no eye-catching magic weapon. It is the God Emperor of Annihilation? As he walked into the Third Medicine Valley, he raised his eyes to observe, as if he was looking for something. A disciple came to greet him and asked him what happened. The Yaogu disciple's attitude was very gentle and did not show any pretense. The God Emperor of Annihilation said, "I'm here to find Ji Xiao." Ji Xiao? The disciple of Yao Valley was stunned for a while, and then he remembered and said, "Senior Ji has been in seclusion for many years and has never seen anyone. I have been in Yao Valley for many years and have not seen her. It's okay. I'm going to walk around first. You Yaogu should allow it, right? That's natural. You can do whatever you want. If you need anything, you can come to me. Yeah, I'm interested." The God Emperor of Annihilation responded, and the Yaogu disciples bowed and left. Then, the God Emperor of Annihilation continued to move forward. When he passed by the dojo, he turned his head and looked. After just one glance, he looked away without stopping. 2 female disciples walked towards him, one of them was Yu Yingying. "I've told you before that you need to keep an eye on the evergreen grass. If you don't listen, do you know that losing one plant is equivalent to losing a high-grade spiritual stone?" Yu Yingying complained. The woman next to her was so wrong that she almost cried. Her lips were trembling. When the God Emperor of Annihilation was about to pass by Yu Yingying, he suddenly said, "It is not easy for a dying person to survive until now." Hearing this, Yu Yingying stopped and looked at the God Emperor of Annihilation suspiciously. She knows that she is the reincarnation of a demon. With the help of Guan, her cultivation has been increasing over the years. Although she is not a genius, at least she has not met the end of her lifespan. After hearing the words of the God Emperor of Annihilation, Yu Yingying instinctively panicked. "Are you talking about me?" Yu Yingying asked, staring at the God Emperor of Annihilation. The God Emperor of Annihilation did not stop and continued to move forward, leaving behind a sentence that left Yu Yingying confused. "Cherish the present moment. There will be times when you can't help yourself." When you can't help yourself. Yu Yingying frowned and her mood suddenly became bad. The God Emperor of Annihilation came all the way to Guan's attic. The Blood Hell Sage looked up at him with a strange look in his eyes. Samsara Deo Emperor, why don't you show up to see him? The God Emperor of Annihilation spoke, but these words were unable to be heard by Shenzinze, who was eavesdropping in the distance. After Shenzinze heard what the Emperor of Annihilation said to Yu Yingying, he became curious and confused about him. Unfortunately, the Emperor of Annihilation did not let him continue to eavesdrop. Samsara Deo Emperor? The great sage of Blood Prison couldn't help but stand up and looked at the God Emperor of Annihilation warily. The God Emperor of Annihilation glanced at him and said, "Future Great Sage, please sit down. Just pretend you didn't see and hear." The future Great Sage? The Great Sage of Blood Prison was secretly shocked. Has he seen through my future identity? This is an expert. Extraordinary vision? The Great Sage of Blood Prison was in an excited mood and began to imagine how powerful he would be in the future. He is not afraid of the God Emperor of Annihilation causing trouble. The master is in the valley, probably watching a show. While the Great Sage of Blood Prison was still immersed in his imagination, Ji Xiao's door opened. Ji Xiao, dressed in black, walked out of the house. She looked at the God Emperor of Annihilation with doubts in her eyes. The God Emperor of Annihilation's gaze fell on Ji Xiao, his eyes still calm. At this moment, Emperor Sun, Moon, and Underworld appeared next to Ji Xiao, staring at the God Emperor of Annihilation warily. "Who is your excellency?" Emperor Sun Moon Ming said in a deep voice, with a strong look of fear in his eyes. He was as powerful as a true immortal with divine will, but he could not see through the cultivation of the God Emperor of Annihilation at all, which made him feel like he was facing Guan. The God Emperor of Annihilation said, "Emperor Samsara, you should remember me." He directly ignored Sun Moon Underworld Emperor, feeling that Sun Moon Underworld Emperor was not worthy of talking to him. When Ji Xiao heard this, her face changed drastically and she looked in disbelief. She trembled all over and tried to calm down her emotions. Seeing her expression, Emperor Sun, Moon, and Ming became even more nervous, while the Great Sage of Blood Hell looked at Ji Xiao curiously. This was the first time he had seen Ji Xiao in such a state. Ji Xiao took a deep breath, raised her hand to salute, and said, "This junior has seen the God Emperor. I wonder why the God Emperor came to the world in person." God Emperor? Emperor Sun, Moon, and Underworld seemed to have thought of something, and looked at the God Emperor of Annihilation with awe-filled eyes. He took a step back, half knelt down, and lowered his proud head. The Great Sage of Blood Prison was even more curious about the identity of the God Emperor of Annihilation, and his blood began to boil. The stronger the God Emperor of Annihilation is, the more likely it is that what he says will come true. He can also become the Great Sage of Heavenly Spirit and Great Heaven and Earth in the future. The God Emperor of Annihilation said, "I am here to find someone. This person is the remnant of the ancient evil demon." Ancient evil demon? Ji Xiao asked in surprise. A descendant of the Zhanting Long clan. The God Emperor of Annihilation's answer made Ji Xiao's pupils suddenly dilate. Ji Xiao frowned and asked, "Does that clan still have descendants? Isn't it extinct?" The God Emperor of Annihilation stared at her and asked, "Do you really not know?" Ji Xiao was silent. The God Emperor of Annihilation continued, "I know that your master is from the Long clan, but you should have seen the hostility of their clan. If a living person continues to bear hatred, the catastrophe he can cause is beyond our prediction. Estimate. That will not be a catastrophe for a large part of the world, but a crisis for the entire universe." Ji Xiao replied, "I really don't know, and I am going through reincarnation right now. I only have memories, but no true feelings of myself." The God Emperor of Annihilation turned around and glanced across the third Medicine Valley. Ji Xiao followed his gaze, and her heart suddenly trembled because his gaze fell on Guan. Guan was lying under the Xianqing tree, covering his eyes with leaves, as if he was sleeping. The God Emperor of Annihilation looked at Guan, his gaze stayed for a while, and then moved in another direction. Ji Xiao didn't dare to disturb him and waited for him to speak. She is still like this, let alone Emperor Sun, Moon, and Hades. For a long time. The God Emperor of Annihilation turned to look at Ji Xiao and said, "This world does not have his breath and cause and effect, but I will lead him out. When you end this life, come and help me. I will not treat you badly." After saying that, the God Emperor of Annihilation transformed into his own form, his black robes fluttering, his scales shimmering with cold light, and the darkness under his helmet made the Great Sage of Blood Hell stare. Emperor Sun, Moon, and Underworld looked subconsciously, and was also shocked by the image of the God Emperor of Annihilation. The God Emperor of Annihilation disappeared out of thin air. Although Shenzinze in the distance could not hear their conversation, he saw the true image of the God Emperor of Annihilation. He was frightened and subconsciously stood up. Not only him, but some good disciples also saw the transformation of the God Emperor of Annihilation. But the God Emperor of Annihilation suddenly disappeared, making them feel like they were hallucinating. Emperor Sun, Moon, and Underworld stood up. He took a step forward and asked in a low voice, "Is he the legendary one in the realm of annihilation?" Ji Xiao looked up at the sky and said softly, "Yes, that's the one." Emperor Sun Moon Ming was in a trance, and he couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that a legend? It actually exists. Your Majesty, what is your relationship with him?" Ji Xiao replied, "I have received the inheritance he left behind and communicated with his soul. He can be regarded as one of my masters. This is also the first time I have really seen him. He was probably just a clone just now." Clone. Emperor Sun Moon Ming said in shock. That's right, clones. He has tens of thousands of clones, distributed in different worlds, in order to find his own way. Ji Xiao's eyes became erratic, as if she was yearning. Emperor Sun, Moon, and Underworld was silent, and he was also shocked. The great sage of Blood Prison was secretly disdainful. Why didn't he dare to walk in front of his master if he was so powerful? In his opinion, the God Emperor of Annihilation was afraid of Guan. Time continues to pass. As dusk approached, Guan sat up. He stretched and slept comfortably. He even had a dream where he seemed to be going through the cycle of life. But the memories left behind by life cycle are not as real. This made Guan want to start another life cycle. He stood up and walked towards the attic. Along the way he saw the white spirit rat, which was looking at him resentfully. Guan noticed that one of its legs was twitching, obviously injured. It was deflated by Longqing. Fortunately, their breakthrough has deepened their Giwen divine way. Guan raised the corners of his mouth with a proud look on his face. It's always a good idea to be cautious. When he came to his attic, Ji Xiao walked out of the house. Let's go up and talk. Ji Xiao came to Guan and said softly. After saying that, she took the lead to go upstairs, followed by Guan. After going upstairs and entering the house, Ji Xiao began to cast spells to place restrictions on the room to prevent others from prying into it. She even used the power of innate Taoist talismans. So serious? Guan asked, pretending to be surprised. Ji Xiao stared at Guan with complicated eyes. Guan touched his face and asked, what's wrong? Have you awakened your past life memories? Or, have you not experienced reincarnation at all? Who are you? Ji Xiao asked in a low voice. Guan was happy and asked, who do you think I am? Ji Xiao looked at him and said, you take in orphans and you take Long as your surname. Is your real surname Dragon? Do you suspect that I am Longqing? Guan couldn't laugh or cry. You guessed it wrong, I am the ancestor of the Long family. Guan shook his head and said, how is it possible? My surname is Gu. I gave Longqing the surname Long because he has a dragon on his back. Didn't you already know that? Ji Xiao replied, I have known it for a long time, but I have always suspected it. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. It's best not to admit it in the future, because there is a being who is chasing you. That being is an ancient legend in the realm of Nirvana. The time may be longer than the Tianling heaven and earth. He believes that you are hiding in the Tianling heaven and earth, and he will not let it go. Guan said helplessly, I'm really not the person you think of, but I am very curious about the existence you mentioned. Is he strong? He is naturally very strong, and can even be said to be the most powerful existence in my memory. I don't know how high his moral conduct is, but one thing is certain. If he discovers your true identity, or you offend him, you have no chance of winning. Ji Xiao looked at Guan and said seriously, her tone a little cold. Guan was not angry, but asked in surprise, so powerful? Do you admire him? Ji Xiao frowned and said, how is that possible? I'm just worried about your safety. He will make other moves next. You must be patient, don't reveal your existence, and try not to take action again. What can I do? I'm just an ordinary farming monk. Guan shrugged. The more he behaved like this, the more annoyed Ji Xiao became, feeling that he was too conceited. Seeing that she was about to explode, Guan continued, don't worry, I know it in my heart, and I really am not the person you said. Ji Xiao calmed down and said, just count. After that, she released the power of the innate Taoist talisman and passed by Guan. Guan turned to look at her and asked, are you leaving now? Well, I still have to practice. Ji Xiao said without looking back. Guan did not continue to persuade, feeling very helpless. I am really not a descendant of the Long family. As for the God Emperor of Annihilation, he did have fears in his heart, but it was not for the God Emperor of Annihilation, but for the God Emperor of Annihilation himself. Guan sat on his chair, took out a book, and began to divert his attention. In any case, the Emperor of Annihilation did not recognize him and Longqing as the same person. The Emperor of Annihilation did not even see through Longqing's true identity. This was a good thing and proved that Guan still had time to grow up. In this life, he will not be as reckless as Longshan. A year later, the 900-year-old Guan came to Qianling Palace. He first picked herbs, followed closely by the deep-sea dragon carp, helping him carry the basket. Junior sister should like this herb. Give this one to Zhang Qiang, she won't have it easy either. These are for Tian Yaoer, she has a big appetite. Guan muttered while picking herbs. The deep-sea dragon and carp were used to it, so he did not speak. He had long hair that reached his feet, was dressed in white, and had a dignified posture, like a gentle woman. His eyes seemed to hide tenderness, and his face looked like a daughter, which made it difficult for people to guess. He is a male demon. After Guan finished picking, he took the medicine basket and handed the deep-sea dragon carp a bag of seeds. The deep-sea dragon carp began to sow seeds, and Guan walked to the Qianling Palace. He sat on his rocking chair and took out a book in his hand. Above is the sea water, which is sparkling. The whole ashram seems quiet, which is very suitable for reading. You can occasionally hear the cry of whales, which touches the soul. Half an hour later, Guan finished tasting the book in his hand. He clasped the book on his chest and began to reflect. The spirit of chivalry is very valuable. Who said that cultivating immortals is only about profit and not chivalry? Guan talked to himself, his tone full of emotion. After reading this swordsman book, he also wanted to travel around the world, travel to the ends of the world with a sword, and perform chivalry and justice. However, he had to keep his plan to pick herbs, and if he let the clone go or took time off, the experience would not be good. Never mind. Just think about it. Wait, how about a chivalrous life in the reincarnation of life? Guan opened his eyes, stood up, and put the book in his arms. It's time to start a game? And this is not a waste of life. The reincarnation of life can increase his understanding of the rules of the Great Road. Don't be so strong in your reincarnation this time. You must have a compassionate heart. Guan thought so, and as his mind moved, prompts popped up in front of his eyes. You spend 10 million years of your life to start a reincarnation evolution. Start connecting the avenue rules. Start looking for the world of reincarnation. You have the following choices. Choose 1. 1. The Dark World. 2. Dahongja. 3. Xianqing Heaven and Earth. It's a dark world again? Guan really wanted to touch Emperor Haixuan, but his intuition told him that if he chose Emperor Haixuan this time, Emperor Haixuan would definitely be even more terrifying. Never mind. No need to mess around. Since you choose a chivalrous life, you should choose a world with lower intensity. Guan feels that Dahongja should be weaker than Daishandi. It's Dahongja? You choose to reincarnate into the Great Hong realm. Since the rules of this world cannot cover up your talent, you will retain the ability to steal life, but you will not be able to turn on phased functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born in Xiwixian Mansion, and you were named Yang Xian by your parents. When you were 5 years old, your father began to teach you the method of cultivating immortals. On that day, you showed extraordinary understanding and shocked the Xiwei Immortal Mansion. When you were 8 years old, you practiced the family swordsmanship to perfection and understood the meaning of the sword. When you were 12 years old, Xiwixian Mansion hosted a banquet for monks from all religions in the world. You met an old man in the mansion. He said that you had an extraordinary destiny and wanted to tell your fortune. Do you agree? Good guy? Why does someone come to tell fortunes again? Guan couldn't bear to let the other party suffer, so he chose no. You refused to let the other party tell your fortune. The other party felt a little sorry and said goodbye to you. When you were 15 years old, you condensed the golden elixir, and the elixir contained sword intent, becoming a peerless wizard that Xiwei Immortal Palace would never encounter in 10,000 years. When you were 17 years old, you were sent to 10,000 Swords Immortal Ridge by Xiwei Immortal Mansion. On the way, you encountered someone who was attacked by a demon cultivator. His wife and children had been killed. You couldn't bear it, but the elders who accompanied you advised you. Don't worry about things. Do you choose to come to the rescue? Coming? It's time to start a fairy life? Save? You ignored the advice of your elders and took action forcefully. The opponent refused to let you go and even began to besiege you. In desperation, you used your sword skills to kill the leader of the demon cultivator. You unexpectedly lost 87 years of life, and your destiny reached a turning point. Coming? Guan was previously wondering why there was no prompt to take away lifespan. It turned out that this kid had never killed any living being. He only discovered the ability to take away life when he was 17 years old. It seems that he really has a great heart. Guan also became curious. Could it be that what he was thinking before starting the reincarnation could determine his nature in the reincarnation? It is really possible that before he underwent reincarnation evolution, all he wanted to do was survive as much as possible, so his character in reincarnation was even more paranoid. When you were 18 years old, you came to the Immortal Ridge of 10,000 Swords. You stood out among thousands of testers, and you got the first immortal sword in your life, Jinghong. When you were 19 years old, you were appreciated by the Wanjian Immortal Ancestor for comprehending the sword intent of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Ridge. He wanted to accept you as his disciple. Do you choose to agree? I definitely agree. What are you hesitating about? Start getting stronger. Guan thought so and made a decision immediately. You choose to worship the immortal ancestor of 10,000 swords as your teacher. You are taught by the immortal ancestor of 10,000 swords, and you begin to delve into the Tao of Immortal 10,000 Swords. At the age of 21, you finally entered the immortal way of 10,000 swords. The swords in the entire immortal mountain of 10,000 swords trembled for you. The ancestor of immortal 10,000 swords was very satisfied with you and began to personally teach you how to practice swords, etc. The talent in this life seems to be ridiculously strong. The third update, 1 minute late, still counts as yesterday. Although Yangxian's level cannot be judged from the prompts, it looks very strong. The most important thing is that he is only 21 years old. Guan looked at the prompt and sighed in his heart. He even felt that the Dahong realm was stronger than the ordinary Daishandi, and could easily get a hint of immortality. When you were 25 years old, your master, Wanjian Xian Ancestor, summoned you alone. You went to meet him. He claimed that he wanted to teach you the position of Lord of Wanjian Xian Ridge. If you accept the offer, with your luck, you can control all the fairy swords, divine swords, and precious swords in the 10,000 Swords Fairy Ridge, and even gain immortality, but the price is the loss of freedom. Do you choose to accept the position of Lord of the Ridge? Lose your freedom? No, no. Guan refused directly. He wanted to experience a chivalrous life in this life, not pursue immortality. Moreover, the body of reincarnation has gained immortality. What should I do? You refused to accept the position of Ridge Master. Wanjian immortal ancestor did not force it, but sent you a training mission to track down the senior brother who betrayed the master. At the age of 30, you came to the Blood Deer city where the senior brother appeared for the last time. You met Fang Mang, the daughter of the city lord. After a chance meeting, you fell in love with each other. Under her leadership, you sneaked into the underground city and met a inheritance. You learned the killing sword technique. At the age of 31, a mysterious monk wants to sacrifice the entire city. You find out that the other person is the senior brother you are looking for. After a brutal fight, your senior brother captures Fang Mang and threatens her with her life. You abolish your sword intention. Do you choose to agree? Seeing this, Guan secretly thought that love is indeed a stumbling block for swordsmen. But if he wants to be a swordsman, how can he not save Fang Mang? If he listened to the senior brother's words, he would be at a loss. Dilemma? After struggling for a moment, Guan chose to believe Yang Xian. The fact that the senior brother could threaten Yang Xian showed that he was very afraid of Yang Xian, and Yang Xian should also have hidden cards. If you die like this, then just think that the path of chivalry is not feasible, and just read the book from now on, and stop thinking about it. Guan silently agreed. You chose to agree to deactivate the sword intention in your body. You expelled the sword intention in your body and was seriously injured. Your senior brother laughed wildly, mocking you for your stupidity, and wanted to kill Fang Mang. At the critical moment, your master Wanjian Xianzhou took action to kill Fang Mang. Using your fingers as a sword, you could kill your senior brother with a snap of your fingers thousands of miles away. You endured the pain and caught Fang Mang who fell from the sky. At the age of 32, when you are studying the way of swordsmanship in the courtyard, you receive a visit from Fang Mang. She reveals her true feelings to you and wants to marry you so that you can inherit her father's inheritance and resume your path to immortality. Will you choose to accept her? No, don't get married? Guan made the choice for Yang Xian without hesitation. I'm not even married, so what will happen to you? You refused to accept Fang Mang's true feelings, which made Fang Mang feel sad. That night, you secretly left Blood Deer City to pursue your own swordsmanship. The subsequent reminders were all about traveling and doing chivalry, but Yang Xian did not return to Wanjian Immortal Ridge, nor did he return to Zaiwei Immortal Mansion. Guan was very pleased to see Yang Xian walking on the path he wanted to take. Yang Xian was more obedient than his previous reincarnation. At the age of 40, you gained a good reputation for your many years of chivalry and righteousness, but you have been unable to regroup your sword power, and your Taoism has not been able to grow. You have fallen into a difficult situation in life. You are hesitant to commit murders, robberies, and killings. Those extremely evil people come to take away your life and restore your swordsmanship. Do you choose to commit murder? Why should you hesitate to kill extremely evil people? Guan feels that the ability to steal life does not conflict with chivalry. Chivalry should not kill anyone. What he wants to do is punish evil and promote good. You choose to commit murder, but there is another voice in your heart warning you. You are in a dilemma. There is a voice that advises you to pick up the butcher's knife, and there is a voice that advises you not to forget your original intention. In the end, you choose not to commit murder and implement it. In your own Taoist heart, you feel a trace of sword intention. It is very close to you, but you cannot see it or touch it. Can you resist my choice? This was the first time for Guan to encounter this kind of situation. Fortunately, even so, Yang Xian had some understanding, which made him look forward to Yang Xian even more. At the age of 41, you were severely injured by a great monk for saving people. You fled into the river, went down the river, and flowed into an isolated mountain island. Here you found a long-abandoned bamboo building. You are recovering here. At the age of 43, due to long-term observation of the fog in the forest and understanding of the nature of the world, you began to create sword techniques. At the age of 45, you created 1,000 sword techniques, reunited your sword intention, and you ushered in enlightenment. At the age of 48, your kendo attainments surpassed those before. The plants and trees all have their own meanings, and the mountains and rivers have gods. You embarked on a kendo that belongs only to you. At the age of 50, a young man broke into your island and mistakenly thought you are a god. I want to worship you as a master. When he first came in, the bamboo sword you made was shaking. You felt a sword intention from him and realized that he was the one with innate sword intention mentioned by Wanjian immortal ancestor. This kind of person is born to be suitable. Sword practitioner, do you choose to accept him as your disciple? A person with innate sword intent? Is it so powerful? Guan didn't think much and chose to agree. Taking on a disciple is not a bad thing. After all, he himself takes on a disciple. Any choice is a blessing or a disaster, as long as he doesn't resist in his heart and is willing. You chose to accept the young man as your disciple. You heard that the young man was raised by bandits and had no real name, so you named him Yang Pingan. At the age of 52, Yang Pingan has mastered all your sword skills, but he is not yet able to comprehend the sword's intention, nor can he refine his own sword's intention. From then on, Yang Pingan's name appeared in every prompt. By observing Yang Pingan's practice, Yang Xian was also increasing his understanding of the way of swordsmanship. Guan was surprised. Yang Pingan's swordsmanship qualifications were also exaggerated, even worse than Yang Xian's. At the age of 60, your swordsmanship has improved to a higher level. This year, Yang Pingan wants to go to the island to practice. Do you choose to allow him to go out to the island? No? How many years have you been practicing? Are you seeking death if you go out with this little ability? You disagreed with Yangpingan's departure from the island, and Yangpingan was dissatisfied, so you made a rule that only after Yangpingan defeated you could he go out to practice. Yangpingan agreed and began to practice hard. Seeing this reminder, Guan suddenly had a bad premonition. Master and disciple won't kill each other in the future, right? Guan was thinking while staring at the prompts that kept popping up in front of him. It's still practice, but it's more of a challenge from Yangpingan. Every 5 years, Yangpingan will challenge Yangxian. Judging from the prompts, both master and apprentice are growing rapidly. When you are 100 years old, your swordsmanship has reached another level. Your consciousness peaks into the long river of swordsmanship. You see figures standing on the river of swordsmanship. You are yearning for it, so you approach, only to encounter one of the figures waving their hands. Sword, your swordsmanship is damaged, your consciousness returns to the body. You find that your sword intention is temporarily dispersed, and the spiritual power in your body is also depleted. At this time, your apprentice Yangpingan comes to challenge. Do you choose to agree to his challenge? What a bad time. Guan wanted to refuse, but then he thought that refusing would be a coward. Yangpingan probably wouldn't want to kill him, and it was just a good opportunity to test Yangxian's strength. Without sword intent and spiritual power, can Yangxian defeat Yangpingan? You chose to agree to Yangpingan's challenge. After a fierce battle, you both lost. Yangpingan narrowly won a move. He shouted excitedly to express the depression that he had squeezed over the years. You could only let him go to travel. Before leaving, Yangpingan kowtows to you 3 times and says he will never forget your teachings. At the age of 101, you recovered from your injuries, regained your sword power, and gained new insights at the same time. Seeing that Yangxian lost, Guan was helpless, but fortunately Yangpingan still had some conscience. Next is still practice. Yangxian gave up the ability to take away lifespan, but his growth rate was still very fast. When he was not going out to travel, he lived in seclusion in the mountains, studied the way of swordsmanship, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. But Yangpingan never came back. One prompt after another. Soon, the time came when Yangxian was 500 years old. At the age of 507, you achieved the knowledge that everything in the world is a sword, and you buried all your swords at the bottom of the lake outside the island. At the age of 508, a masked woman came to your island. She claimed to be Fang Meng's daughter. Fang Meng was about to die of illness and wanted to see you for the last time. Do you choose to agree? Fang Meng? She actually has a daughter, but that's normal. Not all women can wait forever, not to mention that she was rejected by Yangxian. Guan sighed inwardly, then fell into hesitation. After much hesitation, Guan decided to agree. After all, this is Yangxian's life. Yangxian and Fang Meng have mutual feelings for each other. Even if there is no love, it is time to say goodbye when old friends leave. You chose to agree to see Fang Meng. You cleaned up and left on the same day. In the same year, you came to Blood Deer City and saw Fang Meng. Fang Meng was lying on the bed with no color on her face. You found that she had a power similar to the sword intention but more strange and complicated than the sword intention. You suspected Fang Meng's illness is related to this. After some understanding, it turns out that Fang Meng is not married. The masked woman is a descendant of the Fang family. Fang Meng tested your love for her before he died. You feel complicated after learning the truth. At the age of 509, no matter how much you helped, Fang Meng still died of illness. You stood in front of her grave and meditated for several months. Your black hair turned white, and you suddenly felt that Fang Meng died of illness. A weak force floated out of Meng's grave and flew into the distance. You thought it was related to Fang Meng's death, so you decided to go and investigate. Before leaving, you carved the words Yangxian's wife on Fang Meng's tombstone. Seeing this, Guan suddenly felt ashamed. If you had chosen to agree to marry Fang Meng, would the outcome have been different? The reincarnation prompt continues. That ray of mysterious power flew very slowly. Along the way, Yangxian punished evil and promoted good, and the reputation of the swordsman in white began to spread. He also gradually understood that the people in this world were suffering from the oppression of the imperial dynasty, and the immortal cultivating sect was firmly on the throne. It did not help the worldly sufferings, but only sought benefits from the worldly world. Yangxian continued to do good things all the way, and his enemies became more and more numerous, but his swordsmanship was so powerful that no one could stop him. A few years later, he followed the mysterious power to the foot of the imperial city. He found that there were corpses scattered outside the city, all of which were the corpses of common people and monks. They were randomly discarded into mountains, which was outrageous. When he saw that ray of power pouring into the imperial city and palace, Yangxian once again faced a moment of decision. Because there were sacrifices in the imperial city recently, he was not allowed to enter the city. Guan directly chose to force his way in. Isn't this the highlight moment in Yangxian's life? How could he back down? Tip to continue. Yangxian was in trouble when he forced his way into the imperial city, but he used the universe as a sword and broke into the palace unscathed. He discovered the source of that ray of power, which was the imperial master. He used extraordinary powers to swallow up the vitality of others, including Fang Meng, whom he had a close relationship with, and injected the collected vitality into the emperor's body to help him live forever. Yangxian killed the imperial master and avenged countless victims. However, he found that the emperor was even more terrifying, and a thrilling war broke out. In the end, Yangxian killed the emperor without help and was seriously injured himself. When he left, the people in the city all kowtowed to him and a girl asked him for his name. He did not hide it and chose to bear the greatest hatred for this matter. The one who killed the emperor, Yang Xian. The next year, Yang Xian returned to the island in the mountains to recuperate and continue to learn the way of swordsmanship. But every few years, someone comes to him for help. If the other person really has unsolvable difficulties, he will help. When the time came when Yang Xian was 1,000 years old, Guan still couldn't judge Yang Xian's realm because the prompts didn't indicate it. But judging from the clues between the lines, Yang Xian has reached the realm of immortality. Yang Xian's opportunities are not many, and they are far inferior to other reincarnation bodies. He does not even have the ability to steal life, and relies entirely on himself to understand the nature of heaven and earth. Guan felt a stronger understanding than Ji from him. Of course, the most powerful thing is his fighting talent, as if he was born to fight. When you were 1,234 years old, a monk came to your mountain island. He claimed to be the disciple of the sword god and came to deliver an invitation letter. You opened the letter and found that the sword god turned out to be your disciple Yangpingan. Yangpingan is about to become the sword master of the Heavenly Sword Saint Mansion, and wants to invite you to a banquet. Do you choose to agree to go? Go to what? How many years have passed since you didn't come back to see him? Now that you are in glory and want to show off your power, you think of him? Guan directly refused on behalf of Yang Xian. After Yang Xian refused, the monk had no choice but to leave. From now on, there will be another long period of cultivation. Although there are ups and downs, Yang Xian can always deal with it easily. More and more place names and power names appear in the prompts, which also means that Yang Xian's reputation is constantly increasing. During this period, there were also women who fell in love with Yang Xian, but they were all rejected by Guan. 5,000 years later, someone came to visit Yang Xian again and told him his current name. Juggernaut. This name not only praises his strength, but also praises his deeds and spirit. No matter how high his cultivation level is, Yang Xian maintains his original intention. When people in trouble come to him, he will answer their requests without asking for reward. He has killed a shocking monster, exposed the evil plans of a noble family, and stopped demons from killing the people of the dynasty. His various deeds have been widely circulated and have become legends in the world. At the age of 9,999, after sitting in meditation for 10 years, you finally realized the Tao, transformed the golden elixir into the Yuan elixir, and achieved the Taoism of freedom. Good guy, Xiaoao Yuan Xian, who is less than 10,000 years old? What kind of talent is this? Yang Xian could cultivate so quickly without having huge resources for cultivating immortals, or even having regular guidance from powerful experts. After becoming Xiaoao Yuan Xian, Yang Xian can do more, and he even comes into contact with the greatest evil in the Dahong realm. Dahong Daoshan? This is the most powerful force in the Great Hong realm. It is located above the heaven and earth, like immortals and gods, overlooking all living beings. They use mortal spirits as food and plunder the immortal cultivators at will. However, they hide it very well. Even if they are known by others, those who know about it I dare not spread it. Yang Xian was helped by a monk whose family was massacred by Dahong Daoshan, and learned about Dahong Daoshan's evil deeds. However, Dahong Daoshan has a tyrannical existence that surpasses the 9th level of immortality. He cannot shake Dahong Daoshan for the time being. However, he still chose to avenge the Seeker and kill the Xiaoao Yuan Xian of Dahong Daoshan. Decades later, Dahong Daoshan sent someone to recruit him. Guan knew his character and helped him reject Dahong Daoshan's recruitment. After that, great monks attacked Yang Xian from time to time. Yang Xian repelled them one by one, and was finally suppressed by a mysterious powerful man. Because the gap in cultivation was too big, Yang Xian was knocked into the mountains and rivers by the opponent's hand. At the critical moment, a sword light spread across the world and saved Yang Xian. It was Yang Xian's first master, Wanji, an immortal ancestor, who took action. Wanji, an immortal ancestor, rescued Yang Xian, took him out of the Dahong realm, and hid in a small world. Wanji, an immortal ancestor, warned Yang Xian not to compete with Dahong Daoshan again. If Dahong Daoshan really offended Dahong Daoshan, he would not be able to protect Yang Xian. Guan faced the choice and chose to endure it temporarily. After Yang Xian recovered from his injuries, Wanji, an immortal ancestor, began to teach him how to practice. 10 years later, Wanji, an immortal ancestor, left. Yang Xian began to practice and upgrade again. He no longer pursues saving personal suffering, he wants to help all living beings in the great world. This practice lasted tens of thousands of years. At the age of 70,000, Yang Xian reached the free fairy land of the 9th heaven of immortality. End of chapter. The 70,000-year-old Xian achieved this state through meditation? Amazing! Guan is even more looking forward to Yang Xian's future. According to past experience, transcending the fairy land of freedom will lead to death, and he doesn't know whether Yang Xian can survive it. After reaching the immortal realm of freedom, Yang Xian returned to the Dahong realm and met several monks from the Dahong realm along the way. From their mouths, he learned about the situation in the Dahong realm. Starting from 10,000 years ago, Dahong Daoshan would bloodbath a region every 1,000 years. The earth, and the Dahong realm has less than 100 realms in total. Now the immortal cultivators in the Dahong realm are afraid of Dahong Daoshan, and they have come to open a Taoist temple outside the sky. After being separated from those monks, Yang Xian returned to the Dahong realm alone. He first returned to the Ziwei Immortal Mansion where he was born, and found that the Ziwei Immortal Mansion had long been destroyed by Dahong Daoshan along with the area, and his former homeland had been desolate. There are only a few ruins left in Ziwixian Mansion. The feud between all living beings and the family feud made Guan worried about Dahong Daoshan. Will Yang Xian go on a killing spree? Although Dahong Daoshan has an existence that transcends the 9 heavens of immortal Dao, Yang Xian also has the ability to evolve through lifespan, but he doesn't use it. The next year, Yang Xian went to the place where Blood Deer City used to be. He could no longer find Fang Meng's bones. Blood Deer City also disappeared with the years, leaving no trace behind, as if the memory was a figment of his imagination. Yang Xian chose to draw his sword against Dahong Daoshan. 2 years later, Yang Xian came to Dahong Daoshan's Hongtian realm. He wanted to destroy Dahong Daoshan's destiny and disband Dahong Daoshan. For this reason, he encountered Dahong Daoshan's encirclement and suppression. During the battle, Yang Xian continued to improve his swordsmanship, and Guan suspected that he had used his lifespan evolution ability. Dahong Daoshan's free immortal was alarmed, and 10 free immortals besieged Yang Xian. Yang Xian did not fall behind, and used all things in the world as swords to shock the past and the present. He even triggered the power of the sword's long river. The long river of swordsmanship is the same as the long river of fate and the long river of time. It is the manifestation of the Great Road. No mortal spirit can spy on it. It is the condensed power of swordsmanship. With the blessing of Changhe of Sword Dao, Yang Xian killed the physical bodies of 10 free immortals with one sword, forcing their souls to flee. Just when Yang Xian wanted to destroy the foundation of Dahong Daoshan, the ancestor of Dahong Daoshan arrived. It was an existence that surpassed the immortal of freedom, and Yang Xian could only barely resist. When Yang Xian was about to be unable to withstand it, Wanjian ancestor came to help Yang Xian and eventually died. Yang Xian was completely angry, the sword's heart connected with the gods, and the heaven and earth trembled. Guan looked at the prompts in front of him and could already imagine how dangerous the situation was at that time. Zizaixian fights Daozang Zizaixian. If it were not protected by the long river of swordsmanship, Yang Xian would die no matter how strong he was. But this time is different from the past. Yang Xian still has helpers. Yang Pingan, whom he has not seen for tens of thousands of years, comes to help. Yang Pingan is also already an immortal. The master and apprentice join forces to unite their swordsmanship and severely damage the ancestor of Dahong Daoshan, forcing him to escape from the sky. In the end, Yang Xian and Yang Pingan destroyed the Dao foundation of Dahong Daoshan together. The Dao of Heaven was moved, and the magnificent merits of the Dao of Heaven fell on them. As a result, their cultivation levels skyrocketed, and they both condensed the Dao fruit. Tao Zhangzi Zaixian. Daozang Zaixian is less than 100,000 years old, and he is also a master and disciple. Guan was filled with emotion. If Yang Pingan had not been accepted as his disciple, Yang Xian would have died in Dahong Daoshan. The fortunes of Dahong Dao collapsed, the believers fled one after another, and the news spread throughout the world. The sword master and sword became famous all over the world and became the myth of Dahong world. After that, Yang Xian chose to leave the Dahong realm, and Yang Pingan said that he would create a new order of heaven and earth, and that he would personally protect all living beings. Yang Xian looked at him deeply and traveled alone in the outer universe. Yang Xian came to a broken world outside the sky to realize Taoism, and a battle with Dahong Daoshan gave him great insights. Guan saw prompts one after another that he had understood the way of cause and effect, the way of luck, the way of destiny, and the way of creation. When you are 103,004 years old, a mysterious being breaks into your dojo. He calls himself Emperor Black Xian and wants to compete with you. Do you choose to agree? Emperor Haixuan? When Guan saw these 3 words, he immediately became energetic. However, he didn't know whether Yang Xian's period was in the past or the future, so he couldn't judge the cultivation level of Emperor Haixuan. Let's say no first. I will take care of him myself from now on. Guan thought so. You chose to reject Emperor Haixuan's request for a sparring session. However, Emperor Haixuan actually took action forcefully. You struck back with a sword and destroyed Emperor Haixuan's physical body. Emperor Haixuan's soul appeared and he was shocked. He left a harsh word. Then he escaped. His escape method was mysterious, and you found that you couldn't track him, so you could only stare at the direction he left and fell into deep thought. Win? You can still win with one sword. Guan was pleasantly surprised. Yang Xian was stronger than Lu Han, Xiao Shengtian, and Chu Lu, but it's a pity that Emperor Haixuan escaped. Judging from this life, Emperor Haixuan is definitely chasing his reincarnation. Why is this happening? What grievances do they have that makes Emperor Haixuan worthy of pursuing his reincarnation body all the time? Guan couldn't understand, and he began to look forward to Yang Xian encountering Emperor Haixuan again. After surviving Emperor Haixuan's attack, Yang Xian should be able to reach a higher realm than Ji, right? After Emperor Haixuan escaped, Yang Xian realized Taoism for 1,000 years, and then headed towards the depths of the universe. He stepped into the realm of annihilation and got to know a person who was very extraordinary just by looking at his name. The female monk who was still in the Dao fruit realm wanted to become a Taoist partner with him, but Guan helped him refuse. At the age of 300,000, Yang Xian became Xianyuan Zizaixian. He still maintained his chivalrous style of rescuing people in distress in the universe, which made his name spread further and gave him a new name, the Saint of Swordsmanship. When you were 327,134 years old, you were teaching the art of swordsmanship to the descendants of all religions in the universe. Emperor Taixuan suddenly attacked and wanted to destroy your entire dojo. You used the stars as swords, and millions of people, the sword intent of the stars, gathered into a holy net of swordsmanship to envelope Taixuan Emperor, and powerfully killed Taixuan Emperor. However, you did not get the prompt to take away your lifespan, so you judge that Taixuan Emperor is still alive. This guy is really hard to kill. Guan began to grit his teeth. Tip to continue. 350,000 years later, Yang Xian wanted to see how big the universe was and continue to travel. Finally, he came to the gate. Guan secretly screamed that something was wrong, but it was a pity that he had no choice. 350,008 years old, you came to the realm gate. When you were immersed in the Taoyuan of the realm gate, a figure stepped out from the realm gate and struck directly at you, annihilating your physical body. Your sword power was barely protect your soul, and the other party will take action again to kill your soul. You died at the hands of the god of heaven. End of reincarnation. Guan's face darkened. He knew this would happen. Before, Emperor Haitian was an insurmountable obstacle for him, and he finally got through it. Now Tianling God has become his new obstacle. Confused, Yang Xian, why do you have to be curious? If you don't go, won't you die? Guan disappeared from the chair out of thin air and came into the universe. He landed on the meteorite, opened the lifespan barrier, and accepted Yang Xian's life memories. The true experience of Yang Xian's life is even more heart-wrenching. He had never used the lifespan evolution at all in his life. Although he could not see the prompts in front of Yang Xian's eyes, Yang Xian's swordsmanship or cultivation did not improve by leaps and bounds in an hour, except for the time when he obtained the merits of heaven. Moreover, Yang Xian killed no more than 100 creatures in his life. What a terrible will. Feng Meng's death made Yang Xian sad, and Guan felt the same. The annihilation of Ziwei Immortal Mansion and the fall of Wanjian Immortal Ancestor also made Guan uncomfortable, but they would not make him depressed. Guan focused on the two fights between Yang Xian and Taixuan Emperor. Taixuan Emperor was very mysterious. Every time he appeared, he would surround his body with black energy, making it impossible for him to peek into his true appearance. Judging from the battle situation, Emperor Taixuan was no match for Yang Xian. But Yang Xian is no match for Tianling God. It is worth mentioning that Yang Xian left something before his death, which made Guan look forward to it. I don't know if I will come into contact with the things left behind. It's coming, it's coming. After inheriting Yang Xian's memory, Guan received Yang Xian's kendo inheritance, which was the kendo he had condensed throughout his life. Sacred Heart Kendo? This way of swordsmanship uses the heart as the way of swordsmanship, and whatever the mind thinks can be turned into one's own sword. Flowers, plants, and trees can be used as swords, mountains, rivers and seas can be used as swords, all living creatures can be used as swords, the sun, moon, and stars can be used as swords. Yang Xian even wants to turn the 3,000 avenues into his own sword, but his swordsmanship has not yet truly reached the level of the avenue, so it can only be imagined for the time being. When Guan fully accepted Yang Xian's memory, he opened his eyes and found that a day had passed. It seemed like it was only one day, but he had experienced a reincarnation. Those memories were so strong, it was as if he had experienced it himself. He is Yang Xian, but he is not completely Yang Xian. To be precise, Yang Xian is just a part of his Guan. This feeling is very mysterious. Yang Xian brought to Guan not only the Sacred Heart Sword technique, but also the understanding of many avenues. Even Guan was amazed by Yang Xian's understanding. Without the use of his lifespan to evolve, Yang Xian has a profound understanding of the Dao, which is stronger than other reincarnation bodies. Guan looked at the lifespan consumed by the lifespan barrier. It was not too much. He stood up and returned to the Qianling Palace in one step. The deep-sea dragon carp was practicing. He heard footsteps and opened his eyes to look. He was very surprised to see Guan coming back. He quickly stood up and asked, "Master, why are you back again?" Guan looked at him and said, "Aren't you thinking of some fighting methods? How about I teach you a set of sword skills?" "Of course, thank you master." The deep-sea dragon carp immediately thanked Guan. He came to Guan excitedly and looked forward to it. Guan didn't say much and began to teach him swordsmanship, starting with some simple swordsmanship and guiding him to practice the Sacred Heart swordsmanship. Deep-sea dragon carp felt that Guan's temperament had changed somewhat. He couldn't tell exactly what had changed. Instead, he felt that Guan respected him even more. This is Yang Xian's memory affecting Guan. Yang Xian, known as the sage of swordsmanship, often preached, and his sage demeanor could not be hidden, and it had begun to affect Guan. Integrating the memory of reincarnation will affect Guan to some extent. An hour later, Guan returned to the third medicine valley. After walking down from the teleportation array, Guan met disciples one after another to say hello. "Do you feel that master has changed? Did you notice it too? Indeed, has he made a breakthrough again? How can we imagine the master's conduct? Don't forget who is behind him." The disciples looked at Guan's back and whispered, some even deliberately flattered them, guessing that Guan could hear them. When Guan came to the attic, the great sage of Blood Prison was also surprised by the change in his temperament. Has the master's cultivation improved again? He began to admire Guan. The stronger Guan became, the happier he became because he decided to follow Guan throughout his life. It doesn't have to be 1,000 years, just be prepared. Guan stopped and said to the Blood Prison Monkey King. Hearing this, the great sage of Blood Hell couldn't help but be stunned, and the hair on the cow began to flutter, as if blood flames were burning. Guan continued to go upstairs and returned to the house. He sat at the desk, took out a pen and paper, and began to write down the swordsmanship and exercises in Yangxian's memory. It's not that he's afraid of forgetting, he just wants to write it down and spread the word in the future. In the future, you can even create a building specifically to store these secrets, not for profit, but to be able to store. Ahem, show your authority? Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Guan answered and pushed the door open and Xian. She closed the door and came to the table. She didn't say anything, but looked at Guan. Guan didn't stop writing and asked without raising his head, is something wrong? An Xian said with a smile, Master, I heard that your temperament has changed a bit, and everyone is guessing that you have made a breakthrough, so I came to take a look. There has indeed been a change, and you are more powerful than before. Guan smiled and did not answer. He suddenly thought of Yangxian's experience and asked, are you capable of emotions? An Xian was stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, why are you so sentimental? No one in this valley can make me sentimental, and I won't fall into love catastrophe in the rest of my life. My senior brother told me that he regrets it the most. The only thing is to form a relationship with someone and influence his progress, but if he abandons me, he will feel uncomfortable. I will never let myself get into this situation. An Shengtian and the descendants of the An family still complained about An Hao, which made An even more reluctant to get married and have children. Furthermore, she has become an immortal and will not be affected by the instincts of flesh and blood. She is living happily now. She really does not long for love. Guan raised his eyes to look at her and saw that she didn't seem to be perfunctory, so he smiled and said, really, the word love is not as simple as you think. When fate comes, you may forget what you said now. An Xian raised his chin and hummed, I will never forget. Master, you don't want to drive me away, do you? How is that possible? I just read a book in the past 2 days and was a little moved by the love story in the book. As Guan said that, the complicated emotions emerged in his heart again. The most regretful thing in Yangxian's life is to reject Fang Meng. He has never had a woman in his life, because every time he recalls Fang Meng's love for him, he is satisfied. After an Xian heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and reminded, Master, read less miscellaneous books. Guan couldn't help but glare at her and said, Gun, no matter how big or small. An Xian smiled proudly, raised his hand to salute, and then left. Guan continued to write the secret book while the sun outside the window gradually set. Time continues to pass. 3 years later, everyone who knew Guan had become accustomed to the change in his temperament. By integrating the Sacred Heart Kendo, his swordsmanship was also improved, and the Kendo became his strongest method again. This day, Guan stood on the cliff on the edge of the third Medicine Valley, looking at the sky. He saw a huge city appearing in the depths of the universe, near the realm of annihilation. It was pitch black and was as big as the sun above the Tianling heaven and earth. The God Emperor of Annihilation is hiding in that black city. The Holy Court, the Immortal Dynasty, the Swanyu Divine Dynasty, and the Heavenly Demon Sect all sent people to investigate. However, as soon as they approached the Black City, they would turn to stone. Looking at it, hundreds of stone statues were suspended in the void. It is a pity that a strong person reaches the realm of Deoxuangsuan. What method are you going to use to attract Longqing? Guan thought in his heart. This God Emperor of Annihilation is wrapped in a causal force stronger than the immortal. It cannot be deduced that he must be the God Emperor of Annihilation. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed next to Guan. It was Wuju. A few years ago, Wuju had just broken through to the Mahayana realm and became famous in Taixuan Sect. At that time, he drank with Guan for a whole day and night. Guan looked at him and asked with a smile, why are you here? Wuju said excitedly, I have news about An Hao. He has now reached Nirvana, and he has agreed a time for a decisive battle at sea. Taixuan Sect is going to send a group of monks to the platform, and I will go too. An Hao? This is the strongest genius in the history of Taixuan Sect. It is still a legend and is talked about by many disciples. Guan pretended to raise his eyebrows and asked with a surprised look on his face, he broke through so fast. Is his opponent very powerful? The other party is a Sangxian. He wants to challenge the Sangxian across realms, so this matter has made a big fuss overseas. Isn't your disciple Angxin close to him? Do you need me to bring him a message? Wuju said with a smile, he couldn't wait anymore. Going to watch the battle. Guan pondered for a moment and said, forget it, don't tell her, lest she worry. Yes, tell me, how powerful is An Hao now? He dares to challenge Sangxian in the Nirvana realm. It is said that the higher the realm of immortality, the more difficult it is to overcome. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to kill an opponent in the same realm. Wuju said with yearning on his face. An Hao is younger than him. He has just reached the Mahayana realm, but An Hao has already begun to challenge Sangxian. How can he not worship An Hao? He had been the #1 genius of Taixuan Sect for a long time, but neither he nor everyone in Taixuan Sect felt that he was the strongest genius in history because someone had always occupied that position. Guan raised his finger and pointed at his face, pretending to be surprised and asked, you ask me? Wuju smiled and said, don't you call yourself Fudeo Sword Master? Speaking of which, An Hao is still your disciple. Do you want me to tell him about this? Guan rolled his eyes at him and said, don't you believe it? If you want to say it, just say it. I'm not afraid. Wu Ju was getting excited, and he hummed, since you are not afraid, then I will tell him that I look forward to the scene when you meet. Thank you for not forgetting your original intention. Telii rewarded 688 reading coins. After Wu Ju argued with Guan for a while, he left in a hurry. Taixuanman just got the news today, but because of the long distance, he had to leave today. The Taixuanman's elder hall is also looking forward to Enhao's strength, so this matter is arranged urgently. In the next 3 days, the news about Enhao's challenge to Sangxian spread to the Third Medicine Valley, causing discussion among the disciples in the valley. As Enhao's junior sister, an Xian naturally gained a lot of popularity. Guan went downstairs, looked from a distance, and saw An being surrounded by dozens of female disciples, chattering together, making it very noisy. As soon as he came downstairs, Ji Xiao opened the door and walked out. Guan originally thought she was looking for him, but she just glanced at Guan, then jumped up and quickly flew out of the Third Medicine Valley. Guan subconsciously deduced Ji Xiao's fate, and he felt relieved after knowing what she was going to do next. He walked towards the dojo. This time, he didn't want to play chess. All the way to the dojo, Guan did not step in, but watched the disciples and monks playing chess on the edge. It's rare that he hasn't seen the nine-fingered Divine Lord, and Guan is still a little unaccustomed to it. Longqing came from the entrance of the valley. When he saw Guan, his eyes suddenly lit up and he ran over immediately. He came to Guan and asked curiously, "Master, do you want to play chess? Can I accompany you?" Guan glanced at him and said, "Are you a stinky chess player worthy of playing with me? Let you enlighten your mind, why are you following the white spirit rat again?" When Longqing heard this, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said it found the treasure and wanted me to accompany it. Guan asked, "What's the result?" Longqing was immediately furious. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "It tricked me into a hole, and then filled the hole with feces. It made me so angry. I will have to settle the score with it later. Master, it's really too cheap." Upon hearing this, Guan silently took a step back. Longqing continued to scold Bai Lingshu. The entire Third Medicine Valley, except for an Xian, hated Bai Lingshu. However, Bai Lingshu was just naughty and had never really hurt anyone. Occasionally, it would give treasures to disciples who had been bullied by it. Therefore, the disciples in the valley could only endure it. Facing Longqing's complaints, Guan just listened and did not express an opinion. Although the white spirit rat is mean to others, it is very submissive to him and often pleases him. How can he punish it? After Longqing finished complaining, Guan suddenly asked, "I'm going to build a sword mountain. Where do you want to put it?" "Sword mountain." Longqing was stunned, with a look of surprise on his face. Etc. The master is the Fudeo sword master. Could it be that this sword mountain contains his sword intention, just like Bu Shentai? That must be it. Longqing suddenly became excited. He turned his head and looked around, choosing a suitable place. The reason why Jianshan was founded was to commemorate the immortal ancestor Wanjian. The 10,000 Swords Immortal Ancestors 10,000 Swords Immortal Ridge was still fresh in his memory. There were swords all over the mountains and plains. Each sword was of extraordinary grade and contained different sword intentions. All the sword intentions gathered together, just like the rules of heaven and earth, forming a world of its own. It was a world of swordsmanship. It was the immortal ridge of 10,000 swords that inspired Yang Xian, and this led to the creation of Sacred Heart swordsmanship. Longqing began to make suggestions enthusiastically, and Guan asked him to follow him and walk around. It was a rare opportunity to travel alone in the mountains with Guan, and Longqing was very happy, and the master and apprentice walked towards the edge of the Medicine Valley. An Xian, who was surrounded by the crowd, saw this scene and smiled on his face. She watched Longqing grow up, and she always regarded Longqing as her own child. Over the years, Longqing often complained to her in private. He felt that the master had ways to help him, but he had to sharpen his Taoist heart. He wondered if the master didn't like him. Naturally, an Xian didn't want there to be a gap between Guan and Longqing. Seeing that Guan was willing to be alone with Longqing, she thought Guan wanted to help Longqing. Half an hour later, Guan and Longqing came to the top of the mountain. They stood side by side and looked at the mountains and forests outside the Medicine Valley. The scenery was magnificent and refreshing. "Do you still think I'm targeting you?" Guan suddenly asked, his eyes looking towards the sky. The vortex of reincarnation fluctuated again, and a large number of living creatures' auras came from it. It was obvious that a force was coming. At this juncture, I was afraid that the person who came was not good. Longqing waved his hands quickly and said, "How could it be possible? Master, why would you target me? If you hadn't brought me back to the Medicine Valley, I would have been eaten by the monster." He did think that his master didn't like him before, but Guan made it clear to him last time that he was burdened with a big cause and effect. If he revealed the cause and effect, it would cause disaster. Since then, he has stopped thinking wildly. He is now what he was even more looking forward to was that Guan could teach him how to practice. The master is the Fudeo sword master, and he can just teach him 2 moves, which is enough for him to use. When Guan heard Longqing's words, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "If you really think so, then I am very happy. Don't worry, I am looking forward to you and will cultivate you sooner or later. But not now. Do you know who the Bull Demon King is, backing? The Bull Demon King? Does he still have a background?" Longqing was stunned. In his heart, the great sage of Blood Hell was the second most despicable being in the Third Medicine Valley, second only to the White Spirit Rat. Does such a guy still have a background? Guan told the origin of the Blood Prison Monkey King, and Longqing was stunned. Is the great sage of Blood Prison so powerful, or an ascendant from the lower realm? The most important thing is that the great sage of Blood Hell is actually a human, and he only turned into a cow because he swallowed the true blood of the divine beast? Longqing felt that the sky was falling. His master could only hide his cultivation. How come even the Bull Demon King had an extraordinary origin? He then thought about an Xian, Yu Yingying and other acquaintances in the valley. Could it be that they all had backgrounds or had hidden abilities? The great sage of Blood Prison will be a bull for 1,000 years, and he has already survived most of that time, Guan said meaningfully. Longqing's face changed. After thinking for a while, he took a deep breath and said, Master, I understand. I am already very lucky. I really should settle down. I am too impatient. Your second master treats you well. If you have nothing to do, you can meditate with him. Guan continued, looking towards the sky again. As a large number of figures flew out of the whirlpool of reincarnation, the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty could not sit still and began to join forces to stop it. In these years, they have been fighting against the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty and the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Xuanyu Divine Dynasty and the Heavenly Demon Sect have become stronger and stronger, making it difficult for the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty to defeat them, and the situation in the world has become more chaotic. Although the world is difficult, it is only the lower class beings who suffer. But for talented people like Anhao, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rise, and they can more easily gain fame and fortune. Master, what are you looking at? Is there something moving outside? Longqing suddenly asked curiously. Although he has never left Taixuan continent, he also knows that there is a bigger world outside, and there are demons coming to the world. With his master's ability, he can definitely see the situation outside the sky. Guan replied, the reincarnation created by Yuingsu immortal ancestor connects many worlds similar to the heavenly spirit world. Now that forces from other worlds have arrived, the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty are blocking them. There should be a war breaking out. When Longqing heard this, his eyes widened and he asked, there are many other worlds similar to the Tianling heaven and earth. Why do they have to come to us? Then who knows? Guan replied casually. There was a slight change in his eyes. This mysterious force from the vortex of reincarnation actually has something to do with him. To be precise, he has something to do with Yangxian, because he felt the sword intention of the Sacred Heart Sword Dao from many people in this force. Although it was far inferior to Yangxian, it did originate from the Sacred Heart Sword Dao. Before Yangxian's death, he put his sword intention into the long river of Kendo, and the sword intention will last forever. At this point, all those who practice the Sacred Heart Sword Way will encourage this sword intention and help Yangxian's sword intention become the avenue. The sword is eternal? This is the scary thing about Yangxian. Before he met the Tianling god, he was thinking that he would die, so he left his sword intention in the long river of swordsmanship. What he wanted was not to be resurrected, but to perpetuate his swordsmanship and prove that he was alive. Guan couldn't help but guess, would Yangxian guess that he was reincarnated? Although he has Yangxian's memory, he cannot hear Yangxian's thoughts every moment. Guan began to deduce this force. Dahong Jiantian? There is only one character difference between Dahong Daoshan and Dahong Daoshan who were killed by master and disciple Yangxian, but it is certain that Dahong Jiantian comes from Dahong realm. Master, have you been to other worlds? Is our world considered powerful outside the world? Longqing began to ask questions. Just then, a vast sword intent erupted from the horizon and soared into the sky. Longqing was so shocked that he turned his head to look and saw a sword light rising from the horizon, as if the sky was split into two and quickly extended to the zenith. What is that? Longqing asked in shock. He could feel the sword intent, which made him have the urge to surrender. Guan did not answer, but he had already seen the owner of the sword. Coming from the Immortal Dynasty, he is a true immortal with divine thoughts. End of chapter. The sword cultivators in the true immortal realm of divine mind are very strong, and their sword power shocks the world, but trying to stop Dahong Jiantian is undoubtedly a dream. Guan looked at Dahong Jiantian again. A steady stream of figures flew out of the whirlpool of reincarnation, each of them exuding tyrannical sword intent, led by the two free immortals. The faces of these people were very strange to Guan, and he had never seen them in Yangxian's memory. But he can be sure that Dahong Jiantian was created by Yangxian's apprentice Yangpingen. Dahong Jiantian had not appeared before, but now he appeared. Could it be because he was teaching the Sacred Heart Sword technique? Guan felt that this was only part of the reason. The other party's momentum probably also had a plot against Tianling Daishandi. After a brief negotiation, the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty began to besiege Dahong Jiantian, and the battle was fierce. Longqing couldn't see the battle outside the sky, but he fell into infinite reverie. Taixuan was alarmed by Xian Chao's sword intent, and they were all discussing where that sword intent came from. After watching for a while, Guan turned and left. Longqing quickly followed and asked about Tianwai's situation. Guan did not hide anything, and simply introduced the battle situation outside the world. Longqing was very excited when he heard it, and he was even more fascinated by the realm of immortality. After returning to Medicine Valley, Longqing walked quickly to his room, preparing to meditate. He wanted to satisfy his master as soon as possible, and he wanted to become a powerful being that stirred up the world. Guan returned to the house. He was not worried about the catastrophe that Dahong Jiantian would bring. This group of people was not enough to threaten Tianling Daishan. After coming to the table and sitting down, Guan turned his head and looked out the window, his thoughts drifting to that distant memory. On that small island, Yang Pingan was the only one who accompanied him and always challenged him. Thinking about it, he felt quite nostalgic. Looking at the great luck of Dahong Jiantian, it is obvious that a long time has passed since Yang Pingan founded Dahong Jiantian. How strong is Yang Pingan today? Guan was looking forward to it, but he also had a sense of urgency. Times have changed, and it is necessary to be on guard against others. Yang Pingan is looking for the Sacred Heart swordsmanship, but his intention is difficult to judge. Not talking about Yang Pingan, he also had to use the God Emperor of Annihilation as his imaginary enemy and work hard to become stronger. Moreover, there is a heavenly spirit god blocking him from the depths of the universe. There's a long way to go? Guan sighed inwardly, and took out the latest Taixuan secret biography in his hand and began to settle his Taoist heart. Taixuan Secret Legend is still publishing a new book, but it is no longer on the market. Only Guan can read it, which is Shen Zhen's feedback to him. In the early morning, the waves crashed onto the shore. Wisps of sword energy appeared out of thin air on the cliff. They circled and formed a vortex, which quickly expanded. Then a figure stepped out of it and landed on the cliff. Under the sunlight, this is a man wearing black armor and a white burqa. His long hair is tied under a white jade crown, and he has a sword on his waist. He has a handsome face and a domineering look between his eyebrows. Pride. After landing, he raised his eyes and saw that the sword energy vortex behind him quickly shrank. After looking around for a while, he smiled and then raised his right hand. Sword energy emerged from the palm of his hand and condensed into a silver mirror, which reflected a gentle woman. Sword Lord, the heaven and earth are in chaos. That's why I can help you sneak into it, but this also means that the crisis is unpredictable, so you have to be extremely careful. The woman in the mirror said, her face full of worry. Color. The man holding the mirror comes from Dahong Jiantian and is honored as Zhiluo Sword Lord. Hearing the words of the woman in the mirror, Zhiluo Sword Lord said with disdain, the heavenly spirit world is not the former heavenly spirit heaven and earth. After that war, this place is just a fragment of the heavenly spirit heaven and earth. No one can threaten it. Me, just don't worry. The woman in the mirror frowned and asked, can you tell me now why you want to sneak into Tianling world? Zhiluo Sword Lord raised his eyes and looked into the distance, saying, the Sacred Heart Sword Dao has reappeared in the world. The higher authorities want to find the reincarnation or inheritor of the Sword Dao Saint Ancestor and then serve him as the master. I won't agree. I will defeat him and prove that Dahong Sword Heaven there is no need to pursue the Sacred Heart Sword Way. I will create a stronger sword way. As soon as these words came out, the face of the woman in the mirror changed drastically. Just when she was about to speak, Zhiluo Sword Lord crushed the silver mirror and turned it into sword energy and dissipated. Immediately afterwards, Zhiluo Sword Lord looked in a direction, stepped out with one step, and turned into a sword light, flying to the end of the sky and sea, leaving behind shadows of the sword energy along the way, like mirages, hanging over the ocean. At the same time, behind mountains, Guan, wearing a mask, was sitting on the eaves reading a book, his mind locked on Zhiluo Sword Lord. On the 9th level of the Free Fairy Land, the cause and effect of reincarnation is strong. It is estimated that the tribulation of reincarnation is about to end, and it is only half a step away from the Dao Fruit Realm. When the other party came to the Tianling world, he noticed it immediately and heard the other party's words. He didn't take Zhiluo Sword Lord seriously, but the meaning revealed by Zhiluo Sword Lord made him think. Dahong Jiantian wants to serve the inheritor of the Sacred Heart Sword Way? Guan remembered that although Yang Xian taught Yang Pingan the Sword of the Sacred Heart, Yang Pingan was not surprised at the time. Instead, he smiled and said that his kendo was not inferior to the Sword of the Sacred Heart. At that time, Yang Xian's Sacred Heart Sword technique was only in its embryonic form, and was far less powerful than when he fought against the Heavenly Spirit God. Over the past countless years, the Sacred Heart Sword Dao had reached an unimaginable level by relying on the sword's long history. Could it be that Yang Pingan was in the Sword Dao? Frustrated and think that your kendo is not as good as Sacred Heart Kendo? Guan guessed what else happened in the years after Yang Xian's death, which made Dahong Jiantian admire the Sacred Heart swordsmanship extremely highly. He didn't pay much attention to the fact that Zhiluo Sword Lord wanted to trouble him. What kind of trouble could a free immortal cause? If someone dares to attack him, he will not miss his old relationship and will kill him if necessary. He is not Yang Xian, and he does not have so many rules and regulations in his behavior. Master Xianmiao, who was holding the secret book in the courtyard, looked up at Guan and said distressedly, Mountain God, this secret book is too profound and I can't understand it at all. He is also regarded as a genius in Sanking Mountain. He can quickly master any Taoist method after reading it once, but when faced with the secret book given by the Mountain God, he can't understand it. Guan replied nonchalantly, if someone is so easy to comprehend, becoming an immortal will not be difficult. Hundreds of years have passed, and Master Xianmiao has become a monk in the Sungzin realm. His talent is not bad, but Guan did not focus on cultivating him. Upon hearing this, Master Xianmiao could only smile awkwardly, and then continued to study the secret book in his hand. Boom. A deafening roar suddenly came from the sky, and Master Xianmiao looked up in shock. He saw a huge light group appearing in the sky, which was rapidly expanding, and strong winds soon descended on the mountain forest. Master Xianmiao stood up quickly and frowned. The mountain was still there, so he didn't panic. Mountain God, a few months ago there was a sword intent rising to the sky, and now there is this vision. What is the reason? Master Xianmiao turned to look at Guan and asked, the wind and waves ruffling his long hair. Guan replied, of course someone is fighting. Upon hearing this, Master Xianmiao fell into silence. Although he is isolated from the world, there are always people passing by here, and he can understand the general situation of the world and know that overseas is in a rare chaos. He wanted to ask the mountain why he didn't end this troubled world, but he was afraid of being abrupt. He always believed that mountain gods were real immortal gods, different from those powerful monks and monsters. But he felt that the mountain had his own considerations. Perhaps everything had its own laws of evolution, and even gods could not break it. Guan stood up and put the book in his arms into his arms. He looked down at Master Xianmiao and said, practice well. This will last for a long time. When you are strong enough, I can let you go down the mountain to save people in trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air on the eaves. After hearing this, Master Xianmiao was not overjoyed. He lowered his head and looked at the secret book in his hand, with anticipation in his eyes. Above the boundless mountains and rivers, dust was billowing. Anhao stood proudly in the air, his knight's robes fluttering wildly. He looked down, with 9 bright suns floating behind him, moving in a circle, and the firelight shone on him. He is like a god. There were monks and monsters watching the battle from all directions. They were outside the formation, and they all looked at Anhao with incredible eyes. The Taixuan Sect side was filled with excitement and excitement. Wu Ju looked at Anhao from a distance, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. He subconsciously looked at his right fist. Anhao can defeat Sangxian with force, but can his fists defeat Nirvana monks? At this moment, he truly felt the huge gap between himself and Anhao, just like the difference between immortals and mortals. End of chapter. It seems I won. Anhao's voice echoed in the world, covering up all the noise in the world, allowing all sects to feel his pride. Nirvana beats Sangxian. Looking at ancient and modern times, it is a shocking achievement. Looking at the arrogant Anhao, Wu Ju felt that he still couldn't test him. If he knew that Guan was pretending to be his master, Guan would be in big trouble. What a domineering divine flame, Lai Yuanbao body is so powerful. Why do I feel that he is more powerful than the treasure body? Our Hokideo sect also has treasure body geniuses, but they are not as strong as him. His magical power just now is also very extraordinary. It can actually stir up the rules of heaven and earth. This is why he can defeat the Sangxian. No wonder the immortal dynasty can accept him. Such talent is indeed unmatched by the immortals. The monks from various sects were talking about it, but Anhao ignored it. He raised his right hand and threw a pill, which fell into the rolling dust below. Then, he turned around and flew in one direction. The great monks headed by Taixuanmen immediately ordered to chase Anhao. Wu Ju ignored his emotions and quickly caught up with the team. Half an hour later, in the mountains and fields, Anhao and the senior officials of Taixuan Sect stood beside the river and chatted and laughed. Wu Ju stood not far away, watching this scene with envy in his heart. Without Anhao, he would be the only one standing tall in the sky and the future of Taixuan Sect. But as soon as Anhao was there, he would be no different from other ordinary disciples, and no one would notice him anymore. Deputy sect leader Ji Hantian looked at Anhao and said with a smile, "We are most gratified that you can be here today. You carry the hope of the rise of Taixuan Sect. Even if you are not here, the disciples in the sect will inquire about your whereabouts. You are already a junior. The hope we chase." Hearing this, the smile on Anhao's face became even bigger. Faced with such words, he chose to be humble. He also had feelings for Taixuanmen. In the early days of his life as an immortal, Taixuanmen gave him a lot of help. The most important thing is that his master and junior sister are both in Taixuanmen. Based on this alone, it is impossible for him to leave Taixuanmen. Just as they were chatting, a vast sword intent came, making everyone's throats seem to be pinched, and all words were interrupted. Anhao looked up, his eyebrows furrowed, and there was fear in his eyes. A piercing sound fell from the sky. Clang! A sword fell from the sky and landed in front of Anhao. The gravel flew away. The Taixuanmen monks were frightened and retreated. Anhao was as steady as a mountain and unmoved. The sword stuck on the ground trembled continuously, and the blade shook, forming an afterimage. Before the Taixuanmen monk could speak, a figure fell from the sky and landed on the hilt of the sword. It is none other than Jiluo Sword Lord. Anhao looked up at the Jiluo Sword Lord in front of him, with confusion in his eyes, but no fear. Jiluo Sword Lord ignored the others and focused his gaze on Anhao, his eyes burning as if looking at a rare treasure. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The Taixuan Sect elder with the highest cultivation level asked in a deep voice. He was holding the magic weapon in his hand tightly, obviously very nervous. Just by looking at Jiluo Sword Lord for the first time, everyone present could realize that they were no match for him. "Boy, what's your name?" Jiluo Sword Lord stared at Anhao and asked in a cold voice. The breeze blew his robes, and he looked arrogant and oppressive standing on the hilt of the sword. Anhao replied, "Anhao, is there something wrong with you?" The corners of Jiluo Sword Lord's lips raised, and he said, "I am Jiluo Sword Lord, and your destiny is very good. No matter where you are in the world, you will rise up and serve me. I can make you grow faster, and I can also lift you up limit. Hearing this, Anhao was not surprised. Along the way, too many people had said such things to him. Anhao's expression remained unchanged and he said, "Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. I have a master, a sect, and forces that work for me. I cannot regard you as my master." Jiluo Sword Lord narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you know how high my cultivation level is?" Anhao shook his head slightly, while the others were nervous. Looking at the other party's posture, it was obvious that they would not give up. Jiluo Sword Lord raised his right hand, and sword energy surged out of his palm. Although it was only a trace, the sword power contained in it made everyone tremble. "I am the immortal of freedom, what you call the 9th level of immortality. The most powerful holy heaven in your world is also the immortal of freedom. I have just entered the tribulation of reincarnation, and I have already reached the end of the tribulation of reincarnation. I am only one step away from breaking through. At a higher level, at that time, I can make the entire heaven and earth disappear into ashes with just one thought." When he said these words, Jiluo Sword Lord showed an unruly smile. He seemed to want to see Anhao's reaction after knowing his power. Anhao's face did become unnatural. He knew that Xian was the realm of Emperor Yang, but judging from Jiluo Sword Lord's words, Emperor Yang had only entered Zi Immortal for the first time, while Jiluo Sword Lord had already reached the pinnacle of Zi Immortal. The monks on the Taixuan Sect side all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. How come I met a being stronger than Shengtian? Jiluo Sword Lord's pride has overflowed, making people feel that he is not lying. How about it? Do you take back what you just said? Jiluo Sword Lord stared at Anhao and said with a joking smile. Anhao replied, "Senior is indeed powerful, but if I serve you because you are stronger, wouldn't I have to abandon you if I meet someone stronger than you in the future?" Addressing the other person as senior was the limit of Anhao's etiquette. He was indeed shocked by Jiluo Sword Lord's cultivation, but he did not think Jiluo Sword Lord was the strongest in the world. The strongest person can only be his master? Jiluo Jianjun looked displeased when he heard Anhao's rejection, but he felt that Anhao was right, and his appreciation for Anhao intensified in his heart. "Who is your master? If I asked him to give you to me, wouldn't you refuse again?" Jiluo Sword Lord asked. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the Taixuanmen monks became strange. Although they were shocked by the power of Jiluo Sword Master, they also believed that Fudeo Sword Master was the strongest in their hearts. If not, how could the Immortal Dynasty let go of its hatred, and how could the Holy Court shyly win over Fudeo Sword Master? Anhao frowned. He didn't think Jiluo Sword Lord could threaten his master, but he was afraid of causing trouble to his master. "If you don't tell me, I can figure it out." Jiluo Sword Lord hummed, and then started to calculate with his fingers. "Can it be calculated?" Anhao's expression changed significantly, and the monks of Taixuan Sect were also frightened by such methods. Wu Ju remained silent, but when he heard this, he suddenly worried about Guan. Will that kid pretend to be supporting the Taoist Sword Master, and will he be caught by the Jiluo Sword Master, and get himself into trouble? Thinking of this, Wu Ju became anxious. Heaven and earth are silent. Everyone looked at Jiluo Jianjun's calculations. However, as more than 10 breaths passed, Jiluo Sword Lord frowned. Strangeness. Jiluo Sword Lord was surprised, but he didn't dare to show his timidity. He didn't count Anhao's master, but he counted Liu Badian and Anhao's masters in the Xingai group and the Immortal Dynasty. However, these people's cultivation level was too low, and they were not closely related to Anhao's masters and disciples, which meant that Anhao didn't recognize them in his heart. He could feel that there was a mysterious being behind Anhao, but he couldn't figure it out. What's going on? Jiluo Sword Lord was full of vigilance. Are there other existences in the Tianling Great World that he can't even count? Even if Shengtian has entered the tribulation of reincarnation, he can still count the traces left by Shengtian during his lifetime. Jiluo Sword Lord's eyes flickered, and he looked at Anhao in a rather strange way. Could it be that Anhao's master is the inheritor of the Sacred Heart Sword Dao, or the reincarnation of the sage ancestor of the Sword Dao? The more Jiluo Sword Master thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. It had been a while since he came to the Tianling world, but he couldn't find anyone or anything related to the Sacred Heart Sword technique at all. He even suspected that the Sacred Heart Sword technique did not appear in Tianling world at all. Jiluo Jianjun's mind was as fast as lightning. He smiled and said, "Anhao, how about you take me to see your master? You can put your matter aside and I won't force you anymore." Anhao asked in confusion, "Why do you want to see my master?" Jiluo Sword Lord smiled and said, "To be honest, I come from other worlds. I came here just to find your master. Your master is the existence that our orthodoxy is looking for. As long as we find him, we will regard him as our master." Other worlds? Everyone was shocked. Fudeo Sword Master still had such an origin? They then thought about it. Fudeo Sword Master was extremely mysterious, and his strength was even more unfathomable. It seemed that he could only come from other worlds, and other origins were unreasonable. After hearing this, Anhao frowned and fell into hesitation. Jiluo Jianjun's face was serious, but his heart was excited. "Sacred Heart Kendo? I finally found you, don't let me down, my swordsmanship is definitely better than yours." End of chapter. In the third Medicine Valley, in front of a mountain on the north side, Guan and an Xian stood side by side. They watched as the disciples inserted swords into the mountain. There are no flowers or plants on this mountain. It is bare and the rocks are red. The mountain is not naturally formed, but is a special stone purchased by Guan. This stone is often used to make formations, magical tools, etc. An Xian turned to look at Guan and asked curiously, Master, did you create this sword mountain to leave a legacy? Guan smiled and said, you will know later. Seeing that he spoke so mysteriously, an Xian became even more curious about the Jianshan mountain ahead. Guan raised his hand and waved, and a stone tablet flew out, landed in front of Jian mountain, and was inserted into the soil. He waved in the air and used his finger as a pen to carve words on the stone tablet. An Xian looked intently, and she could feel an aura from Guan's handwriting. She couldn't describe this aura in words. For some reason, she felt a kind of loneliness. Wanjian Mountain? The reason why Guan didn't write about Wanjian Mountains directly was because he was afraid that it would directly conflict with the cause and effect. One missing word would look redundant, but in fact it is very different. There are many Wanjian Mountains in different worlds, and there are also many Wanjian Mountains. The moment the words Wanjian Mountain came out, an Xian suddenly felt that this sword mountain had a god. There were obviously many disciples inserting swords on the mountain, but it just made her feel different. When they finish their work, no disciples will be allowed to set foot there in the future. Guan dropped these words and turned to leave. An Xian stood there and continued to admire Wanjian Mountain. She always felt that this mountain held secrets. In the next few days, Wanjianshan became an existence that was often discussed by the disciples in the valley and the visiting monks. The three words Wanjianshan sounded very powerful, not to mention the relationship between Guan, the master of the valley, and Fudeo sword master, which made they have to pay attention. News is also spreading to Taixuanmen. Ever since Guan claimed that he was the Fudeo sword master, his reputation has risen sharply. Major families have also investigated him. Pan An's true identity can no longer be hidden. It is precisely because Panan is him that major families have begun to let their disciples they studied books such as The Romance of the Gods, Journey to the West, and The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and they felt that Sword Master Fudeo must be hoping to convey something to them through Panan. No matter how much they think about it, if they can memorize Pan An's book, they will have something to say when facing Fudeo Sword Master in the future, and there is no harm in it. This day, at noon, outside Taixuan Gate, Anhao led Jaluo Sword Lord out of the forest. He turned to look at Jaluo Sword Lord and said, I only know that my master is at Taixuanmen. I don't know who he is specifically. If he wants to see you, he will find you. Remember, don't harm your disciples. Jaluo Sword Lord hummed, how can I, the majestic Sword Lord of Dahongjian Tian, harm mortal beings? He turned into a sword light and fled towards Taixuan Sect. Anhao chased after him, but he could no longer find Jaluo Sword Lord's aura. So, Anhao decided to go to the third Medicine Valley to see an Xian. After half a stick of incense, Anhao landed on the top of a mountain. From here, he could overlook the entire third Medicine Valley. Compared with many years ago, the third Medicine Valley is more prosperous and more imposing. Every surrounding mountain is covered with formations, and the disciples in the valley can be seen working and cultivating. It's true that things have changed. Anhao murmured to himself, his tone full of emotion. He suddenly panicked, fearing that an Xian was gone. He was about to jump down when there was movement next to him. He glanced over and saw a man and a mouse running towards him. He remembered that the rat was Guan's white spirit rat. There were many in Taixuan Sect, but he had never seen any white spirit rat as fat as Guan's white spirit rat, so he always remembered it. Behind Bai Lingshu is a strong young man. Anhao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the other party for the first time. This guy looked a bit like Guan, which made him feel a little confused. The most important thing is that this child has no spiritual power, but his body is amazingly strong. He even feels that this child has a nirvana body. Anhao became interested in Longqing. When the white spirit mouse ran past him, he didn't care and kept staring at Longqing. The white spirit rat suddenly stopped and turned to look at Anhao, his eyes full of suspicion. It felt like it had seen this person before somewhere. When Longqing saw Anhao's gaze, he couldn't help but slow down. He had to be decent in front of outsiders and couldn't embarrass the third Medicine Valley. He came to Anhao, cupped his fists and saluted, and said with a smile, I am Longqing, a disciple of the third Medicine Valley. I don't know your name, but you want to enter the third Medicine Valley. Today, the third Medicine Valley has a great reputation in Taixuan Sect and has a high status. As a disciple of the third Medicine Valley, even a handyman disciple can have the confidence to face anyone. Anhao looked at Longqing and asked, what is your relationship with Guan? When Longqing heard the other party calling his master by his first name and his extraordinary demeanor, he guessed that Anhao had a close relationship with his master, so he replied, he is my master. Are you looking for him? He just went out today and should be there before evening. If you can come back, I will take you into the valley. Master? Why do I feel like you are his descendant? Anhao smiled. Hearing this, Longqing was not angry, because many people had said this, and he had doubted it, but Guan denied that they were related by blood. In the end, he could only blame it on his appearance being affected by his master after being together for a long time. Temperament. Longqing shook his head and said, I'm not, I hope so. Anhao did not ask further questions, nor did he care about the hint of loneliness in his tone. Anhao smiled and said, punch me. If it hurts me, I will teach you physical magical powers. You can use them without spiritual power. Longqing frowned and said, isn't it bad? Supernatural power? Do you think I am just a master? He had learned magical powers from Shenzhenzi, but in his opinion, the magical powers were not that powerful. And Hao raised his hand and asked with a provocative look, are you not afraid anymore? You have such a powerful body, but you don't dare to take action. Are you not living up to God's gift to you? When Longqing heard this, he became angry immediately. He raised his right hand and slowly made a fist. Visible energy surrounded his fist. His robe began to flutter, his long hair fluttered, and his whole temperament suddenly changed. His expression turned grim, making An Hao feel more like Guan. Longqing said coldly, if I defeat you, don't regret it. An Hao smiled proudly, you want to defeat me? You won't be able to do it even if you practice for another 100,000 years. A cold light suddenly flashed in Longqing's eyes. He stepped out suddenly, with his right fist behind him. His body was like a bow, and the fist came out from his waist. All the energy from his body poured into his fist. He could feel that An Hao was very strong. In order not to be embarrassed, he would naturally go all out. When this punch was struck, the roar was like a muffled thunder, alarming the Yaogu disciples in the distance. Whether they were on the mountain or in the valley, they all turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. An Xian, who was practicing under the Xianqing tree, also opened his eyes and frowned. On the top of the mountain, strong winds overflowed, and the flowers and plants swayed like green waves. Longqing kept pumping his fists with a look of disbelief on his face. How is it possible? His eyes widened, and he felt a turmoil in his heart. Following his gaze, he saw that his right fist was blocked by An Hao with one finger. His fist was pressed against An Hao's index finger, making him feel like he was pushing a mountain. No, the mountains are not that hard. An Hao's hair was blown. He stared at Longqing, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile, the reaction is good, but you don't seem to have fully controlled your power, or in other words, you don't know what kind of power you have at this moment. Strength. The index finger of his right hand pushed forward slightly, and Longqing felt an overwhelming force, causing him to fall backwards. His expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously stabilized his body, but he still fell backwards, stumbling. He took a few steps before stopping. He looked at An Hao with fear in his eyes. He swallowed and asked, who are you? My name is An Hao, have you ever heard of me? An Hao asked with a smile. His strength and arrogance subsided in an instant, and his current smile made people feel like a spring breeze. An Hao. Longqing's eyes widened and he asked excitedly, are you senior sister and An's senior brother? An Hao's face softened when he heard the name, and he asked, is your senior sister okay? He did not use his spiritual consciousness to explore the third medicine valley. Firstly, he was afraid of being rude, and secondly, he was also a little uneasy in his heart. Of course, she is the top disciple of the third medicine valley, how could it be bad? After Longqing knew An Hao's identity, he suddenly felt close to her. Although An is his senior sister, she is like his mother in his heart. After all, he was brought up by An and Yu Yingying. He often hears An mention An Hao, so he will naturally have a close and curious impression of An Hao. When An Hao heard this, he relaxed completely, and then he asked Longqing to take him to see An Xian. Longqing was very curious about him, and the two of them walked towards the valley while chatting. Basically, Longqing was asking and An Hao was answering. An Hao liked Longqing very much, and he couldn't explain why. Maybe it was Longqing's strong physique that made him look forward to it. Why do you have so many great monks in your medicine valley? An Hao suddenly asked. He even felt the existence of the immortal realm, which made him very curious. Longqing said mysteriously, haven't you heard? My master is Fudeo Sword Master. When An Hao heard this, he was stunned and asked in surprise, you have two masters? No, it's my master Guan, he is Fudeo Sword Master. Longqing quickly explained that he knew what to say and what not to say, and he could just say what Guan said in public. Guan is the Fudeo Sword Master? How is that possible? An Hao frowned. He could never forget his first meeting with Guan. They were both very young at the time. How could Guan be his master? His first reaction was that there was a misunderstanding. After all, no one in Taixuan Sect would dare to impersonate Fudeo Sword Master. Longqing said, my master admits verbally that he did not find Sword Master Fudeo to trouble him. Isn't he Fudeo Sword Master? He didn't know the relationship between An Hao and Fudeo Sword Master. It had been too long, and only a few people knew about An Hao's relationship with Fudeo Sword Master. And he stayed in the third medicine valley all year round, and An Xian deliberately didn't mention it. Those great monks, but he was not interested in chatting, so he had no way of knowing. Admit it personally. An Hao frowned even more tightly, feeling very unhappy. What does Guan mean? Want to take advantage of him? An Hao decided to have a good chat with Guan. There were some causes and effects that he couldn't touch casually. After half a stick of incense, An Xian took An Hao into the house. She closed the door and asked An Hao to sit down while she started making tea. Senior brother, I thought you had forgotten me. An Xian walked to the table carrying the teapot and teased. An Hao, who was looking at the furnishings in the house, heard this and said awkwardly, how could I forget you? I will come back to see you as soon as I am free. An Xian smiled and said, you can even forget your wife and children, so it's not unusual for you to forget me. An Hao was even more embarrassed and said with a fake cough, my ambition is to travel around the world. I can't guard them. If I still maintain the relationship, it will cause them trouble. An Xian did not tell what happened to Anjia. If Anhao had the intention, he would have walked away. If he didn't have the intention, there would be no point in telling him. What's more, the An family has been taken care of by Guan and will not encounter any big trouble in the future, as long as Guan is still there. Thinking of this, an Xian suddenly felt that although Anhao was strong, he still had a lot to learn from his master in terms of life. It's also a matter of affection between sons and daughters, so master won't make decisions easily, but he will take care of anyone who has a good relationship with master. Anhao didn't know what she was thinking. After a few words of concern, he asked the question he wanted to ask the most. I heard that Guan calls himself Fudeo Sword Master. What's going on? How dare he do that? When an Xian heard this, his beautiful eyes widened and he hummed, what? He doesn't deserve it. No, Fudeo Sword Master is our master. Anhao was anxious. He would only be like this in front of an Xian. An Xian followed and said, he is also my master. I have two masters. It's not the same thing. Anhao frowned, not knowing what to say. An Xian said, maybe Fudeo Sword Master is really him, and our first master is not him. Has master met you as Fudeo Sword Master? Could it be that he also received the teachings of our first master? Or they all have the same master, so they all know the magic shadow skill. After being with Guan for a long time, she also became cunning and wanted to continue to fool Anhao. Fun? Anhao hesitated and said, you mean we are actually from the same sect? Then who knows, anyway, he calls himself Fudeo Sword Master and has not been in trouble. An Xian shrugged. She was more curious about how strong Anhao was than this matter. She now had the desire to compete with Anhao. After hearing this, Anhao was thoughtful. He felt awkward when he thought that Guan was really supporting the Deo Sword Master and his master did not clarify the matter. No, you have to find Guan in person. If the master is not the Fudeo Sword Master, why don't you explain? Could it be that he wanted to help Deo Sword Master show off? Doesn't this mean that in master's eyes, Guan is more important? Anhao was thinking wildly. He hadn't been this upset for a long time. No matter how difficult the predicament he faced before, he had never been so concerned about gains and losses, because master was his biggest pursuit, and he was so persistent in becoming stronger because he did not want master to be disappointed. An Xian changed the subject and began to ask Anhao about his experiences over the years. Anhao did not hide anything, starting from when he left the Xingai group. Anhao also wanted to show his legendary experience to his junior sister, and he told it with emotion and emotion. Unfortunately, Anhao had not yet learned Guan's emotional intelligence and did not respond to him in time. Time passes quickly. As evening approached, Guan rode the Blood Hell Monkey King back to the valley leisurely. Although Anhao and Jaluo Sword Lord came, he didn't pay too much attention and just did whatever he needed to do. After an afternoon of investigation, Jaluo Sword Lord has targeted Fudeo Sword Lord. Coming to the third Medicine Valley soon, Guan could feel that there was a strong fighting spirit hidden in Jaluo Sword Lord's sword intention, which showed that Jaluo Sword Lord's coming was not good. He wanted to see how talented the descendants of Dahongjian Tian were. After entering the valley, Guan turned over and walked towards Wanjian Mountain alone. At the same time, Jaluo Sword Lord appeared out of thin air in front of the stone tablet at Wanjian Mountain. He looked at Jianshan Mountain and fell into deep thought. There was a weak sword intent in this mountain, which was difficult to capture. Although he didn't feel threatened, he couldn't see through the sword intent. Unlike the Sacred Heart swordsmanship, he has been to the Swordsmanship River before and knows what the Sacred Heart swordsmanship is like. Some disciples passed by the path behind him and cast surprised glances at him, but seeing that he had not stepped into Wanjian Mountain, they did not step forward to stop him. Guan saw Jaluo Jianjun from a distance and cast a lifespan check on him. Jaluo Sword Lord, 9th floor of the Free Fairy Land 29,769,870/500,000/500,000,000,000. Killing him will give him a lifespan of 40 million years, right? Guan thought like this. His steps were slow and slow, as if he was strolling in a leisurely way, and he would greet the disciples he met along the way from time to time. End of chapter. This fellow Taoist is a bit unfamiliar. Is there anything I can help you with? Guan's voice came from behind, interrupting Jaluo Sword Lord's thoughts. Jaluo Sword Lord half turned around and glanced at Guan with his peripheral vision. Looking at Guan, he felt a subtle feeling in his heart. Logically speaking, such a mortal was not worthy of his attention, but for some reason, as soon as Guan opened his mouth, he turned around involuntarily and was attracted to him. He had only experienced this kind of situation with people who were stronger than him. While looking at Guan, he calculated that there was a cause and effect between Guan and Anhao. Although it was not close, it did exist. Jaluo Sword Lord asked, "Are you the owner of this Medicine Valley?" Guan smiled and said, "Guan, don't you know your friend's name?" Jaluo Sword Lord replied, "I am Jaluo Sword Lord, from Dahong Sword Heaven." Dahong Jiantian? I haven't heard of it, but it sounds majestic. It must be a power like a holy land. It should be far away from Taixuan continent, right? Guan asked in pretending to be surprised. Jaluo Sword Lord was too lazy to test him and asked bluntly, "Are you the disciple of Fudeo Sword Master? Call your master out." As he spoke, he also exuded a hint of sword intent, which instantly enveloped the entire Third Medicine Valley. Ji Xiao appeared in front of Guan out of thin air, staring at Jaluo Sword Lord warily, and the Dao lines on her forehead began to ignite with flames. Emperor Sun Moon Ming followed and stared at Jiluo Sword Lord with a frown. And how, Nine-Finger Divine Lord, and Shen Xinzi also appeared quickly, and the great monks who were playing chess in the dojo also came one after another. Guan could feel that Jiluo Sword Lord's sword intention was to isolate the Third Medicine Valley from the outside world. Was it to open up a place for fighting? And Hao stared at Jiluo Sword Lord and asked in a deep voice, Senior, what do you want to do? An Xian ran over quickly and looked at Jiluo Sword Lord curiously, with only expectation in her eyes. Jiluo Sword Lord ignored and Hao. His eyes fell on Ji Xiao, and he narrowed his eyes and said, Four emperors of Yin and Yang, long time no see, Samsara Deo Emperor, I didn't expect you to carry out the tribulation of reincarnation here. Ji Xiao said calmly, Jiluo Sword Lord, De Hongjian doesn't seem to have any intention of invading Tianling Deishandi. Are you acting alone? Jiluo Sword Lord smiled and said, Among the four emperors of Yin and Yang, I am only afraid of the six paths of Dust Emperor. Is his reincarnation calamity over? The four emperors of Yin and Yang? Samsara Deo Emperor? Six paths of Dust Emperor? The surrounding monks were secretly surprised when they heard that these names did not sound simple. You can go find him, he did miss you. Ji Xiao replied with a cold tone. Jiluo Sword Master shook his head and laughed. He ignored the gazes of others and said, Okay, let's not talk about this. I want to find Fudeo Sword Master and let him come out to fight with me. Hearing the words Fudeo Sword Master, the others became even more nervous. Dare to challenge Fudeo Sword Master, it will definitely not be easy. Emperor Sun Moon Ming couldn't help but ask, is De Hongjian coming for Sword Master Fudeo? He also watched the previous battle outside Tianwai. He was shocked by the power of De Hongjian. He could actually fight against the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court at the same time. Moreover, Jiluo Sword Lord did not participate in the battle at that time. How many free immortals are there in De Hongjian? Jiluo Sword Lord did not answer the Sun Moon Underworld Emperor. Although he was only one level short of a great realm, he just looked down on the Sun Moon Underworld Emperor. The scene suddenly became quiet, causing the Sun Moon Ming Emperor's face to turn livid. Guan pretended to cough and said, So you want to challenge me? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him. Jiluo Sword Master's eyes changed. He stared at Guan closely, and asked, Are you Fudeo Sword Master? I see. No wonder he had such an abnormal reaction. But in his eyes, no matter how he looked at it, Guan looked like a Yuanying realm monk, with no sign of the immortal realm. When An Hao heard Guan's words, he stopped talking. A guess arose in his mind. Could it be that the master was watching in secret, so Guan could be so unscrupulous? He also didn't see Guan's hidden cultivation, so he didn't think Guan was capable of taking on the challenge. More and more disciples are watching this place. They dare not approach and can only discuss it from a distance. Guan walked around Ji Xiao and walked towards Jiluo Sword Lord. Ji Xiao grabbed his wrist and tried to dissuade him, but Guan smiled at her and gently pulled his hand away. Well, I am. How do you want to challenge me? Guan looked at Jiluo Sword Lord and asked with a smile. He was giving Jiluo Sword Lord a chance. If he didn't answer well, he would die. After all, De Hongjian belongs to Yangpingan's orthodoxy. In terms of seniority, Jiluo Jianjun can also be regarded as his disciple. How can a master kill his fellow disciples when they meet? Jiluo Sword Lord raised his right hand, and the sword intention condensed in his palm, like a ray of thunder and lightning. It was not dazzling or huge, but it made everyone tremble. This sword intention contains extremely terrifying power, making people's hair stand on end. Ji Xiao, Sun Moon Ming Emperor, Nine-Finger Divine Lord and others didn't even dare to move. They had a terrifying feeling that they would die if they moved. An Hao clenched his fists in his sleeves and prepared to take action. Long Qing stood in the distance, watching on tiptoe. He couldn't feel the sword intent of Lord Jiluo, but with so many people gathered together, how could he not be curious? Of course it's a swordsmanship competition to prove whose swordsmanship is stronger. Show off your Sacred Heart swordsmanship. Jiluo Sword Lord said coldly. Sacred Heart Kendo? Ji Xiao and Sun Moon Ming Emperor's expressions changed greatly, and they looked at Guan in astonishment. They have heard of the name of the Sacred Heart Sword Technique, which is the supreme inheritance of De Hong Sword Heaven. Those who can inherit the Sacred Heart Sword Technique can control 3,000 worlds and be invincible. Guan actually inherited the Sacred Heart Sword Technique? No wonder Fudeo Sword Master refused to reveal his true identity. He turned out to be a great monk from De Hong Sword Heaven. In any part of the world, there is no one who can reach the immortal self-contained realm quietly. The calamity of the divine thought true immortal to the immortal self-contained immortal alone is enough to alarm the universe. How to hide it? Hearing Jiluo Sword Lord's words, Guan smiled. His smile fell into the eyes of Jiluo Sword Lord, but it was a kind of provocation. Right now, Guan suddenly moved away and suddenly appeared in front of Jiluo Sword Lord. The airwave stirred up and blew the robe on Jiluo Sword Lord. Jiluo Sword Lord's eyes widened. Challenge the Sacred Heart Kendo. Guan raised his chin slightly and stared at Jiluo Sword Lord with indifferent eyes, as if he was looking down at an ant. He raised his left hand and grabbed Jiluo Sword Lord's wrist. Jiluo Jianjun did not dodge during the whole process. It was not that he couldn't react, but that he couldn't resist. Being caught by Guan, Jiluo Jianjun's pupils couldn't help but dilate, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Guan stared at him and said word by word, not to mention whether I master the Sword of the Sacred Heart. What does the Sword of the Sacred Heart mean to you? Are you worthy of challenging the Sacred Heart Kendo? These words were like a heavy hammer hitting Jaluo Sword Lord's heart. His body trembled and cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. Everyone else could feel Guan's domineering power. What surprised them most was why the arrogant Jaluo Sword Lord suddenly became mute. And Hao was the most shocked and couldn't keep calm. He knew very well how powerful Jaluo Sword Lord was. With just one blow from Jaluo Sword Lord, he could make Yuanying Realm monks disappear into ashes. Although he didn't feel Guan's momentum now, he knew that something must have happened to prevent Jaluo Sword Lord from fighting back. In other words, Jaluo Sword Lord couldn't fight back at all. The third update. In front of everyone, Jaluo Sword Lord was trembling all over and did not speak. Everyone's eyes fell on Guan's hand. He grabbed Jaluo Sword Lord's wrist. At this moment, Jaluo Sword Lord's aura was completely inferior to Guan's. He even had the urge to attack at any moment. Kneeling posture. Guan's face was so cold, and his eyes were so terrifying when they fell in Jaluo Sword Lord's eyes. How could this be so? Jaluo Sword Lord thought in disbelief. Being caught by Guan, his sword intention suddenly disappeared, and the magic power in his body was suppressed and could not be mobilized. He was just like a mortal, not to mention resisting, not even having the strength to break free. Dao Fruit Realm? This person must have transcended the fairyland of freedom and reached a higher level. Don't look at Jaluo Sword Lord's claim that he has reached the end of the tribulation of reincarnation. In fact, he has not found an opportunity to break through. This is why he wants to challenge the Sacred Heart swordsmanship. He wanted to push himself beyond his limits during the kendo competition. The stronger the inheritor of the Sacred Heart Sword Way is, the more he looks forward to it. Only strong enough pressure can make him break through the shackles. Guan stared at him and said, "Tell me now, do you still want to challenge me?" Jaluo Sword Lord gritted his teeth and wanted to speak, but he did not have enough courage to support the word and could not say it at all. Making him bow his head is even more uncomfortable than killing him? Hateful? Why is the gap so big? Jaluo Sword Lord secretly hates that he doesn't hate Guan, he only hates that he is not strong enough. The gap in strength is so big, and he actually wants to provoke Guan, which is simply ridiculous. What he despises the most is people who are not strong enough but arrogant. Now he is the kind of person he hates the most. Jaluo Sword Lord was extremely frustrated. He roared in his heart, trying to let his sword break through the shackles. But Guan's power was like the wall in the Dao Fruit Realm, crushing him to death. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't shake it. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Everyone's stress disappeared and was replaced by shock. Could it be that Guan is really the Fudao Sword Master? They couldn't feel how strong Guan's aura was. It was still like the nascent soul realm, but Guan was obviously suppressing Jaluo Sword Lord, and Jaluo Sword Lord's previous momentum and arrogance could not be for acting. And Hao was shocked. He looked at Guan's back with complicated eyes, including shock, surprise, and nervousness. At this moment, Guan suddenly let go and said with a smile, "Since you don't speak, I will treat you as giving up the challenge. You are just a guest. Please stay in the Third Medicine Valley for a few days." Jaluo Sword Lord felt that the terrifying and suffocating pressure disappeared instantly. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but he held back. If the other party doesn't kill him, if he escapes, won't it embarrass De Hongjiantian? Seeing Guan's gentle smile, Jaluo Jianzhan didn't know how to answer the question and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Guan turned around and waved to an Xian, who immediately ran over. "Take this fellow Taoist to stay." After Guan finished speaking, he turned and left. Ji Xiao looked at Guan blankly. She was shocked again by Guan's strength. Jaluo Sword Lord was stronger than her own self, and such a being was so suppressed by Guan that he couldn't even speak. How high is his cultivation level? Others were also shocked by Guan's cultivation, and were also imagining his realm. Jaluo Sword Lord looked at Guan's leaving figure, his face turned red. Hearing an Xian invite him to enter the valley, he could only nod and follow her away. Although he was suppressed by Guan, no one dared to laugh at him. Seeing him approaching, the monks gave way one after another for fear of being angered by him. And Hao kept up with Guan. He did not catch up directly, but kept a distance. Emperor Sun Moonming stood beside Ji Xiao and sighed, "Who is he?" Ji Xiao didn't answer him, and the others couldn't answer either. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord was all glad that he did not look down on Guan because of his cultivation. Shen Xinzi thought further. Faced with the provocation of Jaluo Sword Lord, Guan chose to give up the steps when he could kill him. This kind of magnanimity is unparalleled. This is the path that his godly son should pursue. Other side. Long Qing ran to Guan and walked side by side, looking back at An Hao from time to time. He could see that An Hao seemed to want to talk to Guan, and his posture was very low. "Master, what happened just now?" Long Qing asked curiously. His eyes followed to look at Jaluo Sword Lord. This man's aura was so strong. Just walking on the road gave people an invincible aura, as if the sky could not trap this man. Guan smiled and said, "It's nothing. After chatting with someone for a few words, you can talk to him directly. He is a senior, so remember not to lose your etiquette." After hearing Guan's words, Long Qing really wanted to visit Jaluo Sword Lord. After a while, Guan went upstairs alone, and Hao stopped under the attic. After hesitating for a moment, he went upstairs. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard Guan's voice, "Remember to close the door." When An Hao heard this, he suddenly calmed down. All doubts in his mind were gone. This is definitely his master? He suppressed his excitement and closed the door. He quickly came to the table, knelt down and kowtowed to Guan. Guan did not stop him and accepted his kneeling gracefully. An Hao looked up at Guan and said excitedly, "Master, it's so hard to hide it from me? No wonder you accepted An as your disciple. It turns out that you have always been taking care of her. Has she known about it for a long time?" Guan smiled and said, "She didn't know it at first. When she found out, she was just as excited as you. Get up and talk." An Hao stood up quickly. He had too many things to say to his master. Guan asked him to sit down and then asked him about his experiences over the years. An Hao did not dare to hide it. He did not deliberately embellish his experience and told him about his sufferings and achievements. For a long time, Guan asked, "What are your goals in the future?" Unlike an Xian, An Hao has been working outside all year round, and his ambitions will only get higher and higher, so Guan has no intention of keeping him. An Hao took a deep breath and said, "Master, I want the Emperor of Heaven to be just like the Jade Emperor you wrote about." Guan smiled and said, "Don't say these two words randomly, because there really are immortals and gods. The ultimate is being besieged by immortals and gods. Real immortals are more terrifying than mortals imagine. If there is order, there must be a master, and the head of the gods is likely to be named after the Emperor of Heaven." When An Hao heard this, he was stunned. He asked cautiously, "Immortal dynasty? They're nowhere near enough." Guan's answer made An Hao relieved and even more surprised. If the immortal dynasty is not considered a group of immortals, how strong are the real immortals? Guan looked at An Hao and saw his fate. The so-called destiny is a combination of destiny and luck. The stronger the destiny, the better the luck and the longer the destiny. An Hao's luck is long and his destiny has no end in sight. This is the first time Guan has seen such a destiny. Sure enough, the ultimate lifespan of 9,999 years is only the upper limit of the mortal realm, not An Hao's upper limit. After reaching the Nirvana realm, An Hao's ultimate lifespan has become 6 nines, and it is estimated that it will continue to increase when he breaks through the greater realm. End of chapter. Thinking of the Emperor of Heaven, do you want power? Guan asked curiously. The Jade Emperor in Journey to the West is not described as too powerful, at least not the strongest. However, An Hao has always wanted to be the strongest. He can choose the Emperor of Heaven. Could it be that his mentality has changed? An Hao replied, "I want strength and power. Along the way, I have gone to many places and abandoned many people, but I feel that this is the wrong path. But in order to become stronger, even if it is wrong, I will just do it. If I can go on and become the Emperor of Heaven, I can protect the people I want to protect and protect the suffering people." "I didn't expect that you still have a kind heart in your heart," Guan said with emotion. An Hao blushed and said, "Master, what do you mean? Do you think I am an unscrupulous person with no bottom line? I have inherited the morality of Taixuan Sect. No matter where I go, I encounter suffering. As long as I can help, I will help." Guan smiled. He had indeed seen An Hao behave like this, but not too much. Compared with Yang Xian, An Hao is still far behind. However, he never expected what kind of person An Hao would become. He taught An Hao how to practice just because of fate. As long as An Hao didn't do evil, he didn't bother to point fingers. Guan continued to chat with An Hao, which gave An Hao a deeper understanding of his master. It seemed to be no different from the previous contact, but An Hao felt that his master had a mind as vast as the sea and had unrivaled abilities, yet he could live in seclusion here and chat and laugh with anyone. Every word Guan said seemed so sincere in An Hao's eyes. When Guan's image was combined with the master in his heart, it was sincere and contained truth, as if every word of the master was teaching him and also expecting him. With his growth, An Hao suddenly thought of something and asked, "Is Yang Jian your personal disciple?" Guan nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, he also knows that I am Fudeo Sword Master. I even told him that he has a very powerful senior brother, but I didn't say it was you." When An Hao heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He had a deep memory of Yang Jian. The two had an agreement to face each other in the Tianbang conference, which he had never forgotten. "Where did he go? Why didn't you see him?" An Hao asked curiously. Guan told Yang Jian's origin and whereabouts, which made An Hao silent. Holy King of the Holy Court? He had been to the Holy Court and seen the Holy King's grace, and he suddenly felt pressure. Yang Jian's talent has been recognized by him, and coupled with the background of the Holy King, it is really possible to surpass him. Guan continued, "In addition to Yang Jian, I also taught some people and monsters, so don't be careless." His tone seemed to be joking, but his eyes were sharp. After An Hao heard this, his whole fighting spirit was ignited, and he said with confidence, "Master, don't worry, I will always be your most outstanding disciple." Guan smiled and nodded, but he didn't think so in his heart. "If so, doesn't it prove that my teaching ability cannot surpass your talent?" He insisted on cultivating a disciple who was stronger than An Hao. An Hao thought of the God Emperor of Annihilation and said, "By the way, Master, I met before." "Don't say it." Guan interrupted him, making him look confused. Guan continued, "Your realm is still very low. When you get involved in the way of cause and effect, you will know that there are some existences. Even if you talk behind their backs, even if you don't name them, but just describe their images and things, you will be alarmed. I will pay attention to the other person." He is just helping you, and there is no calculation. You can rest assured. And Hao's eyes showed longing. What kind of realm can be so powerful? He adjusted his emotions and no longer thought about the God Emperor of Annihilation. The moonlight shone in from the window, and the master and apprentice continued to chat, and the atmosphere was pleasant. And Hao would get up from time to time and describe the scene with his movements. Guan watched his performance with a smile, as if listening to a book. And Hao was very excited because he could finally sit and chat with his master. Guan was also very pleased. Looking at the high-spirited Hao, he thought of the determined young man who faced the invincible wolf demon resolutely in order to protect his sister from the same village. In the blink of an eye, more than 800 years have passed. When they were young, they began to stand alone, but many of their old friends who were the same age as Guan left. Guan was not sad when he thought about this, and still had a smile on his face. The old friend has passed away, but the descendants are still there. This is life. The moon sets and the sun rises. Early morning hours. And Hao pushed the door open and walked out. He looked at the mighty disciples in the distance. His eyes were a little wandering as he watched them practice. He had seen the disciples of the Third Medicine Valley practice morning exercises before, but he had never felt like this before. He felt that there was something mysterious about the movements of the yoga disciples. It was indeed the bodybuilding method created by the master, and it had a feeling of great simplicity. Guan walked out of the house, stood behind him and looked at the grand practice in the distance. More than 4,000 people were practicing together, stimulating the aura in the valley. It was very spectacular. Hurry up and leave, what are you looking at? Guan urged. And Hao came back to his senses, smiled back, and then walked down the stairs. When he reached the corner of the stairs, he turned to look at Guan and asked, "Who do you want me to be?" Guan glanced at him, then looked up to the east and said, "I hope you are like the scorching sun, shining brightly. Even if you fall into the trough, you can always rise and climb to a height that is difficult for all living beings to reach." After hearing this, and Hao subconsciously looked at the rising sun on the horizon. His smile disappeared and his expression became serious. I will. And Hao said firmly, then turned around and continued downstairs. Guan did not watch him leave, but continued to look east. The rising sun rises across the sky, and then is chased down by the darkness. After the sky and the earth fall into darkness, new sunlight breaks through the surface, illuminating everything in the world and driving away the darkness. After dawn, Guan walked out of the room again. He faced the scorching sun and stretched. On the first day after Chitos, it looks the same as before. Guan smiled and said to himself, "Today, he turns 1,000 years old, which in his opinion is a new page in his life." He followed him downstairs, and as soon as he went downstairs, Ji Xiao walked out of the house. "Will you intervene in the conflict between An Hao and the Heavenly Demon Sect?" Ji Xiao asked, staring at Guan. 97 years have passed since An Hao left. The situation in the world changes every year, but Guan's life in the Third Medicine Valley remains unchanged, and he is content with it. Guan casually replied, "Why do you want to get involved? I am just an ordinary monk who likes to plant flowers and grass. I don't want to get involved in trouble." After that, he stepped forward. Ever since Ji Xiao knew that he was very strong, she no longer acted like a little girl, but instead made him feel bored. Ji Xiao watched him leave and then said, "But if he continues to make trouble like this, the Heavenly Demon Sect will definitely not let him go, and you will definitely save him. According to my investigations over the years, behind the Heavenly Demon Sect is the Heavenly Demon Emperor, that is also a being who stands at the top of the immortal freedom." Guan stopped, turned to look at her, and asked, "What will happen if you surpass the immortal freedom in this life?" Ji Xiao was stunned for a moment and said, "I am just a reincarnation body, and it is impossible for me to reach the realm of my true self." As she recovers more and more memories, the unwillingness in her heart is fading away, and she is gradually becoming her true self, or returning to her original temperament. After hearing this, Guan was thoughtful and continued to leave. Ji Xiao also began to think about Guan's words. Does the body of reincarnation must not surpass the original deity? Thinking about it carefully, she did not get guidance on how to lead to a higher realm through the tribulation of reincarnation. Ji Xiao felt like she had caught something, but she didn't know what it was. She looked at Guan's back, feeling like Guan was reminding her. Guan is also thinking. In the cycle of life, Longzhan had surpassed him, and he felt that the body of reincarnation might not be able to surpass his true self. He became curious, what would happen if his reincarnation body continued to grow? Guan was just curious and had no urge to experiment. He doesn't want to start another life cycle for the time being, because he is saving his life and planning for the next breakthrough. Although he has not encountered anyone who can threaten him at present, he cannot relax and maintain the process of becoming stronger. He cannot wait for the arrival of an unbeatable enemy before he starts to feel annoyed. He was thinking as he walked towards Wanjian Mountain. A meteor streaked across the sky, just in time to be caught by his gaze. Another free-spirited immortal descends to Earth? It seems that within a few years, another shocking war will break out. However, there have been many wars in these years. High-level beings are fighting outside the sky, and they are obviously afraid of breaking the heaven and earth into pieces. Guan's eyes followed and looked into the depths of the universe. The Black City opened by the God Emperor of Annihilation was still devouring the spiritual energy of the avenue, and Guan could feel a weak force gathering inside. The God Emperor of Annihilation seems to be refining some kind of treasure, and I don't know if it is an immortal treasure. Want to use this treasure to force Longqing out? Guan thought curiously. He was not in a hurry at all. As long as the God Emperor of Annihilation did not appear, he would not be afraid. Time is even more important to Guan. He came all the way to Wanjian Mountain, where swords were scattered all over the mountain. Under the sunlight, the sharp sword light was reflected. He walked up the mountain, his hands stroking the hilts of every sword along the way, injecting the sword intent of different sword techniques. The sword he touched would instantly lose its luster and appear to have lost its spirituality. In fact, the sword was being nourished by the sword's will, and the quality of the sword was changed with underground spiritual energy. After a while, Guan came to the top of the mountain. He overlooked all the swords on the mountain, and his figure was seen by Jaluo Sword Lord under the tree in the distance. Ever since he came to the third Medicine Valley, Jaluo Sword Lord has never left again. He behaved well and was no longer domineering. He wanted to understand Guan. Although Guan did not admit that he had inherited the Sword of the Sacred Heart, his intuition told him that Guan would definitely know the Sword of the Sacred Heart. Perhaps it was because of the relationship between Sacred Heart Kendo and Dahongjian Tian that Guan let him go. He compared his feelings with his own. The tone he used when facing Guan was enough to make him die 10,000 times. It was precisely because he understood this that he behaved well and occasionally gave guidance to the disciples in the valley to practice. A figure stepped on the sword and landed next to Jaluo Sword Lord. This was a man in blue. He held the sword, raised his hand and saluted Lord Jaluo, and said, "Senior, I have learned the swordsmanship you taught me." The confrontation between Guan and Jaluo Sword Lord did not spread. First, Jaluo Sword Lord used his sword power to isolate the third Medicine Valley. Second, Taixuan Sect saw that Guan did not kill Jaluo Sword Lord and wanted to win over him. This is the existence of the 9th level of immortality. If it can be successfully won over, Taixuan Sect can become a powerful sect in the world. This man in blue is none other than Suji, the most talented disciple in the history of the third Medicine Valley. Suji also heard from Liu Badian that a powerful sword cultivator appeared in the third Medicine Valley. He also liked to use swords, so he took the initiative to visit Jaluo Sword Lord. For Guan's sake, Jaluo Sword Lord gave guidance to many disciples in the valley. Facing Suji, he was not stingy. Just learn it. Jaluo Sword Lord stared at Guan's figure and said indifferently, "Suji's talent is indeed outstanding, but it is not the strongest he has ever seen, at least not as good as in how he met before, so he has no idea of accepting a disciple. He is now thinking about becoming a disciple of Guan, so he has no time to recruit disciples." Suji followed Jaluo Sword Lord's gaze and saw Guan. He has complicated feelings towards Guan. He was even a little angry. He felt that his talent was very strong, not inferior to Inhouse, but he did not receive special care from Guan during his stay in the third Medicine Valley, and he felt that he was underestimated. Of course, he still has feelings for third Yaoge. Although Guan doesn't take special care of him, he treats him very well. He doesn't hate Guan, he just wants to prove himself to Guan. More than 90 years ago, he had seen Inhao's power, which was why he couldn't wait to find Lord Jaluo. It's not easy for him to chase Inhao. Suji looked at Jaluo Sword Lord again and asked, "Senior, do you want to see my swordsmanship?" Jaluo Sword Lord said impatiently, not interested. When Suji heard this, his expression became unnatural. Zhu Luojianjun suddenly thought of the evaluation of Suji by the disciples in the valley. This was the pride of the third Medicine Valley, and Guan must also be paying attention to him. No, don't offend Guan. He still wants to become a disciple? Jaluo Sword Lord looked at Suji and began to examine it. End of chapter. Suji was originally feeling aggrieved, but when he saw Lord Jaluo Sword looking at him again, hope ignited in his heart. Do you want to learn the best swordsmanship? Jaluo Sword Lord asked seriously. After hearing this, Suji quickly said, "Of course I want to. Senior, are you willing to teach me?" Jaluo Sword Lord raised his right hand, and a silver-white jade piece appeared between his fingers. He threw the silver-white jade piece to Suji, and Suji subconsciously caught it. "If you can understand the swordsmanship here, I will teach you my swordsmanship. From now on, it will not be difficult to control the world of Tianling," Jaluo Sword Lord said calmly. Hearing this, Suji immediately bowed, bowing down to Lord Luojian. Jaluo Sword Lord waved his hand, indicating that he could retreat. Suji didn't dare to disturb him anymore and turned around to leave. But he couldn't help but look at Guan. He was not stupid. Jaluo Sword Lord was obviously very impatient just now, but after taking a look at Guan, his attitude changed. This shows that Jaluo Sword Lord did it for Guan's sake. Teach him sword skills. This made his mood more complicated. He was very grateful to Guan, and even wanted to say thank you to Guan, but he felt that there was an invisible wall between him and Guan, making it difficult for him to cross. At the same time, Guan was still standing at Wanjian Mountain to deduce fate and cause and effect. He saw many people coming and going at the foot of the mountain. They were all scenes of the future. Inheriting Yang Xian's memory, he has a deep understanding of the destiny of the sword. By deducing the future through Wang Jianshan's sword intention, he can see the figure far away. Suddenly, he saw a figure stopping at the foot of the mountain, looking up at him. Guan raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at this figure with surprise in his eyes. He calculated that this figure had the closest causal relationship with Wang Jianshan. This person would inherit all of Wang Jianshan's sword intent and even help Wang Jianshan's fortune take off. He could even deduce the person's name and identity. There is such a genius in the new era. Guan mused, feeling a little emotional. This son's talent in swordsmanship was extremely terrifying, making him seem to be seeing another Yang Xian. It is no exaggeration to say that this boy is more talented than An Hao. Unfortunately, he was not born in the same era as An Hao. When he was born, An Hao was already the brightest sun in the sky. Guan did not keep paying attention to this future genius and continued to deduce the future. He did not want to explore anything, but to increase his understanding of cause and effect and destiny through this process. This station lasted a whole day. Although the disciples in the valley were curious about what he was thinking, no one dared to disturb him. No matter what the outside world thinks of Guan, all the disciples in the Medicine Valley think that Guan is very powerful, and many even believe that he is the Fudeo sword master. This has also led to more and more disciples choosing to stay in the Medicine Valley after building their foundation. Those disciples who have left school will often come back to visit. For this reason, Guan established many Yaogu deacons to help manage the disciples. And an Xin also divided many positions downwards, making the Third Medicine Valley inevitably form a hierarchy of power, like a small world of immortality. Early the next morning, Guan rode the Blood Prison Monkey King to Tianya Valley. Over the years, Tianya Valley has also expanded, bringing Guan a very stable lifespan income. There are also many more geniuses cultivated by Li Sundeo in the valley, and they have established a good relationship with Guan. Guan loves to play with geniuses. No matter what they play, they will not give up easily after losing and will continue to challenge Guan. Guan's current cultivation level is at the God Transformation realm, but the disciples in Tianya Valley know that he is very strong. The change in temperament and image made Guan not deliberately hide his strength. At most he would not show too much strength. At present, his fighting record in Tianya Valley is a complete victory, and he wants to laugh when he thinks that the prince-in-law is about to challenge him again. The great sage of Blood Prison is also looking forward to the next battle in Tianya Valley. He also wants to see those pretentious guys frustrated. Guan admired the scenery along the way and chuckled. You will be unblocked next spring festival. Are you ready? The great sage of Blood Prison was not too surprised. He had been prepared for a long time. He whispered, Master, I have been prepared for a long time. Even if I recover my cultivation, I will not abandon you and follow you forever. He has long started to practice the innate reincarnation skill. Once the seal is released, his cultivation will take off, and he may be able to achieve nirvana in one fell swoop. Guan smiled and said, Practice hard in the future. Your strength also represents my face. This sentence made the Blood Prison Great Sage suddenly excited. He had been waiting for this sentence. He just wanted to follow Guan all the time. He finally understood that those who left were going around in circles, and it was difficult to compare with those who followed Guan. An Hao is an exception. If An Hao stays with Guan, his achievements will only be higher, and he felt that someone more talented than An Hao would definitely appear in the future. Master, don't worry, I will definitely practice hard, and I will target An Hao first, the Great Sage of Blood Prison said excitedly, his whole body trembling. Guan stopped talking and asked him to move on. During the next journey, the Great Sage of Blood Hell felt like his steps were floating, and his mind had fallen into endless reverie. It's autumn. Taixuan Branch Sect. Inside Ya Mansion, Guan sat at the table, sipping tea, and watched Yalan instruct a girl to practice magic. The autumn wind blew into the courtyard, making him feel that everything was beautiful. Yalan turned to look at Guan and asked, Senior brother, do you have anything to say? The girl who was practicing looked at Guan suspiciously. She had always maintained a skeptical attitude towards this uncle. The master said that his uncle was very strong, but she felt that his uncle only looked handsome and was not actually very powerful. Guan smiled and replied, You taught me very well. I have nothing to say. How can I compare to you? It has been widely spread that geniuses often emerge from the Third Medicine Valley. Your ability to teach disciples is by no means comparable to ordinary people. Yalan shook her head and said, she meant it sincerely. With her and Guan there is no need to tell lies about the relationship. Guan responded, It's all the efforts of the disciples and has nothing to do with me. He is not interested in the apprentice Yalan has just accepted. This girl has a maximum lifespan of about 3,000 years and can be considered a genius, but now a real genius is approaching the Taixuan Sect branch. Zuxi, the super genius who possesses the Taixuan. Guan has been paying attention to her and witnessed her crossing the ocean and arriving at Taiking Continent. The reason why she came to Taiking Continent was because she heard that Taiking Continent was a rare pure land in the world. She wanted to use the power of Fudeo Sword Master to practice safely. She had previously obtained the steps of time from Guan, and now she had achieved some success and could be used in battle. Although in Guan's view, her steps of time were very clumsy, this magical power was difficult to cultivate, and she could use it in battle. When he was less than 600 years old, he mastered the steps of time and used them in battle. His understanding was absolutely terrifying. Yalan couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard Guan's words. She could see that Guan was not interested in her apprentice Yaqingshu. Also, compared to a genius like Suji, Yaqingshu does seem mediocre. Yaqingshu felt very unhappy when she heard her master praise Guan. She had only met Guan a few times, but she got along with her master day and night. In her eyes, the master is resolute and has great power. She is the most powerful woman she has ever seen. She also wants to become a female monk like Yelan. Because of this, she felt very unhappy when she saw Yelan trying to please Guan so much, but she did not dare to lose her temper in front of her master. Yakingshu is hostile to you. She wants to beat you up. Should you use life detection on her? A reminder appeared in front of Guan, making him stunned. He couldn't help but look at Yakingshu. Yakingshu was staring at Guan. When she saw his gaze, she was so frightened that she quickly turned her head, her face turned red, and even her ears seemed to be bleeding. Guan shook his head and laughed, not caring about her. Why bother with a 14-year-old? As long as it wasn't murderous, he didn't bother to take it to heart. He interacts with people every day, and there will always be people who are unhappy. He can't kill someone just because they are dissatisfied with him. Yelan didn't know what Yakingshu was thinking, so she walked towards Guan after giving some instructions. It was a rare visit from Guan, and her thoughts were all on Guan, and she even felt that Yakingshu was hindering her. Seeing her coming, Guan stopped paying attention to Zhu Shi and concentrated on chatting with Yelan. Half an hour later, Yakingshu said goodbye and left. After her breath faded away, Yelan suddenly couldn't hold back and rushed towards Guan. Be careful of the impact. What if your apprentice comes back? So what? I'm not afraid of people knowing. You are a law enforcement elder now, so you have to pay attention to the impact. If you lose your position as a law enforcement elder because of this, then it's okay. Senior brother, I miss you so much. You can't touch there. Brother, you smell so good. The autumn wind blew away the dead leaves on the trees. After the dead leaves fell to the ground, they floated up unwillingly, struggled for a long time, and finally fell weakly in the corner. In a dark hall, countless figures are scattered here. There are human figures and demonic figures, all of them are wrapped in demonic energy, which is terrifying and terrifying. Their eyes were all looking forward. A red-purple light group was suspended on a stone platform, and a figure appeared inside. The figure seemed to be in another world, sitting lazily on a throne made of white bones. He was also surrounded by demonic energy, and only the thick armor was visible on his body. There was a black lion lying at his feet, with a ferocious face and 3 tails, with a snake head at the end and a snake ladder spitting out. He is the Heavenly Demon Emperor, the ruler of the Heavenly Demon Clan, and the mastermind behind the Heavenly Demon Clan. In other words, you don't know who is behind the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty. The voice of the Heavenly Demon Emperor came out from within the red-purple light group, and his tone was cold, causing all the heavenly demons in the hall to quiet down. An old man in black robes standing at the front said, "Your Majesty, the other party comes from Xuanyu. Xuanyu is a place of reincarnation. It is really impossible to find out specific information in the world of the world." Others followed suit. Over the years, they sent many spies and instigated people from the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty, but they were still unable to investigate any useful information. The Heavenly Demon Emperor was silent for a while and said, "What is the attitude of the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty?" A woman in red replied, "They want to collect the souls of the dead. They want the annihilation of all living beings in the heavenly spirit world. In a sense, they coincide with us, because we also want to destroy the heavenly spirit heaven and earth." The Demon Emperor's fingers began to tap on the armrest, which was inlaid with skulls. The sound caused by the tapping made the hall fall into silence. For a long time, the Heavenly Demon Emperor finally spoke, "In that case, let's completely unleash the catastrophe of heaven and earth and let the heaven and earth feel despair in advance." After he finished speaking, the 3-tailed black lions at his feet raised their heads and roared, deafeningly. The demons in the hall knelt down, without shouting, and they all looked at the Demon Emperor feverishly. At the end of the year, the snow covers the sky and the earth and is about to melt, so Taixuan begins to prepare for the spring festival again. The Third Medicine Valley is also preparing for the spring festival. This year is different from previous years. It is said that Guan is preparing a grand ceremony, which the disciples are looking forward to. "Tell me quickly, what are you going to do?" Shenzhen looked at Guan and urged. She was dressed beautifully today, wearing a white dress and a silver and jade phoenix crown. She was graceful and luxurious. Guan was writing, and he said casually, "You will know when the time comes." This made Shenzhen even more curious, but unfortunately, no matter how she pressed, Guan wouldn't let go. Shenzhen felt bored, so he stood up and left. Not long after she left, Wuju also came, also asking him what he had prepared. Nowadays, Guan is linked to Fudeo Sword Master, and his words and deeds are attracting much attention. I heard that he has prepared a grand ceremony, and the high-level officials in the sect are talking about it. More and more senior officials are beginning to believe that Guan is Fudeo Sword Master. How can they not care about the grand gift prepared by Fudeo Sword Master? Guan still didn't tell the truth, so Wuju could only leave in depression. In the following time, people kept coming to visit Guan. Under the attic, Longqing held a wooden stick and looked at the second floor. He asked the Great Sage of Blood Prison, "You guard the master every day, do you have any gossip?" The Great Sage of Blood Hell lay on the ground, glanced at him, and ignored him. Longqing squatted down and took out a white jade bottle from the storage bag on his waist. He said mysteriously, "This is King's Inkying Nectar. It is extremely rare. I will give you 2 bottles and 1 for you." The Great Sage of Blood Prison opened his eyes, smiled, and said, "You guys are serious, then I will reveal something. The master wants to create a fairyland existence, right in the valley, in the Third Medicine Valley." As soon as these words came out, Longqing's eyes widened and his heart beat faster. He asked carefully, Who will Master choose? Then I don't know. The great sage of Blood Hell used his spiritual consciousness to open the bottle, draw out the slurry inside, and swallowed it in one gulp. His eyes curled up with a smile, looking very happy. Long Qing stood up, turned to look at the second floor, and began to think about it. By the time the spring festival came, the gossip had spread, and the senior officials of Taixuan Sect knew that Fudeo Sword Master was going to create an immortal. They did not spread the news to the disciples of Taixuanmen, but suppressed the news. After arranging the spring festival affairs of Taixuanmen, they rushed to Taixuanmen, wanting to join in the fun. It's approaching noon. The deputy sect leader Ji Hantian entered the valley. He couldn't help but be stunned when he looked at the lively scene in the valley. So many people? He even saw the big shots from those aristocratic families running faster than him. He was thinking as he went up to greet them. Even though he was the deputy sect leader, he had to take the initiative to greet those great monks. Valley mouth. Several monks came over, including Zhu Shi. Zuxi was wearing a green dress, and she was looking at the third medicine valley curiously. She had gone to the branch of Taixuan Sect before. After learning about the relationship between Taixuan Sect and Fudeo Sword Master, she wanted to establish herself there, so she came to the main sect. After asking around, the third medicine valley became her first choice. To be precise, it is also the first choice for most new disciples to get started. However, the third medicine valley is not that easy to get into nowadays, and Zuxi barely got the opportunity to come to the third medicine valley to celebrate the festival by giving gifts. Walking in front of her was the elder of the library. He was introducing the situation of the third medicine valley, as if he was the owner of the valley. He has a good relationship with Guan, so coming here feels like going home. Zuxi was very curious about Guan, the valley master. She had heard before that this valley master was a disciple of Fudeo Sword Master. He usually did not fight or grab, made good friends with others, and was very willing to train disciples. In Taixuan Sect, the reputation is excellent, and Zuxi has never heard anyone say anything bad about Guan. She has traveled around the world for hundreds of years, and this is the first time she has heard of such a strange person. Coupled with Fudeo Sword Master's world-shaking achievements, she is looking forward to meeting Guan. Zuxi looked around, curious about everything in the third medicine valley. As soon as they approached the dojo, an Xian suddenly came over. When the elder of the library saw an Xian, he immediately greeted him warmly. Guan and an Xian had met all of his connections in Taixuanmen. They all knew Guan's attitude towards an Xian, so they were very enthusiastic towards an Xian. Elderly, you have to drink well today. You won't come home until you're drunk. My master always talks about you, an Xian said with a smile after saluting. These words made Elderly feel a lot more comfortable. He straightened his waist. He pinched his beard and glanced at the disciples next to him. The disciples looked at him with admiration. An Xian looked at Zhu Shi and asked with a smile, "Is it Zhu Shi, Miss Zhu?" Zuxi was stunned, and others looked at her in surprise, including Elderly. "I am, what's wrong?" Zuxi asked cautiously. She has already reached the realm of crossing the void, and she hides stronger power, but in Taixuan Sect, she is very cautious. This is her survival instinct. An Xian smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. My master asked me to take good care of you. He knew you would come." Your master. Zuxi was even more nervous. She had met many great monks who could deduce fate. Generally, she would stay away from such existences to avoid getting into trouble. An Xian nodded and said, "My master is the owner of the valley. Come on, I will take you to settle down." After that, she saluted Elderly and said sorry. In full view of everyone, Zuxi did not dare to run away directly, so he could only bite the bullet and follow her footsteps. Elderly and his disciples were shocked. Zhu Shi still had this relationship? Elderly suddenly felt that the herbs he had collected were a bit hot, but when he thought of Guan's smiling face, he felt at ease again. Guan is not a stingy person. At worst, he will return the medicinal herbs. Well, that's it. I'll prepare some gifts for Zuxi when the time comes, and he can use this to apologize to Guan, thereby increasing communication opportunities. Elderly had a smile on his face, and he suddenly felt that Zhu Shi was quite pleasing to his eye. Other side. Zhu Shi couldn't help but ask Guan why he was looking for her, but Anan said she didn't know either. You don't have to worry. If the master notices you, he must have a good impression of you. He may even accept you as his disciple. You can live down there and make it your own home. If you encounter anything in the future, you can come to me. I forgot to tell you that I am the chief disciple in the valley and am in charge of all affairs. An Xian turned to look at Zhu Shi and smiled softly. Zuxi was infected by her smile and developed a liking for her, and the pressure in her heart also dissipated. This little monk has such a good character. The valley master may be a rare good person. Zhu Shi thought this way, even though an Xian's cultivation was only at the nascent soul realm, she did not look down on her, but wanted to have a close relationship with her. An Xian thought, she doesn't seem to know master. Could it be that she is the descendant of one of master's old friends? She didn't think of Zhu Shi as a genius. She said that Guan might accept Zhu Shi as his disciple. It was just a habit of painting a pie. She learned this from Guan. She could say something nice without suffering any loss, and maybe she could build a relationship with someone. A closer relationship. The two women went on chatting like this. Under an old tree, Jaluo Sword Lord stood up and looked at the excitement in the distance. He frowned and muttered, "Noisy." he suddenly saw a person and couldn't help but be surprised. It was an old man in white clothes, holding a cane in one hand and slinging the other on his waist. He had just entered the valley and was looking around. Zi Xian. Samsara tribulation. This breath is so familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before. Zhu Luo Sword Lord was secretly confused and stared at the old man in white. The old man in white seemed to feel something and turned his head to look. When he saw Zhu Luo Sword Lord, his white eyebrows furrowed. The sword intention of Dahong Jiantian. The old man in white looked at Zhu Luo Sword Lord and thought in surprise. Zhu Luo Sword Lord also stared at him closely, their eyes met, and both of them could see the fear in each other's eyes. The old man in white quickly looked away and continued to move forward. Zhu Luo Sword Lord has no intention of finding the other party, after all, they have no grievances. During the tribulation of reincarnation, he would always encounter other free immortals. If he had to target them all, even Dahong Jiantian might not be able to protect him. Zhu Luo Sword Lord walked towards Wanjian Mountain. More and more people are visiting the Third Medicine Valley, and Wanjian Mountain has become a tourist attraction for many people to watch. Angzan has arranged for hundreds of disciples to guard Wanjian Mountain to prevent anyone from trespassing on Wanjian Mountain. The sword intention on this mountain is unmistakable. It is the sword intention of Fudeo Sword Master. There are so many sword intentions. If you feel them carefully, they are all different. What does the Sword Master want to do? Maybe he's building a legacy place. This mountain is too short and not worthy of the old man. The master should help build the mountain. It makes sense. Fudeo Sword Master's swordsmanship is worthy of climbing the highest mountain in the world. Zhu Luo Sword Lord came over, and when he heard those people talking, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He wasn't angry that someone said that Sword Master Fudeo had the strongest swordsmanship. He just lamented that these mortals were shameless and tried to attract Sword Master Fudeo's attention in this way. Ridiculous! Zhu Luo Sword Lord came all the way to the back of the crowd, and he said, "The mountain is not high. Fudeo Sword Master's sword is indeed the strongest, but precisely because he is strong enough, even if he just puts a sword there, he can suppress everything in the world. The art of swordsmanship is admired by all living beings." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him, and the monks who had previously praised Fudeo Sword Master were secretly shocked. Are there any experts? Zhu Luo Sword Lord was proud and continued to describe how powerful Fudeo Sword Lord's swordsmanship was. Guan, who was riding in the room, couldn't help laughing. This guy spoke so nicely. He also knows the thoughts of Zhu Luo Sword Lord, but he cannot accept Zhu Luo Sword Lord as his disciple. It's easy to mess up seniority, but it would be fine to give some guidance on Zhu Luo Sword Lord's sword skills. Guan put down his pen and stood up, preparing to go out to meet people. With so many important people arriving, he couldn't stay in the room. It would be disrespectful. Of course, the most important thing is not to miss such a good opportunity to manifest the Holy Spirit. Guan simply cleared the table and then went downstairs. He glanced at the Blood Prison Monkey King, who immediately stood up and followed behind him. Along the way, monks and disciples kept saying hello to Guan, and he responded to them all with a smile. Other side, Zuxi walked out of the courtyard arranged by an Xin. She wanted to walk around. From a distance, she saw Guan surrounded by stars, which was very eye-catching. When she saw Guan's true appearance clearly, she couldn't help but be stunned. Why is it him? Zuxi could not forget the mysterious senior she met at the human world peak. At that time, she thought he was teasing her, but only after she practiced the magic did she realize how powerful this magical power was. Even hundreds of years later, she has never encountered a supernatural power stronger than that of stepping through the years. At this moment, she suddenly relaxed. If it was the senior, he might really want to accept her as his disciple. Before, she thought that Guan wanted to plot against her, but now that she knew that Guan was the Fudeo Sword Master, her worries disappeared. She saw Guan smiling and nodding towards her, which flattered her, and she quickly raised her hand to salute. Guan did not come, but went to the dojo surrounded by everyone. This also made Zuxi breathe a sigh of relief. She was still very stressed when facing Guan in public. Now, she began to look forward to the next life in Yeogu and the grand ceremony that the disciples in the valley said. Guan, are you still unwilling to reveal that you want to create an immortal? Liu Badian walked beside Guan and asked with a smile. Others followed suit. Although they were teasing Guan, they all had a sense of proportion and did not dare to offend Guan. Guan pretended to be surprised and asked, "How do you know? Anyway, the news has spread. Tell me quickly, who do you want to help become an immortal? Is it your disciple?" Liu Badian urged. Even today's Taixuan Sect has to do its best to win over the immortal realm. The most important thing is that Guan wants to create an immortal, which is definitely a fatal attraction for a sect. If you can create one immortal, you can create a second and third one. And they all felt that Guan wanted to promote an immortal all at once instead of giving him a chance to grow up slowly. Guan smiled and said, "The time is coming soon, don't be anxious." Liu Badian was unwilling to give in. Unfortunately, no matter how he pressed, Guan refused to tell. A figure flew from the sky and quickly landed in front of Guan. It was Lucian. Lucian was wearing the robe made for him by Lisuandeo. He was full of aura, like an immortal king descending to earth, which made the monks around him subconsciously give in. When Liu Badian saw him, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that Guan wanted to promote his son? That's great. Guan, come with me. Let's talk. What's there to talk about with these old guys? Lucien's rude words made many people frown. Liu Beidian frowned and said in a deep voice, "How shameless, you followed Li Sundao and didn't learn etiquette." Everyone used sound transmission to communicate, and when they learned that Lucien was Liu Beidian's son, their displeasure immediately dissipated. Lucien's reputation is not small, and he is also the top genius of Taixuan Sect. Nowadays, Lucien has reached the Mahayana realm, and his aura is stronger than the ordinary Mahayana realm. Lucien was too lazy to pay attention to Liu Beidian and pulled Guan out. Guan could only apologize to the others and then left with Lucien. After they walked away, everyone began to congratulate Liu Beidian. Although Liu Beidian waved his hands to tell them not to guess, the smile on his face could not be hidden at all. An hour later, everyone gathered in the attic area of the Third Medicine Valley. Guan stood on a temporary high platform and addressed everyone. Viewed from the high platform, the audience was crowded and very lively. Zhu Xi, Su Ji, Wu Ju, Shen Zhen and others were also in the audience. They looked at Guan curiously, wanting to see how Guan made an immortal. "I prepared a grand gift for this spring festival. I thought I hid it well, but the news still spread. Yes, I want to create an immortal," Guan said with a smile, and good-natured laughter rang out from the audience. Longqing looked serious, pretending not to know who had spread the news. "Today I will let you experience the process of transformation from the ordinary to the ordinary. I hope it will be helpful to your future practice." Guan glanced at everyone in the audience and said seriously. He saw Ji Xiao staring at him, and he deliberately winked at her, but unfortunately she didn't respond. Ji Xiao was now curious about how Guan would create an immortal, and even wanted him to start directly without talking nonsense. Guan talked for a while, and then started to talk about it. He just heard him say, "The Bull Demon King." As soon as the words fell, the great sage of Blood Hell immediately jumped onto the stage from the side and walked towards Guan step by step, with a proud posture, enjoying everyone's attention. Everyone in the audience did not pay attention to the Blood Hell sage. They thought that Guan asked the Blood Hell sage to come up for other reasons. It must have nothing to do with creating immortals anyway. What does a pill-forming monster have to do with creating an immortal? End of chapter. The great sage of Blood Prison came to Guan, and he knelt down respectfully, as if he was going to lie on the ground. Guan was very pleased to see that he could maintain such an attitude at such a time. He was not raised in vain. It's called the Bull Demon King? There won't be a Sun Wukong, right? Ha ha ha, don't underestimate it, it is petty. Indeed, when I touched its horns, it still wanted to contradict me. Hush, I don't want to say these things. Why are you asking a cow to come up? To kill him and to make a grand ceremony for the immortal. The monks and disciples in the audience were discussing, and some of the words made the great sage of Blood Hell become so angry that his hair stood on end. Guan didn't care. The reason why the Blood Hell sage is today is inseparable from his bad mouth. He is just like the white spirit rat. No one likes them except Guan. It's time to start. Guan thought so, his eyes became sharp. In full view of everyone, Guan took out the fortune-telling pen. The pen was spinning in his hand. He held it and pointed the tip of the pen at the Blood Hell Monkey King. Everyone's eyes followed and fell on the Blood Hell Monkey King, wondering what Guan was going to do. "Today, I will transform my mount into a fairyland. Please watch it." Guan's voice echoed throughout the Third Medicine Valley. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. "Are you going to make this demonic cow become a fairyland? How is that possible?" At this moment, even Zhu Luojianjun and the old man in white frowned. Ji Xiao and Sun Moonming Emperor also felt incredible. They were at a high level and knew best how difficult it was to cross from the Dan formation realm to the Nirvana realm. Even if they were enlightened and taught by the powerful cultivation is not good either. No matter how they looked at it, the great sage of Blood Hell did not look like the reincarnation of a great power. He had no cause and effect of reincarnation, nor did he hide any stronger cultivation. Liu Beidian was shocked and even felt ridiculous. Can this uneducated cow become an immortal? There was a dead silence in the audience. Before everyone could react, Guan swung his pen and sprinkled the Blood Prison Saint with pen and ink. In an instant, the seal of the Giwen Divine Dao in Blood Hell Monarch's body dissipated, and he suddenly felt the long-lost power. His entire body was on fire? Innate reincarnation skill, solution? The great sage of Blood Hell roared in his heart. As soon as his Mahayana realm aura came out, his cultivation level surged, making his aura rise into the sky like a mountain torrent. Boom! The terrifying arrogance erupted from his body, forming a pillar of flame, soaring straight into the sky, scattering the billowing sea of clouds, spreading out waves of fire in the sky, causing the Third Medicine Valley to quickly plunge into red. Everyone looked up and saw Jaluo Sword Lord unable to remain calm. How is it possible? Jaluo Sword Lord's pupils trembled, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Judging from the soaring aura of the great sage of Blood Hell, this demon may be going beyond the Nirvana realm? From the alchemy formation realm to the loose immortal in one fell swoop? Why? Can the way of cultivation be like this? Jaluo Sword Lord looked at the Blood Hell Great Sage on the high platform, but he still failed to capture the cause and effect of reincarnation. Could it be that this guy is hiding his cultivation? That shouldn't be the case. How could he not see any clue at all? Jaluo Sword Lord was in a state of confusion, and the old man in white who was in the tribulation of reincarnation in the distance also looked at the Great Sage of Blood Prison in shock. "Your Majesty, this is..." Sun Moon Ming Emperor turned to look at Ji Xiao beside him, hoping she could explain. Ji Xiao took a deep breath and slowly uttered a sentence, "It's unbelievable. This kind of creation is beyond our imagination." Su Ji was stunned as he looked at the arrogance surrounding the Great Sage of Blood Hell. He had also dealt with the Great Sage of Blood Prison. The reason why he wanted to prove it to Guan was because the Great Sage of Blood Prison couldn't stand his genius and said that although his talent was strong, there was no one better than him. Countless. Because of this, he thought that Guan looked down on him and asked the Blood Prison Monkey King to convey his attitude. Looking at the Great Sage of Blood Hell now, he suddenly felt that the Great Sage of Blood Hell was not telling lies. No matter how talented he was, Nirvana was still far away. Guan casually created a fairyland, plunging him into infinite confusion. Is it true that he is not a genius? He is just better than the disciples of Taixuan Sect, which is nothing in fact. There is another genius who is in shock, and that is Zuxi. She felt that she was well informed, but she had never heard of such a thing. How did he do it? How high is his moral conduct? After a brief period of shock, Lucien became excited. He clenched his fists, as if he was the one making the breakthrough. Guan's methods amazed him, but when he thought that Guan said that he was the only genius he recognized, he felt proud. Even though Guan has the ability to create immortals at will, Guan still recognizes his talent. What does this mean? Lucien's self-confidence began to skyrocket. He puffed up his chest and began to smile at the people around him. Is he really the Fudeo sword master? Wu Ju was dumbfounded and his body became stiff. The Taoism he had worked so hard to cultivate was suddenly surpassed by the Great Sage of Blood Hell, making him doubt his life. Shenzhen stared at Guan with stern eyes, obsessed. She admires Fudeo sword master the most, and her favorite friend of the same generation is Guan. Even if she does not have the status of Fudeo sword master, she admires Guan's talent from the bottom of her heart. When the identities of Guan and Fudeo sword master coincided, Shenzhen's admiration and love for Guan reached its peak. The momentum of the Great Sage of Blood Prison set off a strong wind, blowing Guan's robe and hair. He turned his head to look at the Great Sage of Blood Prison, and raised the corners of his mouth. This scene fell into the eyes of the audience, and he looked so high-spirited. Is there a second person in the world who can create immortals with a stroke of his pen? Everyone was shocked by Guan's methods, and the momentum of the Blood Hell Great Sage also alarmed the entire Taixuan Sect, and more monks flew towards the Third Medicine Valley. Ji Hantian came to his senses and immediately went to ask someone to stop other disciples from coming. Guan's method was so unbelievable that he felt that it could not be spread. Not only did he think so, but Liu Beidian and other senior officials also thought so. If this kind of news spreads, can the disciples still practice with peace of mind? There must be a large number of disciples who heard the news and wanted to gain Guan's favor, while other sects would go crazy to please Guan. Liu Beidian also flew into the air and began to take charge of the overall situation. He turned around and looked in the air, and saw Guan standing on the stage. The arrogance of the Blood Hell Sage next to him could not hide his figure at all. Liu Beidian suddenly felt a little dazed. He felt that Taixuanmen could not keep Guan, let alone be worthy of Guan. To this day, without the Fudeo sword master, how many times would the Taixuan sect have been destroyed? Liu Beidian suddenly felt relieved when he thought of this. Why do we need to suppress it anymore? Such strange things cannot be concealed. Guan, do you look down on the position of the leader of Taixuanmen because you can live longer than Taixuanmen? Liu Beidian looked at Guan and sighed quietly. His voice was very low, as if only he could hear it. Rolling thunderclouds came from the sky and gathered above his head, accumulating the power of heaven and making the world quickly darken. Amidst the vast arrogance, the Great Sage of Blood Hell slowly stood up. The hair on his body exploded and his body shape changed. A blood-red robe appeared out of thin air. Before his body was completely transformed, the red robe wrapped around the body of the cow, helping him transform into a human form. The bull's head quickly shrank, revealing a handsome and rebellious face. The arrogance in his eyebrows was even greater than that of Anhao and Lucien. The Great Sage of Blood Hell, who once dominated the world and was invincible, is back. Under the Xianqing tree, the plump white spirit rat held a fruit and stared blankly at the figure of the Blood Hell Monkey King. It didn't even notice when the fruit fell to the ground. An Angzan stood on the edge of the high platform, looking at the true form of the Blood Prison Monkey King, and secretly wondered, does he look like this? Or is he imitating the master? But no matter how you look at it, master is better looking. This cow's head looks so handsome, but it also looks like it deserves a beating. Feeling the rapidly increasing momentum of the Blood Hell Monarch, an Xian was inspired to be competitive. One day, she will be stronger than the Blood Prison Monkey King, and she will even surpass her senior brother. And how? The natural disaster is coming, and everyone in the valley is not frightened by the power of the natural disaster. They all stare blankly at the Blood Hell Sage. I don't know who opened the mouth first. The Third Medicine Valley was like a frying pan. The noise erupted instantly, threatening to overthrow the sky. How is it possible? Did the Bull Demon King really become an immortal? He is not the apprentice of Sword Master Fudeo, he is Sword Master Fudeo. Oh my god, how did you do this? Is this cow a fairy? Immortal Hammer, I have known the Bull Demon King for 500 years. I see him napping every day. How can an immortal do this? Yes, this cow has indeed existed for a long time, it didn't just appear in the last few years. Everyone was excited and excitedly discussing the Great Sage of Blood Prison and Guan. Guan looked towards the sky, and there was a powerful aura coming from the realm of Nirvana. That is the aura of the demon, which is stronger than Jaluo Sword Lord. It is the true sense of stepping into the Dao Fruit realm with half a foot. The Demon Emperor is interesting. Guan's eyes flickered and he thought jokingly. In the dim hall, the forest green candlelight swayed, like a demon baring its teeth and claws. The God Emperor of Annihilation was meditating on a large cauldron. The cauldron was surrounded by grey mist, and ghosts could be vaguely seen inside. His face was still dark, like a black hole, and his true appearance could not be seen. Come in. The God Emperor of Annihilation spoke in an indifferent tone. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of demonic energy surged out from the darkness in front and quickly came to him. It is the Demon Emperor? The Heavenly Demon Emperor stood in front of the big cauldron, looking up at the God Emperor of Annihilation on the cauldron. He asked, God Emperor, are you waiting for the descendants of the Long clan? The God Emperor of Annihilation responded, but he did not stand up, making it impossible to guess his emotions. The Heavenly Demon Emperor asked, since you suspect that the person is in the Great Heaven and Earth, why don't you just destroy the Great Heaven and Earth and exchange all sentient beings in the Great Heaven and Earth for peace in the heavens and the universe? Isn't it cost-effective? The God Emperor of Annihilation tilted his head slightly, as if he was looking at the Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Demon Emperor was not afraid. He continued, you are not a kind person. You have destroyed quite a few people in the world. Could it be that you didn't want to kill that person, or even wanted to protect him? It is said that the ancestor of the Long clan was not Emperor Longzin, but his father. His father was called Emperor Tianlong, who founded Zhanting, and then quickly fell. Emperor Longzin only inherited his mantle. In addition, I also heard that Longzin the Emperor is your apprentice, right? The God Emperor of Annihilation stared at the Heavenly Demon Emperor and said, the Heavenly Demon Emperor, although you have become the Emperor, are you sure you want to provoke me? End of chapter. Facing the threat of the God Emperor of Annihilation, the Heavenly Demon Emperor smiled and said, God Emperor, you should understand what I mean. Without your promotion, how could I be where I am today? Because of this friendship, I want to remind you the cost of doing this. The God Emperor of Annihilation looked down at him and asked, have you surrendered to the battlefield? The Heavenly Demon Emperor replied, the Emo Emperor did look for me, but the war court cannot cross the boundary gate. There is no need for me to seek refuge. But you are different. You do not belong to this universe and will leave sooner or later. The God Emperor of Annihilation was silent. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's eyes flickered and he said, how about I help you kill that person, so that you don't fail the Dragonheart Emperor? Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the body of the God Emperor of Annihilation, constantly impacting the Heavenly Demon Emperor, causing the demonic energy around him to continuously disintegrate and reunite. The demonic emperor lowered his head slightly, his face falling into darkness. It seems that you are not sure about destroying the heaven and earth, and you want to rely on my power. The voice of the God Emperor of Annihilation sounded. The Heavenly Demon Emperor took a deep breath and said, the existence of our Heavenly Demon clan is to destroy the great world of heaven and earth. This is the mission of our clan. If I don't do it, sooner or later, it will disappear into ashes and become empty. Today's great world of heavenly spirits has mysterious use power, De Hongjiantian's swordsmanship, but also I am really not absolutely sure about the immortal Zi of unknown origin. God Emperor, although you have transcended, you are still subordinate to chaos. Such a stance is doomed to be incompatible with the creatures of heaven. The descendants of the Long family are thrown into heaven through reincarnation. Has come to the opposite side of you. The God Emperor of Annihilation calmed down his momentum. He thought for a moment, raised his right hand, and made a slight move. A majestic figure appeared in the darkness behind him, and his body was surrounded by lines of fire, making it impossible to see his true appearance. When the Heavenly Demon Emperor saw this figure, his expression changed. He couldn't help but said, Xian Huang Demon God, how is it possible? How did you bring him? The Emperor of Annihilation did not answer, but waved his hand gently. The Xian Huang Demon God behind him opened a pair of eyes, like two powerful suns, full of oppression. In front of these eyes, the Demon Emperor was as small as dust. The Demon Emperor took a deep breath, with a crazy and ferocious look on his face. With this power, it will definitely destroy the heaven and earth. Taixuan is filled with the lively atmosphere of the Spring Festival, and the Third Medicine Valley has been isolated by the formation. In the formation, the Blood Prison Great Sage is going through the tribulation. The violent thunder keeps falling on him, and he is suspended in the sky. Twisting the neck, I did not feel any pain, but felt very comfortable. Guan stood on the high platform and used his Taoist will to speed up the catastrophe of the Blood Hell Sage. At this moment, the great sage of Blood Hell has entered the realm of loose immortals and is accepting the changes in his body. Everyone in the valley was admiring this scene and talking about it. Somehow, they all have their own insights. The reason for this is because Guan's Taoism envelops the entire Medicine Valley, allowing everyone to enjoy it. The so-called grand gift cannot just be based on the breakthrough of the Blood Prison Great Sage. Anyone who can come to the Medicine Valley must either be a good friend of him or be a distinguished guest, so it will be given as a spring festival gift. Many people think that Taixuan relies on the support of Dao Sword Master, but Guan feels that Taixuan also helps him cover up a lot, and the senior officials of Taixuan really respect him. Even if there is a calculation, it is outside the Third Medicine Valley, and there is no such thing. Disturb his Qing dynasty. Over the course of thousands of years, Taixuan has had its ups and downs and turmoils, but it has always been able to correct its mistakes. Generally speaking, Guan is still very satisfied with Taixuan, which is why he is willing to offer a big gift. The cultivator asked, enlightenment is equally important. You are busy cultivating qi, becoming stronger has become an obsession, and you may become an inner demon. My mount has been sitting quietly for many years, comprehending the nature of heaven and earth. This is also the reason why he can become an immortal. Guan's voice sounded, and his words reached everyone's ears clearly, causing them to fall into thinking. Guan didn't lie. Although the blood prison saints becoming stronger has nothing to do with enlightenment, understanding the world is naturally a way, and the upper limit is higher than the cultivation of qi. If you can become enlightened, your magic power will come naturally. The vast majority of immortal cultivators are busy cultivating qi and neglecting their understanding of nature. Their utilitarian aspirations also make them impetuous and go to extremes. The enlightenment Guan is talking about is not the enlightenment like martial arts, but the understanding of the Great Road. The Great Road is everywhere. If you can have a little insight, it is enough to surpass 1,000 years of hard work. Even if you are unable to gain enlightenment, occasional meditation can calm your anxiety and make your future journey more stable. There is an old Chinese saying that haste makes waste, and it also applies to immortality. Guan spoke eloquently and guided all the guests with his own way. The powerful Jianjun Luo and the old man in white were also lost in thought. Su Ji stood in the crowd and felt deeply. In fact, in these years, he felt that he was very impatient and had a sense of hostility in his heart. If he did not dissipate, he might become a demon in the future. At this moment, listening to Master's voice, his heart fell into an unprecedented calmness. This feeling was very comfortable. Time passes quickly. With Guan's help, the great sage of Blood Prison made great progress in overcoming the tribulation. Until dusk, the disaster dissipated. The Blood Prison Great Sage successfully transcended the tribulation and became a first-level existence in the Sangxian realm. The reason why he was able to directly cross the realm of nirvana was thanks to the herbs and elixirs Guan had invested in him over the years. Feeling the powerful cultivation of the Sangxian realm, the great sage of Blood Prison had the urge to scream, but he held back. He fell from the sky and landed in front of Guan, half kneeling down, clasping his fists in salute, and said, "Thank you Master for your gift, I will always serve you." His loud voice woke up many people. He was expressing his position in public, and at the same time, he confirmed that it was thanks to Guan that he became an immortal. The thunderclouds in the sky have not yet dispersed, and red glow has appeared on the edge of the sea of clouds, indicating that night is coming. Guan helped the great sage of Blood Prison up, then turned to look at the audience. Seeing that most of the people were awake, he raised his hands and said with a smile, "Everyone, during the spring festival, it's time to drink and have fun." As soon as he finished speaking, an Xian waved his hand, and a large number of Yaoga disciples began to take action. Boom, boom, boom. Fireworks rose from the mountains on the edge of the Medicine Valley, and the sound like thunder woke up all those who were still immersed in the perception of heaven and earth. Being suddenly awakened made them feel lost and even wanted to pursue their previous feelings. They began to face up to what Guan said about understanding nature. The spring festival of the Third Medicine Valley officially started. Guan led the Blood Prison Monkey King down from the stage. He suddenly fell into a state of stars holding the moon. The Blood Prison Monkey King was also surrounded by many people, who began to praise him and asked him about becoming an immortal. Feelings. The great sage of Blood Prison put his hands on his hips and was full of energy. He talked about the power of Sangxian without any reservation. He looked into the distance, and he stared at the white spirit rat under the xianqing tree. He was so frightened that it immediately burrowed into the ground and disappeared. The great sage of Blood Prison grinned. With his horns and hair, he looked like Shura alive, smiling in a terrifying way. "Thanks to Qin Yusing-chan for the reward of 1,500 starting coins, and I just asked a Huayuan for the reward of 1,500 starting coins."
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.